Chapter 1. A Streak of 10. Plants vs. Zombies. In a parallel universe known as Blue Star, the nation of Huaguo is currently embroiled in a pivotal examination, one that holds the fate of countless individuals in its grasp. Chen Teng, a student from Yongqing No. 3 Middle School, gazes at the vast expanse of blankness on his examination paper, rending his hair in frustration. Damn it, I've completely forgotten everything. Chen Teng curses under his breath, casting a glance at the clock on the wall. Only 30 minutes remain until the end of the exam. He submits his paper and bolts towards the school exit point. 3 months prior, he had inexplicably traversed into this world, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth, assuming the life of a high school student once more. In many respects, this realm mirrored his former existence. His parents, teachers, and classmates were all strikingly familiar. Often, Chen Teng felt as though he had returned to his high school days. Yet, the reason he described this as a traversal rather than a rebirth was due to the myriad changes that had transpired. The Earth had transformed into Blue Star, apples had metamorphosed into fruits, and he had become a scholar of Huaguo. Many well-known figures had vanished, replaced by a different cohort. Chen Teng realized he had entered a parallel world. Faced with the impending Gaokao, the National College entrance examination, Chen Teng chose to adopt an indifferent attitude. During his previous academic career, his performance had lingered in the lower echelons. After toiling like a beast for over a decade, he had long since forgotten the knowledge of high school. Had he arrived a year earlier, perhaps he could have strived for a modest university. However, with only 3 months at his disposal, he opted for apathy. Under the insistence of his parents, he had attended the examination hall, further solidifying his belief in the correctness of his decision. How could there be so many English letters on a mathematics paper? The moment he stepped out of the campus, he was intercepted by a throng of journalists armed with cameras. It dawned on him that he was the first to emerge. Hello, student. How would you assess the difficulty of this examination? Hello, student. Do you feel confident being the first one out? Hello, student. A barrage of questions ensnared Chen Teng. With a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, Difficulty? I wouldn't know. I can't answer any of it. Shock 10, confusion 5, pity 10. As he uttered these words, a mechanical electronic notification chimed. Indeed, Chen Teng possessed a system. By collecting emotional points, he could partake in a lottery, winning a variety of rewards. This was precisely why he felt emboldened to embrace his apathy. As for confidence, I'm quite assured he'll score 150 without a doubt. Are you implying that you are confident in achieving a perfect score in mathematics? The journalist's eyes sparkled at Chen Teng's declaration. No, that's for all subjects combined. Chen Teng replied, somewhat bewildered by the reporter's reaction. Didn't I mention that I wouldn't know any of it? Why do you think I could score perfectly? Perceiving the look of disbelief on Chen Teng's face, the journalist felt a pang of discrimination. Unhappiness 10, strangeness 10, pity 5. So, given your poor performance, have you contemplated what you might do in the future? The reporter inquired, eager to hear the flippant youth's response. I suppose he'll play at being the world's richest person, Chen Teng stated with a hint of seriousness. This was no jest. The year was 2011, and the timeline of Blue Star paralleled that of Earth, allowing Chen Teng to leverage insights from a decade ahead. Moreover, he possessed a system. If this could not assist him in ascending to the pinnacle of life, he believed he might as well end it all. The reporters were taken aback by his proclamation. To aspire to be the world's richest individual? With such poor performance, he still dreamed of that lofty title. Mockery 20, pity 10. So, dear student, at what stage of effort are you currently? How far do you reckon you are from becoming the world's wealthiest? My net worth has just surpassed 10 million. I suppose that marks the first step of a long journey. He spoke the truth. Upon binding the system, he was granted a chance to draw from a lottery. The prize was a lengthy, online novel titled Martial Movement in the Celestial Sphere. Consequently, Chen Teng uploaded this book to the largest online literature platform in this world, Jiangshan Chinese Network. As the system implanted the content in Chen Teng's mind rather than providing a finished product, he had to dedicate himself to diligent writing over the past 3 months. In the first month, he merely signed a mediocre contract. By the second month, he had entered the top 10 of the bestseller list, earning 3 million. By the third month, he had already claimed the #1 spot. Now, in the fourth month, the royalties had yet to arrive. Nonetheless, Chen Teng felt no shame in claiming a net worth of 10 million for the time being. His remarks elicited laughter from the surrounding reporters. Some believed he was joking, while others thought his poor exam results had dealt him a significant blow. As Chen Teng observed the influx of emotional value, his heart swelled with joy. This interview had significantly boosted his emotional value by several hundred points. If fortune favored him, the content of the interview might even be published online, likely leading to another surge of emotional value. "I am off. Goodbye," Chen Teng announced as he departed from the crowd, opening his system interface. Emotional value 10274. During this period, Chen Teng's lackadaisical attitude at school had evoked a myriad of emotions from his teachers and classmates. His diligent desk mate envied Chen Teng's apparent ease. Teachers felt a mix of frustration and disappointment at Chen Teng's feigned diligence and declining grades. Naturally, there were those who looked down upon him, and it was thanks to them that he had accumulated such a wealth of emotional value. Having surpassed 10,000, I can now partake in a lottery. Chen Teng contemplated his emotional value, ready for a grand lottery draw. The system's lottery was categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, costing 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 for each draw. Respectively, he'll opt for 10 beginner draws. Faced with the choice between 10 beginner draws and 1 intermediate, Chen Teng chose the former, recalling his previous luck. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Proficient in English. Thank you for your patronage. Plants vs. Zombies. A 2 out of 10 draw rate left Chen Teng unimpressed. However, the 2 items he received were considerably valuable. Upon achieving proficiency in English, he finally realized that a shu and aing were not actually together. They had merely transformed into a form that Chen Teng could not comprehend. If that is the case, perhaps my grades could reach a specialized level. Although he had been slacking off, Chen Teng did not wish to continuously worry his parents by being summoned to school. Thus, he continued to feign earnest study, managing to achieve a score of 20 or 30 in each subject. The remaining gem among his endeavors was the game Plants vs. Zombies, a delightful surprise. To encapsulate the brilliance of this game in a single phrase, it is one of the most popular games globally. Suitable for all ages, with simple controls and charming graphics, it has generated a staggering profit of $1 billion for PopCap games. This game was already part of Chen Teng's plans. He initially intended to use the royalties from his writing to acquire a gaming company after the college entrance examination, with aspirations to revive iconic masterpieces like Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and Temple Run, given their relatively low production difficulty. Little did he expect to draw Plants vs. Zombies directly from the system. This fortunate turn of events significantly lightened his load. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his pocket. Upon investigation, he discovered a USB drive, likely containing the game. With this thought in mind, Chen Teng pedaled his bicycle with increasing urgency, eager to release this game and allow the world to experience the allure of PvZ. Chapter 2. Envisioning the Future. The Strategy for Plants vs. Zombies. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Joy 20 joy 20 joy, 10-0, you're back? How'd you do on the exam? Chen Teng's mother, Jiang Meiji, peeked her head out from the kitchen, her face lighting up with joy. Not too bad. You know, I believe in your abilities, but you must take your exams seriously. Who knows? You might exceed expectations and get into a good university. All right, I'll do my best. Chen Teng did not conceal his writing endeavors from his parents. Initially, they were opposed, but upon seeing his earnings, they chose to adopt a more open-minded approach. Thus, when faced with Chen Teng's apparent indifference, Jiang Meiji refrained from further comment. "It's good that you're home. Make sure to rest well," said his father, Chen Jiangwo, with a warm smile. Both of his parents were genuinely kind-hearted and benevolent. Chen Teng's less-than-stellar academic performance could be attributed in part to his parents' indulgence. During his youth, he was unruly, neglecting his studies, while his parents struggled to rein him in. It was only upon growing older that he recognized the folly of his earlier ways. Upon arriving in this parallel world, Chen Teng vowed to honor his parents diligently. "Zhongdong, why don't you greet me?" Chen Teng's younger sister, Chen Lily, glanced up from the sofa, her gaze meeting his. She was merely a year younger than Chen Teng and shared his mischievous nature. In response to his calling her Little Deng, she playfully referred to him as Zhongding. "Ah, the tables have turned. I was contemplating whether to buy my dear sister concert tickets, but now it seems." Chen Teng sighed and shook his head as he made his way to his room. Upon hearing about the concert tickets, Chen Lily sprang up from the sofa. Brother, dear brother, I was wrong. Face the wall and reflect. Chen Teng pointed to the white wall of the living room. While reflecting on the wall, earn me tickets? Lily looked at Chen Teng with hopeful eyes. Not in a million years. Chen Teng had already retreated to his room, leaving Lily to face the metaphorical door he had closed on her, one that led to her favorite triad of rejection. Chen Lily was stomping her feet in frustration at the entrance. Her parents merely smiled and said nothing upon witnessing this scene. The playful bickering between them was indeed a warm and harmonious sight. Chen Teng opened the computer in his room, retrieved a USB drive, and plugged it in. Lo and behold, the USB contained a copy of Plants vs. Zombies. Well, this has all been prepared for me. I simply need to upload it to the platform, he thought, adhering to the principle that caution is never unwarranted as he launched the game. Upon hearing the familiar background music, Chen Teng recognized that this was indeed Plants vs. Zombies. After playing for approximately an hour and ensuring there were no bugs, he opened the Steam platform that he registered as a developer, submitted a deposit, and uploaded the game. After completing this process, he merely had to await approval for the game to connect with players around the world. Having accomplished this, it was time for dinner. At the dining table, Chen Lily gazed at Chen Teng with a wistful expression. All right, if you perform well on your exams, it'll get you concert tickets, Chen Teng said, still hoping his sister would focus on her studies. He wished for Chen Lily to have ample confidence and freedom when choosing her path in life. Many avenues in life necessitate both education and financial means. Now that they had the latter, it was only natural to strive for the former. However, even if Chen Lily decided to take a laid-back approach in the future, Chen Teng would still support her financially, treating her like a beloved pet. Yay! You're the best, brother! Chen Lily cheered. In the Chen household, there was no rule against speaking during meals, and Chen Teng found it heartwarming to share conversations with his family behind closed doors. Of course, the situation would differ when they were guests elsewhere. Oh, you just spoil her at this rate. She'll never marry, Jiang Meiji remarked with a fond smile in her eyes. If she doesn't marry, then she doesn't marry. At worst, Chen, will support her for life. Chen Jiangwo declared, thumping his chest. All right, you take care of her, Jiang Meiji laughed. In truth, she was reluctant to see her daughter leave in the future. After dinner, Chen Teng returned to his room to prepare a job posting. Although the system had provided him with a complete version of Plants vs. Zombies, Chen Teng was determined to proceed with his original plan of establishing a company. He could not guarantee that, with the passage of time, the game would remain free of bugs. Should any arise, they would need to be addressed. Given the immense potential of the Plants vs. Zombies IP, Chen Teng planned to continually update it with downloadable content to generate revenue. Despite the consensus that PVZ2 was a poorly designed pay-to-win game, it nonetheless featured intriguing mechanics and plans that could easily be released as DLC. Furthermore, Chen Teng intended to develop a simple modding tool, inviting gaming enthusiasts from the community to partake in mod creation, but he had not forgotten that this game had inspired several fascinating unofficial modifications on Earth, such as the 95 version and hybrid versions. These community mods could significantly enhance the game's richness and longevity. Additionally, Chen Teng aimed to develop a domestic gaming platform to host Plants vs. Zombies on this new venue. A multitude of thoughts requires substantial talent to support them. Naturally, all of this must be grounded in the success of Plants vs. Zombies. Should Plants vs. Zombies falter, all would become mere idle chatter. Yet could it truly fail? Chen Teng believed the possibility of such an eventuality to be non-existent. He left his contact information on various recruitment websites and local forums, every conceivable platform for disseminating job postings. Upon publishing the recruitment information, Chen Teng resumed his work on the content for Martial Movement of the Celestial Sphere. No one comprehended the commercial potential of this book better than he did. Setting aside the intrinsic value of the text itself, the wealth derived from its derivatives constituted a vast treasure trove. Chen Teng would not neglect this immense opportunity simply because he had acquired Plants vs. Zombies, that he was now an adult. Adults aspire to have it all. The following morning, Chen Teng rose once more to head to the examination hall. He did not intend to attend university like an ordinary student, however. His parents' mindset could not be easily altered, and they still harbored hopes that he would pursue higher education like everyone else. Since he was not particularly busy during this period, he decided to spend each day at the examination hall, allowing time to pass. After completing the exams, he would sleep, and upon waking, he would submit his papers. If unable to do so, He would simply wait a little longer. When he finally finished the last exam and submitted his paper, the previously tranquil examination hall erupted into raucous cheers. They were liberated. 3 years of arduous study had culminated in this moment, and they were filled with anticipation for the lengthy summer vacation that lay ahead. Just as Chen Teng contemplated returning home, a pair of large hands landed on his shoulders. Teng, I haven't seen you in a few days. Now that the college entrance examination is over, where are you planning to go for fun? The voice was instantly recognizable. It was Huaguo, a close friend from high school, known for his straightforwardness and loyalty. The two had shared a strong bond during their school days and maintained some contact throughout university. Unfortunately, as they entered the workforce, they gradually drifted apart. That life's demands and the responsibilities of family made it difficult to find time for gatherings, often resulting in years passing without a reunion. Now that the college entrance examination is over, it's time to earn some money, Chen Teng replied. Earning money? Are you considering factory work? Shall we go together? No. Chen Teng waved his hand dismissively. Under no circumstances did he wish to associate himself with factory labor. By the way, Tengu, regarding that class reunion, Zhao Xueshi is planning to attend as well. Are you truly not going? Chapter 3. The close friend Guiyuan and the school belle Zhao Xueshi hold a significant place in Chen Teng's memory. They were classmates throughout elementary, middle, and high school, and shared the additional bond of being neighbors. This dual connection often led their playful classmates to tease them as a couple. However, Zhao Xueshi never harbored any romantic feelings for Chen Teng. In their childhood, they enjoyed playful companionship due to their proximity as neighbors and classmates. As they transitioned to middle school, their paths began to diverge. Chen Teng's academic performance declined, prompting Zhao Xueshi's mother to voice concerns about her daughter associating with him, labeling him as a bad influence. This sentiment inexplicably spread beyond their immediate circle. Chen Teng vividly recalls the day when Jiang Meiji, who is typically mild-mannered and unbothered by others' antics, confronted Zhao Xueshi's mother at her doorstep. You may criticize my son's academic struggles, and you may advise your daughter to avoid him, but you must not call him a bad child. An apology is warranted. Naturally, Zhao Xueshi's mother was reluctant to concede. At that time, society was rife with such stereotypes. Poor academic performance equated to a bad child. This bias, regrettably, persists even today. Consequently, Jiang Meiji began to take leave from work, standing vigil at Zhao Xueshi's home daily, until, under duress, Zhao Xueshi's mother eventually apologized. From that moment on, their amicable, neighborly relationship soured, and the distance between Zhao Xueshi and Chen Teng grew even wider. This estrangement became one of the reasons Chen Teng later felt a sense of injustice. Jiang Meiji had always supported him, yet he failed to meet her expectations, only realizing this truth much later. It is often said that like mother, like daughter. In high school, Zhao Xueshi adopted her mother's views, believing that poor grades signified a bad character. Those who ranked outside the top 10 in class were deemed unworthy of her attention. As for Chen Teng, burdened with numerous disadvantages, he became even more irrelevant to Zhao Xueshi. Fortunately, despite his troubled youth, he never harbored feelings for her. Guiyuan, I truly have no thoughts about Zhao Xueshi, Chen Teng insisted, but she is so beautiful, excels in her studies, and you two share such a childhood bond, Guiyuan remarked, unable to comprehend. Chen Teng could not help but roll his eyes. Who dictated that childhood friends must have a close relationship? How many times must I reiterate that I have no feelings for her? Please, stop bringing her up. Are you really not going to the class reunion? Guiyuan inquired. I want to be attending, Chen Teng replied resolutely. He found it difficult to engage with peers as he did in high school. Many of the topics seemed absurdly juvenile to him, to the point where he had no desire to participate. This left Guiyuan perplexed. But everyone else is going. That cannot be your reason for attending. If you feel a profound bond with them and wish to bid farewell at the reunion, then by all means go. But do not attend simply because others are. You must maintain your independence. This wisdom was one that Chen Teng would come to understand only later. In his previous life during university, Chen Teng attended a mediocre institution where most students idled their time away. Following the crowd, he too embraced this carefree lifestyle. After all, Isn't that what college life is all about? But eventually, he realized everyone's circumstances differed. There was one fellow student who led the pack in revelry, skipping classes from the very first day, inciting Chen Teng and his roommates to follow suit. Night after night, they stayed up till 3 or 4 in the morning. Seeing someone indulge so recklessly, Chen Teng and the others joined in. In the end, none of them graduated. Yet, that ringleader came from a wealthy family, living comfortably off rental income. A diploma? What difference would that make to his fortune? He couldn't even be bothered to collect his completion certificate, content with just a high school education. When Huaguo heard Chen Teng recount this, he nodded vaguely in understanding. Chen Teng didn't elaborate further. Some lessons can't truly be grasped through words alone. Countless profound truths flood the internet. Yet most people only internalize them after suffering the consequences. I'm heading home for dinner. Want to join? Better not. All right, see you. They parted ways, each returning to their own homes. The moment Chen Teng stepped inside, he booted up his computer to write. But before he could get far, a notification pinged from KK, the most popular messaging platform in this world. Opening it, he found a message in the class group chat. Ah, it's Mr. Know-It-All. Chen Teng smirked. This self-proclaimed expert, Sun Jun, had been a prominent figure in their high school. Wealthy, consistently ranking in the top 10 academically, and decent-looking. But he had one glaring flaw, an insatiable need to show off. Between classes, he'd loudly recount his overseas travels. His signature interjection in conversations was, "You're mistaken. Here's how it really is." The only time Chen Teng appreciated him was during lectures, when Sun Jun would blurt out answers to the teacher's questions. That alone wouldn't have been an issue. But Sun Jun had a crush on Zhao Xueshi. Even though Chen Teng and Zhao Xueshi had no mutual interest, Sun Jun, like many classmates, assumed they were close. Thus, Sun Jun often subtly targeted Chen Teng. Chen Teng, hot-tempered himself, had even fought Sun Jun before. So when Sun Jun tagged him now, it certainly wasn't for pleasantries. Chen Teng, heard you're skipping the reunion? Don't worry, I'll cover all expenses. Just a few grand, no big deal. A flurry of replies followed, echoing Sun Jun's tone. While most high schoolers weren't so materialistic, some had already learned the allure of money and eagerly sided with him. Chen Teng ignored it. He saw right through Sun Jun's scheme, using the reunion to grandstand, belittle others to impress Zhao Xueshi, and undermine his rival. Back then, Chen Teng had foolishly attended, only to leave humiliated. At present, he harbors no interest in such matters. As for comparisons, he possesses even less inclination towards them. Although emotional value is indeed a factor, what worth do these classmates hold in terms of emotional value? The true path lies in establishing the company swiftly, harvesting the emotional value of the nation and even the globe. Huaguo continued to engage in conversation with Chen Teng in the group chat, but upon seeing this, Chen Teng quickly initiated a private chat, urging him to refrain from speaking. The more they discussed, the more fervent the exchanges became. Huaguo, perplexed by Chen Teng's sudden change in temperament, ultimately decided to abandon any arguments with Sun Jun and others. By the way, Huaguo, should you find yourself intrigued by the realms of company management or game development, consider majoring in finance or computer science when the time comes. I am planning to establish a gaming company in the future. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Weigh your options carefully according to your own interests. Regardless of the major you choose, deliberate thoroughly, and at the very least, research future employment prospects online. Chen Teng recalled that in his previous life, Huaguo had chosen civil engineering as his major. After graduation, they would meet for meals, during which Huaguo would lament extensively, expressing regret for not having explored the field more thoroughly. He could only describe it as a lamentable situation. Now that the college entrance examination has concluded, Chen Teng felt it was time to remind him. If Huaguo were to choose civil engineering again, Chen Teng would find it amusing. Having finished his writing, Chen Teng logged back onto the local forum, where he discovered responses to the recruitment information he had posted. Chapter 4. The general manager's interview on the 5th day after the college entrance examination. Chen Teng stepped out carrying his laptop. Today marked the day he had arranged to meet with a candidate for an interview. After discussing online, he had found a rather satisfactory applicant and was eager to meet in person. The chosen venue was a CAF in Yongcheng, as Chen Teng had yet to rent an office space. Upon arriving at the CAF, he spotted a woman clad in a black suit jacket. In the entire CAF, she was the only one dressed so formally, looking exactly as she had in the photos shared online. "Hello, are you Linya?" Chen Teng inquired, taking a seat across from her, somewhat astonished by her appearance. Her nose was elegantly petite, her lips naturally tinted with a rosy hue, and her facial contours were soft, with a slightly pointed yet rounded chin. Her skin was fair and delicate, reminiscent of fine porcelain. Her small ears were charmingly concealed amidst her shoulder-length hair. She wore light makeup, enhancing her beauty as if she had been touched by a filter. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" "My name is Chen Teng." "Chen Teng?" Linya's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him. Prior to their meeting, they had exchanged names, but she hadn't anticipated that Chen Teng would appear so youthful, almost resembling a college student. Sitting down opposite her, Chen Teng could sense her astonishment without needing to glance at the system prompts. "Previously, we had a brief discussion online. You mentioned that you graduated from university just a year ago. I would like to inquire about your understanding of the gaming industry, as our company is set to become a gaming enterprise in the near future. I believe the gaming industry holds immense potential, especially with the ongoing development of the internet and the economy. It is certainly gaining increasing attention." Linya responded earnestly, still somewhat dazed by the initial shock. Chen Teng observed her closely, noting the absence of disdain or condescension in her demeanor, which indicated a high likelihood of her sincerity. "It's good to see you have a positive outlook on the gaming industry. I wouldn't want to hire someone who lacks faith in it. I noticed you have interned at other companies and graduated from the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Why have you chosen my small company?" Linya had anticipated this question. She quickly responded with her premeditated answer, "Because I aspire to gain a more comprehensive understanding of enterprise management. In my previous internship, everyone had distinct roles, allowing for a wealth of focused knowledge, yet it lacked breadth. Hence, I wish to explore a smaller company, and, coincidentally, yours was the highest-priced listing on the forum, prompting me to give it a try. Additionally, my home is nearby. I studied here before attending university." Chen Teng nodded slightly. "Allow me to clarify the current status of my company. We have yet to register for business. If you join, you will be the sole employee, and you will need to personally manage all aspects of the company's establishment. Can you accept that?" Linya's mouth parted slightly. Chen Teng had indicated on the forum that it was a very new and small startup, yet she had not imagined it would be this nascent. "I can." Linya hesitated for a moment before speaking. "May I ask a few questions?" "Of course," Chen Teng replied, "regarding your funding and the concept for the first project. As for the funding, I will take you to the ATM shortly to check the balance. The first project is right here." Chen Teng pointed to a nearby computer bag and retrieved a laptop. The booting speed was not particularly swift, taking around 20 seconds to start up. Once the computer was operational, Chen Teng launched Plants vs. Zombies and turned the screen towards Linya. "You can play for a while. Are you done?" Shocked 10, she had not anticipated that despite his youthful appearance and the fact that starting a company was merely an idea for him, the project was already in existence. Throughout their conversation, Linya had gradually begun to perceive Chen Teng as somewhat unreliable. Yet now, she found him suddenly more credible. "All right, I'll give it a try. By the way, here are the headphones. They're new, so feel free to use them." Chen Teng handed her the headphones he had prepared in advance. The background music of Plants vs. Zombies was also quite remarkable. Linya took the headphones, plugged them into the computer's 3.5mm jack, and began to play. As she entered the game, a rather peculiar yet pleasant background tune greeted her. The game's main interface displayed a tombstone. "Let us embark on an adventure," she thought. Seeing options, play minigames, puzzle mode, survival mode. Currently, only the first option was illuminated. She clicked on it, and the background music transformed into something a bit more eerie, accompanied by a sinister laugh, startling Linya slightly. Additionally, a green zombie hand emerged from below. Upon entering, an opening animation showcased adorable plants battling grotesque zombies. Linya found herself mildly intrigued. As a woman, she dreaded the thought of being presented with an action game. She would struggle to discern its merits. However, judging by the art style, the difficulty appeared manageable. The tutorial was straightforward and not challenging. In the first level, she was tasked with collecting sunlight to plant peas. It didn't seem too difficult. Upon completing the first level, she was rewarded with a sunflower. The second level taught her how to utilize the sunflower. Cherry bombs, walnut barriers. Linya acquired various charming plants, and the pathways within the levels evolved from a single route to 5. It appeared quite enjoyable. Unbeknownst to her, Linya became engrossed in the game. Meanwhile, Chen Teng was engrossed in the news on his feature phone. At this time, smartphones had already been released, and Sun Jun was constantly flaunting his iPhone 4. However, Chen Teng had not purchased one. To him, the current iPhone 4 served a purpose similar to that of feature phone. Although there were already some mini-games available, due to the parallel world, games like Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds, which were supposed to be launched, had yet to appear. Chen Teng checked and discovered that the companies developing those games did not exist in this world. While perusing the news, he failed to notice a bus halting beside the CAF due to a red light. On the bus, Zhao Xueshi, accompanied by a close female friend, was en route to a class reunion at a hotel. Also in their company was Sun Jun. Although he could have requested his parents to drive him, he opted to take a detour to Zhao Xueshi's home first, seizing the opportunity for a lengthier conversation with her before boarding the bus to the hotel. "Look, isn't that Chen Teng?" Wang Yu, Zhao Xueshi's dear friend, exclaimed as she linked arms with Zhao Xueshi, excitement evident in her voice while gazing at Chen Teng. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, both Sun Jun and Zhao Xueshi instinctively turned their attention to the CAF visible through the bus window. Indeed, seated by the window was Chen Teng, accompanied by the striking Linya. How curious. What brings him here? And who is that enchanting woman across from him? Wang Yu remarked, unable to contain her intrigue. Perhaps he saw my recent post about my father bringing back some Kopi Luwak from abroad and wanted to indulge in it himself. As for that woman, she pales in comparison to Xueshi, Sun Jun replied, his confidence faltering as he scrutinized Linya. In truth, he found Linya exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing the allure of the female secretary at his father's company. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Chen Teng for sharing a table with such a stunning woman. Nevertheless, in the presence of Zhao Xueshi, he would not be foolish enough to voice his true sentiments. Chapter 5. Ecstatic. Chen Teng's grand gesture, what he does, is of no concern to me. Also, please refrain from calling me Xueshi, the girl spoke, her lips parting slightly. Like countless fresh graduates, Zhao Xueshi maintained the habit of tying her hair in a ponytail. Dressed in a light blue short-sleeve shirt that accentuated her youthful figure, her delicate features exuded an air of indifference, appearing utterly detached from the world around her. Indeed, it is none of our business. Yet, this fellow is remarkably callous. Skipping our class reunion to be with another woman shows a complete disregard for our camaraderie. Sun Jun shook his head repeatedly, as if Chen Teng had committed an unspeakable crime. His attendance at the gathering was inconsequential. Soon, we would inhabit entirely different realms. Yes, precisely. Such a person is destined to toil away in a factory for a meager salary of less than 3,000 a month. Unlike me, who will inherit family wealth upon graduation, Chen Teng lacks even the qualification to work under me. As Sun Jun spoke, he cast a glance, both intentional and unintentional, towards Zhao Xueshi. However, her expression remained unchanged, and she showed no inclination to engage further. Sun Jun pondered for a moment before a thought struck him. By the way, have you ever watched videos on your phone? Watching videos on a phone? I've heard that the data can be quite expensive. Wang Yu's curiosity was indeed piqued as she looked towards Sun Jun. Sun Jun waved dismissively. How expensive could it be? 200 yuan for 5 gigabytes. It's hardly a burden. Wang Yu's eyes widened. 5 gigabytes? How many megabytes is that? Haha, 1 gigabyte is 1,024 megabytes. Not much at all, Sun Jun replied, brimming with pride. Can it really stream videos? Of course. Sun Jun was eager to showcase his iPhone 4. He began to explain the phone's features to Wang Yu, frequently glancing back at Zhao Xueshi. Coming from a modest background, Zhao Xueshi's family had not purchased an iPhone 4, and the marvel of such a device drew her attention towards Sun Jun's phone. The oversized screen, the entirely different operating method, it instantly captivated Zhao Xueshi. What do you think, class monitor? Would you like to give it a try? Unable to call Zhao Xueshi by her name, Sun Jun resorted to addressing her by her class title. Zhao Xueshi shook her head. Though her curiosity was piqued, she declined Sun Jun's offer. In her view, while Sun Jun's academic performance was significantly better than Chen Teng's, making him capable of conversing with her, he still fell short when compared to those who truly excelled in their studies. I'll show you how the phone plays videos. Sun Jun didn't have any videos saved on his phone, but he was not one to be short on funds. He quickly began browsing the internet for videos. High school students boasting arrogantly. This ought to be interesting. Let us see what he has to say. Sun Jun felt a surge of excitement. The title seemed promising for critique. As he clicked into the video, his eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that Chen Teng? How did he end up in the news? However, the joy in his heart swelled even more as the video continued. What could be more satisfying than criticizing Chen Teng? What a surprise. An absolutely delightful surprise. He slightly raised his voice to ensure all three of them could hear. Have you ever thought about what you'll do in the future? Maybe aim to become the world's richest person for fun. How far along are you in your efforts? Just crossed the 10 million mark in net worth. This exchange made Sun Jun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 10 million? Does he even know how many zeros that is? A full 7. My father only recently reached that level after years of hard work, and he dares to claim the same? Zhao Xueshi also found Chen Teng's boasting utterly ridiculous, and her impression of him worsened. She frowned slightly, and noticing this, Sun Jun became even more relentless in his mockery. Pathetic. Chen Teng is truly pathetic. Wealth is something you either have or you don't. What is the point of pretending? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that woman sitting across from him was deceived by his empty boasts. If that is true, it's truly despicable. Zhao Xueshi couldn't help but add. Sun Jun felt his heart skip a beat. She responded. Zhao Xueshi actually engaged with his words. Let me tell you, there was this employee in my father's company who loved to exaggerate. Sun Jun launched into a tirade of disdain for Chen Teng. Meanwhile, on Chen Teng's side, contempt 10, NB 10, contempt 10, NB 10, contempt 10, NB 10. Staring at the system notifications, Chen Teng was dumbfounded. Who was despising him? Linda? He glanced at her, absorbed in her game. Unlikely. Who was envious? The other patrons in the CAF? He scanned the room. Everyone was minding their own business. That didn't seem right either. System, can you identify the source of these emotions? Chen Teng asked mentally. To his surprise, the system provided detailed information. Contempt from Sunday, June 10th. Envy from Sunday, June 10th. Contempt from Zhao Xueshi 10th. Envy from Sunday, June 10th. Contempt for Wang Yu 10th. Envy from Sunday, June 10th. Chen Teng was speechless. Seriously, dude? A jealousy machine? In this short time, the other two only contributed twice, but you managed 4? He checked his KK messages, but the group chat showed no discussion about him. Unable to make sense of the situation, he decided to let it go. After all, the emotional feedback was beneficial. How do you feel? Linya, still wearing headphones, didn't respond. Chen Teng lightly tapped the table, snapping her out of her trance. Astonishment, 100 incredible. This is the best game I've ever played. Linya removed her headphones, her beautiful eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Though she had always believed in the gaming industry's potential, she never imagined she'd become so utterly engrossed in a game herself. Games, in essence, are merely a diversion to indulge in during moments of boredom, are they not? What is there to be so enthralled by? However, her perspective has undergone a remarkable transformation. Games possess an undeniable allure that can captivate one's attention. Even she, who seldom engages in gaming, finds this particular game enjoyable, leading her to confidently predict its impending success. Chen, boss, did you truly create this game? What else could it be? Chen Teng chuckled at the absurdity of the notion that a single individual could craft such a masterpiece. Indeed, he shamelessly nodded. Boss, you're truly remarkable. Admiration 100. Hold your praise for now. Shall I take you to the ATM to show you my funds? No need, even if you were penniless at this moment. This game alone could certainly sustain a company, Linya replied earnestly. Initially, she harbored doubts about Chen Teng, considering his youthful appearance and apparent lack of preparation for running a company. Yet, upon witnessing his offerings, her trust was fully restored. In that case, let us discuss your compensation. Share your expectations. a monthly salary of 8,000, along with 3 insurances and a housing fund. Pardon? 7,000. I meant to say 7,000. Linya recoiled slightly, fearing she had overstepped. She genuinely believed in the potential of Chen Teng's company. If the enterprise flourished, she could accumulate substantial managerial experience. Even with a modest salary, her future career transitions could be bolstered by her expertise and the prestige of a large corporation. You are applying for the position of general manager, and you seek 8,000? What was your previous salary? Chen Teng did not perceive Linya's request as excessive, but rather as insufficient. What kind of company offers only 8,000 to its general manager? 7,000. I was merely an assistant before. However, I believe I am capable of handling most tasks, having learned and assisted with many responsibilities in my previous position. Let us do this for a 3-month probationary period. I will offer you a post-tax salary of 8,000, along with 5 insurances and a housing fund, triple overtime pay, and bonuses based on performance. If I ascertain that you possess the capability to fulfill the role of general manager, a minimum of 20,000 will be guaranteed, with no upper limit, and your salary will increase thereafter. Shock 100, excitement 100, excitement 100. Linya was momentarily overwhelmed by this stroke of fortune. An 8,000 post-tax salary over 11 years would undoubtedly surpass 99 of her peers. Moreover, this was merely the probationary phase. In that instant, Linya's desire to work under Chen Teng until retirement reached its zenith. Chapter 6. The Class Reunion. A smile harder to suppress than AK after finalizing the terms. Chen Teng handed the necessary information for company registration to Linya. What shall we name the company? Tengda. This name carries dual significance. It is derived from the phrase Feiwang Tengda, implying soaring success. And it also serves as an acronym expressing the hope that Chen Teng will achieve prosperity. You will be responsible for hiring, or you may consider engaging a professional HR. Regarding salaries, they must surpass industry standards. As for benefits, comprehensive coverage and overtime pay are essential. Chen Teng firmly believes that in this world, financial incentives are the most reliable motivators. To secure employees' unwavering loyalty, remuneration cannot be lacking. Excellent management paired with generous compensation equals loyal employees. Conversely, superior management alongside meager pay. Chen Teng does not subscribe to the notion that exceptional management can coexist with inadequate remuneration. Understood. Linya comprehended Chen Teng's perspective on employee treatment. She resolved to assist him diligently in managing the company, determined not to betray his trust and expectations. A boss willing to delegate authority while offering high salaries is indeed a rare gem. If there is nothing else, I shall head home now. All right, goodbye, boss. Linya bid farewell to Chen Teng with utmost decorum. She retrieved the materials from Chen Teng to prepare for the company registration. Suddenly, she noticed the age on Chen Teng's ID copy, 18. Chen Teng is merely 18 years old. Linya had never imagined he was so youthful. Hadn't he just completed his college entrance examinations? She felt as though her own 4 years of university, followed by a year of work, had aged her considerably. Are high school students today truly this formidable? Shock 100 at that moment. A phone call interrupted her thoughts. Oh, all right. I'll be there shortly. It will take about half an hour, but I am a bit busy and can only stay for a short while. Tianhao Grand Hotel. This establishment is a renowned hotel in Yongcheng, where many choose to host their wedding banquets. Sun Jun graciously guided Zhao Xueshi and Wang Yu. I frequent this hotel, as my father often meets with various CEOs and chairpersons here. To be honest, I am rather weary of it. Next time, I'll treat you to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The cuisine there is truly exceptional. Sun Jun's intention was clear. The Tianhao Grand Hotel was beneath his notice. He led the two to the entrance of the banquet hall on the 3rd floor, where a substantial number of classmates had already gathered. The moment Zhao Xueshi made her entrance, male classmates gasped in awe. Without her school uniform, she left them utterly mesmerized. Sun Jun instinctively straightened his posture. Although he had no significant connection with Zhao Xueshi, they had at least traveled together by bus, making him feel somewhat closer to her than the other boys. Ah, Manager Wu. Sun Jun suddenly spotted a manager nearby, arranging the dishes, and promptly greeted him with enthusiasm. Manager Wu turned to see a young lad cheerfully acknowledging him. Although they were unfamiliar with each other, he approached with a professional smile. Long time no see, long time no see. You seem much more spirited lately. Manager Wu jovially praised Sun Jun, who already had a straight posture, seemed to stand even taller. In the eyes of this group of inexperienced high school students, the title of manager still held considerable weight. Why is Manager Wu personally serving the dishes? Of course, because you are esteemed guests. I must personally serve to express my respect. Manager Wu replied with a smile. There was no such thing as esteemed guests. It was merely a matter of inadequate manpower that necessitated his involvement as the manager. Sun Jun's vanity swelled instantly. The male and female classmates present exchanged glances at Sun Jun. Their perceptions transformed. They were surprised to learn how impressive Sun Jun was, knowing the manager here. Indeed, his family runs a large company. Quite capable, Sun Yun. Call him Brother Sun. Brother Sun is amazing. Manager Wu caught sight of their reactions out of the corner of his eye, quickly understanding the young man's intentions. Cooperation was all that was required. Thus, I shall take the liberty of adding a dish for each table here. The total cost for the banquet hall was over 30,000. Offering a few inexpensive dishes was entirely reasonable. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Manager Wu. After finishing his conversation with Manager Wu, Sun Jun sat down at Zhao Xuexi's table. A few male classmates clumsily attempted to emulate social etiquette by toasting Sun Jun. Brother Sun is incredible. Even the manager here knows him. Though we have just graduated, it is clear that Brother Sun is the most promising among us. Brother Sun is formidable. Sun Jun's smile was more difficult to suppress than an AK. Yet he waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, it's nothing. In my opinion, the class leader is the best student in our class, with an undoubtedly boundless future. Absolutely. The class leader and Brother Sun are the two most promising in our class. What was that phrase again? Golden boy and jade girl. Yes. Golden boy and jade girl. Sun Jun shot a glance at Zhao Xuexi, immediately furrowing his brow. Stop talking nonsense. The class leader won to be pleased. Yet that smile. It simply could not be contained. Soon, all the classmates gathered, and the homeroom teacher arrived to celebrate their graduation. Guo Yuan sat at another table, observing Sun Jun's smug demeanor. Look at Sun Jun, so self-satisfied. I really want to give him a couple of slaps. He stood at a height of 180 centimeters and was quite robust. The classmates at this table shared a palpable disdain for Sun Jun. What? Just because his family has a bit of money? What is there to show off about? If one didn't know better, they'd think this hotel belongs to him. When the time comes, we'll just split the bill at our table. Who needs him to treat us? While some attempted to curry favor with Sun Jun in a bid to imitate societal norms, others scoffed at his ostentatious behavior. Guo Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. After a brief period of eating, Sun Jun found himself unable to resist standing up once more. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow classmates, I wonder if you have seen today's news? Today, I encountered an amusing piece of news that I wish to share with my classmates. It pertains to Chen Teng's interview after he exited the examination hall, a topic that none of my peers seem to be aware of. Sun Jun, ever the show-off, brandished his new iPhone 4 and flaunted the videos he had saved on the bus. Brother Sun, your phone looks stunning. Is it that new iPhone? Indeed. My family bought it for me as soon as it was released. I think it cost around 5,000. I can't quite recall, but it was relatively inexpensive. Brother Sun, you truly are remarkable. Wow. Chen Teng claims to be worth millions. He must be exaggerating. The homeroom teacher, wishing to counsel Sun Jun against being overly ostentatious, found himself hesitating, recalling Sun Jun's family background. As long as they do not venture into entrepreneurship, their wealth seems inexhaustible. What does it matter if one is a bit flamboyant? The classmates erupted in laughter, mocking Chen Teng's bravado. Guo Yuan, unable to contain himself, stood up and declared, I believe Brother Teng. If he says he has millions, then he must. Sun Jun scoffed. Just because he says it, does it make it true? I could just as easily claim my wealth exceeds 1 billion. Exactly. Such boastfulness without any basis. Sun Jun's family genuinely possessed 1 billion. So his claims were not entirely unfounded. Chen Teng, with his poor academic performance and penchant for boasting, would likely never earn the right to work for Sun Jun. Sun Jun laughed heartily, inciting Guo Yuan to the point of wanting to punch him. At that moment, the homeroom teacher intervened. All right, everyone, we are classmates. Let's speak with a little more decorum. Chen Teng was merely jesting, nothing harmful. Despite the teacher's inclination to view Chen Teng's remarks as mere bravado, he preferred to categorize them as light-hearted banter. Today, I have invited a senior who graduated years ago to discuss university life with you. The homeroom teacher, respected for his authority, had scolded nearly every student at one point. Now, having recently graduated, his influence still lingered. With the teacher's words, the students felt it inappropriate to continue disparaging Chen Teng. Even Sun Jun could only sit down begrudgingly. Teacher, is the senior beautiful? Ha ha, she is indeed quite lovely. Many boys in our class wrote her love letters, and I had to summon quite a few parents. As the teacher's words faded, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor approached. The door to the banquet hall swung open, accompanied by a melodious voice. I apologize for being late, Teacher Zheng. Chapter 7. The Outstanding Linya, Zhao Xueshi Plus. Dressed in a black coat and a white shirt, Linya's exquisite and delicate face radiated a rosy glow. She embodied youthful vitality, interlaced with a touch of mature femininity. Her entrance instantly captivated the attention of all the young boys present. It seemed she was even more beautiful than Zhao Xueshi, came a whisper from the corner. The homeroom teacher waved at Linya, a broad smile adorning his face. Allow me to introduce you to your senior, Linya, a graduate of the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. This institution ranks among the top 5 in the nation for finance. The teacher proclaimed proudly. Linya was undoubtedly one of his most esteemed students throughout his teaching career. Diligent and eager to learn, she grasped concepts with ease. She greeted the high school students with a smile, unable to suppress a wistful sigh about the joys of youth. However, Sun Jun gazed at Linya as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Yu, the girl we saw on the bus earlier, is this Linya, our senior? He pondered. It seems so. Wang Yu recalled the figure they had glimpsed through the bus and CAF windows, though the view had been somewhat obscured. Sun Jun felt an even greater pang of jealousy towards Chen Teng. Initially, through 2 layers of glass on the bus, he could only vaguely discern Linya's beauty. Yet now, in close proximity, she appeared even more stunning. Hello everyone, I am Linya. To be honest, I am not as remarkable as Teacher Zheng suggests. I missed the top universities by just 7 points during my examinations and chose not to take a gap year, Linya confessed with an embarrassed smile. The classmates were momentarily taken aback. Is this even a reasonable statement? They thought. If they were 7 points shy of the top universities, they certainly wouldn't take a gap year. It was worth noting that none from their school had ever attended a top-tier institution. Teacher Zheng asked me to share insights on choosing and applying for majors, so I shall keep it brief. I personally believe that if you already have a clear vision for your future, it is advisable to select specialized institutions rather than comprehensive universities. For instance, if you aspire to study finance, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics is an excellent choice. If your goal is to work in banking, funds, or securities, you will encounter many alumni from your school who can greatly assist you in your future endeavors. However, if you are uncertain, attending a university in a major city can broaden your horizons, and with a wider perspective, your choices will be more judicious. Nonetheless, the college entrance examination and university are merely phases in life. If you do not perform well in the exams, you can always retake them. If you enroll in a less than ideal university, you can pursue graduate studies. Ultimately, what matters more than your current results is whether you have discovered the path you wish to take in the future. Linya spoke rapidly yet articulately, as she shared her insights from 4 years of university life with the freshly graduated high school students. Many inadvertently overlooked her striking appearance. After about 10 minutes, Linya concluded her reflections. Teacher Zheng, I have finished my talk. Good, good. Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Zheng replied, beaming with delight. Due to the haste of my visit, I did not bring a gift. Next time I come to your home to see you, I must take my leave now as I have some matters to attend to. Take care. As Linya was preparing to depart, Sun Jun suddenly stood up. Senior Lin, he exclaimed. What is it? Sun Jun felt his heart racing. Before him stood Linya, whose beauty rivaled that of Zhao Xueshi, perhaps even surpassing it. With a combination of youthful vitality and feminine charm, Linya could be described as a more refined version of Zhao Xueshi. Furthermore, Linya possessed a warmth and approachability that Zhao Xueshi lacked. Sun Jun shook his head, swiftly dismissing such thoughts. I wanted to ask if you visited a CAF this morning. Yes. Did you meet with Chen Teng at the CAF? Yes, do you know Chen Teng? Linya was perplexed. How could this group of youngsters know her future employer? What a coincidence it would be if her future boss happened to be a student of her high school teacher. I do know him, Senior Lin, but you mustn't be deceived by Chen Teng. Deceived by Chen Teng? Lin Diagru increasingly bewildered. Why was this junior speaking so strangely? Senior, look. Sun Jun stepped forward, but Linya took a few steps back. Although he was merely a high school student, he was still an adult. Linya was not accustomed to being too close to adult males. Sun Jun felt awkward, but still extended his phone screen towards Linya. Upon receiving the phone, Linya watched Chen Teng's interview video. What is this about? Senior Lin, don't you think he is boasting? Not all. Had she not spoken with Chen Teng before, Linya might have thought so. However, after playing Plants vs. Zombies, she firmly believed that Chen Teng was destined to become a rising star in the gaming industry. I believe, if the Chen Teng you know is the same as the one I know, then he is an exceptionally talented individual. The room fell silent. Shock, envy, and jealousy swirled in various emotions. They never anticipated that Chen Teng could earn the approval of such a beautiful woman. For those boys who pretended to impress girls while playing basketball, such admiration was undoubtedly the most coveted. I must take my leave now, as I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye, Teacher Zheng, and farewell to my junior classmates. Linya waved to everyone. She still had to run some errands for Chen Teng. Once Linya departed, the classmates began to discuss among themselves. They were astonished to learn that Chen Teng knew someone as stunning as Senior Linya. No wonder Chen Teng claimed he did not like Zhao Xueshi. They had assumed he was merely being obstinate. If they were acquainted with Senior Linya, they too would not have eyes for Zhao Xueshi. Most of the boys in the class spent their time at school, and the mobile internet and beauty filters were not as advanced as in later years. They had not encountered many remarkably attractive women, only Zhao Xueshi. With her outstanding grades and appearance, Zhao Xueshi had gradually been elevated to a near-perfect status in the boys' eyes, almost to the point of being idolized. Yet, with Linya's arrival, Zhao Xueshi was cast down from her pedestal. During their student years, academic achievements pale in comparison, and physical appearance often holds more sway. Naturally, the boys are drawn to the approachable Lin Yi rather than the aloof Zhao Xueshi. Indeed, how delightful it would be to exchange a few words privately with Senior Lin. One cannot help but envy Chen Teng. Hush, speak quietly. Can't you see the class monitor's displeased expression? Zhao Xueshi clenched her delicate fists, her usual composure replaced by a hint of irritation. After all, she is merely a high school girl, lacking the fortitude to maintain an unfazed demeanor. Wang Yu hastily reassured, I believe Senior Lin is not as beautiful as you. Meanwhile, Sun Jun, unusually oblivious to Zhao Xueshi's feelings, gazed vacantly in the direction Lin Yi had departed, baffled as to why she exhibited no signs of disdain towards Chen Teng. Upon returning home, Chen Teng was filled with perplexity. Why has my emotional value increased so significantly? Chapter 8. Shattered Self-Esteem. An abundance of emotional value. Chen Teng clicked to view the details. Within these details, he encountered his classmates. Initially, the emotions expressed were predominantly disdainful and dismissive. However, as time progressed, these sentiments transformed into envy and jealousy. While Chen Teng could somewhat comprehend the former, the latter left him bewildered. What could he possibly possess that incited such envy? Was it the childhood bond he shared with Zhao Xueshi that stirred such feelings? There were also names he did not recognize, likely individuals from the internet reacting to his news. The emotions from these people were predominantly joyful, perhaps finding amusement in the audacity of this young lad. Nevertheless, the emotional value they contributed was minimal, each individual offering less than 5. In stark contrast, the emotional contributions from his classmates were significantly higher, most exceeding 10. Sun Jun proved to be remarkably influential, consistently contributing values above 20, and doing so frequently. Truly a formidable rival. Yet there was one particular emotion that Chen Teng found perplexing: anger from Zhao Xueshi 20. During his time utilizing the system, Chen Teng had discerned certain patterns. The higher the status of the individual, the more intense the emotion, and consequently, the greater the emotional value offered. Zhao Xuexi's status was hardly elevated, leaving only one possibility: profound emotional intensity. But what could he have done to provoke such ire from Zhao Xuexi? It was utterly baffling. As afternoon approached, Chen Teng began preparing dinner. Lao Deng was at work, and Xiao Deng was at school. The culinary responsibility thus fell upon him, the middle child. He made the potato pancakes his father adored, the seafood vermicelli his mother relished, and the braised chicken wings beloved by both his sister and himself. The thought of the family gathered around the dining table filled him with joy, a smile creeping onto his face. Having transformed from his 30s back to 18, he understood the rarity of such familial moments. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Confused, Chen Teng opened it, only to find Zhao Xuexi standing there. Damn, he had forgotten to check the peephole. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut. The gust from the closing door swept up Zhao Xuexi's bangs. She was incredulous that she had been met with such a cold reception. Anger 30, open the door, she demanded, but Chen Teng had no intention of responding. The animosity between their families had long been established. He was acutely aware of Zhao Xuexi's disdain for him, just as he knew her family looked down upon his. Typically, they would feign ignorance when encountering each other. Was he really expected to extend a cordial greeting to Zhao Xuexi now? Next, the notification sound from KK chimed. He had forgotten to remove her from his friends list. Previously, due to Zhao Xuexi's lack of communication, Chen Teng had overlooked this matter. It was time to block her now. Anger value 40, unwilling to relent, Zhao Xuexi directly tagged him in their group chat. In response, Chen Teng simply exited the group. After all, there was another small group among his close high school friends, and he would not miss any truly important matters. Anger level 50, anger level 50, anger level 50 Chen Teng. Zhao Xuexi was genuinely furious. Initially, she felt a slight displeasure upon overhearing the male classmates' discussions. No one enjoys being compared unfavorably to others. However, upon further reflection, she came to realize that Chen Teng likely harbored no feelings for her. How could this be? She excelled academically, possessed striking beauty, and had a boundless future ahead of her. Chen Teng, on the other hand, struggled academically and faced a bleak outlook. It was only natural for her to look down upon him. Yet, why did he not feel anything for her? She had always viewed Chen Teng from a position of superiority, only to discover today that he did not look up to her at all. Thus, after they had already headed to KTV to continue the gathering, she abruptly left, determined to seek clarity. Zhao Xuexi shouted at the entrance. She successfully made Chen Teng aware of her inability to perfectly control her emotions. Chen Teng turned off the stove and the exhaust fan, opened the door, yet ignored Zhao Xuexi entirely. He walked toward her home. Hey, Chen Teng, speak to me. Why are you ignoring me? Chen Teng's indifferent demeanor painfully pierced Zhao Xuexi's pride. The usual warm reception from teachers and classmates had led her to believe that whatever she did would be met with smiles. However, Chen Teng's attitude revealed to her that he was not one to be swayed. Arriving at Zhao Xuexi's doorstep, Chen Teng gently knocked on the door. Moments latte. A middle-aged woman answered. You are? Hello, Auntie, I am Chen Teng. With a cold expression, he maintained the bare minimum of politeness. Your daughter came to find me like a shrew. I hope you can discipline her properly. Having said that, Chen Teng turned and left without a backward glance. If Zhao Xuexi's mother could not manage her daughter, Chen Teng would have no choice but to involve the authorities. Hearing this, Zhao Xuexi's mother rushed out and soon spotted her daughter with reddened eyes not far away. What happened, Xiaoxi? Why are you upset? Chen Teng is ignoring me. If that bad student chooses to ignore you, then let him. What does it matter? Zhao Xuexi's mother was somewhat perplexed. However, upon Zhao Xuexi recounting the events of the gathering and her feelings, she felt it was utterly inappropriate for Chen Teng to look down on her daughter. After listening to her daughter, Zhao Xuexi's mother too felt a tinge of displeasure. How could someone like Chen Teng dare to scorn her daughter? Yet, being more experienced than Zhao Xuexi, she gently embraced her and said, Mom believes that Chen Teng is indeed a capable individual. Zhao Xuexi looked up, astonished at her mother's words. but his capabilities do not manifest in proper ways. They are instead reflected in dubious paths. What do you mean? I have encountered many men without merit in the right ways. They often resort to underhanded tactics to ascend socially. Underhanded tactics? Indeed. The senior Linya, whom you mentioned, is indeed an impressive individual. You also noted her strong endorsement of Chen Teng, and that they were seen meeting at a CAF. It is quite plausible that Chen Teng employed certain means to become acquainted with Linya and was captivated by her. Zhao Xueshi was suddenly taken aback. She found her mother's words to hold considerable truth. Indeed, although Chen Teng's academic performance is subpar, he possesses striking good looks. It is entirely reasonable for Linya to be deceived by Chen Teng's appearance. However, what if Chen Teng is genuinely capable? Zhao Xueshi was unsure why such thoughts crossed her mind. With merely above-average grades, it is likely that he has a particular area of expertise. But with such poor overall performance, what could he truly excel at? Furthermore, I must inform Linya. She should not be naive enough to fall prey to Chen Teng's charms. Foolish child, it is futile, Zhao Xueshi's mother responded with the wisdom of experience. As for now, she is either deeply ensnared in the throes of love, and your intervention would likely be perceived as jealousy, or she is fully aware and merely toying with Chen Teng. Zhao Xueshi experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed she was still too young, lacking rich life experience. Just focus on yourself, her mother advised. The gap between you two will only widen. Once you graduate from university, you will understand. I understand, mother. I will strive to study diligently, secure a good job, and then work hard. Good child. Chapter 9. Do you understand what top-notch promotion entails? Upon returning home after dinner, Chen Teng came across a message from Huaguo. Finally grasping the unfolding events, he found himself in a state of amusement. The world seemed to conspire in the most unexpected ways. Linya was, astonishingly, a student of their homeroom teacher, Old Zheng. This revelation caught him completely off guard. With this newfound connection, a memory suddenly surfaced in Chen Teng's mind. He recalled that in Old Zheng's later years, he had fallen gravely ill, and financial constraints had beset his household. It was then that one of his promising students stepped forward to alleviate the burden of medical expenses. Chen Teng had merely regarded this as an anecdote at the time, but he faintly remembered that the student bore the surname Lin. Reflecting upon it now, it must have been Linya. However, during the class reunion of his past life, he seemed to have not encountered Linya at all. Chen Teng pondered deeply. The reunion was a distant memory from over a decade ago, and details had begun to blur. Could it be that he had instigated a butterfly effect? Analyzing the situation, he realized that in his previous life, he had refrained from hiring employees, which meant Linya had not seen the recruitment announcement and remained in the bustling metropolis. Perhaps at that time, she was occupied job hunting in the city, leaving Old Zheng to invite her to share her insights with the younger students, but she was unable to attend. Now, due to his influence, Linya had returned to Yongcheng. Thus, the events at the reunion unfolded as they did. Was it true, then, that he had inadvertently orchestrated this outcome? Chen Teng was left in awe of the butterfly effect's potency. With that thought, he decided to retire for the night. After indulging in a brief session of Plants vs. Zombies, he went to bed early. In 2011, the avenues of entertainment were notably scarce. Platforms for short videos were yet to emerge, and the only game that captivated Chen Teng was PUBG. In the following days, Linya was busy and industrious. Chen Teng provided the funding, while Linya contributed her efforts. Chen Teng was thoroughly impressed with Linya's capabilities, whether in managing her time or prioritizing tasks. She exhibited commendable prowess. It was no wonder that she had thrived in her previous life. It seemed that this time, he had drawn an SSR card. One day, Linya escorted Chen Teng to a leasing office, the Baoyuan building. "Boss, what do you think of this floor as our office space?" she inquired. The building is conveniently located right above a bus station, facilitating employee commutes. Across the street lies the Wanfu shopping mall, ideal for lunch breaks. Although the property fees are on the higher side, the management is quite responsible, and while the total rent is slightly steep, the value it offers is undeniable. Linya enthusiastically enumerated the advantages of the office building. After listening to her description, Chen Teng nodded thoughtfully. "Is this the best you could ascertain?" "Yes. I believe this office floor is the finest choice, which is why I brought you here first, she replied confidently. Then it shall be this one. I trust your judgment, Chen Teng declared, causing a wave of emotion to wash over Linya. For an ambitious employee, nothing is more gratifying than earning the trust of their employer. Linya felt she had found that trust. She promptly contacted the building's management to finalize the contract. As she signed, Chen Teng glanced at the price. The monthly rent of merely 100,000 yuan was entirely acceptable. After finalizing the company's address, Linya proceeded to register the business at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, then busied herself with opening a corporate bank account. During this period, she also devoted considerable effort to selecting office furniture and procuring a substantial quantity of essential office supplies and computers. Chen Teng couldn't help but admire Lin Ya's professional competence. For employees, a good boss is a rare find, but the same holds true for employers. Exceptional employees are equally scarce. Chen Teng considered himself fortunate to have Linya working for him. Meanwhile, another piece of good news emerged. Plants vs. Zombies had passed the review process on Steam and was officially launched. This meant the game could generate a steady stream of income for Chen Teng, an even more lucrative venture than Wudong Sanxiu. However, Plants vs. Zombies faced one significant challenge: lack of recognition. No matter how entertaining a game might be, if no one knows about it or visits its page, who would purchase it? Fortunately, Chen Teng wasn't entirely without promotional channels. Wudong Sanxiu, currently the most popular web novel on Jiangshan literature, served as a phenomenal platform for initial exposure. Although the web novel readership wasn't as vast as it would become in later years, this early boost was sufficient. He believed that once a small fraction of players experienced Plants vs. Zombies, they would inevitably recommend and share it with friends. Of course, he also anticipated the inevitable emergence of pirated copies. In the current online environment, awareness of paid content was still weak. Chen Teng adopted a lenient stance toward piracy, whether due to financial constraints or reluctance to spend, as long as players kept it discreet and refrained from flaunting it. He was content. Ideally, they would eventually support the official version when possible. Yet, relying solely on this promotional avenue wasn't enough. Chen Teng then approached Guiyuan. Have you started working at the factory yet? Not yet. I'm not sure which one to join. Teng, do you have any recommendations? Seriously? You're actually considering factory work? Chen Teng chuckled. Skip that. I have a job for you. Interested? What kind of job? Register accounts on major forums and post threads promoting my game. 3 yuan per thread with at least 10 replies. 3 yuan. Guiyuan quickly calculated. 3 yuan per thread, 30 for 10, 300 for 100. For a high school student, this was a substantial sum, enough to cover internet CAF expenses and then some. But then suspicion crept in. Teng, you're not being scammed, are you? This sounds too good to be true. Scammed? Hardly. Chen Teng was amused by Guiyuan's vigilance. The game you'd be promoting is one I developed, and the task comes directly from me. You made a game. Guiyuan was stunned. Teng, you can develop games too? Brother Teng, may I have a turn? Certainly. Chen Teng sent over the game Plants vs. Zombies. Guiyuan was a trustworthy individual, honest and loyal, albeit a bit naive. However, he was cautioned not to share this game with anyone else. Rest assured, I understand. Half an hour later, Guiyuan sent several astonished emoticons. Chen Teng glanced at them, noting that Guiyuan had expressed amazement over 200 times. Wow, Brother Teng, you're incredible. Did you really create this game? Of course. This game merely requires promotion, and I intend to entrust that task to you. Brother Teng, I cannot accept your money. If I profit at your expense, that would be unscrupulous. Guiyuan repeatedly declined. If it were a job introduced by a good friend, he would certainly be willing to earn money from it, but he could not profit from a friend's resources. If I offer you the opportunity, then by all means, take it. Chen Teng, touched, felt Guiyuan was overly naive. He surmised that if he were to designate Guiyuan as the company's legal representative, Guiyuan would agree without hesitation, only to later inquire what that entailed. No, I cannot accept this money. I will first go and post about it. Hold on, do not rush to post just yet. If you know others who might also wish to earn money, they can reach out. How much can one person truly achieve? It certainly requires many individuals to register alternate accounts and pose together to create an illusion of false prosperity. Indeed, Chen Teng was confident that this false prosperity would soon transform into genuine success. The quality of the game spoke for itself. As for concerns about losing credibility, Chen Teng could only recall how a certain Xiao Ma had once pretended to be a girl online. His actions would not be detrimental to his reputation. Do you understand what top-tier marketing entails? Chen Teng elaborated on numerous precautions to Huaguo, emphasizing the need to personally verify whether others' posts had gone live. He advised checking from multiple accounts promoting from various angles. After a lengthy discussion, Chen Teng was not worried about Huaguo forgetting the details. The chat history was readily accessible for reference. All right, Brother Teng, I assure you I will make this game a tremendous success. Chapter 10, a phenomenon in gaming. The explosive popularity of Plants vs. Zombies through the dedicated efforts of the readers, a martial movement of the Azure Sky, and Huaguo, Plants vs. Zombies has finally made a name for itself online. However, many expressed their dissatisfaction regarding the game's pricing. Why does it cost money? Priced at 6 yuan. It is not overly expensive, yet the requirement to download a Steam platform is deemed quite cumbersome. Some consider resorting to piracy, asking if anyone could share pirated resources, expressing immense gratitude in advance for such assistance. Nevertheless, Chen Teng observes that the sales of Plants vs. Zombies on the Steam platform are soaring. Within just a few days, sales skyrocketed from 0 to 10,000, placing it at the top of domestic sales on Steam. Although the proportion of users willing to pay remains quite low, the vast population base compensates for this. Li Guang is among those users. As a teenager addicted to the internet, he spends 4 to 5 hours daily in an internet CAF. He cannot afford to spend more, as his allowance is limited. His gaming repertoire is extensive, but his favorites are CF and DNF. Initially, he had arranged to play CF with classmates, yet for reasons unknown, they failed to arrive. With nothing to do, he decided to browse his favorite forum, Game Paradise, a large gaming community where users discuss their discoveries. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a trending post, an unusual occurrence. Intrigued, Li Guang clicked in to discover a discussion about a new game called Plants vs. Zombies. As he viewed the screenshots shared by others, he chuckled. It resembled a simple, charming game. Despite its endearing graphics, Li Guang was not particularly interested in such a style. However, the exaggerated praises within the forum made him hesitate momentarily. Trust me, brothers, this is undoubtedly the best game of the year. Although the graphics may seem childish, it's incredibly addictive. I lost track of time and played for several hours. I strongly recommend you all try it. You will regret not playing. The greatest tower defense game in history. You will be missing out if you didn't play. The 6 yuan price does not reflect how enjoyable this game truly is. Even at double the price, it would still be worth it. Reading these enthusiastic endorsements, Li Guang decided to give it a try, as it was his first encounter with a game receiving such acclaim. 6 yuan. Why not purchase it? Following a tutorial compiled by helpful netizens, he downloaded the Steam platform and located Plants vs. Zombies. However, he soon faced a dilemma. Without a bank card, he could not make the purchase on Steam. Thus, he turned to the all-powerful Taobao, the largest shopping app in Huaguo. After spending 8 yuan, he found someone to assist with the recharge. He smoothly downloaded the game and launched it with ease. Levels 1, 2, 3. A myriad of charming plants and adorably grotesque zombies enveloped Li Guang, who previously found this art style utterly uninteresting. How delightful! How could a game be this enjoyable? Hey, I've arrived. What are you playing? The latecomer finally located Li Guang in the internet CAF, inquiring with curiosity. Without lifting his gaze, Li Guang replied, Plants vs. Zombies. After observing for a moment, his classmate remarked, this game seems quite engaging. Indeed, it is incredibly enjoyable. I never anticipated such a delightful game existed. Li Guang, brimming with excitement, glanced up at his companion before returning his attention to the computer screen. Prior to discovering Plants vs. Zombies, Li Guang had never encountered a game so captivating. Divine. That was the only word he could use to describe it. Ahem. Could I play for a bit? His classmate, feeling a twinge of envy, asked. Get lost. If you want to play, buy it yourself. What? You have to spend money? I purchased it for 8. His classmate expressed surprise. 8 is not a trivial sum. You could play for 2 hours in the CAF with that. Watching Li Guang play, his friend felt an insatiable urge to join. However, after weighing the options, he decided to observe Li Guang for a while longer. This peculiar sight attracted a gathering of onlookers. In an internet CAF, it was not uncommon to see a crowd surrounding a single person. When Li Guang's time came to renew his internet fee, he noticed a throng had formed behind him. Goodness, why are there so many people? Bro, what game is this? Where did you download it? It looks quite interesting. It's called Plants vs. Zombies. You can find it with a simple search. Such phenomena were not limited to this internet CAF. They manifested in various others as well. The reason was simple. This game was truly exceptional, a masterpiece that warranted endless praise. Within just over 10 days, discussions surrounding the game soared to unprecedented heights. Its sales on the Steam platform surged from a mere 10,000 to over 100,000. Chen Teng, however, felt somewhat dissatisfied with this rate of growth. Yet, constrained by promotional avenues, he recognized he could do little to accelerate progress. Regardless, he was confident that numbers would gradually rise. His strategy did not solely hinge on selling the base game, but also on continuously releasing new levels, plants, and zombies, along with a steady stream of DLC updates. This brand was now sufficiently prominent. After contemplating, Chen Teng placed a call to Linya. Hello, boss. I'm currently interviewing new employees. Do you have any directives for me? I have a small suggestion. Now that PVZ has been on the market for a while, have you noticed? Indeed, PVZ is immensely popular. Even my college classmates are discussing it in their group chats. You should leverage the PVZ brand to attract new hires. It could aid in recruitment. All right, I will make the most of this golden opportunity. Prior to PVZ's release and subsequent success, this brand had little utility. The popularity of PVZ has surged, and consequently, its prominence has become unmistakable. By the way, how is the recruitment process progressing? Previously, Linya would send Chen Teng a daily work report each evening, enabling him to stay informed about the company's affairs and make informed decisions. Observing her tireless efforts, Chen Teng decided to relieve her of this task for the time being, suggesting she should only report back when prompted. This was his way of alleviating her workload. Currently, 2 human resources personnel, 1 finance officer, 2 programmers, and 1 graphic designer have been recruited. This is sufficient to ensure the fundamental operations of the company. Such impressive efficiency? Chen Teng expressed his astonishment. Is this the prowess of SSR? Or perhaps the allure of high salaries is simply irresistible? Let us reconvene in 3 days. I will come to the office to announce the company's forthcoming developments. Understood, boss. I will adjust the interview schedule accordingly. Chapter 11. The Endless Competition. Can one earn money from gaming? 3 days later, at Tengda Games. Through Lin Ya's diligent efforts, this fledgling company has begun to take shape. This marks Chen Teng's first visit to the office after leasing this floor. From an external perspective, it appears to be a normally functioning enterprise. Hello. May I ask if you are here for an interview? In response to Chen Teng's presence, the receptionist's face brightens with a sweet smile, warmly greeting him. She is not the kind of breathtaking beauty that captivates all. Rather, she embodies the charming essence of a friendly neighbor, with a small dimple appearing when she smiles, presenting an aura of gentleness. It seems Linya has successfully recruited high-caliber employees. Oh, I am Chen Teng, the owner of this company. Chen Teng's introduction momentarily leaves the receptionist speechless before she promptly bows in respect. Good day, boss. I just started yesterday and am still unfamiliar with the company. I didn't recognize you. No witties. Chen Teng steps inside. This floor has been simply partitioned by Linya into a communal workspace, several private offices, and a shared conference room. The offices feature transparent partitions, allowing Chen Teng to see Linya clearly within. He gently knocks on the door, prompting Linya to call out without lifting her head, "Come in." Upon entering, Chen Teng surprises Linya. "Boss, why did you come so early?" Fortune smiled upon me. I arrived at the bus stop just as a bus pulled up. Shall we commence the meeting now? Indeed. Linya immediately steps out into the communal workspace to announce the meeting. Inside the conference room, the employees curiously observe Chen Teng, uncertain of the identity of this seemingly youthful individual. Why would Linya convene a meeting specifically for him? Ladies and gentlemen, this is our esteemed boss at Tengda Games. Chen Teng, who is also the creator of the game Plants vs. Zombies. Surprise 10, choc 10, astonishment 10, scepticisme 5, respect 20. Lin Ye's words alter the way the group perceives Chen Teng. During their tenure as employees of Tengda Entertainment, they have all experienced Plants vs. Zombies. No one has deemed it unworthy of praise. If asked to rate the game, the lowest score would be no less than 9. Now, to learn that this game was developed by someone who resembles a college student. Hello everyone, I am Chen Teng. Chen Teng greets them, expressing that his primary purpose for visiting the company is to introduce the future plans of the organization. First and foremost, we need to create our company logo and website, as these will serve as our FAAD. Secondly, as you all know, Plants vs. Zombies is currently our sole product and will remain the focal point of our development and updates, the specifics of which I shall refrain from discussing here. Thirdly, Tenda Games will seize the opportunity presented by the mobile internet, focusing primarily on this medium to develop a plethora of mobile games. Fourthly, a series of clear plans were articulated by Chen Teng. During this period, he has not been idle. He has been contemplating how to expand a company. By sharing these visions, he aims to inspire and assure them that the company will not remain stagnant, but will continue to grow. Tenda's ambition is to become the finest company on this planet. Immediately, someone raised their fist in excitement. Chen Teng glanced at the emotional metrics they provided. Joy 10, excitement 10, joy 5. Everyone was exceedingly pleased with Chen Teng's words. Mr. Lin, we need to further expand our development team, as the current number of programmers is certainly insufficient. Understood. All right. Everyone else, please continue with your tasks. Mr. Lin and I need to discuss further. As the others exited the conference room, only Chen Teng and Lin remained. My next plan revolves around a promotional event for Plants vs. Zombies. Are you aware of the endless mode in the game? Yes. I've noticed that a small group of players online has already begun challenging the endless mode, competing to see who can clear more levels. Linya has been keeping a close eye on the developments of Plants vs. Zombies daily. Excellent. The event I envision will be related to this endless mode, encouraging players to compete to see who can conquer more levels. We will organize a small competition and offer prizes. That's a splendid idea, Linya remarked, her eyes lighting up. Such an event could significantly enhance players' enthusiasm and engagement with the game, as well as boost discussion surrounding it. My preliminary thought is to reward the top 10 participants. The first place will receive 10,000 yuan, the second 5,000, the third 3,000, and the remaining 7 will each receive 1,000. Such a high amount? Linya was taken aback by the prize pool. In this era, few gaming companies are willing to offer such substantial rewards to players. This year's most popular WCG event only awarded $10,000 to the champion. Indeed, and this type of event will be held again in the future. Once our company grows stronger, we can include various merchandise in the rewards. In Chen Teng's vision, Plants vs. Zombies is certainly not an IP to be discarded after its initial sales. He aspires to cultivate it into a long-lasting IP. I see. How long do you think we need to prepare for this event? I believe we can allow half a month for players to prepare after the announcement. But how can we prevent cheating? There are already some rudimentary cheat tools available on the market, Linya cautioned. I have considered this. We can develop a forum where players can upload their game recordings. This way, it will be clear who has the highest scores and whether anyone has used cheat tools. This approach fundamentally transforms public traffic into private traffic. The allocation of traffic for Plants vs. Zombies on the external internet seems a tremendous waste to Chen Teng. He prefers to keep it within his own domain. Linya's eyes sparkled with realization. With her discerning perspective, the advantages of such a strategy were evident. However, the timeline may not be as swift as desired. Currently, the team is not fully assembled, making rapid development improbable. Yet it matters little. The game can still garner attention online for a month or two. We can finalize our work within this time frame and reignite their enthusiasm once the game's online discussions wane. 2 months should suffice. Linya nodded slightly. After this interminable contest concludes, we must foster some user-generated content within this forum. User-generated content? Linya was somewhat perplexed. It was her first encounter with this term. Chen Teng clarified, User-generated content refers to artwork, videos, or other creations uploaded to the forum that receive substantial views and likes, for which we shall provide compensation. Linya began to discern the underlying strategy. Was the boss aiming to cultivate user loyalty? Chen Teng affirmed, I envision this forum evolving into more than just a hub for Plants vs. Zombies. He sought to establish his own niche before his uncle could. Linya found this approach intriguing. Chen Teng's vision was unlike anything she had previously encountered. She had discussed the internet with some seniors. Yet Chen Teng's ideas were refreshingly unique. How will this website generate profit? She inquired. Profit is not our immediate concern. Gathering traffic is paramount. Traffic equates to revenue. In Chen Teng's blueprint, both long-form and short-form video platforms would be integral. I understand, Linya acknowledged, though she struggled to fully grasp Chen Teng's vision. She recognized her role. Execution was key. For now, this is all we can address. Further discussions will wait until we have sufficient personnel. Understood. One more crucial matter. Chen Teng paused. You have been promoted. Linya was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Thank you, boss. I will continue to strive diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Indeed. Keep up the good work. Chapter 12. A million sales. The wealthy goblin heir in June was exceedingly hot. Before long, it was time to submit college applications. Notably, although Chen Teng feigned diligence in his studies, he ultimately managed to write down everything he knew during the college entrance examination. His English score approached perfection, while his scores in other subjects hovered around 40 or 50. Gaining admission to a third-tier university seemed feasible. Should he consider enrolling in business administration? Chen Teng was uncertain of the necessity, especially with Linya, an exceptional worker, already in place. He felt the company did not require his managerial oversight. Nonetheless, he pondered that acquiring some knowledge in this area could be beneficial. To be candid, Chen Teng found his university experience in his previous life rather dull. He spent his days cooped up in the dormitory playing video games, studying only during exam weeks. It was enjoyable at the time, but in retrospect, he found it somewhat lackluster. Chen Teng resolved to embark on an entirely different university journey this time around. After browsing forums for a while, he decided to apply to the College of Business at Huaguo University in Huaguo Province. This independent third-tier institution, while lacking in prestige, offered some courses taught by faculty from the main campus. In terms of professional knowledge, it was relatively commendable and represented the best option within reach of Chen Teng's academic performance. Additionally, this university was located in a nearby city, making it convenient for Chen Teng to visit his parents or check in on the company. A 1-hour bus ride, followed by about an hour on public transport, would suffice. Driving would be even quicker. Having completed his application, Chen Teng stretched, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Indeed, the summer vacation before his senior year was proving to be long and mundane. However, he was by no means idle. He still had to finish writing his book. Martial movement in the sky. Martial movement in the sky. Activate. In the days that followed, Chen Teng immersed himself in crafting the narrative. He hoped to complete the book soon, so he could relish the prospect of earning a living from its proceeds. By mid-July, the sales of Plants vs. Zombies had surpassed 1 million. This meant that, despite the modest price of 6 yuan, Chen Teng had still accrued several million in revenue from the game. Under Lin Ya's diligent efforts, the number of staff members at Tengda Entertainment had grown to 70. This scale was sufficient to sustain the operations of Tengda Entertainment. Though it felt slightly excessive, the website and forums were successfully developed and launched, allowing players wishing to purchase Plants vs. Zombies to do so directly from Tengda's site. Linya had also opened a channel for card recharges. Accustomed to the conveniences of modern payment applications, Chen Teng nearly forgot that online transactions were not as straightforward in this era. Many players still bought game cards offline, entering the card numbers and codes online. This method greatly facilitated the purchasing process for eager gamers. Simultaneously, the endless competition was beginning to generate excitement. Linya introduced a new concept for this event. To participate in this competition, one must be a legitimate user. The uploaded videos must begin with proof of purchase. This initiative, although unexpected for Chen Teng, received strong support. Is it unreasonable to expect support for legitimate usage in my event? The sales of the game have significantly increased due to this measure, and the prize pool for the competition has been directly replenished. One must admit that Linya truly deserves the title of SSR. Her ideas are indeed remarkable. Upon witnessing the substantial prize amount, netizens were thrown into a frenzy, enchanted by the allure of a 10,000 yuan reward for first place, each filled with confidence in their ability to seize victory. Who among them isn't a master at Plants vs. Zombies? Even within Chen Teng's high school class group, many were engaged in discussions about this event. Guo Yuan urged Chen Teng to check the excitement in the group. After leaving the group, Chen Teng was promptly re-added by the homeroom teacher. However, he remained silent, merely lurking and refraining from commenting. Upon catching a glimpse of Guo Yuan's message, he glanced briefly at it. Sun Jun, class leader, let us delve into the Plants vs. Zombies event together. I'm an old hand at Plants vs. Zombies. I've completed all the adventure modes. If we analyze it thoroughly, we can split the prize money. Is he truly interested in participating? Chen Teng found his obsequiousness far too distasteful to even mock. He resembled a wealthy goblin. However, the most unfortunate was Zhao Xueshi, who outright rejected him. Zhao Xueshi, not interested. Sun Jun, then what are you interested in? Let us team up. We have plenty of time during summer vacation. If Zhao Xueshi had initially refrained from responding out of politeness, she now exhibited no courtesy whatsoever. Her refusal was devoid of any semblance of compassion. Zhao Xueshi, I'm interested in nothing. Chen Teng could only remark that sycophants meet unfortunate ends. Guo Yuan privately messaged Chen Teng, poor Sun Jun, but Zhao Xueshi is exceptionally cold. She doesn't even acknowledge him. Chen Teng resolved to pour Guo Yuan a bowl of bitter soup. What is so tragic about that guy? Though he may be unattractive, he is wealthy. Once he graduates from university and realizes the allure of money, girls like Zhao Xueshi may very well seek him out. He was not entirely speaking nonsense. In his previous life, Sun Jun entered university, surrounded by a throng of admirers drawn to his wealth. Perhaps Sun Jun also recognized the improbability of his prospects with Zhao Xueshi and gradually ceased his pursuit. Zhao Xueshi remained her usual frosty self, but at a later class reunion, she politely smiled and toasted to Sun Jun. It was evident that after experiencing society's harsh realities, she had come to acknowledge the power behind Sun Jun's wealth. Even if she didn't harbor feelings for him, it was imperative not to offend him. It seemed that Guo Yuan, in front of Chen Teng, lamented the passage of time and changing fortunes. Later, Chen Teng heard that Sun Jun, due to his arrogance, had offended a powerful second-generation rich heir, prompting yet another reflection on the fickleness of fate. It appeared to be Guo Yuan once more. Surely not. Although Sun Jun is wealthy, not all girls would bend to money. Guo Yuan found it incredulous, for in high school, Sun Jun was not particularly favored by his female classmates. In comparison, Chen Teng enjoys a greater popularity, primarily due to his handsome appearance. You are correct. Yet there exists a multitude of women who are swayed by wealth, for some possess little beyond their beauty. Brother Teng, I must express that I find your perspective rather unconvincing. Chen Teng chose to cease his attempts at persuasion, opting instead to wait for Guo Yuan to come to his own realization. I recall in a previous life, Guo Yuan encountered a captivating girl during his university years, only for her to subsequently become involved with a wealthy heir. But I digress. Those who understand, understand. In essence, I advise you to relinquish any illusions about this harsh world. Focus on acquiring professional skills and strive for financial success as soon as possible. That is all I have to say. However, it seems unlikely that Guo Yuan will heed Chen Teng's words. Chapter 13. Can playing games truly be profitable? Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds are remarkable. You managed to reach wave 30. Impressive. In the private booth of the internet CAF, Li Guang's classmates gazed at him with awe. The game Plants vs. Zombies had only been released for a little over a month, and the endless mode had yet to be developed. Achieving wave 30 made Li Guang the most admired student in his class. Upon noticing an event hosted by Tengda Entertainment, Li Guang resolutely registered to participate. Before the deadline, he uploaded a video of his endless mode gameplay to the Tengda Entertainment forum. After a brief calculation, Li Guang realized he ranked third. Initially, he had only aimed for a top 10 finish to earn 1,000 yuan, But to his astonishment, he could actually secure 3,000 yuan. For a student, 3,000 yuan is undoubtedly a substantial sum. Now, Li Guang awaited contact from Tongda Entertainment through the forum. With eager anticipation, Li Guang continuously refreshed the forum for updates. Suddenly, a message appeared, stating that 3,000 yuan had been credited to his creator earnings account, available for immediate withdrawal. Creator earnings? What is that? Both Li Guang and his classmates were perplexed. Following the system's guidance, Li Guang discovered his creator earnings amounted to 3152. 64 yuan. Why was there an extra 100? I should inquire with customer service on the forum. Amidst his excitement, Li Guang felt a flicker of apprehension, fearing that the excess amount might be reclaimed. As he read a lengthy response from customer service, a smile gradually graced his face. What is happening? Did I receive too much? His classmates were immensely envious. No, it wasn't an error. Li Guang learned from customer service that due to the high number of likes and views on his uploaded video, he was awarded additional creator incentives. This revelation left his classmates utterly envious. Not only can one earn money from gaming, but also from sharing videos? Is there still an ongoing event? I want to upload a video too. Currently, there are none. The previous event was held during the Plants vs. Zombies promotion, which included a creator incentive initiative on the forum. Elated, Li Guang opted to withdraw all his earnings to a bank account. He did not possess a personal bank account. It belonged to his father. Having completed this process, he dashed out of the internet CAF, eager to show his parents his newfound ability to earn money. Who says gaming is a waste of time? Upon arriving home, he overheard his parents discussing the matter. His father had received a perplexing text message regarding a transfer of over 3,000 yuan, leaving them baffled and suspecting it was a mistaken transaction. It was me, Li Guang exclaimed, jumping with excitement. His parents turned to him in disbelief. How could a child possibly earn over 3,000 yuan? It truly was me. Li Guang recounted the entire story to his parents. When they remained skeptical, he insisted on taking them online to verify. Indeed, Li Guang's family possesses a computer, yet his parents prohibit him from using it, compelling him to frequent internet cafes instead. Witnessing this, his parents feel as though the world has transformed utterly. Li Guang's father, incredulous, rubs his eyes in disbelief. Are you implying that you earn money by playing games? Indeed, Li Guang's mother, perplexed, queries. Is it truly possible to make money from gaming? Indeed, observing his parents' astonishment, Li Guang swells with pride. Previously, he had hesitated to share his gaming pursuits with them, but now he can declare with pride. This indeed is, at a loss for words, Li Guang's father can only utter a phrase of incredulity. Such occurrences transpire across the nation. Chen Teng not only rewarded the top 10 players, but also those whose video views and likes were commendable. Nowadays, those who can afford to purchase and play games are generally quite young. For this demographic, the financial incentives are sufficient to cultivate their loyalty to the platform. Within the realm of Tongda Games, Chen Teng convenes a debriefing meeting with Linya and others. We must seize the current wave of enthusiasm on the forum. Our core strategy is to invest significantly to attract users, yet the allocation of funds requires finesse. This aspect necessitates careful consideration from the forum's planning department, in collaboration with the development team. Rest assured, boss, our current strategy involves inviting strategists and seasoned players from other games to join, transforming this forum from one dedicated to Plants vs. Zombies into a multifaceted gaming community. This is a promising approach. However, I desire more than just a gaming community. I envision a space for discussions on myriad topics. Subsequently, I plan to segregate the forum from the video section. Chen Teng's vision mirrors that of Tieba and Pink Television. However, he does not intend to launch a product immediately. Rather, he aims to establish a conventional forum to build a user base first. To directly pursue Tieba and Pink Television would be imprudent without users. Should he wish to expend funds, he lacks the resources to do so. Therefore, accumulating a substantial user base and capital before gradually investing is essential. Linya was taken aback by the magnitude of Chen Teng's ambitions. Nonetheless, grand as they are, Chen Teng remains devoid of haste for immediate results. Moreover, the production of the Plants vs. Zombies DLC has commenced, has it not? Yes, it has begun. We are currently in the planning stage. Excellent. I would like to propose 2 additional mini-games. Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds. Chen Teng rises. Both games are technically straightforward, yet not immediately obvious. Those present listen with curiosity as Chen Teng elucidates. From the titles alone, the genres and gameplay of these games remain unclear. The first game, Fruit Ninja, involves an array of fruits appearing at the bottom of the screen, where players control a knife to slice the fruits in half. As he elaborates, their eyes begin to glimmer with excitement. Linya keenly discerns something unusual. This game, it appears, is not merely a computer game. Brilliant! Chen Teng raised his thumb in commendation, affirming that this was indeed not a mere game on a computer, but rather one suited for mobile play. It was now the year 2011, nearly a year since the release of Fruit 4 in 2010. Over this past year, the mobile landscape had undergone a remarkable transformation, with various games akin to chess, Dou and mahjong having made their way onto mobile platforms. Naturally, Chen Teng was not one to overlook the golden opportunities presented by this era. Now, let's ponder how this game could be monetized. Chen Teng first turned his gaze towards Linya, eager to hear the insights of this SSR. I believe we could charge a fee similar to that of Plants vs. Zombies, Linya remarked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Despite having graduated from university, she felt an inexplicable sensation of being questioned by a teacher when addressing a boy much younger than herself. What are the thoughts of others? Chen Teng inquired, looking at the rest of the development team. Their responses mirrored Linya's sentiments. Chen Teng nodded thoughtfully and continued. I plan to price this game at $1 and launch it on our own website. Within the game, we can monetize through knife skins. A standard knife slicing through fruit would produce a subtle blue ripple effect, while purchasing a skin could transform it into a dazzling flame or lightning effect. The brilliance of Chen Teng's ideas undoubtedly astounded them. Each member of the team had some experience in the gaming industry and considered themselves well-versed. Yet, the ingenuity of Chen Teng's concepts left them feeling as if they were chasing shadows. How could someone's imagination be so extraordinary? They were eager to commence the development of this game immediately, certain it would hold great promise. Chapter 14. Salary Recovery Plan. The Nyoma Shang-Ti Experience Card Skin warrants some attention. Primarily, its pricing should not be exorbitant, and secondly, the quality of free skins must be exceptionally high. Do you comprehend? The boss, however, interjected. But if the free skins are of inferior quality, while the paid ones are superior, wouldn't that intensify players' willingness to spend? The game designer raised his hand to inquire. This notion starkly contrasted with what he had previously learned. While such an approach could indeed bolster players' inclination to pay, it also risked incurring public disdain. I aspire for our company's games to cultivate a reputation for integrity. Only then will players feel assured when purchasing our future offerings, confident that their financial contributions to our company will not be squandered. Admiration 20, Worship 10, Worship 10. Chen Teng's theory was evidently novel and distinct. This concept emanated from Chen Teng's perspective as a player. In his past life, he had observed a substantial number of players with a fervent willingness to spend. Yet, paradoxically, some gaming companies sought to deceive them, repulsing players in various ways. Now that he was here, Chen Teng wished to embrace idealism. Armed with a system and foresight that transcended the future, he saw no reason for failure. I understand, boss. The next game will be Angry Birds. Chen Teng elucidated the general gameplay of Angry Birds. As they listened, a fervent impulse arose within them. They yearned to delve into Chen Teng's mind, curious about the plethora of ingenious ideas he harbored. Merely discussing it ignited their desire to play. Then may I inquire, how shall we generate profit from this game? You, Linya. Through paid downloads, skins, and charging for new levels, she replied. Excellent. Chen Teng nodded in satisfaction. Linya's suggestions aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. However, one crucial point must be emphasized. The skins in this game must maintain a consistent artistic style to avoid any sense of dissonance, which the lead artist must ensure. Furthermore, regardless of the skin's design, we must prioritize the player's gaming experience. The skins should not be overly gaudy. The group nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Chen Teng growing increasingly admiring. It seemed this boss harbored thoughts that diverged significantly from those of other game company leaders. while others focused solely on maximizing profit, disregarding long-term sustainability and player experience. Chen Teng had a different vision. In addition, I intend to implement a salary recovery plan. Chen Teng smiled slightly, causing their hearts to race. A salary recovery plan? Surely, you don't mean to reclaim our money? Rest assured, it is not your funds. Chen Teng chuckled. 4 games downloaded from our site. We will introduce an additional payment option during transactions. Creator earnings. Brilliant, they exclaimed. They create videos to drive traffic and generate revenue, which in turn can be reinvested into our game. Linya had not anticipated such a possibility. Boss, should we implement an online verification system? Inquired the company's technical director. No, the boss replied. Our game's pricing is quite low. Nearly everyone can afford it. If someone is unwilling to pay even this modest amount, they are unlikely to consider purchasing the legitimate version, even if we eliminate their access to pirated copies. Instead, we might as well let them promote our game through piracy. I suspect many of these individuals are likely elementary or middle school students. Who knows? They may decide to pay once they grow older. The technical director nodded in understanding. Understood, boss. However, we could add online verification for the game skins. Very well. For now, let us divide the development team into 2 groups. One focusing on further development of PVZ and the other on Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds. With that, Chen Teng established the company's forthcoming development plan, bringing the meeting to a close. By the end of this gathering, several hundred units of emotional value had been accrued. With the contributions from netizens over the previous period, Chen Teng's emotional value now exceeded 10,000. How about a 10-fold draw? Chen Teng pondered, struggling to restrain his eagerness. Returning to his office, he exclaimed, 10-fold draw. Activate. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Excellent. 2 thank you for your patronage to start. A slight stiffness appeared in Chen Teng's smile. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Thank you for your patronage. I have insight, one-time use. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 7 thank you for your patronage messages, and the remaining 2 items appear to be quite beneficial. Beginner Energy Potion, upon consumption, significantly enhances logical thinking abilities for 8 hours, boosting work and study efficiency. Bid farewell to procrastination. Chen Teng raised an eyebrow. If this were given to someone, wouldn't they transform into a paragon of diligence? A true gem indeed. As the boss, he would forego this treasure in favor of allowing Linya and others to benefit from it. I have insight. One-time use. Select one individual to observe a specific attribute and enhance that attribute. Chen Teng's eyes brightened. This item seems particularly suited for Linya. However, should it be applied to her business acumen or her management skills? After some contemplation, he decided it would be best utilized in enhancing her management abilities. While business acumen is undeniably vital, with Chen Teng's far-sighted vision and the system's lottery products, Tengda Games would possess unparalleled product competitiveness. The company merely needs to find ways to sell the products provided by the system. Without further ado, Chen Teng strode directly into Linya's office and employed the eye of insight on her. Linya, management. 88, Brother Tongzi. The maximum score is 100, correct? Chen Teng confirmed. The system's response affirmed his inquiry. In the next moment, her score of 88 transformed into 92. She had truly achieved the status of SSR. Boss, is there something you need? Linya, puzzled, turned her gaze toward Chen Teng. I brought you some coffee essence that a friend purchased from abroad. It is said to be quite beneficial for mental clarity, Chen Teng said, handing Linya a vial of the basic energy potion. The system had provided him with 20 bottles, of which he gifted 15 to Linya, reserving the remainder for future use. This coffee, doesn't the color seem a bit off? Linya inquired, eyeing the small bottles in Chen Teng's hand. The potion appeared orange, resembling orange juice. It's fine. It won't harm you, Chen Teng replied nonchalantly, placing the vial on Linya's desk. After contemplating, Linya deemed it reasonable. With that, Chen Teng promptly took his leave, entrusting the company's matters to Linya. Once Chen Teng had departed, Linya returned to her work with diligence. Why does it feel like my thoughts are clearer since the boss's arrival? Lingyam used. She believed that effective management involved placing the right individuals in suitable roles and assigning them appropriate tasks. While this concept was straightforward in theory, its execution was fraught with challenges, requiring considerable contemplation to master the art of management. Yet, at that moment, she felt a newfound clarity in her thought process. It was indeed peculiar. Linya then picked up the coffee essence gifted by Chen Teng and diluted it with hot water. To her surprise, it tasted sweet. Surely, the boss hasn't been deceived by someone, she thought, resolving to inquire with Chen Teng at a later time. However, it was not long before Linya felt an unprecedented surge of motivation toward her work. Although she was inherently a workaholic, brimming with enthusiasm for her tasks, the intensity of her current fervor seemed to amplify. As fatigue began to set in, prompting thoughts of wrapping up for the day, she was startled to discover that night had fallen outside. Has it really gotten so late? Linda exclaimed, astonished that she had immersed herself in work for several hours without noticing. Could it be that the content of the meeting with her boss had inspired her so? This thought only deepened her admiration and respect for Chen Teng. Chapter 15. Off to Qiming City. Preparing to check in, nothing could impede. Chen Teng hummed a tune as he drove towards the Huaguo Business School in the neighboring city. Initially, purchasing a car had not crossed Chen Teng's mind. However, during a conversation between his parents, his father mentioned that a leader in their factory had acquired a particularly attractive vehicle. Upon hearing this, Chen Teng promptly took his parents to a car dealership. Coincidentally, his earnings from June and July had just been deposited, leaving him with a substantial sum in his account. Thus, Chen Teng resolved to transform this cold fortune into warm familial bonds. Ultimately, his car purchases amounted to just over $1 million, acquiring an Audi Q7 and a BMW X5. At the dealership, he did not encounter disdainful salespeople or pretentious classmates. Rather, it was Chun Lily who exclaimed, "I want one too." After inquiring about her preferred vehicle, Chen Teng bought her a model Porsche, spending only a few hundred. Chun Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji jokingly admonished Chen Teng for squandering money, suggesting he had forgotten his roots. Yet they could not conceal their smiles, particularly Chun Jiangwo, who incessantly caressed the car's interior. Witnessing his parents' joy brought immense satisfaction to Chen Teng. After all, what was the point of earning money if not for moments like these? In his previous life, Chen Teng had never driven a fine car. After working for several years, he had managed to afford a modest Geely for commuting, which he still had not replaced upon his arrival in this world. Now, suddenly behind the wheel of a BMW, he felt a sense of comfort that seemed superior to his little Geely. Chen Teng was uncertain whether this was genuine comfort or merely a figment of his imagination. By 2011, the streets were bustling with vehicles, though compared to the congestion of later years, the current traffic could only be considered the early stages of congestion. During peak traffic in the future, Chen Teng would rather walk than remain in his car, finding that even a small electric scooter could be swifter. Today marked the day of registration. Sun Jun boarded the bus, grinning as he sat next to Zhao Xueshi, albeit separated by an aisle. The seat beside Zhao Xueshi, by the window, was unoccupied. "Class monitor, it's a long journey. Would you like a snack? This is a treat my dad brought back from Europe. It's quite popular there and unavailable here." Sun Jun beamed at Zhao Xueshi. He could have had his father drive him, even inviting Zhao Xueshi along. But she had outright declined. Consequently, Sun Jun used his financial influence to gather information from Wang Yu, discovering Zhao Xueshi's method of getting to school. He then utilized his resources to swap seats for one closest to her. Zhao Xueshi furrowed her brow. "First, we graduated. Please don't call me class monitor. Second, our bus is headed to Qiming City, and the journey is only a little over an hour. I want to be hungry." She could not fathom how Sun Jun had known she was on this bus and had stubbornly followed her. Sun Jun's mind raced as he pondered what topic to bring up. "Indeed, class leader, are you aware that the company responsible for developing Plants vs. Zombies is situated right in our city?" Zhao Xueshi seemed to show a flicker of interest in this topic. Sun Jun hurriedly continued, stating, "I stumbled upon this while assisting my father in recruiting. I found it on local forums, Tengda Games. Their workplace is located right here in our city." His intention in saying this was to emphasize his capability in recruitment, showcasing his prowess. Although Zhao Xueshi was somewhat intrigued by this gaming company, she did not pay much heed to Sun Jun's words, merely nodding slightly. She turned her gaze towards the window, intending to casually observe the scenery outside. However, once she looked, she found it hard to tear her eyes away. For there, she spotted Chen Teng. At that moment, the bus was still a couple of traffic lights away from leaving the city and merging onto the highway, idling at a red light. Beside them, another car was also waiting at the red light, and within it sat none other than Chen Teng. How could he be here? Zhao Xueshi pondered. Upon seeing the car, which was a BMW, she wondered if Senior Linya had purchased it for him. Zhao Xueshi had already categorized Chen Teng as a man living off Linya. However, considering Linya herself was merely a year out of university and working, how could she possibly afford to buy Chen Teng a car? Zhao Xueshi was not well-versed in car brands, but the least expensive BMW would still cost at least $200,000 to $300,000, wouldn't it? Could it be that Linya's family bought it for her, and she then gifted it to Chen Teng? Regardless, it was hard to believe that Chen Teng's family could afford such a luxury. As for the notion that he earned it himself, Zhao Xueshi found that even less credible. Typically indifferent to others' affairs, Zhao Xueshi had formed a favorable impression of Linya during the class reunion. She regarded Linya as a senior who genuinely hoped for the future success of her juniors. Still, she felt a pang of sympathy for Linya being taken advantage of by Chen Teng, which intensified her disdain for him. Zhao Xueshi thought of Sun Jun. One cannot deny that Sun Jun's tendency to boast occasionally proved useful. She contemplated enlisting his help for advice. Sun Jun, I'm here. He never expected Zhao Xueshi would call his name so directly. When was the last time she did that? Oh, it was when he had a scuffle with a classmate, and she had to call him to the teacher's office. What do you think of Senior Linya? Linya is a wonderful person, Sun Jun replied, unable to suppress his jealousy towards Chen Teng at the mere mention of her name. I suspect that Senior Linya may have been deceived by Chen Teng. Deceived? This rascal is swindling money from a senior? No, not money, feelings. Feelings? Sun Jun echoed, his jealousy of Chen Teng growing even stronger. Yes. How do you think we should assist the senior? Zhao Xueshi affirmed Sun Jun's thoughts, which only spurred him on further. The goddess's approval. I believe we need to devise a way to reveal Chen Teng's true nature to her. Sun Jun continued. What should we specifically do? Well, Chen Teng School is also located in Qiming City. I believe the network among universities in Qiming City is quite limited. It won't be long before his true nature is revealed. Will it truly be uncovered? Absolutely. I think once the senior discovers Chen Teng's lack of ambition, she probably won't maintain her relationship with him any longer, unlike me, who is destined to inherit my father's position. Sun Jun still does not forget to boast about himself. Zhao Xueshi, seeing that Sun Jun could not come up with any reliable solution, could only temporarily set aside the thought. She turned her gaze once more to the window. At this moment, the bus had already merged onto the highway, and Chen Teng's vehicle had long since vanished from sight. The recent red light was the sole intersection in their journey. Chapter 16 Greetings. My name is Li Xingru. As the vehicle approached Qiming City, only a short journey remained to the business school of Huaguo University. Chen Teng drove at a leisurely pace when he suddenly spotted a young woman ahead, diligently collecting scattered items from ground. Beside her lay 2 torn bags of urea, suggesting that her belongings had fallen. How unfortunate. After ensuring that there were no traffic cameras monitoring the area, Chen Teng pulled over to the side of the road. May I assist you? He offered. Thank you. The girl replied softly, her head bowed as she continued to gather her possessions. Chen Teng could not discern her face clearly, but he noticed her delicate hands, fair and tender, with slender fingers and distinct knuckles. A plethora of items lay strewn about, a toothbrush holder, a basin, towels, and clothing. A new student arriving for the semester? As he helped her retrieve the items, he inquired, Are you a freshman? She nodded slightly, responding with a gentle Which university do you attend? Qiming University. Ah, a scholar then. While Qiming University might not be widely recognized outside the province, it held a reputable status within, categorized as a first-tier institution. Sun Yun, Sao Suixi, and several academic overachievers from her class had chosen to attend Qiming University to remain close to home. However, it seemed unlikely that Sun Jun's decision was solely based on proximity. The girl offered another soft remaining silent. As Chen Teng handed her the items he had gathered, he noticed something amiss. Your bag is torn. Is someone coming to pick you up? No, she replied, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. It was then that Chen Teng truly registered her beauty. Her face was as small as a palm, with skin as white as snow, a delicate and refined nose, brows resembling distant green hills, and eyes akin to radiant stars. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her cheeks faintly blushed, reminiscent of freshly bloomed peach blossoms, utterly endearing. Realizing Chen Teng's gaze was upon her, she shyly lowered her head, her slender fingers absent-mindedly playing with the hem of her garment, betraying a subtle timidity. It was the first time Chen Teng had encountered such a stunning girl. Her features were flawless, and her complexion remarkably fair. Let me give you a ride, he offered. No, that's not necessary. The girl took a couple of steps back, visibly anxious. Do you have any other solutions? Chen Teng inquired, eyeing the large hole in her urea bag, which made it nearly impossible to contain the scattered items. The girl remained silent, her head downcast. Chen Teng felt a tinge of impatience. He had merely intended to perform a good deed, yet it seemed to imply something more. My time is quite valuable. If you truly do not require assistance, I shall take my leave. His patience wore thin. She was indeed beautiful, but not enough to warrant an excessive investment of his time. Thank you. Only then did she relent and accept his help. Chen Teng guasti novedades, directly placing her belongings into his trunk. Upon seeing the suitcase in the trunk, the girl appeared to relax somewhat. Are you a student as well? A freshman. Which school do you attend? Huaguo University of Business and Economics School. You are truly impressive. It is not Huaguo University, but rather the School of Business and Economics at Huaguo University, an independent institution of the third tier. Moreover, even if it were a university of technology, it cannot compare to your esteemed Qiming University. Chen Teng cast her a perplexed glance, momentarily unsure whether she was teasing him. If that were the case, he would seriously contemplate abandoning his luggage. You would be making fun of me, would you? Chen Teng inquired, opening the car door to invite her in. No, that's not it. She hastily waved her hands, appearing quite anxious. My mother always said to be sweet-tongued when out and about. I merely think you're a good person, so I wanted to say something nice to you. Well, you might want to practice your conversational skills, he replied. It's akin to a billionaire complimenting a millionaire. The latter is indeed commendable, but when the former expresses it, it carries an entirely different connotation. As Chen Teng drove towards Qiming University, the girl suddenly spoke up. Hello, my name is Li Xingrua. Oh, I'm Chen Teng. Your name is quite lovely, she remarked. Is this another demonstration of your sweet tongue? Perhaps, she said, lowering her head. Chen Teng glanced at Li Xingrua out of the corner of his eye. Her cheeks were flushed. Would you like me to turn on the air conditioning? No, it's fine, she replied, her face turning even redder. Please don't tell me you're shy. Chen Teng mused, finding Li Xingrua rather peculiar. My mother said I shouldn't get too close to boys, she continued, still looking down. In that case, I shall drop you off, he teased. I haven't finished, but I feel you are different. You're a good person. However, since I haven't interacted much with boys, I'm unsure how to engage. Chen Teng stole another glance at Li Xingrua. It must be said, she was indeed beautiful, and her soft-spoken demeanor made it difficult for one to feel anger towards her. You think I'm a good person? Yes. Actually, I am not. Right now, I'm contemplating driving you into a secluded valley to sell you. Earlier, I asked if anyone was coming to pick you up to ascertain whether you were alone. Upon hearing this, Li Xingrua's eyes widened in fear, her lovely gaze glistening with tears. Wait, you can't sell me, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. Give me a reason not to, he challenged. My grades are excellent. I will surely earn a scholarship in university. I'll give it to you if that helps. Is that so? But I've already divulged my plan to you. What if I let you go, and you have someone come after me? The car halted at a traffic light, and Chen Teng turned to face Li Xingrua. Her expression was one of sheer terror, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Come on, you can't be serious? Do you really believe that? All right, now it's my turn to stutter, Chen Teng admitted, taken aback by her naivety. Is this 2011, Or are we still in 1911? How can you be so easily fooled? Okay, I was just joking. Please don't cry, Chen Teng said, reaching for a tissue from the side. Li Xingruo accepted the tissue, remaining silent. Chen Teng, too, chose not to speak further, apprehensive that any word might elicit tears once more. Sorry. After a while, Li Xingru spoke up. What do you mean? Chen Teng thought he must have misheard. Are you apologizing to me? Well, I didn't realize you were joking. I'm sorry for being a buzzkill, Li Xingru replied with an expression of regret. Not to be rude, but isn't your reaction a bit, too? Chen Teng struggled to find the appropriate word, finally settling on, too humble? My mother always says that since our family lacks power, influence, and wealth, it's best to adopt a low profile when dealing with others. Li Xingru gazed at Chen Teng with her bright, expressive eyes, which were still slightly red-rimmed. This was Chen Teng's first encounter with such a girl. Isn't that right? Our teacher says the same thing. Well, I can't say that that's entirely wrong, but sometimes adopting a submissive posture can lead others to look down upon you. You know? Why would lowering my stance cause others to look down on me? Li Xingru asked, puzzled. When you reveal your weaknesses, you signal to others that you are easy to bully. If not you, then who else? Li Xingru blinka bakanli, seemingly unable to comprehend Chen Teng's words. Chen Teng smirked. Let us put it this way. If I were truly a kidnapper, your demeanor just now would make you an easy target. If you were to resist fiercely, looking as if you were ready to fight to the death, would I dare to abduct you? That actually makes some sense. Li Xingru finally seemed to grasp the idea, her expression turning a bit enlightened, which made her appear somewhat endearing. Chen Teng shook his head and suddenly thought of something else. You wouldn't be pretending to be a prey while actually being the hunter, would you? Li Xingru looked at Chen Teng with eager curiosity. What does it mean to pretend to be prey while actually being the hunter? Her beautiful eyes widened and her lashes fluttered. This expression still conveyed a hint of naivety. Never mind, forget I said anything. Chen Teng waved his hand dismissively. You certainly don't seem like it. Chapter 17, Three Roommates. As the vehicle approached Qiming University, the security guard at the entrance halted Chen Teng. Parents' vehicles are not permitted beyond this point. Perhaps it was the heat of the day, or perhaps he had repeated this phrase to numerous parents, but the guard's demeanor was rather unwelcoming, even somewhat intimidating. Sir, I am a student, Chen Teng asserted, producing his identification card. Student. The guard appeared momentarily perplexed. He had stated that parents were not allowed entry, but had not specified the same for students. Chen Teng discreetly offered a pack of cigarettes to the guard. The guard understood the unspoken agreement. Ahem, you may drive up to the intersection, then take a right. That will lead you to the southwest gate of the campus. Thank you, sir. Chen Teng handed over another pack of cigarettes before proceeding to enter. You are quite impressive, remarked Li Xingru, a hint of admiration in her tone. Huh? Chen Teng turned to face her. Are you just flattering me because you have nothing else to say? However, noticing her emotional response, admiration, 10, what exactly are you admiring? Chen Teng voiced his curiosity. I just think that guard seemed quite formidable. Had it been me, I would have merely driven away without daring to speak to him. Oh, is that so? How would you know unless you tried? Li Xingru nuda tu fuli. Chen Teng was uncertain whether she had truly absorbed his words. By the way, with such a long journey ahead, what was your original plan if no one was here to meet you? To walk. What? Walk? Chen Teng was taken aback. Even if the bag were intact, it wouldn't be an easy trek. However, it saves money. Are you in dire need of funds? Chen Teng keenly observed this detail, scrutinizing Li Xingru's attire. She wore a simple white t-shirt, nearly devoid of any design. Yet, upon closer inspection, faint patterns could be discerned, suggesting it had been worn for quite some time and had faded through washing. Fortunately, I'm not in too much need. Li Xingru averted her gaze once more. Upon arrival, Chen Teng offered, let me help you carry your belongings upstairs. After a series of inquiries, they finally reached the girls' dormitory at Qiming University. After confirming Li Xingru's room number, Chen Teng strode ahead with the urea bag in hand, as if returning to his own dormitory. Li Xingru followed closely behind, observing this young man and feeling a stirring within her heart. She had not anticipated her good fortune in encountering such a kind soul upon her arrival at university. Before long, Chen Teng had assisted Li Xingru in transporting all her belongings upstairs. Now, you can organize your dormitory. I must be on my way. Wait a moment. Li Xingru timidly called out to Chen Teng. Is there something else? Could you give me your phone number? I would like to treat you to a meal. Did you not mention wanting to save money? Why treat someone to a meal? My mother always said that if someone helps me, I must repay their kindness. I will strive for a scholarship and then take you out to eat. Li Xingru's gaze was resolute as she looked at Chen Teng. Very well. Do you have paper and a pen? I do. Li Xingru quickly rummaged through her belongings and produced the requested items. Chen Teng accepted them, scribbling down his phone number before passing them back. Then, I shall take my leave. All right, goodbye. Li Xingru watched Chen Teng's departing figure, carefully concealing the piece of paper inscribed with his phone number. This moment was filled with a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, Chen Teng descended the stairs heading towards the business school. It is worth noting that the business school is in close proximity to Qiming University, merely 2 streets apart. In terms of public transport, it is just 1 bus stop away. The business school allows vehicles to enter, but this permission only added to Chen Teng's troubles. The narrow roads became exceedingly congested, forcing him to circle the vicinity of the dormitory multiple times before finally locating an available parking space. With a sigh of relief, he dragged his suitcase towards the dormitory. Upon his arrival, he found 2 individuals already present. He greeted them courteously. One was named Kai Hung, with his glasses perched on his nose, appeared quite refined, albeit not very tall. The other was Luo Jinbin, whose hair was disheveled, engrossed in a game. Upon closer inspection, Chen Teng realized it was Plants vs. Zombies. Where are you from? He inquired. From a neighboring Yongsheng, replied Luo. Oh, I'm a local from Qiming. And Luo is from Harbin, Chen Teng responded. In the absence of familiarity, their conversation remained superficial, revolving around basic personal details to foster acquaintance, discussing their hometowns, college entrance exam results, and hobbies, among other mundane topics. As the dialogue progressed, they gradually ventured into deeper discussions. Chen Teng had experienced a similar situation in his past life and could discern that neither of the two was particularly loquacious. While tidying his bunk, he suggested, "Shall we go out for a meal later? Perhaps we could find something delectable." "Sure, where shall we eat?" Kai Hung replied eagerly. "I'm fine with anything," Luo Jinbin said, his gaze glued to the computer screen, clearly prioritizing his game over their meal plans. "Let us wait for the next roommate to arrive." Chen Teng sat down and also took out his laptop, which left Kai Hung momentarily astonished. "Bro, you have a laptop too?" Though an 11-year-old laptop was hardly a rarity, Kai Hung did not possess one. He had envisioned spending his university days gaming at an internet CAF with his roommates, only to discover that both had their devices. He could only hope that their 4th roommate would lack a laptop, allowing him to accompany him to the internet CAF. Although Chen Teng entrusted most company affairs to Linya, he still needed to handle certain critical matters personally. At that moment, the 4th roommate arrived. "Hello, everyone. It's great to meet you all," boomed a voice, accompanied by the sound of suitcase wheels scraping against the floor. The trio turned towards the entrance to see a man with dyed yellow hair, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, and his hands shoved in his pockets, exuding a somewhat roguish demeanor. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Miao Zhengzhong, a local from Qiming. If any of you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. I may not possess many skills, but I do have a wide network of acquaintances and hold a bit of clout in our small corner of Qiming." His introduction carried a distinct air of bravado. Chen Teng and the other 2 introduced themselves in front of Miao Zhengzhong. After a brief acquaintance, Miao Zhengzhong's eyes flickered. "I wonder if any of you gentlemen could lend me 300. Kai Hung quickly shook his head, saying, "I don't have a single cent." He had always been quite honest during his school days. Seeing someone like Miao Zhengzhong, who appeared somewhat unruly, made him apprehensive, and he was reluctant to engage further with such a person. Luo Jinbin pulled out 200 from his pocket. "This is all I have for now." Miao Zhengzhong accepted the 200 and turned to Chen Teng. "What about you, brother? Do you have any money?" "Indeed, I have some, but your request for a loan upon first meeting raises questions," Chen Teng replied, pulling out 100 and curiously asking, "What do you need it for?" "To be candid, I encountered an injured kitten on my way here." "I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted, Miao," Kai Hung remarked, his perception of Miao Zhengzhong shifting dramatically. Initially thought to be a mere ruffian, He turned out to be rather amiable. No, the kitten's owner is attractive, Miao Zhengzhong responded, accepting the 100 from Chen Teng, his smile revealing a cascade of thoughts. The owner is attractive? Luo Zhenbin immediately set aside his game and, in unison with Kai Hung, exclaimed, "Take us to see her." Chapter 18. Senior sister Zhang Ningxin. In an instant, Chen Teng was enveloped by a familiar sensation. The predominant topics of conversation in a college male dormitory typically revolve around two subjects: video games and beautiful women. Chen Teng recalled that during his freshman days, a mere exchange of glances with his roommates would elicit mischievous smiles on their faces, followed by an unspoken agreement to engage in gaming. As for the topic of beautiful women, there was no need for elaboration. Whether from their class, online, on campus, or beyond, even the enchanting women encountered at bus stops could spark discussions. What need is there for so many? I can go alone, Miao Zhengzhong jested as he dashed out of the dormitory. Kai Hung remarked, "To be honest, I'm not that eager to go either." Luo Zhenbin concurred, "Yes, me too." With that, both turned their attention towards Chen Teng in unison. "I don't wish to go either," Chen Teng tentatively responded. "Good brother." Luo Zhenbin gave Chen Teng a thumbs up. Kai Hung added, "From now on, the three musketeers of room 210 shall not include him." Chen Teng remained silent. This brief interlude lightened the atmosphere in the dormitory, dissipating the earlier awkwardness. Before long, Miao Zhengzhong hurried back, his face glistening with sweat and breathless. "Is there anyone among you with a generous disposition? I just came from the vet, and my little cat has a fracture that requires over 5,000 yuan for surgery." 5,000 yuan is a substantial amount for any college student, often equivalent to their living expenses for 3 to 4 months. Both Kai Hung and Luo Zhenbin were eager to step forward and offer to help, yet neither did. "Take me to see it," Chen Teng said. "You can?" Miao Zhengzhong looked at Chen Teng with surprise. "Just a little." "Wonderful," Miao Zhengzhong exclaimed, leading Chen Teng down the stairs, with Kai Hung and Luo Zhenbin trailing behind. Soon, Miao Zhengzhong brought Chen Teng to a pet hospital near the school. Though labeled a hospital, its scale was modest. Upon entering, they were met with the sound of a girl pleading softly with the doctor. "Is there any way to lower the cost? We honestly can't come up with such a sum right now. I'm truly sorry, but it's not feasible. How much more do you need?" Chen Teng inquired, noticing the girl inside the pet hospital. She wore a charming floral dress, not particularly tall, yet undeniably adorable. "I've gathered all the money I can. I still need over 1,000. Her hopeful gaze turned to Chen Teng. "Forget it, I'll cover it. Consider a loan from me. Thank you so much. My family provides me with a decent allowance, but I just can't access that much at once." Chen Teng handed his bank card to the staff at the pet hospital and found a place to sit. The staff accepted the card with a nod. "Thank you, classmate. My name is Zhang Ningxin." "Chen Teng, would it be all right if I paid you back 500 each month?" As Chen Teng produced the funds, Zhang Ningxin's tension evaporated instantly. Miao Zhengzhong stood there, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. "Clearly, I was here first. All right, but can we have cats in our school?" Chen Teng questioned. His curiosity piqued. Different schools have varying regulations. However, it is unlikely that many institutions would permit keeping pets in dormitories. No, this cat is not mine. It appears to be a stray that has recently appeared," Zhang Ningxin hurriedly explained. "I discovered it meowing here while passing by today, so I brought it in to take a look." "You truly possess a kind heart, senior," Miao Zhengzhong interjected. "No, it is actually classmate Chen Teng who is compassionate," Zhang Ningxin remarked, her eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at Chen Teng. Miao Zhengzhong silently thought to himself that this was not good. "Senior?" Chen Teng queried, puzzled. Zhang Ningxin nodded. "Yes, I am a sophomore majoring in business administration at the School of Business." "What about you?" "We are freshmen, also in business administration." "Wonderful." Zhang Ningxin appeared exceedingly excited. "There are 2 classes in business administration. Which class are you in?" "Class 1. "Fantastic." Zhang Ningxin seemed on the verge of bouncing with joy. Her gaze lingered on Chen Teng, unwilling to waver. Miao Zhengzhong quietly stepped back, taking a seat on another row, his eyes losing their previous sparkle. "Oh, Miao, do not be disheartened." Kai Hung patted Miao Zhengzhong on the shoulder. "After all, old Chen is quite handsome. Chen Teng belongs to the category of individuals with strikingly handsome features, standing at 182 meters, with a physique that is neither overly slender nor excessively robust, but rather just right. The reason why people in their high school class liked to pair Chen Teng with Zhao Xueshi stem from this. Who does not enjoy the tale of a beautiful academic and a charming, yet academically challenged young man? At worst, we the three musketeers of 210 will simply exclude him from our gatherings. Kai Heng's words struck a familiar chord with Luo Zhenbin. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? Miao Jingzhong waved his hand dismissively. Let us just include him in our activities. There is no need to let a woman disrupt our camaraderie. Despite this, Miao Jingzhong continued to listen to the conversation between Chen Teng and Zhang Ningxin, attempting to interject a word or two. Yet, it was evident that Zhang Ningxin was far more inclined to converse with Chen Teng. After approximately half an hour, the kitten's surgery was complete. It was a small white cat, its snowy fur appearing exceedingly adorable. It looked up at Zhang Ningxin, then cast a pitiful glance at Chen Teng, as if it understood who its savior was. What do you intend to do with this cat? Keep it in the dormitory? It seems we have no other choice. Given the current circumstances, if we were to let it roam outside, it likely wouldn't survive for long. Zhang Ningxin carefully took the small cat from the doctor, gently stroking its somewhat unkempt and tangled fur. The kitten mewed softly, its cries imbued with an air of helplessness. How about we give it a name? Zhang Ningxin suggested. Since it is so white, why not call it Little White? Little White. That sounds rather unappealing. Zhang Ningxin shook her head. Let us call it Snowflake instead. Not bad. It has a bit of yellow in its fur, so Snowflake is quite appropriate. Why is it appropriate to call something Yellow Snowflake? Zhang Ningxin inquired, puzzled. Because snowflakes on snowy days have a hint of yellow in them. Chen Teng would not say that snowflake beer is yellow. Zhang Ningxin suddenly realized this and gently stroked the kitten. The little cat seemed quite pleased with its name, nuzzling against Zhang Ningxin. Leave a number, Chen Teng. What is your phone number? 139. Chen Teng recited his number, and Zhang Ningxin quickly took out her phone to jot it down. A radiant smile appeared on her face. Let me treat you to a meal. Thank you for your help. This made Chen Teng hesitate. If he treated them to a meal, wouldn't that delay the repayment of the money Zhang Ningxin owed him? Miao Jingzhong's eyes lit up. Old Chen, agree to her. Indeed, Old Chen, dining with a senior is a wonderful opportunity. Kai Heng expressed his excitement. He had no romantic notions about Zhang Ningxin due to her overwhelming beauty, which made him feel unworthy. However, he was still eager to share a meal with a beautiful woman. Old Chen, Luo Zhenbin looked at Chen Teng with hopeful anticipation. All right. Chen Teng decided to treat it as just another person joining their dormitory gathering. I will first take the kitten back to the dormitory, and then I will invite you all for dinner. There's a small restaurant nearby, highly regarded by surrounding schools as the best place for gatherings. I will take you there. Zhang Ningxin hurriedly dashed off, leaving no opportunity for the four to decline. Chapter 19. Zhang Ningxin hosts a gathering. A bold initiative, Old Chen. I must say, when a girl is willing to dine with you, you ought to seize the moment, Miao Zhengzhong commented, observing Chen Teng's apparent lack of interest with a look of exasperation. Chen Teng turned to Miao Zhengzhong, puzzled. Seize what moment? Miao Zhengzhong replied, the opportunity to pursue her. I sense that the senior is interested in you. It might not be long before something blossoms. Kai Heng, with a serious demeanor, added, Old Chen, trust me. Once this chance slips by, it may never return. You should treat the senior to this meal. Luo Zhenbin nodded in agreement. Chen Teng, bemused, asked, you seem quite experienced? Kai Heng's expression shifted slightly. I have ample experience. How many have you dated? If I were to embark on a relationship now, it would be my first, but it would count as my third after 2 previous encounters, Kai Heng boasted. Impressive, Old Kai. Miao Jingzhong and Luo Zhenbin exchanged glances that conveyed newfound respect for Kai Heng. Chen Teng remarked, to be honest, in my past life, I was just an average student, and here I am again, hardly in a position to mock others. Yet, sometimes he couldn't help himself. Have you reconsidered your numbers? Reconsidered? Miao Zhengzhong scratched his head, finally realizing, wait, Old Kai, are you merely theorizing? And what if I am? Everyone starts somewhere, right? Gai Heng defended. Chen Teng found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that despite never having been in a relationship, Kai Hong felt entitled to offer advice. What about you, Miao Zhengzhou? How many have you dated? Chen Teng inquired. A noble man should not be shackled by romantic entanglements, Miao Zhengzhou replied, revealing a count of 0. Chen Teng turned to Luo Jinbin. And you? I too have not. Well, this is quite the phenomenon of self-proclaimed mentors, Chen Teng mused. The trio combined had a total of 0 experiences, yet felt justified in offering him guidance. Upon witnessing Chen Teng's mocking expression, the 3 felt a surge of defiance. Yet, the internet states that one must treat their partner well, spend on them, and provide meticulous care. Kai Hong recounted these notions with familiarity. Then you shall become the fish in the pond, earning the title of the ultimate sycophant. Chen Teng interjected. What do you mean by sycophant? Such a term is rather unkind. It's called being a warm-hearted man. Girls adore that type, Kai Hong countered. Chen Teng found himself speechless. Is this mindset truly prevalent in 2011? Surely, I wasn't this foolish when I graduated. He reflected on his own recent past. While he acknowledged some naivety, he didn't consider himself a sycophant. Feeling considerably better, he said, well then, I wish you success. Absolutely. Tomorrow, at the class meeting, I shall scout for any attractive girls, and I will seize the opportunity, Kai Hong proclaimed with exuberance. Miao Zhengzhou patted Kai Hong on the shoulder. Good brother, you have ambition. Chen Teng found himself at a loss for words, thinking it might be best for them to learn the hard way. Business school, dormitory 308 for girls. Zhang Ningxin brought a little snowflake into the dormitory, gently placing it on her bed. Can you all help me look after this kitten? Its name is Snowflake. Wow, how did you manage to bring it here? Her roommate inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Well, that's not important, Zhang Ningxin replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she sat down to apply her makeup. What is up with our beauty? Why the sudden urge to beautify yourself? Her roommate teased, noticing her charming features in the mirror, her smile growing increasingly mischievous. I encountered a kitten with a broken leg while picking up a package off campus today. Zhang Ningxin recounted the day's events. Her roommate's eyes widened in realization. ISNT, that handsome junior named Chen Teng? Zhang Ningxin felt a surge of shyness. Yes, just my type. I felt quite at ease chatting with him. Yes, different from the typical boys at university. Love is indeed blind. ISNT it? Her roommate quipped. Not at all. Chen Teng is genuinely a great guy, Zhang Ningxin retorted, swiftly finishing her light makeup. Look at you. You haven't even started dating, and your elbows are already sticking out. Just imagine how it LLB if you actually start dating. Her roommate teased. But really, Ningxin, aren't you even played a bit coy? Coy? Why? When you meet someone you like, you should seize the opportunity, whether it works out or not. And what flaws the other person may have, that's all secondary, Zhang Ningxin asserted, gathering her small bag as she prepared to leave. So that's your true mindset. I thought you were just making excuses for not dating all year, her roommate laughed. Hee. Zhang Ningxin chuckled, heading downstairs. Hello, 4 juniors. Zhang Ningxin appeared in a sweet floral dress. With her light makeup, she looked even more delightful. While greeting the 4 boys, her gaze was firmly fixed on Chen Teng. It's still early. Do we really need to head over so soon? Chen Teng glanced at the time, noticing it was only a few minutes past 3:50. Of course. That place is incredibly popular, and if we wait until after 4, we might miss out. Besides, it takes some time to walk there. Zhang Ningxin replied with a bright smile. Chen Teng nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. How had it come to pass that he and Zhang Ningxin were walking side by side? He turned to look at his 3 new roommates, who were following behind in unison. Miao Zhengzhou lamented, Why are you looking at us? Just go on with your own business. Kai Hong chimed in. The 210 trio no longer has a spot for you. Luo Jinbin glanced at the other 2 roommates and nodded emphatically. Chen Teng felt a sense of resignation. For reasons unknown, Kai Hong seemed quite attached to the title of the 3 swordsmen. With a slight smirk, Chen Teng asked, So, who among you is the leader of this trio? Kai Hong discreetly glanced at Miao Zhengzhou, but before he could respond, Miao Zhengzhou interjected, Naturally, that would be me. Luo Jinbin looked at Miao Zhengzhou, $200. Zhang Ningxin couldn't help but giggle. Did you guys know each other before? She couldn't resist asking Chen Teng. No, we just met today. However, I sense a certain familiarity among you. It seems you possess a deep understanding of their personalities. It's not so much about understanding them, but rather, the boys share a unanimous recognition of the hierarchy within the dormitory. In the boys' dorm, there's a common belief that there can only be one father figure. Yet, the identity of this individual varies from person to person. Only during mealtime or when attendance is taken in class does this answer tend to shift. This relationship is referred to as conjugate father-son dynamics. So, that is how it is, Zhang Ningxin remarked, her expression reflecting newfound understanding. She continued conversing with Chen Teng and the others, discussing various aspects of university life and recounting amusing anecdotes she had encountered since starting college. It must be said, Zhang Ningxin is remarkably loquacious, effortlessly introducing several topics into the conversation. Despite her modest height, which makes her appear somewhat like a junior, her eloquence undeniably bears the charm of a senior. Nevertheless, for Chen Teng, who has experienced life anew, she remains merely a young girl. Chapter 20. An unfortunate encounter around 4 o'clock. They arrived at a quaint establishment named Lao Chen Restaurant. The venue was modest in size, comprising only a single floor. Upon entering, Chen Teng quickly realized that Zhang Ningxin's assertions had indeed been accurate. Despite it not being mealtime yet, the restaurant was already bustling with patrons. Zhang Ningxin, exhibiting a familiarity with the place, cheerfully greeted the owner. "Hello, it's me. Do you have any available seats?" The owner, clearly recognizing her, responded with a smile. "There's a table in the corner that you can use. However, if more guests arrive and need to share the table, would that be acceptable to you?" He gestured toward a large round table in the corner. Zhang Ningxin glanced at Chen Teng and the others. Upon receiving their unanimous agreement, she nodded. "It's a bit busy today, so your dishes may take a little longer to arrive," the owner added. "That's perfectly fine, we understand. It's always like this at the start of the school year," Zhang Ningxin replied with a smile. The beginning of the academic year typically sees the highest influx of people, as many are eager to dine out. Some students come with their parents, arriving just in time for a meal, further contributing to the crowded atmosphere. This scenario is commonplace in nearly every restaurant. They settled at the round table and began to order. "Are there any dietary restrictions among the freshmen?" Chen Teng inquired. "Nothing specific for me. I can eat anything," he replied. Kai Heng mentioned he couldn't tolerate spicy food, but that was not a significant issue. "Then let me handle the ordering," Zhang Ningxin suggested. Before they could finalize their choices, the owner presented them with a plate of peanuts and a dish of kelp strips. "Enjoy these while you wait," he said. Chen Teng finally understood how this restaurant managed to thrive. Setting aside the taste of the food, the service was commendable. The proactive communication regarding potential delays and the possibility of sharing tables was refreshing. Moreover, providing complimentary dishes helped ease any impatience that might arise during their wait. As Zhang Ningxin meticulously checked off items from the menu: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, grilled fish, stone pot tofu, Chen Teng observed her and found that she seemed exceptionally adept at managing affairs. Her demeanor suggested she was far more capable than one would expect from a mere sophomore. "Have you ever participated in a student organization like the Student Council?" he inquired. I actually have been a part of the Student Council," Zhang Ningxin replied with surprise, glancing at Chen Teng. "Are you considering joining as well?" "Not really. I don't see much value in the Student Council," Chen Teng stated. Having previously attended university, he was well aware of the nature of such organizations. Aside from the student councils of elite institutions, which provide access to resources unattainable for the average person, most student councils lack any real significance. Setting aside the bureaucratic tendencies, even in the absence of such issues, the majority of student council activities merely involve performing menial tasks for faculty members. During his last university experience, Chen Teng had a classmate who served as the vice president of the student council. He described his role as akin to that of a private secretary for the professors, attending to every whim. Thus, in Chen Teng's view, the sole benefit of the student council was to hone one's time management skills. "I completely agree," Zhang Ningxin concurred. Zhang Ningxin wholeheartedly agreed, recalling her freshman year when her mind was inundated with responsibilities, joining the student council, class leadership, and various clubs. Chen Teng could easily envision the extent of her busyness, Overwhelmed, perhaps? Zhang Ningxin lamented, weekends have become a distant memory. I must work at all times. One task follows another. Miao Zhengzhong, however, held a different perspective. I believe that joining clubs and the student council allows one to meet a plethora of people, right? The more friends, the more paths to explore. Zhang Ningxin cast a meaningful glance at Miao Zhengzhong. If you're interested in the student council, you may join our department. However, you might not wish to be a part of our school's student council. Miao Zhengzhong scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by Zhang Ningxin's smile. Chen Teng inquired further, how does this senior perceive her ability to manage time and handle such trivial matters? Practice makes perfect. I am rather adept at it now. Zhang Ningxin replied. Chen Teng nodded, choosing not to delve further. Nonetheless, he sensed that Zhang Ningxin possessed commendable skills in her work. If he could recruit her for his company, Chen Teng contemplated further engagement. In truth, he harbored a rather unsavory habit of nepotism, not in the familial sense, but in favoring those with whom he shared a close rapport. He preferred those who were trustworthy to handle company affairs. The more critical the position, the more reliable the individual must be. This was also why he encouraged Guiyuan to pursue studies in computer science and business management. It is essential to recognize that genuine business battles are no trifling matter. Significant roles must be entrusted to those deemed trustworthy. Thus, Chen Teng observed Zhang Ningxin's smile blossom radiantly. Upon witnessing Chen Teng's smile, Zhang Ningxin felt her heart race. She had to admit that Chen Teng's smile was indeed captivating and charismatic. Chen Teng. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise echoed from a distance. Chen Teng looked up, his gaze turning slightly frosty. There stood Zhao Xueshi and her devoted admirer. What a coincidence to find you here. Sun Jun felt a surge of joy. Since arriving at school, he had longed to invite Zhao Xueshi to dinner. Given his favorable standing in her eyes, it was unlikely he could secure such an invitation. However, he possessed the means. After winning over one of Zhao Xueshi's roommates, Sun Jun successfully arranged to treat them to dinner. Zhao Xueshi, not wishing to strain her relationship with her roommate, reluctantly agreed to dine out with her. That considerate roommate even facilitated a space for Sun Jun and Zhao Xueshi to converse privately. Subsequently, Sun Jun inquired within the freshman group to discover the best dining establishments nearby. Thus, he found himself at Lao Chen Restaurant, where he again encountered Chen Teng and Zhang Ningxin. What thrilled him most was Zhang Ningxin's presence beside Chen Teng. Did this not imply that while Chen Teng was enjoying the benefits of Linya's affections, he was also pursuing other girls? Yet, Sun Jun felt a twinge of jealousy. On the very first day of reporting, why is it that Chen Teng can so swiftly dine with a new beauty? It is time for Senior Linya to gather evidence. We shall secretly record and investigate the relationship between Chen Teng and the girl beside him, Sun Jun whispered. Zhao Xueshi unusually offered no dissent, softly affirming with a sound. This obedient acknowledgement sent a thrill through Sun Jun. Old Chen. Is this your friend? Miao Zhengzhong inquired, preparing to extend his hand. No. Oh. Miao Zhengzhong promptly retracted his hand. My hand is a bit unruly. Sun Jun gently clicked his tongue. Chen Teng, after all, we are high school classmates. There is no need for such coldness. Since we've met, why not share a table? Sharing a table is fine, but let us keep the chatter to a minimum, Chen Teng replied. The table is a public space, and sharing is inevitable. It would be unreasonable for their five to occupy an entire round table. However, Chen Teng had little desire for extensive interaction with Sun Jun and the others. Miao Zhengzhong sensed something amiss from Chen Teng's demeanor. Is there a grudge? He quietly inquired. Just a clown, Chen Teng remarked indifferently. Miao Zhengzhong understood, and his attitude towards Sun Jun and Zhao Xueshi suddenly turned frosty. Chapter 21. Envy and jealousy. The restaurant business is genuinely thriving. Not long ago, I was chatting with my father about opening a restaurant. Despite our family's considerable liquid assets exceeding 10 million, my father believed that managing a restaurant is far too complex. Indeed, it seems far more prudent to deposit that sum in the bank. Observing the bustling activity around him, Sun Jun resumed his habitual boasting, gauging the reactions of Chen Teng and his companions. Kai Heng and Luo Zhenbin wore subtle expressions, while Chen Teng remained impassive. and Miao Zhengzhong regarded Sun Jun as though he were a fool. As for Zhang Ningxin, she merely offered a polite smile. Sun Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment and confusion. After all, this was a sum exceeding 10 million. How could these individuals appear so unfazed? Ahem, Chen Teng. Sun Jun attempted to continue speaking. Why do you ramble so much? Didn't old Chen ask you to refrain from such nonsense? Miao Zhengzhong retorted, rising from his chair with annoyance, startling Sun Jun. He had never encountered someone quite like Miao. Zhao Xueshi also frowned in displeasure. Indeed, like attracts like, those who associated with Chen Teng were evidently not the most exemplary students. Fine, I shall refrain from further chatter. Sun Jun conceded, recognizing defeat. Miao Zhengzhong then sat back down, releasing the chair. Zhang Ningxin curiously scrutinized Zhao Xueshi, who was undeniably strikingly beautiful, capable of capturing the attention of many wherever she went. What was her connection to Chen Teng? Suddenly, two more individuals appeared at the table, and Kai Heng and Luo Zhenbin conversed with less of the earlier informality. Sun Jun wished to engage Zhao Xueshi in conversation, but hesitated, wary of Miao Zhengzhong. Despite not being as physically imposing as Chen Teng, Miao exuded an aura suggesting he would not hesitate to resort to violence. It was wise to tread carefully. After all, Sun Jun was destined to inherit a large corporation, and any trouble here would be an unfortunate setback. Fortunately, the dishes from Chen Teng's side arrived just then, perhaps due to their prior psychological preparation. The wait for the food was not as lengthy as they had anticipated. The five began to enjoy their meal while engaging in conversation. This flavor is delightful. It rivals the meals prepared at home, Chen Teng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. A little tip for compliments. Praising the food outside by comparing it to home-cooked meals is a clever tactic. When extolling the virtues of one's parents' cooking, one might say it is comparable to that of restaurants. However, Chen Teng was sincere in his praise. His mother, Jiang Meiji, was an exceptional cook, and his fondest childhood memories were of her culinary creations. He was pleasantly surprised that the dishes at Old Chen's restaurant were equally delectable. Indeed, it is quite delicious. No wonder it is considered the best around. Miao Zhengzhong added his praise. If it's tasty, let us indulge a bit more. Zhang Ningxin remarked with a smile directed at Chen Teng. As the five of them relished their meal, Sun Jun and Zhao Xueshi felt somewhat awkward, as they had little to discuss. Thankfully, at that moment, Zhao Xueshi's roommate arrived. Sun Jun eagerly welcomed Zhao Xueshi's roommate to take a seat. Suddenly, his gaze froze, for he beheld a girl even more enchanting than Zhao Xueshi herself. Her sparkling eyes twinkled like stars in the night sky, and her delicate, petite face flushed from walking too much, exuding an adorable charm. Her fair skin bore a gentle rosy hue, making her appear like a blossoming peach flower. Is the caliber of university girls always this high? Sun Jun realized he had been rather short-sighted. Previously, he considered Zhao Xueshi the most beautiful girl in the world, even surpassing the stars on television. However, after encountering Linya, Zhang Ningxin, and now this girl before him, he suddenly felt that Zhao Xueshi was not as captivating as he once thought, especially with Zhao Xueshi's roommate appearing like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens, albeit one that seemed a tad shy. It was only when Sun Jun's gaze met hers that a surprised smile graced her face, causing his heart to race wildly. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning of butterflies in his stomach. Chen Teng. The lilting voice echoed in everyone's ears. The spell was broken. Sun Jun soon realized the girl was not looking at him, but at Chen Teng behind him. In an instant, jealousy surged within him. Why? Why did Chen Teng have so many girls surrounding him? Zhao Xueshi was Chen Teng's childhood friend. Linya likely had a soft spot for him, and now, right after starting university, he had the stunning Zhang Ningxin dining with him. Not to mention Zhao Xueshi's roommate could even call out Chen Teng's name. Why? Chen Teng looked up in surprise. He hadn't expected Li Xingruo to appear here. You are roommates? Yes. The revelation that Zhao Xueshi and Li Xingruo were roommates completely took Chen Teng by surprise. Zhang Ningxin, hiding her hands beneath the table, clenched her clothing slightly, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. While Zhao Xueshi was beautiful with a unique aura, Zhang Ningxin felt confident in her own beauty, believing they were evenly matched. However, Li Xingruo's presence instilled a sense of competition within her. Not only was she more aesthetically pleasing, but her endearing demeanor also sparked a protective instinct in Zhang Ningxin. She was simply too exquisite, too demure. How do you know her? Before Zhang Ningxin could voice her inquiry, Zhao Xueshi coldly interjected. Though Zhao Xueshi was typically aloof and not particularly skilled in social interactions, the excitement on Li Xingruo's face when she called out Chen Teng's name was unmistakably genuine. It perplexed Zhao Xueshi. Why did Chen Teng know Li Xingruo, and why did they appear to share such a close bond? Chen Teng cast a glance at Zhao Xueshi and beckoned to Li Xingruo. Come sit by me. Okay. Li Xingruo wa dianli nudda. While Miao Zhengzhong beside, Chen Teng felt a mix of envy and jealousy as he made room for her. Why did this guy Chen always have such good fortune with the ladies? Umbideuli. Classmate, you should not sit with him. His academic performance is poor, and he's a troublemaker. No, he's a good person, Li Xingru resolutely declared as she sat beside Chen Teng. Chen Teng scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the label of good person. Zhao Xueshi cast a cold glare at Chen Teng. Chen Teng, are you not listening when I speak to you? Chen Teng shrugged dismissively. What do you matter? Should I really answer your queries? Sun Jun immediately felt displeased. You ought to. Before he could finish his sentence, Miao Zhengzhong seized a chair. Sun Jun instantly bowed his head, silently cursing the situation. You. Zhao Xueshi fumed, her chest rising and falling with agitation. It was the same sentiment. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignation. Only in the presence of Chen Teng did she feel such fury. Are you not afraid that I will inform Senior Linya? Chapter 22. Is Chen Teng a freeloader? The frustrated Zhao Xueshi, what does this have to do with Linya? Do not be so shameless. How can you face Senior Linya after behaving this way? What is there to be ashamed of? Chen Teng shrugged his shoulders. He was perplexed as to why Zhao Xueshi would utter such words. The Zhao Xueshi of the past, though proud, was at least somewhat rational. Has she lost her mind now? All right, I have never encountered anyone as you, a freeloader who mingles so closely with other girls. Huh, a freeloader? Chen Teng had only just discovered today that he was perceived as one. Please, do not spread rumors, Zhao Xueshi. Zhang Ningxin scrutinized Zhao Xueshi with suspicion. I believe in you. You are a good person, Li Xingru gently stated. Miao Zhengzhong, Kai Heng, and Luo Zhenbin. Their envy had become tiresome. Chen Teng rapped the table. Zhao Xueshi, if you continue to throw a tantrum here, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhao Xueshi, what do you intend to do? Tell your mother about your disgraceful behavior. Chen Teng replied coolly. You. Zhao Xueshi was infuriated. If you weren't living off Senior Linya, how could you afford to drive a BMW? Drive a BMW? Chen Teng's 3 roommates were taken aback. Their roommate was, in fact, wealthy. Zhang Ningxin began to understand why Chen Teng could produce 5,000 yuan without batting an eye. So, you think I'm living off Linya? Chen Teng finally grasped the situation. Fool. What did you say? I said you were a fool. Spreading baseless rumors from your wild assumptions. Is that not foolish? Chen Teng's gaze was icy. In that moment, even Sun Jun felt a sense of trepidation. The intensity of his gaze struck differently than it had with Miao Zhengzhong. Then tell me, if you're not relying on Senior Linya, how did you achieve this? Am I obliged to disclose my financial sources to you, fool? You. Just wait. Zhao Xueshi pulled out her phone and began dialing Linya's number. Initially, she had obtained Linya's contact through their homeroom teacher to ask a few questions. Once the call connected, Linya's voice was exceedingly gentle. Is this Zhao Xueshi? I apologize, but I'm a bit busy at the moment. If you have something important, I can call you back later, all right? After saying this, Linya attempted to hang up the phone. Linya, boss, what instructions do you have for me? It's nothing. She dialed the wrong number. You can hang up now. All right. With that, Linya ended the call. Chen Teng quietly observed Zhao Xueshi. She stared blankly at her phone screen, which had just lit up. Boss. Instructions? These 2 words together would lead any rational person to deduce their connection. Chen Teng is actually Linya's boss? Now do you understand? Chen Teng looked at Zhao Xueshi with disdain. Without grasping the situation, you presume to dispense your misguided kindness. Such a person is either foolish or malicious. Zhao Xueshi parted her lips, utterly at a loss for words. Sun Jun was equally taken aback that Chen Teng was, in fact, Linya's employer. What was Chen Teng's role? Had he erred in his words or actions, lacking even the most fundamental apology? Chen Teng's gaze pierced through Zhao Xueshi. Apologize? Zhao Xueshi had never offered an apology to anyone. In her world, achievements were ranked hierarchically. Chen Teng was undoubtedly at the bottom of that hierarchy. Expecting her to apologize to him was out of the question. With a stomp of her foot, Zhao Xueshi rose and strode towards the exit without a backward glance. She could not possibly continue with this meal. Your master has departed. Why are you not hastening to follow? Chen Teng shot a glance at Sun Jun. Zhao Xueshi's lofty demeanor could not be underestimated, especially with Sun Jun, the sycophant, fanning the flames. Sun Jun glared at Chen Teng, then hurriedly trailed after her. Zhao Xueshi's remaining two roommates could do nothing but follow suit. As soon as they left, the table was instantly filled with lively chatter. Old Chen, what do you do? You can even afford a BMW? Chen Teng replied with utmost seriousness. The BMW is a rental. I slipped Linya 500 to act. Miao Zhengzhong paused, while Zhang Ningxin quickly grasped the situation. Come, let us eat. She understood that Chen Teng wished to steer clear of this topic, and thus refrained from pursuing it further. Once Chen Teng's three roommates realized what had transpired, they too chose to avoid the subject. Li Xingru sat quietly beside Chen Teng, resembling a doll, though she occasionally glanced at him. If that fool Zhao Xueshi targets you, just come to me, though I doubt she will. Chen Teng recalled something. If Zhao Xueshi were to direct her ire towards Li Xingru because of him, he would have to devise a plan. All right, Li Xingru nodded, a hint of sweetness blossoming in her heart. Zhang Ningxin observed Li Xingru and remained silent. Though the initial sense of crisis she felt upon first seeing Li Xingru resurfaced. As dishes were presented on the table, the atmosphere among the six became harmonious. Zhang Ningxin introduced the business school while enjoying her meal. After a satisfying feast, they parted ways. How much did you eat, senior? Miao Zhengzhong inquired with curiosity. Not much. Don't worry, Zhang Ningxin replied with a smile. Before parting, Zhang Ningxin earnestly addressed Chen Teng. Rest assured, Chen Teng, I will return the money for the cat rescue promptly. I should be able to repay it within 3 months at the latest. Sure, no problem. Chen Teng was amenable to this timeline for repayment. Li Xingru also spoke earnestly. I will invite you to dinner next month at the earliest. All right, no problem. Chen Teng's response was as consistent as ever. The others were left in a daze upon hearing Li Xingru's words. How could she still wish to treat Chen Teng to a meal? They struggled to even invite a beauty to dine with them. Yet Chen Teng somehow managed to have one treating him. It was truly astonishing. The bewilderment on Kai Heng's face was unmistakable. He felt that Chen Teng's actions were entirely different from the tutorials available online. How could Chen Teng be so popular? He was utterly perplexed. After bidding farewell to Li Xingru and Zhang Ningxin, the four of them remained. Miao Zhengzhong took a deep breath and spoke. Loyalty has drifted for half a lifetime. Stop. This phrase was all too familiar to Chen Teng. The profession of it was not one to be envied. Old Chen, brother Chen, enlighten us. How is it that you managed to be so close to beautiful women, even having them treat you to meals? Miao Zhengzhong was genuinely envious. At your command, I would gladly support you as the leader of the 210 Four Swordsmen. Kai Heng gazed expectantly at Chen Teng. Indeed, Chen Teng cleared his throat. Since that is the case, I can share a small tip with you. The three of them instantly focused intently. Chen Teng slowly began. Read more books, read more newspapers, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Chapter 23. Market Research and Entrepreneurial Ideas. Early the next morning, Chen Teng rose from his slumber. The enrollment process for the business school was staggered over 2 days, and today marked the second day of registration. With no classes scheduled for the morning, his roommates remained blissfully asleep. Undeterred, Chen Teng made his way to the school cafeteria, intent on conducting a small interview. Hello, fellow student. May I pose a question to you? Chen Teng approached a classmate seated with a bowl of rice porridge, startling them with his forthrightness. Sure. If someone were to offer to deliver the cafeteria meals free of charge to the dormitory entrance, how much extra would you be willing to pay? Well, I probably wouldn't be willing to pay anything, since the cafeteria isn't far from the dorms. Thank you. Chen Teng smiled and moved on to the next student. Hello, fellow student. May I ask you a question? All right, if someone Chen Teng patiently continued his inquiries. Chen Teng, what are you chatting about? Zhang Ningxin was surprised to see him at 8 in the morning. She approached him, greeting him with casual ease. Senior, Chen Teng exclaimed, taken aback by Zhang Ningxin's early appearance. He glanced at his watch, astonished that she was up so early. Today, she donned an adorable pink short-sleeve shirt adorned with a cute pig, paired with fitted jeans that radiated youthful vibrancy. It's not that early. It's already 8. I was summoned by the teacher for a meeting, Zhang Ningxin replied, shrugging her shoulders. What about you? Why are you up so early? I'm considering starting a business in college, so I'm conducting a bit of market research here. Starting a business? Zhang Ningxin recalled Zhao Xueshi mentioning a BMW during their meal yesterday. Clearly, she had chosen a promising prospect. Would you be open to discussing the specifics? Perhaps I could offer some insights or share my experiences. Of course, if it involves trade secrets, we can skip that. It's not a secret, really. It's just a delivery service. Delivery service? Zhang Ningxin looked puzzled. What kind of business is that? Well, for instance, if you want a meal but don't feel like going downstairs, you could simply call me, and I'd bring it to you. You would just need to pay a delivery fee. Chen Teng explained succinctly. Zhang Ningxin grasped the concept, and, after a moment of contemplation, her eyes widened in surprise. What a brilliant idea. The cafeteria is always crowded during meal times, and the queues are long. If someone could deliver food directly, it would save so much time. You could even order during class. Sometimes the hassle of going out for a meal deters us from eating out. Having someone deliver, it would be incredibly convenient. Exactly. That's why I'm inquiring about how much delivery fee they would be willing to accept. I see now. You truly are quite astute. Zhang Ningxin sincerely praised, expressing her surprise at such an innovative idea. A youthful and vibrant beauty gazed at him with admiration. Any ordinary male university student would likely feel overwhelmed by such attention. However, she soon pondered a potential drawback. But, Junior, aren't you concerned that others might appropriate this idea if you conduct market research in this manner? Chen Teng smiled in response, grateful for her warning. He was, in fact, hoping for others to emulate his concept. It was now 2011, and the first food delivery platform, Blue Knight, had already been established for 3 years. In the first half of this year, Blue Knight had secured millions of dollars in funding. The notion of food delivery was no longer unique. Was the idea valuable? Indeed. Yet, sometimes its worth was not so substantial. If Chen Teng truly aspired to launch a food delivery service on campus, would he not face imitators? Certainly. So, what distinguished Chen Teng from this sea of copycats? Unlike games, the food delivery business heavily relies on offline promotion, colloquially known as grassroots marketing. Chen Teng was acutely aware of his own capabilities. In terms of eloquence and salesmanship, he did not consider himself exceptional. Regarding his ability to manage a large team, he was also not at the top tier. While he possessed a unique perspective from the future, it did not instruct him on how to build a food delivery platform or avoid pitfalls. The entrepreneurial journey is fraught with numerous challenges and obstacles. What made Chen Teng capable of standing out among imitators? It seemed implausible. His goal was not to be a trailblazer. Rather, he aimed to unite the pioneers willing to take risks on campus. His strategy was to disseminate the idea, allowing a multitude to implement it and engage in competition, after which he would invest in acquiring them directly. This was the true approach. Why toil away building a team? It was absurd. He might not even outshine these individuals. Competing with the talented versus enlisting the talented to work for him. Then arose the question, why not simply acquire the largest existing food delivery platform? The answer was straightforward. Firstly, Chen Teng was late to the game. The competition had already secured millions in investment the previous year and had no need for his modest contributions. Secondly, lacking a background, he found himself at a disadvantage. Their existing backing made them unlikely to choose him. Surely, no one believed that attracting capital was merely about financial gain, for it is the connections and foundation that truly captivate a business. Chen Teng could not buy them out. He could only observe whether any notable talents existed among the university students and seek to recruit them. As for whether these exceptional individuals might resist subservience, Chen Teng understood that it was quite normal for some to stubbornly pursue their own paths. However, it was improbable that every individual would be so obstinate, dismissing wealth as inconsequential and refusing to accept Chen Teng's offer. The charisma of Chen Teng is rather lacking, it seems. Of course, he wouldn't disclose this core sentiment to Zhang Ningxin. Nevertheless, he is genuinely grateful for her reminder. By the way, Junior, if you have aspirations for entrepreneurship, you might consider applying for a project in our university's entrepreneurial park, which offers support in terms of office space and funding for startups. Does our university even have such a thing? Chen Teng is aware that Huaguo encourages entrepreneurship, yet he did not anticipate such initiatives would commence so early, even extending to support from a college. Indeed. Thank you very much, Senior. If you have any ideas, you could also join my team, Zhang Ningxin suggested with a smile. Oh, you have aspirations for entrepreneurship as well, Senior? Certainly, but I must admit my capabilities are somewhat limited. If your abilities fall short, I can only express my apologies. Zhang Ningxin's smile faltered. Does it need to be so brutally honest? However, she reassured herself that she could still manage a portion of the tasks. All right, if the opportunity arises, I shall seek your assistance, Senior, Chen Teng said with a beaming smile. Humility, while a commendable trait, is not necessarily advantageous during interviews. If Zhang Ningxin herself acknowledges her limitations, what purpose would she serve for Chen Teng? Merely as a mascot? Very well, I shall await your call, Junior. As she gazed into Chen Teng's twinkling eyes, Zhang Ningxin suddenly felt an inkling. Chen Teng seemed to be beyond her control. Chapter 24. Skipping military training to promote the sacred body. After a brief conversation with Zhang Ningxin, Chen Teng commenced his market research in the cafeteria. As the time approached, he returned to the dormitory. Here, I brought breakfast for you all. At this moment, the three roommates had already risen. Chen Teng distributed the breakfast he had purchased in the cafeteria. Wow, old Chen, you truly are a good person, exclaimed Miao Zhengzhong, who swiftly got out of bed to brush his teeth. As the warm, fresh buns filled his mouth, Miao Zhengzhong could only utter a single word, delightful. Chen Teng resumed his seat and opened his computer, posting a market research inquiry on the campus forum. His intention was to ensure that everyone in the school was aware of this idea and to encourage them to experiment with it. He remained oblivious to the potential pitfalls he might encounter or the number of individuals who might fail. All he wished to witness was who among them would ultimately succeed. Brother Chen, what are you up to? Can I take a look? Miao Zhengzhong, munching on a bun, cast a curious glance at Chen Teng's computer screen. However, the distance between them was considerable, preventing Miao Zhengzhong from seeing anything. I'm posting on the campus forum. You can have a look if you wish. Upon hearing this, Miao Zhengzhong hurried over to Chen Teng's side, continuing to eat his bun while observing him post. This question, Brother Chen, are you planning to start business? Yes, I'm thinking of launching a delivery service. Chen Teng had no qualms about sharing his idea with others. What is delivery? Miao Zhengzhong inquired, perplexed. It involves customers paying a small delivery fee, and we deliver food to them, either downstairs or even directly to their hands. That sounds challenging. If the prices are too high, few customers will be willing to pay, and if they are too low, we'll work ourselves to exhaustion without earning much. Miao Zhengzhong swallowed a mouthful of bun as he spoke. Oh. Chen Teng was taken aback by Miao Zhengzhong's ability to identify such an issue in such a short span of time. Don't look at me like that, Brother Chen. I told you my connections are extensive. I know many restaurant owners, and their customers are the same. If the price of duck leg rice increases by yuan, sales can plummet significantly. Many people are quite sensitive to pricing. Miao Zhengzhong stated with evident professionalism. Is the student demographic also similar? Chen Teng inquired, directing his gaze at Miao Zhengzhong. The student demographic? I'm not entirely sure. Some are sensitive to prices, while others are not. And that is precisely the essence of market research, Chen Teng replied with a smile. Miao Zhengzhong's astuteness in uncovering this issue indeed surprised Chen Teng. However, it was a fact that price-sensitive customers could develop habits through various strategies employed by delivery services. Once a habit is formed, everything becomes manageable. Brother Chen, do you truly wish to start business? Kai Hung could no longer contain his curiosity. Yes, just to earn a bit of pocket money. Chen Teng responded with a grin. Can you take me along? If you possess the necessary skills, then certainly. However, we are still in the preliminary stages, merely conducting market research. All right, Kai Hung expressed a hint of disappointment. Yet, he merely entertained the thought without voicing further concerns. In the afternoon, it was time for the class meeting. Following the notification in the group, Chen Teng instinctively chose a seat in the last row upon arriving in the classroom. Kai Hung and Luo Jinbin sat beside him, while Miao Zhongzhong had already scampered to the front to chat. As he conversed with various individuals, Chen Teng suddenly thought that this fellow seemed quite suited for a local promotional role. Could he be the prodigy of local promotions? Chen Teng decided to observe further. As the time approached, an unfamiliar middle-aged man entered the room. To Chen Teng and his peers' astonishment, a girl around their age followed behind him. Even more surprising was that they recognized her. It was Zhang Ningxin. Suddenly, everything clicked for Chen Teng. He understood who the class assistant mentioned in their group was. During their university years, homeroom teachers seldom made an appearance. It was merely a meet and greet at the beginning and end of the term. Matters within the class were generally handled by the class assistant, referred to as Banju, who was usually a senior. In their class group, there was a senior who frequently answered the freshmen's questions, and, as she had not written her name in her profile, everyone simply called her senior. At that moment, Chen Teng realized that Zhang Ningxin was indeed their class assistant. No wonder she was so surprised when they introduced their class. Zhang Ningxin caught sight of Chen Teng and winked at him. Once everyone had gathered, the homeroom teacher briefly introduced himself, welcoming them to the School of Business, emphasizing that they were now a collective. After approximately 3 minutes of formalities, the homeroom teacher concluded, gesturing for Zhang Ningxin to take the floor. With a smile, Zhang Ningxin addressed the class. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ningxin. I am your class assistant. If you encounter any issues during your university life, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. A lively male student, eager to engage, asked, Senior, do you have a boyfriend? No, but I do have someone I like, she replied. The boy immediately displayed a look of regret. Luo Jinbin and Kai Hung turned their attention to Chen Teng. Why are you looking at me? You don't think. Stop pretending, Chen Ge. If you hadn't gone that day, it would have been the three of us footing the bill. You really believe the senior would have treated us? Kai Hung remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Exactly. Chen Ge, have you really considered teaching the class? I believe you are overthinking this, Chen Teng replied, prompting Kai Hung and Luo Jinbin to fall silent. With the conversation having reached such a point, what more could be said? Zhang Ningxin smoothly transitioned to the next topic. Let us briefly discuss our upcoming class activities. The first matter is that starting the day after tomorrow, we will commence a 2-week military training. Are there any students who, due to health reasons, cannot participate in the training? I can't. Chen Teng raised his hand. From the very moment Chen Teng filled out his application, he anticipated the arduous ordeal of military training that lay ahead. Its purpose was well understood by those in the know. Thus, he deliberately took a tumble, securing a medical note that prohibited him from engaging in vigorous exercise or standing for prolonged periods. In that instant, Chen Teng became the most enviable figure in the class, drawing the gaze of all his peers. Although it was their first foray into university life, they were no strangers to military training and had heard tales of its formidable reputation. If they encountered a lenient instructor, they might manage. However, facing a strict one could render those 2 weeks unbearable. Wow, Brother Chen, you have quite the trick up your sleeve. You've truly earned my admiration. How did you manage that? Kai Hung and Luo Jinbin marveled at Chen Teng's remarkable ability to evade military training. Even Zhang Ningxin was taken aback, observing Chen Teng with increasing fascination. All right, now I shall share with everyone some important considerations regarding military training. Chapter 25. Is it possible to become the greatest game company in the world? As the roommates embarked on a 2-week military training, Chen Teng engaged in market research at several nearby universities. He traversed each campus in succession, visiting one in the morning, another at noon, and yet another in the afternoon. Additionally, he posted inquiries on various campus forums. His market research locations extended beyond the dining halls. He also ventured into entrepreneurial parks at different universities, conducting on-site evaluations. Perhaps someone had already conceived a similar idea. He sought to ascertain whether anyone might draw inspiration from his creative vision. During the initial week, Chen Teng roamed the campuses, failing to discover anyone utilizing his concept. However, by the second week, he finally observed some progress at the business school. He noticed advertisements being posted beneath the dormitory buildings. The content of these flyers was remarkably straightforward, proposing to deliver meals from certain nearby restaurants directly to the dorms. In the lower right corner of the ad, a phone number was provided. A delivery fee of 5 yuan. Was that not rather steep? Chen Teng felt uncertain. If he were the entrepreneur, he would hesitate to undertake a delivery for a mere 1 or 2 orders over half a day. As a customer, he too would find that additional fee somewhat excessive. While he scrutinized the flyer, a young man approached him with a smile. "Hey there, are you interested in trying our service? How long have you been doing this?" Chen Teng inquired, attempting to disguise himself as a consumer. "We just started today. Are you interested? We can also deliver items from the supermarket." "Not at the moment. 5 yuan feels a bit pricey." Chen Teng candidly expressed his thoughts. "May I ask how many calls you've received?" The young man hesitated, revealing a look of discomfort. Chen Teng waved his hand, choosing not to press further. After all, this information was somewhat confidential. In the subsequent days, no new teams emerged. Chen Teng observed that only 2 teams had surfaced during these 2 weeks, one at the business school and the other at the Huaguo Foreign Language Institute. The rest seemed either devoid of ideas or still in the preparatory phase, but in any case, they had yet to commence. This situation agitated Kai Hong. "Old Chen, why haven't you made any moves yet? I see that our school's daily delivery has been up and running for a week now." He had been hoping to ride on Chen Teng's coattails once he achieved success. Little did he know that while others were taking action, the very person who had first proposed the idea was still stagnant. Although Chen Teng was busy from dawn till dusk, no progress was evident. "Don't rush. Have you completed your military training?" Chen Teng sidestepped Kai Heng's question, diverting the conversation. "We just finished. There's a girl from our neighboring class who is absolutely stunning. I think I might be falling for her," Miao Zhengzhong said, radiating happiness. "Is that Lu Jiejia?" Luo Zhenbin suddenly asked. "Who is Lu Jiejia?" Miao Zhengzhong replied, his expression one of confusion. "Regarding the most beautiful girl in the neighboring class, the one seated third in the front row," said Luo Zhenbin. "Yes, indeed. She is the most stunning one in that class," Miao Zhengzhong affirmed with a nod, only to quickly realize something amiss. "How do you know her name?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely inquired with our class assistant about their class assistant," replied Luo Zhenbin, a hint of pride in his tone. "I even have her contact on KK." This display of efficiency astonished Chen Teng, who had presumed Luo Zhenbin to be a reclusive nerd. He was taken aback by such high efficiency. "Wow, old Luo. No, wait. Brother Luo, that's quite impressive." Kai Hung chimed in, a tinge of envy in his voice. "Next, I shall impart to you both the true art of pursuing a girl," Luo Zhenbin declared with self-satisfaction. Chen Teng, intrigued, asked, "How do you plan to pursue her?" Luo Zhenbin chuckled. "I have studied their class schedule. Most of their classes coincide with ours, allowing me to bring her breakfast before her classes. Over time, I'm certain to win her heart." Miao Zhengzhong frowned. "Old Luo, that's rather unfair. You could also present her with gifts." That does seem reasonable," Miao Zhengzhong mused, stroking his chin as he began contemplating what to gift the girl Lu Jiejia. Chen Teng's curiosity about Lu Jiejia's appearance grew, especially since their dormitory, room 210, appeared to be evolving into a hub for infatuated admirers. "Brother Chen, in a couple of days during class, we'll take you to meet Lu Jiejia." All right. 2 weeks of military training swiftly passed, leading to the weekend. Upon the weekend's conclusion, classes would officially commence. During this period, good news from Tengda Games also emerged. The mobile version of Plants vs. Zombies was launched, accompanied by a new DLC. This new DLC signified new plants, new zombies, new maps, and fresh minigames. The DLC's backdrop was set in Egypt, featuring zombies capable of absorbing sunlight. Indeed, Chen Teng drew inspiration from PVZ2. While he believed that, aside from its pay-to-win elements, PVZ2 was not devoid of merit, he regrettably could not separate the two. Nevertheless, he felt that borrowing a modicum of creativity was entirely acceptable. At 10 o'clock on Saturday morning, the download became available, and Chen Teng promptly purchased it from Tengda Games' official website. "Oh, Brother Chen, you're playing Plants vs. Zombies too?" "Yes." "Indeed," he replied, "but I've never seen this map before." "You're not playing a pirated version, are you?" Miao Xingzhong questioned, perplexed. "This is the newly released DLC, the Egyptian Era. I had previously experienced part of it and decided to delve into it further." "How much is the new DLC?" 6 yuan. "That doesn't seem too expensive," Miao Zhengzhong remarked, contemplating a purchase. Compared to the exorbitant prices of AAA titles that often ran into the hundreds, this price was decidedly affordable. This was the direction Chen Teng had set for Plants vs. Zombies, relying on the player base to ensure sales. Chen Teng plans to offer discounts on earlier content as more DLCs are released, even bundling them for additional savings. Early purchasers enjoy their experience, while latecomers benefit from discounts. Online gaming forums have once again been inundated with discussions about Plants vs. Zombies. It is noteworthy that this game is not particularly extensive or lengthy. The majority of players can leisurely experience all its content within a month. In just a month, over 90% of players may uninstall the game. Yet, unexpectedly, Plants vs. Zombies receive an update. Many players, upon learning this news, eagerly re-downloaded the game. What was once a waning interest online quickly transformed Plants vs. Zombies into a hot topic once more. Tengda's prowess is remarkable, rapidly introducing a plethora of new maps. The subsequent levels present a certain degree of challenge, making progression far from effortless. It stands as the most enjoyable tower defense game in the world. No one anticipated that Tengda Games would update at such an astonishing pace. At this juncture, no single-player game can match the frequency of updates seen in Plants vs. Zombies. Most significantly, not only is the speed of updates impressive, but the quality remains high as well. An intriguing question quietly emerges online. Could Tengda Games potentially become the greatest gaming company in the world? Chapter 26. The campus goddess Lu Jiejia. A myriad of emotions surge from every corner of the world. Admiration, excitement, jealousy, and frustration. Chen Teng discerned a subtle rule. The emotional impact one receives diminishes with distance. For instance, should an individual from beyond the Milky Way harbor anger towards Chen Teng, it is likely his emotional value would remain unaffected. He glanced at the sales data for the new DLC of Plants vs. Zombies. In a mere 3 minutes, sales exceeded 10,000, and the first-day tally reached a staggering 1 million. This figure, within the realm of domestic single-player games, is nothing short of astonishing. Though this success was achieved through strategic pricing, it remains an unparalleled feat in the local market. Plants vs. Zombies stands unrivaled atop the sales charts on the domestic Steam platform, far ahead of its nearest competitor. More importantly, its overseas sales have also flourished. Initially, the game struggled due to insufficient promotion, attracting only a modest player base. Yet, as with all treasures, its brilliance eventually shone through. With an increasing number of players discovering the game, its reputation began to blossom over the past few months. The international web saw a growing community sharing their experiences with Plants vs. Zombies. The result was a remarkable overseas sales figure surpassing 5 million, sourced from both the Steam platform and the Apple App Store. Notably, pricing strategies differ across regions. Chen Teng sells the game for 6 yuan domestically and $6 abroad. Earning dollars while spending dollars seemed entirely reasonable to him. Thus far, the game has generated an impressive $30 million in overseas profits. Despite the necessary revenue cuts from both platforms, this game has rendered Tengda Games exceedingly prosperous. Chen Teng was also aware that many investors have begun to scent the rise of Tengda Games and sought to invest. However, he declined all offers. While others may lack confidence, Chen Teng is assured that every game he creates is destined to be a blockbuster. He does not require external funding. He aspires to become the capital itself. As he continues to expand his enterprise, the upcoming year may herald a venture into new domains, necessitating a considerable workforce. He instructed Linya to register a new company named Tengda Life, with specifics and directions to be shared once he has formulated them. This new venture would encompass the realm of daily living, including aspects of people's clothing, food, housing, and transportation. However, Chen Teng recognized the need to initiate this expansion gradually, starting with a focal point, food delivery. Despite it being a day of rest, Linya responded promptly, affirming Chen Teng's proposal within a minute. Her professionalism brought Chen Teng immense comfort. This is what one might call dedication. After the weekend, Chen Teng was set to embark on the arduous life of a university student. On Monday morning, he arrived early, taking a seat in the last row of the classroom and reserving the coveted spots for his roommates. If there were an award for the best roommate in Huaguo, Chen Teng was certain he would secure it effortlessly. Aside from him, Luo Zhenbin was the earliest to arrive at classroom 210, clutching a small cake in his hands. "What is this for?" Chen Teng inquired. "It's for Lu Jejia. She's my goddess," Luo Zhenbin replied, his tone somewhat effusive. During military training, her photos circulated on the forum, and many had dubbed her the campus goddess. "Oh, I see." Chen Teng recalled their discussions after military training had concluded. "Is she not here yet?" "Not yet. But I assure you, once you see her, your gaze will be irresistibly drawn to her." "Is she that beautiful?" Chen Teng's interest piqued. "How does she compare to Senior Zhang?" She is slightly less stunning than Senior Zhang," Luo Zhenbin admitted, a hint of disappointment creeping in. He suddenly remembered that meal at the start of the semester. Seated next to Chen Teng were Zhang Ningxin and Li Xingrua. The former was already a beauty of school goddess caliber, while the latter was even more radiant. It's worth noting that while universities may not have official rankings for school beauties, the boys all maintain their own mental hierarchies regarding attractiveness. In Luo Zhenbin's mind, no matter how one ranked them, Li Xingrua would always remain an insurmountable pinnacle among the so-called school beauties. "I see." Chen Teng's enthusiasm waned. In his previous life, he had encountered a plethora of beautiful women due to the influence of filters and beauty enhancements. The only one who had truly captivated him was Li Xingrua. Suddenly, Luo Zhenbin sprang to his feet. Chen Teng looked up to see two girls entering the room. One was particularly striking, adorned with exquisite makeup and maintaining an enviable figure. The lingering warmth of summer had not yet dissipated, and she wore a short skirt and a crop top that perfectly showcased her alluring physique. Luo Zhenbin eagerly approached her, holding out the small cake. "Jejia, this is breakfast I brought for you. I hope you like it." Upon hearing Luo Zhenbin's voice, Chen Teng felt a chill run down his spine. What a sap! He had never heard Luo Zhenbin speak with such tenderness in their dormitory. Who says only girls can be sappy? Boys can be too. Wow. Thank you, Luo. I absolutely love it. Lu Jejia exclaimed, her delight evident. This reaction made Chen Teng feel a shift in the atmosphere. Unlike Luo Zhenbin's overt affection, Lu Jejia's surprise was genuine, leaving him somewhat dazed. The emotional value of that moment was palpable. "If you like it, I'll bring you more in a few days," Luo Zhenbin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What could be more delightful than witnessing the surprised expression of one's beloved goddess? Chen Teng observed Luo Zhenbin, fully aware that he had succumbed entirely. He could not ascertain whether Lu Jejia's high emotional intelligence was innate or solely directed towards Luo Zhenbin. Yet, based on his experience, he suspected it was the former. Indifferent to the unfolding situation, Chen Teng leaned on the table and resumed his reading. Suddenly, a waft of perfume drifted towards him, enveloping his senses. Lu Jejia gracefully settled beside him. "Hello. Apologies, but this seat is taken," Chen Teng replied languidly. "That's quite all right. I shall sit here for a moment." "You must be Chen Teng, am I correct?" Lu Jejia's gentle voice resonated in his ear, radiating an irresistible allure. Chen Teng furrowed his brow slightly. Now, he was certain she was merely toying with Luo Zhenbin. "Let us get straight to the point." "Oh, I merely wish to befriend a fellow student," Lu Jejia said, her lips curving into a radiant smile. "I see." Chen Teng regarded her face, a faint smile gracing his own lips. "In that case, I must decline." Chapter 27, A Bet. The layered schemes of the siren Chen Teng had encountered far too many women of this ilk. They possessed beauty, excelled in social interactions, and could swiftly identify wealthy individuals amidst the crowd, surrounded by a legion of admirers. Such individuals, Chen Teng typically referred to as sirens. In his past life, when Chen Teng was still rather unremarkable, There was a woman of this kind in his company. She was alluring, had an enviable figure, and was perpetually encircled by a throng of admirers. Chen Teng harbored no particular feelings for her. Yet, curiously, she seemed to have an interest in him, specifically, a desire for friendship. When he inquired why, her answer was remarkably simple. You possess self-awareness, hence you do not pursue me. You are more suited as a friend for casual conversation. At that moment, Chen Teng felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 arrows. However, he later realized that her words held a kernel of truth. Chen Teng was aware that her aspirations lay in marrying a wealthy man, and he was not her type. He once asked her how she could effortlessly identify wealthy individuals and their admirers. She replied that it was instinctual. Typically, wealthy people exuded an air of relaxation, in stark contrast to their eager admirers, who were often desperate to express their innermost thoughts. Through her, Chen Teng observed numerous traits common among women like her. Ultimately, she did indeed utilize her intelligence to marry a wealthy man, swiftly severing ties with other men, including Chen Teng. One could not deny that Chen Teng held a certain admiration for her. She was acutely aware of her desires and relentlessly pursued her goals, ultimately achieving them. Of course, this process was not entirely ethical, as she maintained her admirers to ensure her high expenditures. She asserted that beauty required financial sustenance, and until she achieved her aspirations, she had to find ways to preserve her allure. In later times, such behavior became commonplace, at least before she married into affluence and cut off her admirers. She compensated them generously for their material losses. As for their emotional losses, she was unable to assist. Upon learning of this, Chen Teng regretted not spending money on her. What were admirers after all but patrons? Subsequently, Chen Teng encountered many women akin to her, the vast majority of whom would not offer their admirers any material compensation. They sought to utilize their admirers to sustain their lavish lifestyles. Their enthusiasm was fervent, yet their demeanor was as cold as ice, always maintaining a delicate distance. These were their common tactics. In Lu Jiejie, Chen Teng sensed a similar essence. Consequently, he adopted a rather indifferent stance towards her. Lu Jiejie's expression stiffened, seemingly taken aback by Chen Teng's frosty demeanor. Luo Zhenbin attempted to mediate. Old Chen is like this. Lu Jiejie quickly regained her composure. It's quite all right. It is your prerogative to choose your friends, Chen Teng. I apologize, but I am allergic to the perfume you're wearing. Would you kindly maintain a distance? Lu Jiejie gritted her teeth and replied, fine. Since Chen Teng is unwilling to befriend this person, so be it. He cast a glance and discerned that Lu Jiejie still resided in her youthful phase. A mature individual, even when rebuffed, would exhibit no discernible emotions. They might even offer compliments that stray far from mere physical attraction. Luo Zhenbin, seated beside him, appeared somewhat anxious. Old Chen, aren't you being a bit harsh on her? Wouldn't that be unkind? Chen Teng glanced at him with indifference. What? Are you worried that my actions might sour your relationship with her? Although his gaze was unremarkable, it seemed to pierce deep into Luo Zhenbin's soul. Luo Zhenbin's smile became awkward. No, of course not. Rest assured, her attitude towards you won't change because of me. Until the number and quality of her admirers are sufficient, she won't treat you too coldly. Old Chen, I believe your perspective is somewhat extreme. Luo Zhenbin's displeasure was palpable. What are you talking about with admirers? She and I are friends now. There's a saying, courtesy demands reciprocity. You bring her breakfast, what has she given you in return? A sweet smile and a heartfelt thank you? Old Chen, you are far too utilitarian. Luo Zhenbin protested. I think Lu Jiejie is not that kind of person. Is your family wealthy? I'm not referring to a modest fortune, but a considerable one. No. At most 3 months, Chen Teng replied, raising 3 fingers. What do you mean by at most 3 months? Luo Zhenbin was bewildered by this abrupt statement. Chen Teng spoke with utmost confidence. In 3 months' time, she will possess a sufficient number of admirers. Following that, she will disregard a portion of them, a neglect period lasting between 2 weeks to a month. During this phase, you will ponder your own shortcomings, engaging in self-reflection. After this period of neglect, she will once again show warmth towards you, and you will strive to be better to her. After 3 or 4 cycles of this nature, congratulations, you will find it impossible to forget her. Luo Zhenbin, increasingly unconvinced, retorted, "What if she behaves differently from what you described?" Chen Teng shrugged. "That would be unfortunate. She might completely dismiss you during one of her neglect phases, perceiving you as insufficiently admirable. She won't have the energy to maintain her enthusiasm and will simply abandon you. What I mean is, what if Lu Jiejie isn't as manipulative as you suggest? What if she is genuinely a good girl? Then if I misjudged her, I shall personally apologize to Lu Jiejie, and I will cover the expenses for your honeymoon." He reconsidered. "Actually, let's not discuss it for so long. If you can gain her formal acknowledgement, I will treat you to a lavish, candlelit dinner, with a bill on me. Should I truly misjudge, then it would indeed be an apology owed by Chen Teng." However, he genuinely did not believe he would misjudge. If Lu Jiejie truly held affection for Luo Zhenbin, rather than merely cultivating his inclination as an admirer, she would not have greeted him in such a manner moments ago. Under normal circumstances, Lu Jiejie would have suggested that their mutual friend, Luo Zhenbin, introduce Chen Teng to her. Then, simply saying a sentence or two would suffice to conclude. This was indeed your assertion. Luo Zhenbin understood that Chen Teng was not a person lacking in wealth. The words he uttered would surely not be retracted. He was genuinely feeling defiant now. He had to catch up with Lu Jiejie to prove his worth to Chen Teng. "Oh, by the way, I have a swift method of verification. If you persist in not spending money on her, she will soon grow indifferent towards you. Certainly, if he is unwilling to spend even on a girl, what reason would she have to be with him?" Luo Zhenbin's formidable logic left Chen Teng momentarily speechless. "All right, but you must not mention our wager. Otherwise, she might agree to be with you out of gratitude for this candlelit dinner." "Old Chen, Lu Jiejie is not so superficial." Fine, I spoke out of turn." Chen Teng waved his hand, regretting his indiscretion. He truly could not abide seeing his fellow men treated as simpering fools. However, it is difficult to dissuade a fool intent on self-destruction. Chen Teng could not sway Luo Zhenbin. Nonetheless, encountering the first Lu Jiejie early in life is ultimately a blessing. Far better than meeting someone suitable when it is time to discuss marriage. At that moment, Miao Zhengzhong and Kai Heng also entered the classroom, their eyes still heavy with sleep, appearing as if they had just awoken. The teacher on stage arrived as well, commencing the lesson. Chen Teng listened attentively. Each university class consisted of 2 consecutive 45-minute sessions. As the first session concluded, Zhang Ningxin appeared from the back of the classroom and gently tapped Chen Teng's left shoulder. Chen Teng turned his head to the left, only to find nothing there. Instead, he felt a light tap on his right shoulder. "Hey, this is quite enough. Such childish antics." With a sigh of resignation, Chen Teng turned to see Zhang Ningxin's beaming face. Chapter 28, Task Assignment. The class of Chen Teng has commenced. If one can deceive others, it cannot be deemed childish. A pair of lively and bright eyes sparkled with brilliance. Today, she adorned a delicate makeup. Wearing a modestly elegant white dress that embodied purity, its lightweight fabric swaying gently with the breeze, the hem adorned with pristine lace. Her hair was softly gathered into a loose, low ponytail, with a few stray strands casually cascading beside her cheeks, adding an extra touch of sweetness and charm. Zhang Ningxin made her entrance, and Luo Zhenbin along with others greeted her. "Hello, senior." She responded to each greeting before pulling Chen Teng out of the classroom. "Chen Teng, have you begun your entrepreneurial venture yet?" "Not yet, why?" "Oh, it's nothing. I noticed that our school seems to have formed a team already. So I wanted to remind you. After all, in entrepreneurship, having a first-mover advantage is crucial," Zhang Ningxin expressed, visibly anxious. "Thank you for your concern, senior. But I have my own ideas," Chen Teng replied with a smile. He could sense that Zhang Ningxin's goodwill was genuine, which stirred a semblance of gratitude within him. It is essential to acknowledge that in this world, no one is inherently obligated to treat you kindly. When someone does, one must hold a heart full of appreciation. "All right, as long as you have your own plans, that's fine. I reiterate, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am willing to help," she said. "Aren't you quite busy, senior?" "Not at all. Worst case, I can resign from some responsibilities in the student council and clubs. Those trivial tasks can be handled by anyone, Zhang Ningxin stated confidently. If you truly have some spare time, I might actually need your help. Chen Teng pondered for a moment and decided to bestow a measure of trust onto Zhang Ningxin. What is it? She inquired, her heart filled with joy. I want to promote our takeaway business idea as widely as possible among the students here. What do you mean? Zhang Ningxin furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications. Wouldn't that only unnecessarily increase our competition? That's of no concern. In fact, I want to increase our competitors, he asserted. If we aim to attract competitors, Zhang Ningxin's frown deepened. Then we could inform them that this venture is quite lucrative, enticing them to join. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Chen Teng frowned in disapproval. He shook his head, his demeanor remarkably serious, as he stated, "Absolutely not. Such tactics are entirely unacceptable." This was the first time Zhang Ningxin had witnessed Chen Teng so grave. Why not? Because such actions can easily lead thoughtless individuals to rashly enter the fray, only to suffer significant losses. Indeed, I believe those who embark on entrepreneurship without adequate market research, swayed by mere words, deserve their fate. Shouldn't they consider their own capabilities? However, those who lure them into this field share the blame. If the cannon fodder willingly jumps into the fray, that is their misfortune. But enticing them into this industry raises ethical concerns. Though Chen Teng's moral compass was not exceptionally high, he could not stoop to such underhanded practices. He merely laid a path before everyone, allowing them to make their own choices. Ultimately, the decision to proceed lies in one's own hands. Chen Teng bears no responsibility for the experiences others may encounter upon entering. In fact, he has kindly issued a caution. Be mindful of exorbitant delivery fees. It would be utterly excessive to post a notice proclaiming this path to be exceedingly lucrative. Such an act is akin to luring someone into a trap. While those deceived may lack discernment, the true villain is the deceiver. Zhang Ningxin has come to realize that Chen Teng's intentions were noble. Her efforts to disseminate this understanding were unexpected, revealing a surprising benevolence in his character. However, one cannot simply label him as virtuous. Should they choose to embark on an entrepreneurial journey that ends in financial ruin, he would remain indifferent. Chen Teng's moral compass is not particularly elevated. The business realm is akin to a battlefield. Once engaged, he will exert every effort to undermine the opposing business and drive them from the field. Nonetheless, despite his moral laxity, he upholds one principle. He does not entice others to join the fray. He is committed to fulfilling the tasks assigned by his superiors. Zhang Ningxin playfully saluted Chen Teng, lacking the demeanor of a senior. Chen Teng couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, the class bell rang, and Zhang Ningxin laughed as she dashed away. Once seated in the classroom, Kai Hung could no longer contain his eager curiosity. "Brother Chen, what did the seniors say to you?" She expressed a desire to assist me in my entrepreneurial endeavors. "Oh, did you agree?" I assigned her a small task to gauge her performance. Kai Hung was utterly astonished that Zhang Ningxin took such an interest in Chen Teng's affairs, igniting a sense of envy within him. "Brother Chen, how do you attract women? Is it your looks?" Chen Teng himself was unaware of Zhang Ningxin's interest. Yet, interpersonal connections often begin with external impressions. He mused that perhaps it was indeed his appearance that initially captivated her. Frustratingly, Kai Hung's looks could hardly be deemed unattractive. Yet they certainly did not evoke the term handsome. If one harbors feelings for a particular girl, they should boldly pursue a friendship. Chen Teng encouraged Kai Hung with these words. However, Luo Jinbin, overhearing this, felt a twinge of discontent. "Old Chen, didn't you just tell me not to be a sycophant? Why are you encouraging old Kai to be one? I never urged him to be a sycophant. I merely suggested he make genuine friends. True friends would not readily accept gift from someone they have only recently met." Chen Teng felt it was essential to clarify the distinction between being proactive and being a sycophant. A sycophant is always proactive, yet not all who are proactive are sycophants. The difference lies in whether the relationship maintains equality and whether contributions are one-sided. However, one must respect the other's right to decline. Persistence should not cross into harassment. "Do you understand?" Kai Hung nodded thoughtfully. Miao Zhengzhong, resting his head on the desk, interjected, "All right, Brother Chen, stop explaining. He just likes to blabber." During the first week of military training, there was a constant clamoring to deliver water to Lu Jiajia. Yet for a full fortnight, not a single bottle was dispatched. Not even as reliable as old Luo. What do you understand? You bystanders merely need to voice your opinions. As a water bearer, I have numerous considerations to ponder. Gaiheng Vito Defianti. While you hesitate over how to deliver the water, old Luo has already been doing so for several days. Miao Jingzhong's words prompted Luo Jinbin to lift his head with pride. Chen Teng, disinterested in their banter, continued to contemplate the forthcoming plans. However, their dialogue was short-lived. As the instructor approached them, I have tolerated you for quite some time. Generally, instructors at third-tier institutions are indifferent. Their attitude is one of casual disregard. They either listen or they don't. However, many professors at the business school hail from the main campus. To have endured this long signifies a commendable temperament. Consequently, the trio fell silent, although Chen Teng could not suppress a chuckle. Fortunately, the instructor did not notice his amusement. Thus, the class passed in a tranquil manner. Chapter 29. Think twice before acting. Dispel the notion thus. Another week passed in the unremarkable life on campus. Kai Hung engaged in idle chatter. Miao Zhengzhong flitted about making acquaintances, and Luo Jinbin tirelessly endeavored to win the favor of Lu Jiajia. Meanwhile, Chen Teng continued market research alongside Zhang Ningxin. Throughout this week, the delivery teams from the business school transitioned from a monopoly to a competitive duel between daily delivery and happy delivery. The two services exhibited no significant differences in their operational strategies. Customers would inform the delivery teams of their meal requests via KK or telephone. The delivery teams would initially cover the meal expenses, collecting both the meal and delivery fees upon arrival. Notably, due to the emergence of competition, the price for daily delivery dropped from an initial 5 yuan per order to 3 yuan. Furthermore, the students discovered a small loophole. One resident could place an order for the entire dormitory, as the charges would still count as one person. This meant that if 4 individuals in a dormitory ordered together, the average cost per person would be less than 1 yuan. Consequently, previously burdensome prices became far more palatable. By circumventing the queues at restaurants or cafeterias, they could enjoy the takeout they desired. What a bargain. Both delivery teams opted to accept this loophole. Although their profits diminished slightly, they were still operating at a profit. For them, this endeavor was not merely a job, but an entrepreneurial venture. Thus, even a modest income was acceptable. The prospect of earning prompted some students, who had been contemplating entrepreneurship, to take action, regardless of the actual profit margins or whether the earnings suffice for their sustenance. They eagerly enlisted their roommates and classmates to join in. The competition quickly evolved from a duel into a tripartite struggle. A new delivery service, named Lightning Delivery, emerged. Its first action was to initiate a price war. Adopting a similar business model to its predecessors, it reduced the delivery fee from 3 yuan to 2. In the dormitory, Miao Jingzhong grew increasingly anxious. Chen, are you still pursuing this delivery service? If not, I might just start one myself. Miao felt a pang of envy. Initially, he had no entrepreneurial aspirations, but witnessing others profiting ignited a desire within him to earn. Who wouldn't he want to make some money during college? While his peers were still pleading with their parents for living expenses, he could flaunt the money he earned. The thought was utterly exhilarating. Do you genuinely have an idea? Chen Teng inquired. Of course, I truly do. Now that I've seen others making money, it's more painful to watch than losing my own. Miao Jingzhong was indeed intrigued by the prospect. However, he felt it was rather unethical to usurp his roommate's idea. How well do you understand this project now? Huh? Miao Jingzhong was puzzled. Chen, which aspect are you referring to? Have you ever contemplated business models, profits, and sustainable development? While I have a general understanding of business models, I recently heard that the overall revenue of daily delivery has surpassed 10,000. Miao Jingzhong's connections have indeed proven advantageous. Surpassing 10,000? Chen Teng raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it was 10,001 or 99,999, as the distinction between the two is significant. Currently, the primary expenditure of this project lies in labor. May I inquire about the salaries they disperse? Miao Zhengzhong struggled to respond. explaining that they do not issue direct salaries but employ a 631 profit-sharing model, wherein the delivery personnel receive 60 and the coordinators 30. In other words, if daily delivery were my venture and I earned 10,000 this month, I would only net 1,000. With that 1,000, I might still need to reinvest to develop the project. Chen Teng's words instantly brought Miao Zhengzhong to a state of calm. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic about the project's future. However, the market is bound to expand. Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Miao Zhengzhong's confidence wavered under questioning. He realized that Chen Teng was indeed contemplating matters at a deeper level than he was. The market is indeed growing, and the number of individuals willing to embrace food delivery is increasing. However, the competition will inevitably intensify. So, will each entity be able to turn profit? Miao Zhengzhong finally recognized the crux of the issue. The market is expanding, that much is true, but teams are also entering the fray. Oh Miao, if you were to enter the market now, what would your advantage be? Knowing more people? But Brother Chen, this was clearly your idea. Upon this realization, Miao Zhengzhong abandoned his ambition of forming his own delivery team. Yet, he felt a sense of injustice for Chen Teng, who had conceived the idea first. How could others exploit Chen Teng's creativity for profit? It's nothing, old Miao. Creativity is both the most valuable and the least valuable asset. Moreover, without their entry, how would you cultivate a habit of ordering takeout? The current cohort has collectively developed a penchant for takeout. Although the cafeteria is merely 2 steps away, queues still form during mealtime. Ordering takeout is simply more convenient. Once someone has experienced the ease of food delivery, they seldom wish to revert. It seems, Brother Chen, that you are orchestrating a grand scheme. Miao Zhengzhong's perception of Chen Teng shifted yet again. Initially, he viewed Chen Teng as merely a slightly affluent, handsome young man skilled in charming the ladies. Such individuals, though few, can still be found throughout university campuses and often earn the title of campus heartthrob. However, after their conversation, Miao Zhengzhong perceived Chen Teng's maturity in business matters as far surpassing that of the average university student. Think twice before acting. That is the hallmark of a mature adult, is it not? It's nothing, merely a small endeavor. This is just the beginning. Chen Teng remarked with a shake of his head. If you have thoughts about this project, consider joining me in a month or 2. Certainly. Miao Zhengzhong's eyes lit up. He was skeptical of following others. However, following Chen Teng is quite reassuring. Brother Chen, could you add me? Kai Hung, who was engrossed in a game nearby, couldn't help but inquire. The school year had commenced for some time now. Luo Jinbin was busy playing the sycophant, while Miao Zhengzhong was busy forging connections. Chen Teng exuded a sense of confidence that was palpable to Kai Hung. While others were preoccupied, he found himself adrift, uncertain of what to do with his days, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Although his mind was brimming with ideas, his motivation was woefully lacking. Of course, if there's a suitable position, I'll offer it to you. Chen Teng replied. Thank you, Brother Chen. Kai Hung expressed his gratitude hurriedly. No need for thanks. By the way, the new game Fruit Ninja from Tongda Games has recently launched. Those interested might want to give it a try. Chen Teng suddenly recalled, shifting into promotional mode. Chapter 30. The launch of Fruit Ninja. The envious cattle and horses in terms of development. The completion timeline of Fruit Ninja coincided quite closely with the fervor surrounding the new DLC for Plants vs. Zombies. However, to avert any division of attention, the release of Fruit Ninja was intentionally delayed. Upon its launch, sales on the Steam platform were rather unremarkable, as the game was not particularly convenient to play with a keyboard and mouse. Yet, on the Fruit platform and the official website of Tongda Games, sales soared to astonishing heights, 1 million units sold. Remarkably, this milestone was achieved on the very first day. Such staggering sales figures sent shockwaves through the nascent mobile gaming industry in Huaguo. At this juncture, it had only been a year since the release of Fruit 4, with the launch event for Fruit 4's looming on the horizon. Meanwhile, the Android camp was still in its infancy. Many game developers remained in a state of observation regarding the profitability of mobile games, pondering whether they could indeed generate revenue. Wasn't it more appealing to create web games or online games? With mobile games often facing piracy, could there be any genuine profits to be made? However, the sales of Fruit Ninja drove these developers into a frenzy. They began to pay increasing attention to this enterprise that had emerged from Yongchen. The success of a single game could be deemed fortuitous, but the triumph of two games signified undeniable prowess. Even with rampant piracy, the sales of Fruit Ninja remained unaffected. A thought-provoking question emerged in online forums. Why would players choose to pay for a game when a pirated version was available? Responses varied widely, yet many players rallied in support of Tengda Games. Some offered earnest insights. Tengda Games is different from other developers. They entered the industry with dreams and passion, and we cannot dishearten such a company. Others responded with sarcasm. Surely, there aren't individuals who cannot afford even a single dollar for a game? Some expressed their frustrations candidly. To think someone would resort to piracy for a mere dollar. Others simply shrugged their shoulders. If you're going to play pirated games, then do so without making a fuss. Regardless of the opinions shared, players consistently chose to stand by Tengda Games. This was largely due to the astute pricing strategy devised by Chen Teng. At a price point of $1, even in 2011, 99 of players could afford it, who among them could truly be unable to spare a dollar. Those who did not purchase the game either found payment inconvenient or were resolutely determined to partake without cost. Such players were unlikely to be swayed by any game developer. Furthermore, while Chen Teng sought profit through paid skins, the free skins still boasted commendable effects. There was no disparity in quality, as the effects of paid skins were not diminished compared to their free counterparts. The difference merely lay in style. This effectively silenced critics of paid skins, for it was unreasonable to expect game developers to provide everything for free. After all, how would game developers sustain themselves? Amidst a chorus of accolades, Fruit Ninja ascended to the pinnacle of the paid bestseller chart on the Fruit platform. Trailing in second place was Plants vs. Zombies from Tengda Games, dominating the rankings. In response, Chen Teng found this entirely reasonable. For other games, a sales figure of 1 million might represent a remarkable milestone. However, for this particular game, it merely served as an appetizer. When Fruit Ninja reached its zenith of popularity, official channels reported sales exceeding 1 billion. Virtually every smartphone and tablet at that time boasted this game. Regarding the commendable development team, Chen Teng felt compelled to reward them handsomely. Each of the two development teams would receive a bonus of 20,000, totaling 50,000. Chen Teng conveyed this news to Linya, firmly believing that money could indeed work wonders. Thank you, boss. May your wealth continue to flourish. Linya promptly showered him with praise. Upon learning of this news, the other employees could not contain their exuberance. They recognized that the true architect of this monumental success was none other than Chen Teng himself, rather than the programmers. In terms of technical execution, both games were not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay within Chen Teng's visionary ideas. The boss is truly generous. He is offering me a bonus of 20,000? I thought the triple overtime pay was the pinnacle of benefits from Chen, but I never anticipated such a substantial bonus. I would gladly toil away at Tengda for life. The only drawback at Tengda is that after my last 8-hour overtime stint, Lin ordered me home. The employees of Tengda Games ardently expressed their unwavering loyalty to the company. In the realm of internet enterprises, secrets are scarce, and this phenomenon swiftly circulated to other companies. Initially, employees from rival internet firms presumed that the Tengda Games staff were merely putting on a show. Is it really necessary to be this intense, guys? No matter how loud you shout, your boss won't hear you. Indeed, why should we align ourselves with capitalists while merely working? Isn't it absurd? There's no need for it. All capitalists are essentially the same, and there's no necessity to serve them. Right, comrades? We should unite and denounce the evils of capitalism. However, when they learned about the compensation packages of Tengda Games employees, their jaws dropped. Why didn't you mention the benefits were this good? What do you mean? Your salary surpasses mine, and you only work 8 hours? If you want to work overtime, you receive triple pay? What? Lunch breaks are included in those 8 hours, plus transportation and housing allowances? Hello, does Tengda Games still have vacancies? Are there any openings for security downstairs? Excuse me, does Tengda Games need any dogs? I am fluent in 108 canine languages. I also wish to empathize with capitalists. Can Tenda Games provide me with that opportunity? One programmer after another fervently expressed their thoughts on the forum. The treatment of employees in this company is comparable to that of the colossal giants like KK, Chengdu, and Taotao. Thus, their aspirations are not mere empty boasts. They genuinely seek to join the ranks of Tenda Games. Given their level of expertise, there is no reason for them to be excluded. Upon realizing that Tenda Games continues to expand, they could not resist the urge to submit their resumes. At this juncture, the owners of various internet companies began to feel uneasy. Unlike the three tech behemoths, who could easily replenish their ranks with new hires even after losing a group, these smaller companies found it challenging to locate proficient programmers. Consequently, the complaints shifted from the programmers to the owners of internet firms. The venues for these grievances transitioned from programmer forums to various conferences. Tenda truly deserves condemnation. Not only are they profitable, but they also offer such generous compensation to their employees. How audacious. Do they not worry about being unable to sustain their employees' salaries in the future? This is a flagrant violation of industry norms. When I eventually meet their CEO, I shall earnestly explain the rules of the internet industry. Indeed, is this how business is conducted? Is this not a disruption to the market? They envy Tenda Games for its substantial profits and the unwavering loyalty of its employees. They are also incensed by the high benefits offered by Tenda, which make their previously acceptable compensation appear utterly inadequate. When a beam of light pierces through darkness, that light is often deemed culpable. Yet, light shall ultimately illuminate the entirety of darkness. Chapter 31. The proof of a master. The collective resignation of employees from various internet companies, at first glance, seems surprising. However, it is, in truth, quite predictable. Regardless of the nature of their work, individuals invariably aspire to secure employment that offers better remuneration and conditions. This is the essence of human nature. Chen Teng was engaged in a game of Fruit Ninja on his smartphone, finally feeling that his device had found a semblance of purpose. Prior to this, the applications on his phone had instilled in him a sense of disconnection. Beyond reading novels and listening to music, it served little practical use, with chatting on KK being the most he could manage. If only he had arrived on the scene a year or so earlier. As Chen Teng stroked his chin thoughtfully, he reflected on how KK had launched a chat application named WeChat, which, much like the green bubbles of the previous world, swiftly captured a substantial portion of the market. Its user base rapidly expanding through financial incentives. This development was something Chen Teng found himself coveting. It bears mentioning that in the latter stages, KK Company leveraged these two applications to become an indomitable force within the gaming industry. Let no one dismiss the quality of this company's games as inferior. They are undeniably profitable. Chen Teng was consumed with envy. Regrettably, he had already missed the opportunity to position himself advantageously. In terms of finances, he lacked the resources of his competitors. In terms of connections, his background was not as robust. And when it came to technical expertise and experience, he was similarly outmatched. Currently, Chen Teng could only choose to bide his time, developing his own skills while observing his rivals thrive at breakneck speed. Perhaps, when he had matured sufficiently in his own development, he might be able to partake in the bounty. Hey, Chenggu, you're playing Fruit Ninja 2. What's your highest score? Kai Hong approached with an air of pride. I've been playing this game as well, and my combo count is impressive. It's 18. How do you only have 18? Look at me. I've got 176. Isn't that amazing? Impressive indeed. You really enjoy this game? Chen Teng replied. Of course. Let me tell you, this game is simply the most entertaining in the world, Kai Hong declared, full of self-satisfaction. At long last, there was something in which Kai Hong could surpass Chen Teng. One must recognize that while Chen Teng was handsome, affluent, and exuded a maturity that left Kai Hong feeling overshadowed, today he had finally discovered a domain in which he excelled. Have you purchased any skins? Chen Teng inquired. I'm contemplating it. That lightning blade skin looks quite striking. Though it's a bit pricey, Kai Hong's expression revealed his inner conflict. The lightning blade skin he mentioned was one of the premium options available for purchase at 6 yuan. With a mere swipe across the screen, one could witness electric effects and hear the faint sound of arcs, creating a particularly immersive experience. Chen Teng's eyes lit up. Old Kai, I believe that only the lightning blade skin befits your status as a master. Really? Kai Hung responded, somewhat confused, but if I can achieve a score of 1,000. The complimentary ice blade skin is the true mark of mastery. That notion is misguided. While the ice blade is indeed striking, it pales in comparison to the lightning blade. The crackling sound effects elevate the act of slicing fruit to a whole new level. Is that so? Kai Hung pondered, feeling a stir of excitement. He had always harbored a slight fondness for the dazzling effects. However, he had yet to cultivate the habit of spending money on games. Previously, $1 felt negligible, but $6 was a different matter. I believe that someone of your caliber should adorn yourself with premium skins befitting your stature. Moreover, before reaching a score of 1,000, there must be some means to differentiate your prowess from that of a novice like me. Chen Teng's final remarks stirred excitement in Kai Hung. Indeed, if I were to sport the same skin as Brother Chen, how could I possibly showcase my superiority? I must buy it. I shall purchase it immediately. Wait, Brother Chen, may I borrow your computer? Of course. Chen Teng readily relinquished his computer to Kai Hung. Soon enough, Kai Hung completed the top-up process. Observing Kai Hung's triumphant rampage in the game, a smile crept across Chen Teng's face. It is unethical to entice players to spend. Yet the art of tricking one's roommate is all too common in university life. Old Kai, look at that flame blade, it's so striking. The crackling flames. But I've just purchased a skin. That is a grave misjudgment, for just as a woman's wardrobe is forever lacking a piece, a skilled player's collection is perpetually incomplete without an additional skin. But, old Kai, if you only possess one more skin than a novice like me, how can you truly distinguish yourself? Darn it, buy it. Kai Hung clenched his teeth, succumbing to the impulse to spend. Though he shared a good rapport with Chen Teng, it did not hinder his desire to surpass him in certain aspects. This time, Chen Teng did not wait for Kai Hung to speak, rising promptly to offer his computer. Old Kai, please, don't say a word. As $6 were spent once more, Kai Hung regained a semblance of composure. Noticing the smile on Chen Teng's lips, he felt a twinge of being deceived. Brother Chen, why does your expression seem off? Why do I feel as though you are unusually pleased? Is it not obvious? Who would be happy with an influx of income? Chen Teng chuckled inwardly at Kai Hung's naivety. However, he adopted a serious facade. How could that be, old Kai? No matter how much you spend, it bears no consequence to me. What reason do I have to be joyful? Kai Hung scrutinized Chen Teng, observing the slight twitch of his lips. Isensa kunspiragi. Impossible, that is unfounded. Then why are you smiling? I am not smiling. You're lying. You are clearly smiling. Oh, I merely recalled something amusing. Chen Teng admitted, unable to suppress his laughter. Although Kai Hung found this peculiar, he refrained from prying further into Chen Teng's thoughts. Regardless, he could not fathom the connection between Tengda Games and Chen Teng. He merely perceived him as a slightly more skilled student. By the way, Brother Chen, I heard the student council is recruiting new members. Are you interested in joining? After military training concludes, the student council's recruitment day approaches, igniting a spark of ambition in Kai Hung. Not interested, what would I do in that place? Chen Teng waved his hand dismissively, displaying a complete lack of interest. However, I had heard that if one served in the student council for a year, they could easily ascend to the position of vice president in the following year, making it simpler to engage with female students. How lacking in ambition must one be to set their sights on freshmen just entering university? Chen Teng regarded Kai Hung with disdain. Generally inept upperclassmen possess only one advantage in college: their earlier admission. Relying on this slight edge to masquerade as mature while pursuing younger students struck Chen Teng as rather lowly. Of course, this is not to say that upperclassmen cannot date underclassmen, provided that the upperclassman possesses more than just the merit of an earlier admission. Kai Hung, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Chen Teng's remarks, hastily defended himself, saying, well, it's not that. The student council provides valuable experience. I've heard it makes job hunting easier in the future. There is indeed some merit to the experience aspect, but why not seek out an internship directly? Chen Teng looked at Kai Hung in confusion. If the goal is employment, what could possibly be more effective than interning at a company within the same industry? Kai Hung scratched his head, pondering. So, are you suggesting that the student council is entirely useless? It may not be completely without merit, but in hindsight, its usefulness appears rather limited. Chapter 32. The sudden awakening of Luo Zhenbin Kai Hung found Chen Teng's reasoning compelling and thus chose not to join the student council. At that moment, Luo Zhenbin returned to the dormitory. Old Luo, let me show you my newly purchased skin. Isn't it stylish? Kai Hung, a person who reveled in showing off, showcased his recent acquisition to Luo Zhenbin. Stylish, Luo Zhenbin replied perfunctorily, leaning back in his chair. However, Kai Hung sensed that Luo Zhenbin's spirits were not particularly high. What's wrong, old Luo? Why do you seem so downcast? Luo Zhenbin glanced at Kai Hung, wanting to articulate his thoughts. Yet his gaze drifted past Kai Hung and settled on Chen Teng. It's not my fault, you know. Old Chen, can I have a word with you? Kai Hung exclaimed, feeling a twinge of frustration. Wasn't I the one who initiated the conversation? Do you have a little secret you're not sharing with me? Chen Teng scratched his head, uncertain about what Luo Zhenbin wished to discuss, but noticing his low mood, he could infer something was amiss. After a nod of agreement, Luo Zhenbin led Chen Teng into the corridor. Do you have any cigarettes? I have some Huazi. Chen Teng replied, extending his hand. Smoking is harmful to health. Chen Teng refused to oblige. Luo Zhenbin had no choice but to relent. What exactly happened? Just now, I went to the milk tea shop outside the school to buy her some, intending to invite her for a drink. I thought I would message her once I got downstairs, so she wouldn't have to wait unnecessarily. Chen Teng, upon hearing this, could no longer contain his amusement. If this is what you call being a warm-hearted guy, then that's exceedingly warm, isn't it? You considered such minute details? She didn't come down? Not quite. When I arrived at her dormitory building, I found her already downstairs. Did you have a premonition? Not at all. She was chatting with a senior. Luo Zhenbin lowered his head, his expression growing increasingly pained. So what if they were chatting? Perhaps it was merely casual conversation. Chen Teng pondered, puzzled. Surely, a smitten guy wouldn't be that petty? He continued to inquire. Did anything else transpire between them? With a sorrowful countenance, Luo Zhenbin replied, yes. I observed that the senior was sitting quite close to Lu Jiajia, and not only did she seem unbothered, but she leaned in closer to him. They were almost touching. Chen Teng regarded Luo Zhenbin, recognizing the depth of his distress. The goddess he had always admired from afar was now nearly close to another man. Brother Chen, I now realize you were right. She may just be toying with my feelings. Luo Zhenbin lamented, his heart heavy with sorrow. Don't worry. It's never too late to awaken to the truth. It's merely a matter of losing some money. Chen Teng reassured him, patting Luo Zhenbin on the shoulder, displaying a nonchalance towards the situation. Every man encounters setbacks. The crucial aspect is whether one can rise again after facing adversity. But Brother Chen, I feel so miserable. My heart feels heavy. Would you like to sit on the ground and cry for a while? I can join you for a good old sob. Brother Chen, why don't you comfort me? Luo Zhenbin asked, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated that chatting with Chen Teng would provide him some solace. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Teng offered no consolation whatsoever. Why should I comfort you? You are not a delicate flower in need of nurturing. You ought to feel elated. Why should I feel elated? Luo Zhenbin's confusion deepened. You should rejoice. You have gained clarity about Lu Jiajia and the harsh realities of this world. Is that so? Chen Teng's words seemed to resonate with Luo Zhenbin as he began to grasp the cruel truths of existence. For a moment, his sorrow lessened. Thank you, Brother Chen. I feel considerably better now, though I still harbor some discomfort. This ailment can only be cured by one remedy. What remedy? Regret, Chen Teng asserted. Only when Lu Jiajia starts to regret will your heart find ease. Otherwise, you must await the day you achieve the state of being unaffected by external joys or sorrows. Luo Zhenbin found Chen Teng's reasoning profoundly insightful. He was determined to make Lu Jiajia realize that missing out on him was the gravest mistake of her life. Yet, soon he felt disheartened again. But Brother Chen, the boy with Lu Jiajia, is exceptionally remarkable. Oh, in what way is he remarkable? Chen Teng was intrigued by what kind of person could be deemed remarkable by Luo Zhenbin. He is a senior at our school, surnamed Jiang, in his third year. A figure of great renown, and I hear his family is quite affluent. Are you sure you merely caught a glimpse of them outside Lu Jiajia's dormitory? Chen Teng felt as if Luo Jinbin was the truly remarkable individual here, having swiftly investigated the boy's background after just a brief observation. I once saw a post from this senior on the school forum. He frequently showcases himself there, and he is well acquainted with many in the student council. Chen Teng suddenly understood. I see. Since Zhang Ningxin began assisting me, I seldom visit the forum, hence my lack of awareness regarding the school dynamics. But is that truly what makes him remarkable? Keep this matter in mind, and let these experiences fuel your ambition. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jinbin said, Brother Chen, I wish to establish a delivery team like theirs. Do you think I can succeed? Chen Teng. He had to admit that Luo Jinbin was indeed the most efficient in their dormitory. As soon as Miao Zhengzhong fixated on Lu Jiajia, Luo Jinbin was already aware of her name. Now that he was just emerging from his distress, he immediately aspired to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Such efficiency was truly remarkable. Yet, why did he think of starting a food delivery service? Why not collaborate with Lao Miao for a table instead? Huh? What do you mean? Luo Jinbin was utterly perplexed. Chen Teng waved his hand, too weary to reiterate his theories to Luo Jinbin. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Jinbin refrained from pursuing the matter with Chen Teng further. Instead, he conveyed his desire to establish a delivery team to Kai Heng. Although Kai Heng was not particularly proactive, his imagination soared. Chen Teng, while engaged in a game, listened to the two of them as they envisioned their business blueprint. From a duo to stepping beyond the campus. From national renown to ringing the bell at NASDAQ. Alas, Miao Zhengzhong returned and abruptly rendered the enterprise, which had been envisioned as a Fortune 500 company, bankrupt. Chen Teng could only sigh. Brother Chen, why didn't you inform me sooner? Luo Jinbin and Kai Heng gazed at Chen Teng with a hint of melancholy. I shall provide you both with an exercise in divergent thinking. Chen Teng replied with a mischievous grin. He found their discussion on the topic immensely entertaining, possessing a charm untouched by the taint of conventional knowledge. Yet, within a few days, Luo Jinbin succumbed to melancholy once more. Chapter 33. Chen Teng. Online companion chat. This marks the third day since Luo Jinbin emerged from the shadows. Today was meant to be a day bathed in glorious sunshine. Yet, as the saying goes, in joyful scenes, sorrow finds its reflection. During the time when both classes gathered for a lecture, Chen Teng noticed a male student seated right next to Lu Jiajia. If Chen Teng could see him, it was evident that Luo Jinbin could too. Consequently, Luo Jinbin swiftly succumbed to an emotional state. The sight of his former goddess sharing a desk with another man, devoid of any overt gestures, was sufficient to strike a heavy blow to Luo Jinbin's heart. Indeed, this senior possessed commendable attributes. Chen Teng observed closely. He was tall and reasonably attractive. When paired with the advantage of wealth, it was only natural that Luo Jinbin felt outmatched. The ultimate aim of a high-profile woman is, to put it plainly, to find someone to spend money on her. If the suitor possesses other commendable qualities, engaging in flirtation or embarking on a romantic venture is certainly not out of the question. However, in Chen Teng's eyes, Lu Jiejia's methods appeared somewhat immature. Typically, adept high-profile women would avoid letting their admirers discover their entanglements with others. Yet Lu Jiejia had made no effort to conceal it. Could it be that she had genuinely taken a liking to this senior, severing ties with her admirers once and for all? Chen Teng found this hard to believe. Come on, old Luo, cheer up. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Miao Zhengzhong consoled. You wouldn't understand. I may not have seen a pig run, but I've certainly seen one before. You are the pig, Miao Zhengzhong retorted, left speechless. Consolation? What good is that? He deserves to suffer. As the class bell rang, to Chen Teng's astonishment, Lu Jiejia made her way toward the back row. Could it be that Lu Jiejia was pursuing Luo Jinbin, intending to deliver a blow to his heart? However, Chen Teng soon realized he was gravely mistaken. Lu Jiejia was approaching him. As he observed the unmistakable pride on Lu Jiejia's face, Chen Teng recalled his earlier indifference toward her just a few days prior. So, this visit was merely a display aimed at him. Chen Teng felt a renewed wave of sympathy for Luo Jinbin. The poor fellow who still hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lu Jiajia's true self. Chen Teng, this is our school's senior, Du Rompeng. It'll, Senor Du. Chen Teng waved dismissively, a mere formality of greeting. Lu Jiajia's smile widened, unable to be contained any longer. Hadn't she been looked down upon previously? And now, he was being cordial with his senior? Indeed, none of the boys in class could compare to him. Is there something you need? Chen Teng inquired again. Can't I chat with a junior if there's nothing pressing? Du Rompeng replied, chin held high. Of course. It is my honor to converse with a senior. Chen Teng flashed an exaggerated smile, which made Du Rompeng's lips curl slightly upward. Miao Zhengzhong, Kai Heng, and Luo Jinbin regarded Chen Teng with puzzled expressions. This was far from his usual demeanor. 5 cents a word. Do you need to place an order for companionship service? Before Du Rompeng could boast about himself, Chen Teng spoke again. His smile remained exaggerated, yet within it lay a hint of sincerity. However, this statement caused Du Rompeng's expression to stiffen. What do you mean by that? Anger 5, anger 5, anger 5, anger 5. A modest enterprise, the companionship service. I heard that senior's family is wealthy, so, as a junior, I must seize the opportunity to engage with affluent individuals. Chen Teng continued to smile. Very good, very good. It was the first time Du Rompeng had been referred to as wealthy and felt so displeased. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Miao Zhengzhong stood up, placing a hand on the chair, seemingly casually surveying the surroundings. Not arrogant at all. By the way, Chen Teng suddenly recalled something. Senior, have you ever played Fruit Ninja? Fruit Ninja? Du Rompeng was taken aback. He had indeed never played it. You've never played Fruit Ninja, yet you dare to put on airs before me? I have all the skins, you know. Chen Teng smirked. Huh, so what if you have all the skins? Du Rompeng chuckled. It was the first time he encountered someone who compared wealth with him. He truly couldn't believe that anyone in this small business school could rival him in affluence. Du Rompeng took out his phone, showcased the Fruit Ninja logo on the back, and immediately began downloading the game. No matter how much it cost, he must acquire every skin. Is that all there is to it? Just a few skins? How impressive can that be? Du Rompeng sneered, purchasing all available skins. Shortly thereafter, he presented the skin interface of a game to Chen Teng. Oh, Chen Teng's lips curled upward as he scrolled through Du Rompeng's phone screen. Indeed, he had every skin. Chen Teng's smile widened. Very impressive, senior. You are indeed remarkable. With that, Chen Teng stood and walked toward the exit of the classroom. Du Rompeng sensed something was amiss. Shouldn't they be competing to see who was wealthier? Why was Chen Teng leaving so soon? Wait, who gave you permission to leave? Du Rompeng reached out to grab Chen Teng's hand. At that moment, Miao Zhengzhong lifted the chair high. Du Rompeng quickly withdrew his hand, and Miao Zhengzhong lowered the chair with a smile. Anger 10, anger 10, anger 10, anger 10. Lu Jiajia furrowed her brows. She could not comprehend why Chen Teng would dare to adopt such an attitude towards senior Du Rompeng. Was he not concerned about offending him? I'm sorry, senior, but someone has invited me to dinner, so I can't chat with you any longer. It's quite unfortunate. However, if you are willing to place an order for companionship service, I would be more than happy to converse with you. Chen Teng smiled and walked toward the classroom door. Du Rompeng stood rooted, pointing at their departing figures. You all better think this through. I have connections in the student council. All right, senior, you are truly impressive. Chen Teng's voice gradually faded away, followed by the sound of uproarious laughter from outside the door. Ignore them, seniors. Their lack of decorum is simply appalling, Lu Jiajia fumed. Du Rompeng shared her indignation. In their minds, the 4 members of Chen Teng's dormitory ought to respectfully greet Du Rompeng as senior. How could they be so impolite? Huh. The new students truly seem oblivious to the world. They likely have yet to experience the harsh realities of society. Du Rompeng smirked, thinking that he would let them witness the might of the student council. Which dormitory do they belong to? I don't know. Let me inquire. Lu Jiajia quickly opened her phone, ready to gather information, her gaze towards Du Rompeng imbued with admiration. Such a young man truly deserves her affection. Wealthy family, influential connections at school, and rather handsome. As for Chen Teng, Lu Jiajia could not fathom why he felt so audacious. Enough about him. Let me treat you to a meal. I've arranged to dine with some seniors from the student council. Would you like to invite your dorm mates as well? Absolutely. Lu Jiejia's eyes sparkled. Dining with those esteemed seniors from the student council would be immensely prestigious. She vividly recalled the day of the student council recruitment, when the chairpersons and ministers stood on stage, exuding an impressive aura. Then let us go. Du Rongping beamed, his smile radiant. Chapter 34. Exceeding Expectations in Academics. You three may leave. I shall go dine. Chen Teng's words left the trio somewhat astonished. Brother Chen, is it true that someone is treating you to a meal? I thought you were merely making an excuse to depart. An excuse? Chen Teng chuckled, pondering the necessity of such a ruse. Indeed, there is someone genuinely inviting him to dinner. With a stranger, there is no need for pretense. Is there a lady involved? Can we accompany you? There is a lady, but we cannot bring you along. Just last night, this girl unexpectedly texted to invite Chen Teng to dinner. Chen Teng was quite perplexed, curious to ascertain what had transpired. If memory serves, this girl was rather short on funds. How could she afford to treat someone to a meal after a month since the semester commenced? Chen Teng resolved to inquire directly. Brother Chen is impressive, managing to secure a dinner invitation from a girl, unlike us, who struggled to even arrange a meeting with one. Miao Zhengzhong expressed his envy. Do not be envious. If you desire, I can send you the bill later. Consider it as if I not only arranged for you to dine with the lady, but also covered the cost. Chen Teng generously stated. Miao Zhengzhong was momentarily taken aback before grasping the implication. You mean I pay, and you dine with the lady? I could take a doggy bag. Get lost. Miao Zhengzhong appeared crestfallen. He believed himself quite handsome. Why was it that no girl took an interest in him? Enough of that. We cannot replicate Brother Chen's prowess. Kai Hung, somewhat more philosophical, draped an arm around Miao Zhengzhong's shoulder. Luo Jinbin silently brooded, lost in his own thoughts. Chen Teng laughed heartily, parting ways with the trio as he made his way to the underground parking lot adjacent to the academic building. The chosen restaurant for their gathering was Lao Chen's. The distance from the academic building to the restaurant was rather extensive, and Chen Teng was reluctant to traverse such a lengthy route. Thus, he opted to drive. The vehicle emerged from the underground garage, passing by the academic building. Du Rongping and Lu Jiejia, just ascending, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the car. Oh, our school's faculty members seem quite affluent. That emblem, it appears to be a BMW? Lu Jiejia, though not well-versed in automotive brands, recognized the prestigious name. Indeed, it is a BMW. This model should be an X5, which could cost around 800,000 to 900,000 yuan, given that they were on campus. The vehicle's speed was modest, not zipping past in a flash. Du Rongpeng felt a tinge of envy. It must belong to a professor from the main campus. I've heard some faculty members there possess fortunes exceeding 10 million. Lu Jiejia was taken aback. Whether it be a vehicle nearing $1 million or a professor with a net worth in the tens of millions, these figures were far beyond her current reach. For a student, the concepts of million and 10 million remain dauntingly vast. Senior, you possess vast knowledge. Lu Jiejia swiftly transformed her astonishment into admiration. She understood the male psyche all too well. Indeed, Du Rongping's face blossomed with a smile once more. It is nothing. Frequent exposure naturally leads to greater understanding. Wow, does the senior often come into contact with luxury cars? Indeed, he remains unfazed. As the era of the internet approaches, it is essential to possess an internet mindset. Engaging online can certainly be considered a form of interaction. Upon receiving Du Rongping's affirmative response, Lu Jiejia's seemingly ordinary visage appeared increasingly handsome. It seems I am indeed the most discerning girl in class. The two chatted and laughed as they strolled towards the school gate. At Qiming University, beneath the girls' dormitory, Chen Teng instantly spotted the most radiant figure in the crowd. Today, Li Xingru was dressed quite simply in a white shirt, sports pants, and a low ponytail, resembling a delicate white flower standing amidst the rain. Her head was slightly bowed, and her beautiful eyes continuously surveyed her surroundings. Upon noticing Chen Teng's vehicle, she excitedly ran toward him. Slow down. Chen Teng then noticed that another girl stood beside Li Xingru and reluctantly matched her pace. He recalled that this girl did not seem to be from Li Xingru's dormitory. Get in the car. Chen Teng said as he alighted and opened the back door for the two girls. With a smile, Li Xingru introduced, Chen Teng, this is my new friend from class. Lu Yan. She has nowhere to eat, so she is joining me. Hello, I'm Lu Yan, she greeted, her neat short hair and glasses giving her an astute appearance. Hello, Chen Teng responded. Once inside the car, they headed toward Old Chen's restaurant. Where did you get your money? Chen Teng inquired, intrigued. I work part-time at a milk tea shop in our school. The owner is kind and allows me to overdraw my wages. Li Xingru replied obediently. Is the owner male or female? Female. Oh, that's fine. Chen Teng nodded slightly. Sitting beside Li Xingru, Lu Yin quietly listened to their conversation. At the start of the semester, Lu Yin had noticed that the relationship between Li Xingru and her roommate was not particularly good. Upon understanding the situation, Lu Yin began to admire Li Xingru, coming from a humble background, yet possessing a resilient spirit. Thus, she took the initiative to befriend her. Once their friendship grew stronger, Lu Yin learned about Chen Teng through Li Xingru. Considering Li Xingru's beauty, Lu Yin instinctively assumed that Chen Teng had ulterior motives for approaching her. Concerned for Li Xingru's well-being, she feigned a lack of dining options to accompany them. Chen Teng, do you study nearby as well? Lu Yin decided to probe. Yes, at the business school of Huaguo University, a small third-tier institution. Did you perform poorly on the college entrance exam? No. Y excelled expectations. Huh, what? Lu Yan's mind momentarily faltered. College boys tend to be slightly more mature than high school students. However, they are fundamentally not very different from those in their final year of high school, with their maturity being rather limited. Lu Yan had encountered many such boys who liked to boast about their abilities in front of girls, seeking validation for their vanity and basking in the admiration of their female peers. In her perspective, Chen Teng was no different from an ordinary boy. Even possessing a car merely indicated that his family was affluent. It did not signify much beyond that. She had initially believed that Chen Teng's assertion of excelling academically would enable him to gain admission to a prestigious school. To her surprise, he mentioned merely performing exceptionally, which, given the circumstances, seemed to lead to a third-tier university. If that was the case, wouldn't a normal performance result in merely graduating high school and immediately becoming a security guard, thus circumventing 2 decades of unnecessary detours? This revelation disrupted Lu Yan's train of thought. She had intended to casually engage in conversation to foster a closer relationship, facilitating deeper inquiries later on. However, after this exchange, she found herself at a loss for words. Consequently, she abandoned her attempts to cultivate intimacy. I heard from Ruo that you two met during the school enrollment. She said, Indeed, my bag was torn that day. Li Xingru quickly interjected, recounting the story of that day once more. Lu Yan's eyes reflected a hint of exasperation. It was not as though she had posed the question to her. She then continued, half-jokingly, Chen Teng, is it true that you helped our Ruo simply because you found her beautiful? Chapter 35. Expired chicken soup indeed. Chen Teng's response took Lu Yan by surprise. Such honesty? She had intended to caution Li Xingru about Chen Teng. To be frank, if she were exceedingly unattractive, I would merely help her pick up her belongings and hand her an intact bag, Chen Teng stated with remarkable candor. Humans are visual creatures, and Chen Teng is no exception. However, this level of sincerity left Lu Yan at a loss for how to further probe. A glance at Li Xingru revealed a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. What? Are you pleased that someone appreciates your appearance? Lu Yan mused, feeling somewhat exasperated. She genuinely worried that such an innocent girl like Li Xingru might be deceived by Chen Teng. Don't worry, Yin Yin. I'm quite clever and won't be fooled. Li Xingru remarked, seemingly reading her thoughts. Lu Yan found herself at an impasse. With such a declaration, she could hardly continue her probing. Further inquiries would be futile. Chen Teng chuckled. Are you afraid I might have designs on Li Xingru? Lu Yan softly acknowledged with a hum. While waiting at a red light, Chen Teng glanced at Li Xingru through the rearview mirror. Her skin was porcelain white, her features exquisitely delicate. She was indeed strikingly beautiful. Even Chen Teng felt a flutter of attraction. So, if I were to openly declare my intention to pursue her, what would you do? Lu Yan pondered carefully, realizing she genuinely had no plan. It appeared that Li Xingru did not seem averse to befriending Chen Teng. I think I should get out of the car. I shouldn't be inside. I should be beneath it, he joked, eliciting laughter. Chen Teng indeed felt a twinge of infatuation for Li Xingru, yet at present, he harbored no substantial desire for romance. His ambitions for success took precedence over romantic pursuits. A flicker of melancholy passed through Li Xingru's eyes. Qiming University was relatively close to Old Chen's restaurant, and since it was not the weekend, most opted to dine in the cafeteria. Although Old Chen's restaurant remained bustling, it could not compare to the fervor of the first day when the freshmen arrived. The trio settled at a small table, and the owner approached to take their order. "Boss, sweet and sour ribs," Chen Teng began. "What else would you like to order?" "Can I order freely?" "Let me indulge," he continued. "Braised eggplant, shredded potatoes, and dry pot cabbage." Chen Teng ordered 3 dishes in one breath, relieving Lu Yan's anxiety. She had feared he might select something extravagantly priced, which would embarrass Li Xingru. It appeared that Chen Teng understood the nuances of the situation well. "Don't hold back on my account." Li Xingru sensed something. "I'm quite wealthy at the moment." All right, wealthy. However, I've been eating rather greasy lately and would prefer something lighter," Chen Teng declared with nonchalance. Fine then." Li Xingru turned to Lu Yan. "Yin, what would you like to eat?" "Finally, you remembered me." Lu Yan sighed whimsically at Li Xingru. Having a man makes you forget your sisters." "Hee, please get me a serving of smashed cucumber. It perfectly mirrors my heart, which is just as cool." Lu Yan's words elicited a smile from Li Xingru. One must admit that individuals of striking appearance seem to radiate beauty in all their endeavors, and when they smile, they resemble a delicate blossom. "What is your field of study?" "English. After studying it, I aspire to become a teacher, which offers job stability." Indeed, the teaching profession is quite stable, albeit with modest compensation. However, one can supplement their income through tutoring. Chen Teng recalled those instructors who ran extracurricular tutoring classes. A single lesson could command 200 to 300, and with small groups of 4 or 5 students, one could earn 1,000 per session. At that time, there were no regulations prohibiting tutoring. It was during this period that Chen Teng suddenly grasped the adage that knowledge is power, and he experienced his first pangs of regret for not having studied diligently. "I currently serve as a tutor." "Yes, my student is female. But with your part-time job and tutoring, do you manage to keep up?" At this moment, Chen Teng felt a measure of respect for Li Xingru. Although he was unaware of the extent of her family's difficulties, her evident diligence indicated a challenging home situation. Nevertheless, she seemed to manage quite well. "Huaguo is exceptionally capable, and her academic performance is remarkable," Lu Yan remarked with a hint of envy. "Oh no." Li Xingru felt a bit embarrassed by Lu Yan's praise. "How could that be?" "Chen Teng, you have no idea. During our first English class, the teacher administered a diagnostic test to assess our foundational knowledge. With a perfect score of 100, Huaguo outshone the second place, who scored only 88. Reflecting on this, Lu Yan expressed admiration, for the test contained numerous grammatical pitfalls and included some obscure fixed expressions. Yet, that was not the most astonishing aspect. The true marvel lay in her essay, where she employed advanced vocabulary and complex sentence structures with remarkable fluency, all while maintaining beautiful handwriting. "Is that so?" Chen Teng was taken aback by Li Xingru's impressive results. Previously, when she mentioned her eligibility for a scholarship, he had been somewhat skeptical. It was surprising to discover that she truly possessed such high proficiency. "In truth, I'm not as exceptional as you think. I merely excel in studying, unlike you all. Be more confident. The ability to learn and the willingness to engage in study are your greatest strengths. Not everyone is born at the pinnacle of success. It is through gradual learning that one becomes accomplished." "Really?" "Absolutely. Have you heard of Einstein?" As a child, he scored just 1 point, yet through his perseverance, he became one of the greatest scientists in history. However, Germany employs a 6-point grading system, so a score of 1 is actually akin to a first-class distinction. Li Xingru gazed at Chen Teng with wide eyes. "Oh, so you cannot be deceived?" Chen Teng was surprised that this motivational anecdote had become outdated as early as 2011. One would expect that such inspirational tales would lose their relevance only after a few more years. Yet, in life, one must learn to adapt and be flexible. "You see, This illustrates that you are not solely a student. You possess a broad knowledge base and articulate communication skills. Are these not your virtues? It seems. You may have a point, Li Xingru murmured. Lu Yin gazed at Li Xingru's demeanor and suddenly found Chen Teng rather admirable. She perceived that Li Xingru's greatest flaw was her lack of self-confidence, rendering her quite susceptible to manipulation. Yet, it appeared that Chen Teng not only refrained from exploiting Li Xingru, but was, in fact, encouraging her. At the very least, Chen Teng's support proved far more beneficial than her own. Perhaps being with him would be quite advantageous for Huaguo. An unexpected thought flickered through Lu Yan's mind. Therefore, one must cultivate a sense of self-assurance. Do you not agree? The majority of university students today lack the capacity for self-sufficiency. The ability to earn one's own living while supporting family members is indeed remarkable. Li Xingru, bolstered by Chen Teng's encouragement, no longer felt the same sense of inferiority as before. She lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. A gentle breeze caressed her silky strands of hair, causing a few wisps to dance gracefully in the air. As Chen Teng beheld Li Xingru, he suddenly realized how strikingly beautiful she truly was. Chapter 36. The proud Lu Jie, allow me to introduce you. This is the president of our student council, the vice president, and this is the head of our external relations department. In a private room of an exquisitely luxurious restaurant, Du Rongping escorted Lu Jie and her roommates inside. A small selection of dishes had already been served, yet no one had touched their chopsticks. He introduced each of the student council members to the four of them. Hello, Senor. Lu Jie greeted each member, a profound sense of pride swelling within her. These individuals were all leaders within the student council. While other students were still striving to join the council, she had already qualified to converse with these esteemed officials at the same table. Her roommates looked at her, their expressions a complex mix of envy and admiration. Come, let us take our seats. Du's friends are our friends. We are all friends here. Please sit down, one of the vice presidents urged hastily. Once the five settled in, the clinking of chopsticks began. What a coincidence! You arrived just as the waiter did. The dishes were served only a few minutes ago, still steaming, the head of the sports department remarked. To avoid waiting for the food, they began to share dishes while engaging in lively conversation. I heard from Du that you applied to our external relations department. The head of the external relations department inquired, observing Lu Jie, who possessed both beauty and poise. Yes, senior. I have already completed one round of interviews with the external relations department. I believe you were not present at that time, she replied. I was negotiating sponsorships with merchants outside of school, so I was away. But rest assured, a stunning junior like you wishing to join our department will certainly be accepted, he assured her. Thank you, senior. Lu Jie's smile radiated with brightness. Among the many freshmen, surely no one had an easier time entering the student council than she did. Ah, it's merely a small matter. We certainly must honor Du's reputation. The head of external relations raised his glass towards Du Rongping. Not at all, Du Rongping responded, beaming with joy. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Amidst the exchange of toasts, Lu Jie and her companions felt the ambience of an adult gathering, a sensation that delighted Lu Jie immensely. She felt a sense of maturity beyond her years. I would like to toast to all the seniors as well, she declared. No, ladies should not drink. Du Rongping frowned as he swapped the alcohol in Lu Jie's glass for a soft drink. This gesture warmed her heart. Wow, the senior is so kind to our Jie, one of her roommates exclaimed. Indeed, the senior is not only handsome and capable, but also gentle. Jie is truly fortunate to have encountered such a treasure, another chimed in. Senior, you must make an effort. Lu Jie's roommates began to tease. Contrarily, Lu Jie appeared somewhat bashful, twisting her body slightly. Oh, please don't tease me. Du Rongping chuckled softly. Rest assured, I will certainly strive to win Jie's heart. This was the first time he addressed Lu Jie in such a manner, and she did not object, merely accepting the title with a hint of shyness. At that moment, the ministers of the student council also began to tease. All right. Enough with the teasing, Du Rongping said with a beaming smile. Observing Lu Jie's cheerful expression, he felt that winning her over was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Lu Jie, listening to the internal affairs of the student council, felt a fleeting sense of involvement in the school's decision-making. Is the student council really that powerful in our school? She couldn't help but inquire. Of course. Scholarships and awards for outstanding class collectives all have to go through us. If you offend the student council, you can forget about scoring points for your dormitory's cleanliness. One of the council ministers replied, a smug look adorning his face. I see, Lu Jieji responded. By the way, I encountered a freshman today. Du Rongping recounted the events of the day. The ministers frowned upon hearing this. This new student seems rather arrogant. He probably had a reputation in high school as well. So what if he was someone in high school? This is university now. Don't worry, Brother Du. We will ensure he learns a memorable lesson. Let their dormitory experience the consequences of unsatisfactory hygiene, they declared. This was the student council's most common tactic, to use dormitory hygiene issues as leverage to force freshmen to submit. Generally, a little pressure would suffice to make the newcomers comply. What is their dormitory number again? Let me jot it down. It's 210, Building 7, Room 210. On their way, they had inquired about Chen Teng's dormitory number in their class group. All right, I'll send them a message. I guarantee that in a few days, he will be speaking to you all in a much more amiable tone. The head of the hygiene department stated with utmost confidence. Thank you, senior. Lu Jieji quickly expressed her gratitude. She could almost envision Chen Teng speaking to her politely in a few days. In truth, she did not require anything drastic from him. It was simply that his previous attitude had been utterly unacceptable. She had personally greeted him, after all. He ought to behave at least like his roommate, Luo Jinbin, right? No need to be polite. These are trivial matters. The sponsorship from our student council is all thanks to Brother Du. Lu Jieji finally understood why the student council members treated Du Rongpeng with such deference. He was the benefactor, the financial supporter. As the meal progressed, it became increasingly enjoyable. Though they were still students, their skills and flattery had become quite refined, making for a thoroughly delightful dining experience. Well then, shall we call it a day? After a satisfying meal, Du Rongpeng decided to conclude the gathering. The others naturally had no objections. Thus, Du Rongpeng generously went to settle the bill. Lu Jieji stole a glance at the receipt. Goodness, this meal cost over 2,000. That was more than her monthly allowance. Senior, isn't this meal a bit too expensive? What does this sum of money really signify? Although the financial support from my family is modest, I still manage to receive around 7,000 to 8,000 a month. Indulging in a meal like this occasionally has little consequence. Du Rongpeng, having consumed a bit of alcohol, appeared somewhat inebriated. As he spoke, a hint of boastfulness crept into his tone. Wow, your family circumstances are truly splendid, Lu Jieji exclaimed with delight. She felt her discernment was exceptional, easily recognizing the admirable qualities in senior Du Rongpeng. Jieji, shall we walk back just the two of us? Du Rongpeng's intentions were transparent. Sure, Lu Jieji readily agreed. Both the members of the student council and her roommates demonstrated remarkable awareness, refraining from interrupting the two. Thus, they strolled together towards the school. Along the way, Lu Jieji and Du Rongpeng unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Chapter 37, Passion Unleashed. A stern rebuke to Lu Jieji, boss. It's time to settle the bill. In Old Chen's restaurant, Li Xingru rose and walked towards the front. What is her home situation like? Chen Teng inquired with curiosity. You don't know? Lu Yin cast a puzzled glance at Chen Teng. I have no idea. A gravely ill mother, a gambling father, and a younger brother. Her shattered existence. Lu Yin sighed as she spoke. Chen Teng was momentarily taken aback by her words. It was not that he doubted the existence of such tragic lives in the world, but rather that he found it hard to believe someone so unfortunate could be so close to him. Is everything you said true? You aren't jesting with me, are you? Certainly not. Huaguo is genuinely in a pitiable situation. If you are interested in her, you should consider whether you can bear the weight of her family. Chen Teng discerned the emotions in Lu Yan's voice, compassion intertwined with uncertainty about how to provide help. For most people, such a family background represented an immense burden. To be born into such a family was akin to being shackled from the moment of birth. In a past life, if he were to pursue a relationship with someone from such a family, Chen Teng would have chosen to forego it altogether. The reason was simple. He couldn't afford it. Ordinary families simply could not bear the weight of such relationships. This was a stark reality. However, now he found himself in a position where he could afford it. Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Chen Teng suddenly pondered this question. Seeing Li Xingru approaching, Lu Yin quickly donned a cheerful expression. Let's go, Huaguo. I'll escort you back to the dormitory. Okay, Li Xingru softly replied, following Chen Teng out. Hey, isn't that Chen Teng, the junior? The pungent odor of alcohol wafted towards them. Chen Teng frowned slightly, looking with distaste at the unexpectedly appearing Du Rongpeng. What was that saying? The blush of youth surpasses all else. At that moment, Du Rongpeng's face resembled a ripe peach. He did not harbor disdain for those who enjoyed drinking, but he certainly loathed those who became drunken fools. Lu Yin too frowned. Is he your friend? No, just a fool. Chen Teng's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Du Rongpeng to hear. Du Rongpeng, who already held himself in high regard, became even more arrogant under the flattery of his peers. Upon hearing Chen Teng's words, his expression darkened. Junior, do you know who you're speaking to? Compared to his demeanor earlier in the afternoon, Du Rongpeng now displayed a markedly more insolent attitude. However, when he caught sight of Li Xingru behind Chen Teng, his expression brightened, sobering him somewhat. He thought to himself, our school has such a beautiful girl? Lu Jiejie also noticed Li Xingru. Though the night had fallen, she could still discern the beauty of Li Xingru amidst the surrounding light. Every aspect of her figure and face made the proud Lu Jiejie feel inadequate. It was her first encounter with someone so stunning. Suddenly, it dawned on her why Chen Teng had remained so composed in her presence. What then is the nature of the relationship between Chen Teng and this girl? As Li Xingru sensed the gazes of the two, she instinctively retreated behind Chen Teng. Do not be afraid, Chen Teng gently reassured her. He led Li Xingru and Lu Yin toward a nearby BMW. Du Rongpeng, filled with indignation, could hardly believe that a mere Chen Teng would dare to disregard him. Junior, I must warn you, offending Du Rongpeng will render your aspirations in the business school futile. Oh, how frightened I am, Chen Teng replied, dismissing his threat. It was then that Du Rongpeng noticed the BMW parked by the roadside. This car, suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind of the BMW he had seen earlier that afternoon near the academic building. If he recalled correctly, these two vehicles must be the same. Du Rongpeng sealed his lips, deciding to observe whether Chen Teng would indeed enter the car. Lu Jiejie remained unaware of the unfolding situation. Chen Teng, Senior, has connections with many heads of the student council. Seeing Chen Teng disregard her, Lu Jiejie felt a surge of irritation. When had she ever been overlooked? She then turned to Li Xingru, saying, this classmate, when seeking a partner, one must be vigilant and discerning. Chen Teng is a good person. Li Xingru interrupted Lu Jiejie before she could finish. Lu Yin looked at Li Xingru in astonishment, for she perceived Li Xingru as rather reserved, making such a bold statement unexpected. Even when faced with misunderstanding and scrutiny, Li Xingru seldom defended herself. You, Lu Jiejie intended to retort, but Chen Teng interjected. Lu Jiejie, I am at a loss as to why you hold yourself in such high regard. Must every man revolve around you? Is there something amiss with not wishing to engage with you? Even if you desire to befriend me, I reserve the right to decline, do I not? Moreover, I would be remiss not to expose your insincerity, attempting to validate your allure through men while surrounding yourself with sycophants. Do you truly believe your tactics are sophisticated? In essence, you are no different from those who sell themselves. Both seek to acquire wealth through external advantages. The only distinction is that while you wish to retain a fait of virtue, you expect to bask in the support of others while demanding emotional value from them. In my view, you fall short even of them. Chen Teng's words flowed rapidly, his voice resonant and commanding. An argument is not a debate, nor an academic exchange. The dichotomy of right and wrong holds little significance, and logic bears no importance. In the realm of verbal conflict, victory often belongs to the one who can shout the loudest and exhibit the least shame. Upon graduating, Chen Teng had been quite shy, yet he soon discovered that sometimes one must resort to fervor to resolve issues. The louder he spoke, the quicker his pace, and the less logical his discourse, the more likely he was to prevail in a quarrel. Thus, Even as Lu Jiejia attempted to interject repeatedly, Chen Teng afforded her no opportunity. The moment he sensed her inclination to speak, he would elevate his volume and quicken his tempo. As the conversation unfolded, the crowd around them grew increasingly larger, and Lu Jiejia found herself devoid of any desire to speak, yearning instead to depart from the scene. "Fool!" Chen Teng exclaimed in a thunderous voice, addressing Lu Jiejia with palpable disdain. Having uttered those words, he swiftly made his way towards his vehicle. Lu Jiejia was taken aback by the barrage of his remarks. Rendered speechless, Du Rongpeng's expression darkened, though he remained silent, merely observing Chen Teng and the nearby BMW. As Chen Teng approached the car, ultimately opening the door for two young women, Du Rongpeng hastily retrieved his phone. "Answer the call, please answer." When he realized no one was picking up, his countenance soured further. Lu Jiejia noticed that rather than offering her consolation, Du Rongpeng was preoccupied with making a call, which ignited her frustration. "Senior, sure, don't speak yet." Du Rongpeng dismissed Lu Jiejia's concerns, too occupied to engage with her thoughts. Chapter 38. Daring not to learn public speaking, yet aspiring to master argumentation? Various emotions flooded in. Anger 100, fear 10, respect 20, admiration 5, shock 10. Chen Teng drove slowly, bewildered by the sudden impulse to unleash a torrent of curses. He had always believed that engaging with such individuals was futile, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to restrain his frustrations. "Ahem, I usually do not behave this way." "Chen Teng, you are truly remarkable." "Remarkable in what way?" Chen Teng questioned, puzzled. "You spoke with such rapidity, utterly unfazed and unflustered." Li Xingru gazed at Chen Teng with admiration. "Sometimes, when I wish to debate, I can hardly find the words." Lu Yin was equally astonished. Previously, she had perceived Chen Teng as a man of considerable refinement. Yet, the recent altercation revealed an unexpected facet of his character. "Such skills are honed through practice." Chen Teng chuckled helplessly. "Arguing is often a last resort. If everyone were reasonable and emotionally stable, well, that's a pipe dream. Such a scenario is unlikely to ever materialize." "I wish to learn," Li Xingru exclaimed. "Chen Teng, could you teach me?" "Absolutely not. Do not emulate the negative. Strive to learn the positive." Chen Teng found himself at a loss. Why choose to learn the art of argumentation? "Oh," Li Xingru's expression dimmed. "It will be far more beneficial for you to practice public speaking, as it would aid in ameliorating your introversion." "I am too afraid." "Goodness." As the conversation reached this juncture, Chen Teng was left speechless. Daring to pursue argumentation while shying away from public speaking? What a peculiar notion. Eschew such trivial pursuits and instead focus on self-improvement. Ascend higher, and you'll find yourself surrounded by virtuous individuals, rendering arguments unnecessary. "All right, I understand." Seated beside them, Lu Yin suddenly perceived that Chen Teng was exceedingly well suited for Li Xingru. Li Xingru was shy and lacked social finesse, while Chen Teng was outgoing and adept in social situations. Both were strikingly attractive, epitomizing the adage of beauty and talent. Moreover, while Li Xingru bore a significant familial burden, Chen Teng, driving a BMW, was well off. How intriguing. Lu Yin mused silently. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Although a close friend of Li Xingru, she recognized that the latter's family presented a formidable challenge for anyone. She hoped that Chen Teng could liberate Li Xingru from her burdens. Yet she hesitated to allow such an exceptional young man to shoulder an immense responsibility at such a tender age. Lu Yin concluded that it would be prudent to allow Chen Teng to come to his own realizations before attempting to encourage a connection. "Uncle, another pack, please." Unbeknownst to them, the vehicle had entered Qiming University. As they passed the security booth, Chen Teng tossed a pack of cigarettes into the kiosk. The guard chuckled appreciatively. "Thanks, mate." "Not at all, uncle." Lu Yin was somewhat perplexed. "Another pack? As I entered your esteemed institution earlier, I offered a pack to the security personnel. Why distribute cigarettes to the guards? Surely, abstaining from such gestures would have negligible consequences, wouldn't it?" "Indeed, bestowing cigarettes upon security often yields no tangible rewards or benefits in 99 scenarios. Yet how can one ascertain that they will not encounter one of those rare one situations?" Chen Teng found it quite natural for Lu Yin to harbor such thoughts. Newly enrolled college students often struggle to grasp the intricate workings of society. Society is composed of individuals, each harboring their own opinions and preferences. Thus, beyond regulations, the nuances of human relationships hold significant importance. One may not necessarily appreciate these dynamics, yet understanding them is imperative. For instance, fostering a good rapport with a dormitory supervisor may result in leniency during inspections of prohibited appliances. It is essential to discern which social niceties are effective and which are not. Merely seeking to please others is insufficient. However, this topic veers into another realm entirely. It seems you possess considerable insight, Lu Yin pondered thoughtfully, while Li Xing gazed at him with admiration. Well, the principles are universally understood. The challenge lies in the execution, Chen Teng remarked. As his vehicle arrived at the dormitory building, he watched the two ascend before departing from Qiming University. As he drove away, Chen Teng, as per his custom, handed a pack of cigarettes to the guard, eliciting a broad smile from the man. After all, the value of these cigarettes to Chen Teng was nearly negligible. Using them to foster goodwill was most advantageous. On the journey back to campus, Du Romping grew anxious as no one answered his calls. What on earth is happening, senior? Lu Jejia inquired, puzzled. Did you not see him get into the BMW? Du Romping pressed, even more confused. I did. Then do you not recall what I mentioned this afternoon as we exited the academic building? Are you implying that Chen Teng is a faculty member? Du Romping questionnait incrédulity. What I mean is, that car is worth nearly $1 million. For a student to afford such a vehicle signifies something. Do you comprehend? It signifies his family is quite wealthy? Precisely. Du Romping analysait calmement. In the best-case scenario, he is merely putting on a FA Aude, and the car is rented, though the likelihood of that is minimal. Alternatively, he could have pleaded with his parents to the point of exhaustion to finance the purchase. Yet that, too, is unlikely. In the worst-case scenario, their family possesses assets in the millions, and it is customary to buy a BMW for their child's use, which is the most probable scenario. In a graver situation, this may not even be Chen Teng's car, but merely a vehicle for errands, or perhaps it is indeed a car he earned through his own endeavors. All these scenarios, while possible, remain unlikely. Do you grasp my point? A cold breeze swept by, and Du Romping's clarity returned. He analyzed the possibilities with simplicity. At that moment, Lu Jejia began to understand. Senior, are you suggesting that his family may be quite affluent, perhaps even wealthier than yours? Indeed. Thus, one must not provoke Chen Teng. Do you understand? Yet, his previous demeanor was rather unpleasant. What of it? Du Romping regretted not having intoxicated Lu Jejia and taken her to a hotel earlier. At that moment, he had intended to take his time, to cultivate Lu Jejia as his girlfriend through multiple encounters, rather than a singular occasion. Now, Du Romping feared that prolonged exposure might adversely affect his intellect. Regardless of how poor his attitude may be, we can maintain a respectful distance. Should a conflict arise, it could result in mutual destruction. Du Romping continued to dial, determined to inform them not to disturb Chen Teng regarding the dormitory's cleanliness. However, Lu Jejia pouted in grievance. Yet, Du Romping had no time to console her. Lu Jejia was indeed beautiful, but not enough to warrant enmity for Du Romping. If winning Lu Jejia came at the expense of offending Chen Teng, he would opt for another choice. There is no buts. Shortly, you shall apologize to Chen Teng, will you? Apologize to him? Lu Jejia could hardly believe her ears. I have heard that the new Fruit 4S is about to be released. If you comply, I shall procure one for you. Very well. Senior, you must keep your word. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Du Romping hastened towards the school, anxious that the student council might operate with undue efficiency. Chapter 39. Can you remain composed while the student union conducts dorm inspections? In the business school of Huaguo University, room 210 of building 7. Knock, knock. The resounding knocks on the door startled the three individuals engrossed in their video. What's up with Chen? Why is he so irate? Has he discovered that some girl at the dinner table has a boyfriend? Miao Zhengzhong strolled leisurely towards the door, chuckling. Wait a minute. Did Chen forget his key? Gai Heng in Guit Pu Dao. Before Miao Zhengzhong could reach the door, the The heavy knocking echoed once more. Coming, coming. What's the rush? Even if you've been dumped, you shouldn't take out on us, right? Miao Zhengzhong pouted. However, the noise from outside grew increasingly intense. Student Union, open the door. Upon hearing this, Miao Zhengzhong furrowed his brow as he placed his hand on the doorknob. With the third round of knocking, he extracted his phone while simultaneously turning the knob and opening the door. The sight before him took him aback. There were at least 7 or 8 individuals standing outside. Why are you taking so long to open the door? Before Miao Zhengzhong could respond, the head of the inspection team began to interrogate. Weren't you just here a few days ago? Kai Hing stepped forward, equally perplexed. The dorm inspections in the business school occurred roughly once a week, with no inspections on weekends. This week had barely begun. Did you all not eat a few days ago? Are you not eating today then? The leader of the group sneered. But if someone lost their mother a few days ago, does that mean they should lose her again today? Miao Zhengzhong retorted nonchalantly. Wow, are first-year students this audacious nowadays? The other party chuckled rather than getting offended. Remember this, I am Qian Jun, the vice minister of the Student Union's Hygiene Department. Step aside, Qian Jun proclaimed with great bravado. Oh, you're the vice minister? What if I refuse? If you refuse, your dormitory's hygiene score will be 0. Miao Zhengzhong scoffed, forcefully shutting the door. However, at that moment, Qian Jun extended his hand, preventing the door from closing. Do you know what a score of 0 means? Why should I care? It means you'll receive disciplinary action. It means you won't be eligible for awards. I couldn't care less. Miao Zhengzhong laughed dismissively. Kai Hung, on the other hand, displayed a worried expression. Despite his lackluster academic performance rendering him indifferent to scholarships, he still feared the notion of receiving a disciplinary record. Lao Kai Hong attempted to speak, but was restrained by Luo Zhenbin. He looked at Luo Zhenbin in confusion, who whispered, "We cannot allow internal division at this moment." Upon hearing this, Kai Hong relinquished his desire to speak. The two settled back into their seats, observing the exchange between Miao Zhengzhong and Qian Jun at the door. Kid, don't you think you're being a bit too arrogant? If you receive a disciplinary record and make another mistake, you could be expelled. Who are you fooling with that expulsion talk? Upon reaching the rooftop, I made a call to the media, eager to ascertain whether my expulsion notice bore the principal's signature or yours. Miao Zhengzhong's words ignited a surge of anger within Qian Jun. He had never encountered such an unyielding freshman, and his expression darkened ominously. Young man, think carefully. Offending our student council will render your time at this university utterly untenable. Why waste words? If you wish to give us a 0, do so. If you want to impose a sanction, go ahead. I've never heard of anyone receiving a sanction for a mere dormitory inspection. Miao Zhengzhong firmly obstructed the doorway, preventing Qian Jun and his companions from entering. Today, there seemed to be a surplus of parking spaces. Chen Teng parked his car beneath the dormitory building. Though vehicles were numerous, it was not yet to the extent of the absurdity anticipated a decade hence. For the time being, parking spots were still obtainable. In 10 years, however, even a slight increase in foot traffic would render parking spaces nearly non-existent. Securing a spot would necessitate the payment of fees, with even paid lots overflowing. One would either have to park farther away and walk for exercise or risk parking haphazardly along the road, gambling that no fines would be issued. As Chen Teng ascended to the second floor, he noticed a throng gathered in the corridor. Oh, what is the commotion? Although Chen Teng was not particularly interested in the gossip, he knew that the trio in his dorm would undoubtedly be discussing it. He carried barbecue snacks for them, recalling the saying, "A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain." Yet, as he walked, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. The cluster of people seemed to be surrounding his own dormitory. Surely not. Confounded, Chen Teng pressed through the crowd and confirmed that indeed the incident was unfolding in his own dorm. Tianyi, Miao Zhengzhong waved at him. Puzzled, Chen Teng approached. What's going on? This fellow wants to conduct a dorm inspection with a most unpleasant demeanor. I suspect they're plotting something. Qian Jun turned to Chen Teng, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You're Chen Teng, aren't you? You must be the one he's referring to. Do you know me? I do not, but having offended Brother Du, you should not expect to thrive in this school any longer. We, the student council, are here to inspect the dorm. Yet your roommates refuse to let us in. An inspection? By all means, Chen Teng replied. Miao Zhengzhong, slightly anxious, whispered in his ear, if I'm not mistaken. That fellow is carrying prohibited electrical appliances. If we allow him in, he'll claim those items were discovered in our dormitory. Chen Teng shot a surprised glance at Miao Zhengzhong. It appeared that old Miao was quite knowledgeable. Sensing Chen Teng's gaze, Miao Zhengzhong continued, if it becomes known, they will escalate it and will face repercussions. My people will arrive shortly and will not permit their entry. Never mind, let them in. The student council is here for an inspection. We will fully cooperate. Chen Teng smiled, seemingly oblivious to Miao Zhengzhong's words. Miao Zhengzhong furrowed his brows, unable to fathom why Chen Teng would make such a decision. Even if Chen Teng did not grasp the intricacies of the situation, he had certainly articulated matters with clarity. Had he not? Ha 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 ha. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. Chen Teng, you are indeed a wise individual. Qian Yun left Taltali, striding confidently inside with those behind him. Meanwhile, Chen Teng gestured for Kai Hung and Luo Zhenbin to come over. Brother Chen, what are you up to? Kai Hung inquired. If they manage to discover any prohibited electrical appliances in our dormitory, then I shall have placed 5,000 yuan within. You all must bear witness. Chen Teng cast a glance at the student council members rummaging through the dormitory and whispered. What 5,000 Miao Zhengzhong's face gradually morphed into a lewd grin. Brother Chen, you are quite the rascal. Kai Hung and Luo Zhenbin were initially perplexed, but upon witnessing Miao Zhengzhong's lascivious smile, they began to catch on. Brother Chen, you truly are something. Enough chatter. Let us eat, Chen Teng proclaimed, raising the skewers in his hand. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, grilled gluten, lamb kidneys, and grilled oysters. There was an abundance. Thank you, Brother Chen. Knowing that Chen Teng had his own plans, Miao Zhengzhong ceased his worries and joyfully began to indulge in the barbecue brought by Chen Teng. He even sent a few messages to his friends, advising them not to come. Kai Hung and Luo Zhenbin also happily joined in the feast. The others in the dormitory were left dumbfounded. Despite the impending search, these individuals remained unfazed, calmly relishing their barbecue. Chapter 40. The instructor, drenched in sweat, declared that there should be no refuse in the trash bin. Marks would be deducted. No items were allowed on the desk. Marks would be deducted. The bed must be kept tidy. Marks will be deducted. Marks will be deducted. After a brief search, Qian Jun emerged, his brow furrowing upon seeing Chen Teng and his companions leisurely enjoying barbecue. He raised a hairdryer high above his head, casting a sinister smile towards the group. During the cleanliness inspection, we discovered that your dormitory harbored prohibited electrical appliances, thus violating our school regulations. Chen Teng appeared not to comprehend Qian Jun's words, continuing to savor the barbecue in hand. Earlier, when Li Xingru treated them to a meal, Chen Teng, eager to appear satisfied, had consumed 2 bowls of rice. However, seeing the lavish feasts at neighboring tables stirred his appetite. Hence, upon encountering a barbecue stall on the way back, he unhesitatingly bought a generous amount. After all, with the barbecue costing less than 100 yuan, it was hardly a challenge for a boys' dormitory to consume, leaving no room for waste. We shall report this to the school. Go ahead and report it. Follow the proper channels and adhere to the regulations. Chen Teng retorted with a dismissive smirk. This left Qian Jun momentarily bewildered. There is a saying, those who wrong you often understand your plight more than you do. Qian Jun realized that the hairdryer in his possession had not been found in room 210. It had been hidden in someone's clothing beforehand. Typically, when students find themselves in such a predicament, they would panic and vehemently deny ownership of the hairdryer. At that moment, Qian Jun would not genuinely report it. Instead, he would use this to manipulate the situation, compelling the other party to yield. The threat of coercion is often most potent before it is employed, much like a mop sullied with waste that holds its greatest intimidation before making contact. I could very well report this. Lao Miao, call the instructor and inform them that you've discovered prohibited electrical appliances in 7 to 210. Understood. Miao Zhengzhong promptly retrieved his phone and dialed with ease, even activating the speakerphone. The moment the instructor answered, Miao Zhengzhong grinned widely, saying, Teacher, I am Qian Jun, the Vice Minister of the Hygiene Department of the Student Union. I've found someone hoarding prohibited electrical appliances in 7 to 210. You should come quickly. With that, he hung up the phone. Qian Jun was left in utter confusion. You are Qian Jun. Then who am I? The bizarre turn of events left him at a loss. He knew the appliance did not belong to room 210. Thus, he could not fathom why Miao Zhengzhong would use his name to self-incriminate. Let me inform you, in our school, confessing is of no use. Oh, the four indulged in their feast, while Qian Jun remained flummoxed. I truly reported it. Go ahead. This was spoken by Kai Hung. Initially, he had felt quite anxious, but when Qian Jun hesitated to report, Kai Hung realized that the other party lacked the audacity he had assumed. Thus, he too grew increasingly brazen. Upon the arrival of the counselor at the dormitory building 7, his brow was furrowed deeply. He had spotted Qian Jun holding a hairdryer. Enough. Return to your dorms at once, the counselor exclaimed. Although many students in university no longer felt the same trepidation in the presence of their teachers as they did in high school, they complied with the counselor's command and retreated to their rooms. Just as the counselor was about to inquire further, he noticed a hand raised high. It was Miao Zhengzhong's hand. Counselor, we need to report that 5,000 yuan has gone missing from our dorm. Miao Zhengzhong eagerly wished for everyone to notice his elevated hand. How much? The counselor could scarcely believe his ears. Did this student truly comprehend the significance of such a sum? He sighed softly. It was already past 7 in the evening, and he longed to return home. He had intended to leave, but Miao Zhengzhong's call had summoned him here. Don't slander us. Where would 5,000 yuan come from your dorm? Qian Yun retorted angrily. He merely sought to coerce dorm 210 into submission through accusations, never contemplating theft. Let us go into the dorm and discuss this further. The counselor suddenly sensed that the situation had become quite complicated. No longer a youthful counselor, he understood the necessity of minimizing the fallout in such scenarios. Thus, he allowed members of the student council and the 4 individuals from dorm 210 to enter the room together. The already cramped dormitory now felt exceedingly congested. Counselor, they possess prohibited electrical appliances. Qian Yun shouted. Counselor, they stole our 5,000 yuan after entering our dorm. Miao Zhengzhong echoed loudly. The cacophony gave the counselor a headache. One at a time, please. Who is Qian Jun? I am. Qian Jun promptly raised his hand. All right, you may speak first. Good evening, teacher. Today I brought 6 classmates to inspect the dorm. Why did you bring so many people for a dorm inspection? The counselor sensed something amiss. Well, let's move on. He glanced at his watch, eager to clarify the situation and resolve the matter swiftly. After Qian Jun finished speaking, the counselor turned his attention to Miao Zhengzhong. How do you intend to prove that your dorm had 5,000 yuan? This is no trivial amount. He regarded Miao Zhengzhong with an evaluative gaze. At that moment, he leaned towards believing Qian Jun's account. Could a student carelessly leave 5,000 yuan lying around in a dorm? Teacher, our classmate Chen Teng drives a BMW. 5,000 yuan is nothing to him. Indeed, teacher. Last time Chen Teng rescued a kitten, he handed over 5,000 yuan without hesitation. Kai Hung and Miao Zhengzhong chimed in, each trying to bolster their claims. This only deepened the counselor's skepticism. Did these students truly grasp the implications of owning a BMW? Did they comprehend the significance of casually producing 5,000 yuan at any moment? His monthly salary barely exceeds 5,000 yuan. The counselor had almost concluded that the residents of room 210 were merely concocting a farce. Yet, Chen Teng calmly produced a bank book. Teacher, this serves as proof of my withdrawal from the bank. He extended the bank book. The counselor glanced at the figures inscribed within, feeling a pang of sorrow. Goodness, it surpassed his own savings. Could this young man truly possess 5,000 yuan? The counselor found himself wavering in his judgment. Initially, he believed that Chen Teng and his companions were merely causing a ruckus. After all, what student would have 5,000 yuan to offer for theft? However, when Chen Teng substantiated his claim of possessing such an amount, the counselor began to reconsider the plausibility of the situation. You truly own a BMW? Without a doubt, Chen Teng replied, brandishing his vehicle registration. The counselor suddenly realized the complexity of the matter had escalated. At the very least, Chen Teng had demonstrated that he indeed had the potential to store 5,000 yuan in the dormitory. Teacher, we did not take his money. We truly did not see any money, Qianjun exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Ultimately, he was just a student, his experiences more numerous than the average freshman, yet still limited. Perhaps we should call the police, teacher. He claims the hairdryer belongs to us. We could check for our fingerprints on it and ascertain whether they indeed took our 5,000 yuan. Chen Teng spoke with a tone that was remarkably calm, yet imbued with an indescribable confidence. The counselor shifted his gaze to Qianjun, who appeared increasingly flustered. If they indeed had not taken anything, why were they so anxious? Could it be that someone truly had taken the 5,000 yuan? If news of this spread, the school's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. In that moment, the counselor found himself drenched in sweat. Chapter 41. Overwhelmed by pressure, Qianjun was in a state of panic. He had never contemplated the option of reporting to the authorities. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a loophole that could potentially exonerate him. By simply reporting and checking fingerprints, they could avoid being framed. As for the 5,000 yuan, Qianjun initially believed that Chen Teng and his associates were attempting to set him up. However, as he watched Chen Teng produce bankbooks and driving licenses one after another, he began to question the authenticity of his own suspicions. Could it be that someone truly intended to abscond with the 5,000 yuan? A subtle smile graced Chen Teng's lips, concealing a hint of provocation. He was well acquainted with tactics to handle such individuals. Many preferred to downplay significant issues, which made Qianjun's approach surprisingly effective. In the face of this predicament, the optimal response was to escalate the situation. In truth, he had no intention of genuinely alerting the authorities. After all, he had not lost 5,000 yuan, and filing a false report was unjust. He merely sought to intimidate. No reporting, the counselor declared decisively. What is your name, student? Chen Teng, with the character Chen from the east. Anteng meaning to gallop. Are you certain you have lost 5,000 yuan? Absolutely. It was right there on the table, but upon my return, it had vanished. The counselor understood the gravity of the situation. Mishandling it could have dire repercussions for the school. Qianjun and his companions exchanged wary glances, suspicion clouding their expressions. They questioned whether Chen Teng was indeed lying or if someone among them had pilfered the money. The allure of 5,000 yuan was undeniable. As the counselor contemplated how to discern the truth from both parties, he scrutinized their expressions. Chen Teng appeared composed, even somewhat anticipatory, while Qianjun and his companions exchanged anxious looks. A sense of foreboding crept into the counselor's mind. Could it be that someone truly had taken the money? In comparison to 5,000 yuan, the matter of prohibited electrical appliances seemed trivial. Moreover, Chen Teng's confidence suggested that the contraband might not even exist. Counselor, are you unable to make a judgment? If not, perhaps we should leave this matter to the professionals, one of the students interjected. No, absolutely do not report this. Trust me, I can resolve this situation, the counselor insisted, turning his gaze towards Qianjun and the others. Taking a deep breath, he barked, why don't you all confess? Admitting now could still offer a chance for redemption. If Chen Teng opts to report this, you could face imprisonment. Under such mounting pressure, one student finally faltered, trembling as he spoke, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Teacher, I did not take his money. Qianjun called us here merely to frame them. Frame? The counselor urged, his heart lightening. Progress had finally been made. He had feared that both sides would stubbornly cling to their positions, potentially prompting Chen Teng to call the authorities. Qianjun attempted to interject a warning, but was silenced by a glare from the counselor. Just moments ago, Qianjun informed us that room 210 had set them up. Teacher, we truly did not take any money, he lamented with a sorrowful expression. Where there is one, there will be another. Indeed, teacher, we did not take any money. We merely mentioned bringing along a hairdryer. Classmate Chen Teng, please do not report this to the authorities. We admit we framed you, but we genuinely did not take your money. Yes. Chen Teng regarded them with a blank expression. The gravest error Qianjun made was bringing so many people along. Had he approached this matter alone and maintained a steely resolve, Chen Teng would have found it difficult to confront him. Even if he had reported it, the authorities would likely dismiss him, preoccupied as they were with more pressing matters. Who has the time to indulge a group of college students in their petty dramas? In the absence of concrete evidence from either side, the teacher would undoubtedly lean towards believing the student council members. However, the larger the group, the more complications arise. While a crowd can embolden, it can also expose vulnerabilities. This is college, a student council, not a special forces training camp. Where would one find so many individuals with unwavering mental fortitude? Do they truly believe that military training has such profound effects? The majority would quickly yield under intimidation. Chen Teng shrugged. I never anticipated that our student council could resort to such underhanded tactics. It truly disheartens me. Miao Zhongzhong nodded in agreement, echoing his dismay. The counselor sighed softly, taken aback that the student council would engage in such schemes. Although he was aware of the school's poor culture, he did not expect it to be this dire. Moreover, there was still the matter of the 5,000 yuan. The counselor felt a headache coming on. Counselor, what actions do you intend to take against them? Chen Teng inquired once more. How about removing their positions within the student council and issuing a reprimand? The counselor deliberated with Chen Teng. He needed to pacify Chen Teng's emotions. Otherwise, the situation could escalate to a police report. He still believed the 5,000 yuan was genuine. Chen Teng feigned contemplation, poised to agree when the door to room 210 was knocked upon once more. Chen Teng, I am Du Romping. May I have a moment of your time? Should I open the door for him? Chen Teng glanced at the counselor, who nodded in response. Despite being uncertain of Du Romping's intentions, he recognized the individual. Du Romping appeared at the door with a beaming smile, his countenance radiating a mix of flattery and servility. This expression astonished the counselor. University students, still uninitiated into the world, usually possess lofty aspirations. Convincing them to ingratiate themselves to someone is akin to an insurmountable challenge. What charm does Chen Teng possess to elicit such obsequiousness from Du Romping? The counselor resolved to observe the unfolding situation. Chen Teng, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Chen Teng raised an eyebrow, pondering the sudden 180 shift in Du Romping's demeanor. After much reflection, he surmised that his BMW was likely the catalyst for this change. Indeed, imagine oneself as a wealthy heir driving a BMW, a status that certainly sets one apart from the likes of Du Romping, who, lacking a vehicle, is not easily provoked nor worth the trouble. Indeed, it is all a misunderstanding. You all should swiftly apologize to Junior Chen Teng. My sincere apologies, Junior Chen Teng. Qian Jun and others humbly bowed their heads in contrition. Although Du Romping was not a member of the student council, he frequently dined with its members, and Qian Jun and his companions were acquainted with him. Moreover, having succumbed to the mounting pressure, they revealed their intention to falsely accuse Chen Teng. They were more than willing to apologize. Junior Chen Teng, what do you think of this arrangement? I will treat you and your dormitory to a meal later, and we can consider this matter resolved. Du Romping gazed at Chen Teng with anticipation. If anyone here wished for this significant issue to be downplayed, it was undoubtedly Du Romping himself. Chapter 42. The Kind-Hearted Chinga? Indeed. Shall we put an end to this? The matter of 5,000 yuan. I will provide you with a response later, the counselor interjected. 5,000 yuan? What 5,000 yuan? Du Romping was taken aback. Qian Jun quietly explained the origins of the 5,000 yuan to Du Romping. Du Romping smacked his forehead, thinking it through. I'll take it. You'll take it? But you weren't even present at the scene. Miao Jingzhong did not expect Du Romping to jump in. In any case, I'll take it. Du Romping rummaged through his wallet and produced several bills, handing them to Chen Teng. The counselor turned his head away, pretending not to see. So, let us consider this matter concluded. Chen Teng casually from the stack. Since you've returned my 5,000 yuan, I shall not pursue the matter further. Good. Though Du Romping did not comprehend why Chen Teng only took 500, he was pleased that Chen Teng was willing to put a period to this affair. The counselor turned back. Since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. With that, the counselor attempted to depart. However, Chen Teng called out to him. Counselor, regarding the scholarship issue, I would like to consult you. Could you spare a moment? Miao Zhendonghong, Gai Heng, and Luo Jinbin stared at Chen Teng as if they had seen a ghost. You, who sits at the back of the class and hardly pays attention, claim to have thoughts on scholarships? Nonsense. The counselor also found this utterly ridiculous. He had been at this school long enough to understand the academic atmosphere. Scholarships are not awarded based on who excels, but rather on who fails the least. Nevertheless, he could tell that Chen Teng had something he wished to discuss privately. Very well. Observing this, Du Rongpeng and the others discreetly withdrew. Chen Teng, my dear fellow, I just remembered that our dormitory needs cleaning. I must attend to that first. Yes, my roommate is about to give birth. I need to check in. Me too. My roommate is also close to giving birth. Is that so? Perhaps we share the same roommate. They all departed, leaving with a sense of relief. Chen Teng did not report the incident. They merely faced disciplinary action. How could this not be considered a brush with disaster? Upon exiting dormitory 210, the 7 of them looked gratefully at Du Rongpeng. Thank you, Brother Du. We truly had no idea who took the 5,000. Enough with the thanks. Chen Teng did not lose a single yuan of that 5,000. If we're truly lost, I would have reported it. I was merely trying to scare you. Du Rongpeng was completely sober now. He had nearly deciphered Chen Teng's intentions. However, it was precisely this insight that made him regard Chen Teng as extraordinary. Caution 10. Such realizations often come after the fact, akin to a post-fight analysis. In hindsight, one wishes things had unfolded differently, yet proves futile. Inside dormitory 210, Chen Teng retrieved a pack of cigarettes he habitually kept in his pocket and offered them to the counselor. The teacher has endured considerable hardship by coming here. Even after finishing work, he must attend to our affairs. Without his guidance, we might have faced unjust accusations. Is it any wonder that we regard educators as the most noble of professions? Flattery may be insincere, yet it serves its purpose. With this compliment, the advisor's mood lightened somewhat. Apologies, but I do not smoke. I must decline. The teacher's healthy lifestyle is truly commendable, and we should aspire to emulate him. As he spoke, Chen Teng opened his locker and produced a gift box of tea. Teacher, this is a special tea I had someone procure for me. They say it is Westlake Longjing. I am no connoisseur, but the vendor assured me it is perfect for gifting. Chen Teng extended the tea towards the advisor. The advisor initially intended to refuse, as he does not drink tea. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he sensed an underlying message in Chen Teng's remark. What does it matter if he does not drink it? It is suitable for gifting. Thus, his refusal transformed into gratitude. His gaze towards Chen Teng became somewhat intricate. He had encountered many shrewd students, yet none possessed Chen Teng's unique blend of tact and generosity. While many may not appreciate such a shrewd disposition, he understood that individuals of this nature often rise to prominence. It is only right. The teacher has made the effort to come here. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Farewell. Goodbye, teacher. The 4 residents of room 210 chorused in unison. Once the advisor departed, Miao Zhengzhong clapped Chen Teng on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chen, you are truly impressive. It was nothing extraordinary, Chen Teng replied modestly. Brother Chen, you are remarkable. I have never admired someone as much as I do you. Kai Heng's gaze towards Chen Teng shifted once more. Previously, he had regarded Chen Teng as formidable and affluent, believing he could achieve similar success with effort. Now, however, he felt utterly incapable of emulating him. Utilizing a fabricated accusation of 5,000 yuan to turn the tables, and leveraging the advisor's authority to instill panic among those accompanying Qianjun, Chen Teng had effortlessly resolved the troubles posed by the student council. Initially, Luo Zhenbin felt exhilarated by this resolution. However, his spirits waned upon Du Rongpeng's arrival in room 210, as he confronted an undeniable reality. He must appease Lu Jiejie, who in turn must appease Du Rongpeng, who must ultimately seek favor with Chen Teng. This raises the question, is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Is wealth genuinely of such paramount importance in this world? By the way, Lao Miao, accompany me tomorrow morning. Huh? But I have classes tomorrow morning. If college students do not skip classes, can they truly be called college students? Could it be in the afternoon instead? If we skip class, we can sleep in a bit, right? No, Tomorrow we must rise, even earlier than for class. Chen Teng patted his shoulder and then turned to Kai Hung. What is it, Brother Chen? Kai Hung instinctively sensed that something was amiss. In the morning's public class tomorrow, if the teacher calls on us, could you assist me by responding for both of us? However, might we not be discovered? Not at all. The teacher does not lift his gaze when taking attendance. You can respond in your natural voice, while I can call out with a strained tone, and then another with a rough voice. He won't notice. Should he do so, simply feign ignorance. All right, I suppose. Kai Hung felt a twinge of anxiety. Assisting a roommate in attendance was something he had never done before. By the way, you should keep the 500 for yourselves when you go out. Thank you, Brother Chen. Kai Hung's spirits soared. Yet, he felt a tinge of confusion. By the way, Brother Chen, why did you only take 500 instead of 5,000? I observed that if you had asked for 5,000 at the time, he would have provided it. He pondered whether it was because Brother Chen harbored compassion. Indeed, Brother Chen is ultimately a kind-hearted individual. Little did he know, Chen Teng regarded Kai Hung with a look of condescension, as if he were addressing someone with diminished faculties. My good brother, 5,000 crosses the threshold of extortion. Kai Hung stood dumbao. Chen Teng laughed heartily, preparing to wash up and retire for the night, gearing up to formally embark on his entrepreneurial venture the following day. Chapter 43. Inflate. A self-justifying fantasy that night. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Jijia had just returned when her roommates began to tease her. Why are you back so early, Jijia? Come on, tell us. Did Du Senior confess his feelings to you? Where did you go for a stroll? I saw on the school forum that the lakeside is perfect for couples. Her roommates looked at Lu Jijia with excitement. With a gentle sigh, Lu Jijia took her seat, her face clouded with concern. Don't mention it. On our way back today, we ran into Chen Teng. Chen Teng, the boy from the next class who always ignores you and sits in the last row? Yes. Frustrated, Lu Jijia recounted the events of the evening to her roommates. They listened in shock. You can't be joking, Jijia. Did Du Senior really say that car costs nearly $1 million? Indeed. I can't even fathom how vast a sum $1 million is. My living expenses are only 1,500. It would take me decades to save that much. Exactly. Could it be that Du Senior made a mistake? Lu Jijia hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She didn't believe Du Rongpeng could be mistaken. Yet it was curious that even Du Senior wouldn't want to offend him. Could it be that Chen Teng is the one with the most profound background among this year, as freshmen? I remember there's a rich second-generation student named Su Chio this year, but it seems he doesn't even have a car. Jijia, since Du Senior asked you to apologize, I think you should seize this opportunity to try and win over Chen Teng. Win over Chen Teng? Before meeting Du Rongpeng, Lu Jijia had indeed entertained such thoughts. She wished to transform Chen Teng into a backup like Luo Zhenbin, hoping he would spend money on her. Unfortunately, their conflict stemmed from this very notion. Chen Teng's indifference infuriated Lu Jijia. But I feel that Chen Teng has a terrible temper. Lu Jijia felt wronged. Her roommates began to persuade her. Jijia, think about it. In dramas, the male and female leads often start off disliking each other. Yes, but later, it turns into a desperate pursuit. Exactly, Jijia. Right now, he may be indifferent, but who knows, in time, he might be head over heels for you. Showering you with gifts like bags, cars, and necklaces. You're so beautiful. Why worry that Chen Teng wouldn't be interested? Perhaps while he seems composed, his heart is already racing. Their words rekindled that idea in Lu Jijia's mind. However, she hesitated, but when I returned today, I saw him with 2 girls, one of whom was exceptionally beautiful. Though she didn't want to admit it, in the presence of Li Xingru, Lu Jijia truly understood what it meant to feel inferior. That girl was so stunning, she hardly seemed like an ordinary person, but rather like a celestial being that had descended to earth. Jijia, I think this is intentional on Chen Teng's part. Intentional? Lu Jijia was taken aback. Yes, the first time she appeared indifferent to you, yet deep down, her heart raced with excitement. Then you showed up with Senior Du, which surely made her envious, didn't it? Lu Jijia found this reasoning compelling, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her roommate. And then, the other roommates inquired with anticipation. One of them, exuding an air of frustration, remarked, what followed was exactly what Jijia witnessed. He deliberately brought a beautiful girl before her, hoping to incite her jealousy. That stunning girl might well be his sister. Or perhaps she was simply hired for the occasion. With such a wealthy heir, wouldn't it be easy to find a lovely companion? The three, including Lu Jiejia, nodded in agreement. However, Lu Jiejia soon discovered a flaw in this reasoning. But how could he possibly know that I was dining with Senior Du? I only informed you all at the last minute. Oh, that's even simpler. Senior Du knows so many leaders in the student council, with Chen Teng's abundant resources. It would be difficult for him to learn about your gathering. That makes sense. But how do I explain his later outburst on the street? Out of embarrassment. He saw how close you were with Senior Du and became envious. Lu Jiejia suddenly understood. Everything made sense now. So, could it be that Chen Teng genuinely likes me? Of course. Her roommates replied confidently. Shutting the page of the novel titled The Aloof Campus Prince and the Fiery Campus Beauty on their computer, Lu Jiejia lowered her head, feeling a sudden wave of shyness and embarrassment. Her roommates had persuaded her so convincingly that she found their arguments quite compelling. So, should I bring breakfast for Chen Teng tomorrow? Absolutely. It's best to pamper a man. If you bring him breakfast, he might feign indifference, but inside, he could be overjoyed. All right, let us do that. Lu Jiejia felt invigorated. The next morning, she woke up early to apply her makeup. It was a day for an early class, and she needed both time for her makeup and to buy breakfast. To accomplish this, she had risen at 6 o'clock. By 7:30, in a lecture hall where two classes were convening, Lu Jiejia arrived, frequently glancing towards the back row. At 7:40, a few individuals occupied the last row, but Chen Teng was not among them. At 7:50, Luo Zhenbin slouched into the classroom. It seemed all university students attending the early class were like this. No matter how early they slept, even if they had gone to bed at 1 in the morning, they still appeared this way. Lu Jiejia's face reflected her growing anxiety as she touched the now cool buns in her plastic bag. In her recollection, Chen Teng typically arrived at class quite early, as arriving late would mean losing the back row seats. At 7:57, the teacher entered the classroom. At 7:59, Kai Heng arrived. Lu Jiejia decided she must go and check. So, she approached Luo Zhenbin. "Excuse me, may I ask you a question?" "Huh, me?" Luo Zhenbin had originally buried his head between his arms, his eyes closed. He questioned whether he had inadvertently drifted into slumber when suddenly he heard Lu Jiejia's voice. Upon raising his head, a delightful surprise washed over him. Clad in a crop top and denim shorts, she radiated youthful exuberance. Indeed, he thought, I am certain of my response. Luo Zhenbin's mind began to wander. Even though just last night, while lying alone in bed, he had resolved never to pursue romance again, Lu Jiejia now stood before him. He finally understood the truth of being unable to deceive one's own heart. "Thank you, Luo classmate." Lu Jiejia beamed, her smile as radiant as spring blossoms. Each expression from her only served to accelerate Luo Zhenbin's heartbeat. With a smile gracing his face, he addressed Lu Jiejia. "May I ask, do you know where Chen Teng has gone?" However, the smile on Luo Zhenbin's face faltered. His heart shattered. Chapter 44. Beneath Prosperity. A world of scars, jealousy 20, Chen Teng. I haven't even begun to speak, yet who is this envious wretch? Upon examining the system, he discovered jealousy from Luo Zhenbin 20. What the hell? Luo Zhenbin? What does he envy me for? Chen Teng pondered in confusion, yet he patiently awaited the arrival of others. He had arranged to meet with the delivery team from the school, expressing his interest in potential collaboration. Miao Jingzhong sat beside Chen Teng, idly toying with his fingernails as they awaited their guests. "Apologies for being late, Junior." The cafeteria line was particularly long today. Zhang Ningxin hurriedly arrived. In truth, she was not late, but upon seeing Chen Teng and Miao Zhangzhong already present, she felt compelled to say so. Today, Zhang Ningxin was exceptionally radiant, adorned in a white long dress, with twin ponytails framing her face, and her sweet dimples accentuating her long, slender legs. "Why is the senior here too? Chenggu, are you two on a date with a bag-carrying light bulb? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Ningxin rolled her eyes, suppressing the urge to smile. This girl certainly knows how to speak. Who goes on a date in a classroom? Chen Teng couldn't help but retort. Academic elites. I had a pair of high school academic elites who dated in the classroom every day, Miao Zhengzhong asserted confidently. Are you sure it wasn't because they had no time to date elsewhere? Chen Teng countered. Are you certain it wasn't because you were unaware of their rendezvous at another location? Zhang Mingxin challenged. Suddenly, Miao Zhengzhong found their arguments quite persuasive. At that moment, three young men entered the classroom. Upon seeing them, Chen Teng retrieved 3 bottles of soda from beneath the table. Hello, you must be the delivery team. I am Chen Teng. Nice to meet you. I am Wang Ji, replied the most outgoing of the trio, who wore square-frame glasses and sported a very short haircut. Chen Teng recognized him as the founder of the daily delivery service and the first to embark on this venture within the business school. To be fair, Chen Teng admired his execution. You mentioned a desire to collaborate. How do you envision this partnership? Are you a merchant? Wang Ji posed his inquiry. Let's not rush. We should wait a bit longer, as not everyone has arrived. Wait longer? Wang Ji was taken aback. However, considering the 3 bottles of soda, he resolved to be patient, as it was indeed not yet the appointed time. Subsequently, 2 more groups arrived, representatives from Lele Delivery and Lightning Delivery. After greetings were exchanged, Chen Teng distributed a bottle of soda to each of them. They regarded Chen Teng with a hint of puzzlement. It was unclear whether the 3 teams were competitors. What was Chen Teng's true intention in gathering them all? As the final guest settled in, Miao Zhengzhong closed the door. All right, Miao Zhengzhong said as he secured the door. Chen Teng stood and addressed the group. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Teng, a man of considerable wealth, and I wish to acquire all 3 of your teams, or rather, to merge them. Acquire? Wang Ji expressed his bewilderment. He never anticipated that at the very onset of his life journey, he would encounter terms that typically reside within textbooks and television dramas. Chen Teng nodded slightly, expressing his admiration for their team and the capabilities they exhibited. Concurrently, he held a strong belief in the promising future of the food delivery industry. So, may I inquire why we should consider your acquisition? Questioned a short-haired young woman, Wu Xian, the founder of Lightning Delivery, who was also instrumental in reducing the business school's delivery fee from 3 yuan to 2. Because your operations are on the verge of collapse, Chen Teng replied coolly. What nonsense are you spouting? Our scale is continually expanding. The tension was palpable. Indeed, all 3 of your companies are growing. However, I wonder if you are aware of the lurking dangers in your current development. What dangers? Chen Teng raised a finger. There is no other peril than the meager earnings your riders receive. Your model involves customers calling customer service, which then communicates the orders to the riders. This method is extraordinarily inefficient, unless the rider happens to be passing by. It typically takes between half an hour to an hour to complete a single order. During peak hours, it is true that many customers order from the same restaurant or are too lazy to descend to the dining hall for their meals. Yet, even during these times, due to the lack of specialized delivery equipment, a rider can only carry a maximum of a dozen orders at once. Any more, and they risk spillage. Assuming an exceptionally efficient rider completes their deliveries in half an hour, they might deliver approximately a dozen meals, totaling around 30 yuan. The delivery peak occurs roughly between 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., amounting to 3 hours, which yields 180 yuan. This appears satisfactory. However, one must bear in mind that this is the most favorable scenario. In reality, many dormitory residents order together. 180, a delivery fee of 90 would be commendable. Furthermore, the distribution of riders by operators is often illogical, leading to significant time wastage. During peak hours, I fear the average delivery fee per rider may fall below 90 yuan. What about during non-peak times, such as now? A rider might handle 3 to 4 orders in a half-hour stint. Achieving 10 yuan would be a fortunate outcome. If we estimate generously, from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. is 2 hours, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. is 3 hours, and from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. is 4 hours, totaling 9 hours. However, due to class schedules and constraints, managing 2 to 3 hours during non-peak times will be considered commendable. Let's estimate 30 yuan. Thus, 90 plus 30 equals 120. Based on your revenue sharing model, where riders receive 60%, that amounts to 72. In other words, on average, a rider's daily earnings from delivery fees fall short of 100 yuan, correct? Chen Teng's words left the three groups in a state of silence. The process was not entirely accurate. During peak and non-peak periods, the earnings of riders are not as substantial as Chen Teng has calculated. However, when you assign orders to riders, it is often done in a manner that is exceedingly unreasonable, such as allocating one order as soon as another is received. This practice can lead to an imbalance where one rider is inundated with orders while another is left with few. A rider with a scant number of orders may only complete 20 or 30 in a day, while those overwhelmed by requests may struggle to exceed 100 due to delivery constraints. You have increased the number of riders to cope with the current situation. But can this really suffice? Riders with fewer orders may choose to leave, yet the inability to distribute orders equitably ensures that there will always be riders with insufficient work. Does it not? In this process, Chen Teng's assertions are not entirely accurate, or perhaps they lack comprehensiveness. Nevertheless, the reality remains. Some riders enjoy high incomes while others earn considerably less. Those with lower earnings might find that even part-time jobs at tea shops or supermarkets are more lucrative. Conversely, those with higher incomes still find it challenging to make ends meet. Currently, they face significant hardships. What happens when delivery times are excessively long and meals become cold in winter? How do we address the issue of meager earnings during non-peak periods? What should a rider do when they can only deliver a mere 10 meals at a time? When orders increase, how do riders cope with the inability to place orders over the phone in a timely manner? Each of these concerns has been articulated by Chen Teng, leaving the three groups of individuals unable to utter a word. This encapsulates the predicament they are now enduring. Beneath the facade of prosperity lies a landscape marred by turmoil. Chapter 45. A fresh perspective. An imaginative business model. Can you resolve these issues? Wang Ji inquired after a considerable pause. Of course. How will you address them? Do I appear to be foolish enough to divulge all of this to you? Chen Teng's gaze towards Wang Ji was somewhat inscrutable. Wang Ji chuckled awkwardly, captivated by the conversation, which led him to inquire further. You are well aware of your monthly earnings. Allow me to outline my terms. A monthly salary of 5,000, without a formal labor contract, but rather an internship agreement. 5,000? They appeared somewhat intrigued. Their enthusiasm had waned significantly during this period, as the challenges they encountered surpassed their expectations and capabilities. Chen Teng, at this moment, made a compelling offer. The first month will be a probationary period, with a salary of merely 2,000. It is inevitable that some of you will depart. I wish to be candid about this. Those who pass the assessment will receive a bonus in the first month, bringing their total to 5,000. I hope you possess a sufficiently extroverted disposition, as we will likely engage with numerous merchants. Oh, by the way, I should mention that we will be exceedingly busy during the National Day holiday. To conclude with a flourish, once we achieve success, I will ensure that you are generously compensated. Joining me now will elevate you to the status of pioneers. An annual income in the six figures shall not remain a mere dream. Under such circumstances, who among you is willing to join me? A hand rose from behind Wang Ji. I will. Chen Teng's words had ignited a spark within him. Others expressed a desire to deliberate further. You may discuss this with your friends. I shall grant you half an hour to reach a decision. As Chen Teng spoke, he retrieved 2 stacks of papers from the table, one white, one red, and placed them before each individual. Here lies an internship agreement along with an advance of 1,000. Should you decide, sign your name and take the money. If you find my offer unappealing or wish to compete against me, you may leave. In any case, time is of the essence. Only half an hour. Before Miao Zhengzhong and Zhang Ningxin, a similar agreement was presented. The stacks of 1,000, bound with rubber bands, appeared almost luminescent at that moment. 1,000 yuan. For a university student, this was undeniably a substantial sum. Shock 10, Shock 7, Shock 9, Shock 6, Shock 8. Zhang Ningxin and Miao Zhengzhong were the quickest to inscribe their names. They realized that Chen Teng's preparations exceeded their expectations, instilling them with greater confidence in him. Subsequently, a few more individuals signed their names in succession. Ultimately, 7 individuals from Daily Delivery and Lightning Delivery affixed their signatures, claiming their 1,000 yuan. Conversely, The members of Happy Delivery deliberated and chose to decline Chen Teng's offer. I find your arguments quite reasonable. However, I do not believe the challenges we face are ones you can resolve. It is preferable for us to pursue our own path rather than serve under you. Chen Teng nodded in understanding. It is indeed a positive trait for business people to possess confidence. Very well. I hope we will have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Chen Teng shook hands with several members of Lele Delivery, bidding them farewell. The founding teams of Tian Delivery, comprising 3 individuals, and Shandian Delivery, consisting of 4, together with Chen Teng's team of 3, formed a new collective of 10 individuals. Now, allow me to share the vision of our initiative. Have you eaten? I implore you all to maintain confidentiality. Should whispers of our business model emerge within the campus prior to its launch, I shall reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Do you understand? Chen Teng ascended to the podium, and the atmosphere turned solemn. His previous demeanor had been amiable, but now he exuded the authority of a company leader. Zhang Ningxin observed Chen Teng, her fists clenched in quiet admiration, believing that a serious man possesses an undeniable charm. First, we will forego income during non-peak hours, focusing solely on business during the lunch and dinner rushes. University students tend to be rather lackadaisical, often skipping breakfast. This statement elicited a sense of offense among the group. Second, our delivery will not extend to the upper floors. We shall only deliver to the base of the dormitory. This assertion left the 9 others perplexed. Wang Zhijing attempted to voice his confusion, but was halted by Chen Teng. Please hold your questions until I have completed this segment. At that point, I will design a website for students to place orders online. During each peak period, we will allocate a limited number of time slots. For instance, at lunch, we could offer 5 time slots, 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock, 12:30, and 1300 hours. Students must place their orders at least 1 hour in advance, allowing us to notify the vendors to prepare the meals. Once the meals are ready, we will utilize electric tricycles to collect them from the streets, with one individual retrieving all meals for a designated time slot. After collection, we will return to the campus, using the school gate as a transfer point. We will assign a person at each dormitory to collect the corresponding orders from the gate and transport them to the dormitory entrance. Payment will be exchanged upon delivery, although students will also have the option to pay online in advance. Astonishment permeated the room, as they had never envisioned such a business model, which starkly contrasted with their previous approaches. After presenting the model, Chen Teng sought their thoughts. Wang Zhi raised his hand, still reeling from the shock, yet eager to share his perspective. Chen Teng nodded for him to proceed. Wang Zhi, brow furrowed, expressed, delivering only to the ground floor will undoubtedly diminish students' willingness to purchase. If they must descend, why not simply go outside or to the cafeteria? Chen Teng smiled, acknowledging the validity of the inquiry. That is an excellent question. Does anyone else have a solution? Zhang Ningxin, Wu Xian, and Miao Zhengzhong all contemplated this. Yet after several minutes, no one could propose an answer. This question is indeed not easy to conceive, yet there exists a remarkably simple solution: reducing prices. Lower prices? The duck leg rice, which is priced at 12 yuan, can be purchased on our website and app for merely 9 yuan, or even 8 yuan, or 6 yuan. Would you buy it or not? Chen Teng gazed at Wang Zhi, who nodded in agreement. However, his brow remained furrowed. But in this way, we won't make any profit. It would be pure loss. Chen Teng replied, precisely, it is a loss. Can you think of a way to generate profit? Wang Zhi shook his head, unable to conceive of one. Wu Xian, however, had an idea. Could we possibly earn from the merchants? Chen Teng looked at her with encouragement. How specifically would we do that? Wu Xian suggested, for instance, when a merchant sells a portion of duck leg rice, we could take 3 yuan from them, allowing us to profit. Clever. Chen Teng paused, acknowledging that initially we would indeed incur losses. As the users' habits have yet to be cultivated, we must foster these habits among our users, who are not only the students purchasing meals, but also the vendors selling them. They are all our users. Once their habits are established, we can gradually raise prices, ensuring they remain lower than what the vendors charge, and then negotiate a commission with the merchants. They began to comprehend. Wang Zhi, Wu Xian, and their companions felt a surge of excitement. They were inherently entrepreneurial individuals, and upon witnessing Chen Teng's vision, they perceived it as significantly more advanced and promising than their own. Only Zhang Ningxin remained somewhat perplexed, yet she refrained from undermining the discussion in public. Chapter 46. Engaging with merchants now that there are no issues. Let us proceed to discuss matters with the merchants outside the campus. Chen Teng returned to the table where he had been seated earlier and retrieved a white plastic bag, which contained numerous items. This was the purpose of his early rise. "Junior, this model seems to be suitable only for the campus," he remarked. "Indeed, if we extend it beyond the university, non-students will undoubtedly find it unacceptable, especially having to descend to a designated location for collection. Outside the campus, we would need to consider individual deliveries," Zhang Ningxin replied, perplexed by Chen Teng's admission. "Gradual progression," Chen Teng asserted confidently. "Gradual progression?" Zhang Ningxin pondered, sensing a deeper meaning. "Yes, initially establishing a foothold outside would be challenging, as we would all be novices in this field. A direct confrontation may not yield success. The replication of a business model is deceptively simple. With sufficient funding, anyone can achieve it. However, as we become acquainted with the business model and the delivery industry, we will possess an advantage over our competitors due to our accumulated experience. Most importantly, we have begun to forge relationships with local merchants surrounding the university. When a flame first ignites, it often goes unnoticed. Once we have garnered sufficient partnerships within the university, we can gradually expand outward, building a team for grassroots promotion and accumulating experience. The grassroots promotion team will be our primary focus during this phase. Of course, this advantage will only amount to a slight edge in future competition. Business models, strategies, websites, apps, and promotional teams provide only temporary superiority, perhaps lasting 5 to 6 months, or even 2 to 3. Eventually, it will come down to a financial contest. Thus, I await the maturation of mobile internet and the financial growth of Tongda. Currently, with limited funds, we engage in endeavors that require minimal investment to build a foundation. Once we have the capital, we will be prepared to invest heavily. Then why recruit students instead of directly hiring individuals from society? They are more seasoned and have more time at their disposal. It is simpler. College students tend to be more innocent and less prone to betrayal. Betrayal is a concern for Chen Teng. He possesses a system and a second chance at life. Yet the intricacies of human nature elude him. He cannot discern the depth of individuals' thoughts, who harbors heavy intentions and who remains superficial. Among college students, there are certainly those with profound thoughts, but their capacity for concealment is comparatively weaker than that of their societal counterparts. He can take the time to gradually understand and observe them, striving to uncover their authentic personalities through careful scrutiny. His trust in Linya, for instance, stems from rumors he had encountered in his previous life. Moreover, a team of university students represents an excellent publicity angle. A publicity angle? Yes. The narrative of entrepreneurial ventures among university students is commendable and worthy of media coverage, boasting greater intrigue and legendary appeal, thus proving more advantageous in future competition. Chen Teng has only recently conducted research during this period. The saying goes that even the finest wine fears a deep alley. Thus, promotion is indispensable. The notion of college students embarking on entrepreneurship sounds more impressive, carries greater allure, and consequently garners easier acceptance among the general populace. If Chen Teng himself achieves recognition, would it not follow that his subsequent ventures would also gain acknowledgement? In summary, the phrase encapsulates it well. A college student like Chen Teng starting a business possesses more appeal than simply Chen Teng venturing forth alone. Chen Teng has pondered this carefully. Would the allure be even greater if he had not attended university before embarking on his entrepreneurial journey? The answer is affirmative. However, in such a scenario, it would be challenging for authoritative media to portray Chen Teng as a positive exemplar. A proactive and uplifting persona is far more favored by those in positions of influence. Therefore, Chen Teng cannot forsake the opportunity to be shaped into a commendable figure in pursuit of mere spectacle. Having been reborn, one must approach endeavors and thoughts with a more comprehensive perspective. Thus it is, Zhang Ningxin holds even greater admiration for her junior. Are there any other questions? Observing Zhang Ningxin's inquisitive nature, Chen Teng feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Many matters in the workplace are not as daunting as they seem. Anyone can accomplish them, provided they invest the necessary time and experience. A commitment to inquiry and learning can accelerate the mastery of one's tasks. None. That is good. Feel free to ask me anything. Very well. Zhang Ningxin beams with a sweet smile. Soon after, Chen Teng leads the group to a modest eatery off campus. Upon seeing the influx of patrons, the owner initially presumed a large order was forthcoming. However, when Chen Teng expressed his intention to discuss business, the owner's smile promptly faded. Is the school hosting an event in need of sponsorship? Let me inform you, we do not provide sponsorships. Chen Teng finds this rather amusing, as he is mistaken for a student council member. No, I wonder if the owner has noticed that business has recently improved, with students frequently arriving to pick up multiple orders at once. That does seem to be the case. It is barely 9 in the morning, and with little business, the owner remains willing to converse with Chen Teng. Miao Zhengzhong, following closely behind Chen Teng, begins to understand why Chen Teng rises early. During lunchtime, the rush can be overwhelming. Who would have time to engage in conversation then? We're the ones working. Chen Teng beams, revealing his pearly whites. He recounts the recent activities of daily delivery and lightning delivery on campus. After all, these are now his own people. Claiming responsibility for their efforts is not a lie. The owner, skeptical, responds, "Are you suggesting that you want money from me? Let me clarify, that will not do." Chen Teng smiles reassuringly. Rest assured, dear owner, we're not here to ask for money. We're simply upgrading our business at this point. The owner cannot help but chuckle, finding it somewhat humorous to hear a student speak of business. To him, it seems merely the play of children. Zhang Ningxin and Miao Zhengzhong feel a twinge of indignation. Nonetheless, Chen Teng continues to wear a sincere smile, gently placing his hands behind him to subtly restrain the two. Once the boss finished laughing, he continued with a sincere smile, saying, "After the 11th, we will launch a website. The items from your store will be featured there, and students will make their selections. Based on the data from the website's backend, we will purchase the corresponding quantities of meals from you. If you believe this will enhance your sales, kindly display our promotional flyer in your store." Chen Teng handed the boss a striking flyer. The boss took it and crumpled it into a ball with a flick of his wrist, tossing it into the air with an elegant arc away with this nonsense. "In the end, it's just a ploy to have me promote you. I want to do it. Since that's the case, I apologize for the disturbance." Chen Teng replied, maintaining his smile as he led the 9 away from the establishment. Their endeavor had not gone well. "This boss is truly unreasonable," one of Chen Teng's companions expressed indignantly. Indeed, it's quite normal to face rejection. Some people only act when they see tangible benefits. Without immediate advantages, they are reluctant to join. This also subtly indicated that the previous contributions of their delivery team had gone unnoticed by these proprietors. They might still believe that the surge in sales was merely due to new students tiring of the cafeteria food and opting to purchase externally. However, it mattered not. From this day forward, they would make these merchants realize that only through collaboration with them could they achieve greater profits. Just imagine the expression on this boss's face when our team succeeds, crying and begging to join us. Wouldn't that be somewhat satisfying? Chen Teng reassured his team members as he guided them from one shop to another. Some proprietors agreed, while others declined. After visiting several establishments, Chen Teng felt they had demonstrated enough and decided it was time for them to split up. They couldn't have 8 people merely watching him work, after all. Thus, he quickly divided them into 3 groups. Miao Zhengzhong and Zhang Ningxin remained with him, while the remaining 7 were randomly paired. This was to prevent the formation of cliques and to foster mutual supervision among them. Chapter 47. The affectionate always harbor regrets. Are you all heading home for the National Day holiday? Chen Teng inquired suddenly as they exited a restaurant. Miao Zhengzhong replied, "Locals don't need to go back. We can return anytime. There is no need to rush home during the holiday." Zhang Ningxin added, "I'm not going back either. It's only been a month since the school year started. There is nothing much to return to. Then let us continue exploring various places during the holiday." Chen Teng proposed, "Where else shall we go? Today we should be able to negotiate with all the nearby businesses, right?" Miao Zhengzhong questioned, puzzled. We'll visit bubble tea shops, dessert stores, and supermarkets to discuss partnerships. We also need to purchase insulated bags, buy tricycles, conduct thorough promotions, and recruit delivery riders and customer service staff for basic training. Chen Teng elaborated. It dawned on Miao Zhengzhong how naive his initial ambition to establish a delivery team had been. Competing with Chen Teng, given his capabilities, would likely lead to his bankruptcy within a month. The disparity between them was simply too vast to comprehend. Junior, you are remarkably talented. Does your family own a business? Zhang Ningxin began to question Chen Teng's background. It seemed unbelievable that an ordinary individual could possess such foresight. Not from a business family. We are just ordinary people, he asserted. That's hard to believe. How could an ordinary person nurture such talent? Zhang Ningxin was skeptical of Chen Teng's claims. Exceptional talent cannot be learned, Chen Teng confidently declared. The three of them proceeded to promote Have You Eaten? At 3 different establishments. Chen Teng felt it imperative for the owners to be aware of this initiative. Otherwise, the delivery team within the school would merely enhance other sales without recognition of their own existence. This would effectively render the delivery team as mere laborers for those business owners. In any case, Chen Teng was determined to abandon the previous business model. He meant to convey to the owners that aligning with Have You Eaten will be profitable. As for those who doubted, they would see the results after the holiday. After negotiating with all the businesses near the business school, it was already afternoon. Chen Teng, while gathering reports on their progress, led them to Old Chen's restaurant for a meal. As they gazed at the lavish spread before them, they began to appreciate Chen Teng's generosity. Boss, we don't have to split the bill, do we? Wang Ji swallowed hard. No need, rest assured, I'm quite affluent, Chen Teng replied. At that moment, Miao Zhengzhong chimed in. Brother Chen drives a BMW. A BMW? The others stared at Chen Teng in astonishment. Chen Teng did not deny it. Yes, I currently drive a BMW. If you all work diligently and seriously, could we also drive a BMW? Wang Ji envisioned himself behind the wheel of a Porsche or Ferrari. Chen Teng smiled broadly, relishing the various emotions reflected in their eyes. Observing their somewhat wistful expressions, he felt a surge of delight. Glancing at his current emotional value, he noted it at 36,784. One may partake in 30 preliminary lotteries or 3 intermediate ones. Chen Teng intends to accumulate enough for 10 intermediate lotteries to engage in a 10-fold draw. Just a jest, of course. I shall not weave illusions before you. Currently, my understanding of your capabilities remains rather nebulous. Perhaps some of you might find yourselves dismissed by me next month. Thus, I shall refrain from painting any extravagant dreams of luxury vehicles for those present. I prefer to speak candidly, laying bare the harsh truths before rewarding you with tangible compensation for your efforts. This meal, too, is a portion of that genuine remuneration. Chen Teng opened the window to frank discourse. Zhang Ningxin, however, appreciated Chen Teng's forthright demeanor. I support you, Junior, she remarked. Flattery yields neither raises nor promotions. Zhang Ningxin stifled a curse she yearned to voice, prompting laughter from the others, which lightened the atmosphere once more. Being from the same school, their conversational topics were wide-ranging, critiquing teachers, lamenting student council affairs, or dissecting course schedules. Endless subjects to discuss. Sudoni, Zhang Ningxin recalait that topic. Shall we apply to the school's entrepreneurial base for a project? The school would provide us with a venue, allowing us to hold discussions there, she proposed. Chen Teng remembered Zhang Ningxin had previously mentioned this suggestion. He turned to the others. What do you think? Is a dedicated workspace necessary? Absolutely, boss. Having a specific place to work makes everything more convenient and one tea disturb our roommates, came the enthusiastic responses. I concur, boss. Chen Teng nodded slightly. In that case, I shall investigate the school's relevant regulations to see if we can apply. Zhang Ningxin volunteered. Let me take the lead. I have a classmate who attempted this before. Though he ultimately did not succeed, he understands the process. Very well. I appreciate your effort. After the meal, Chen Teng returned to the dormitory, where it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Upon entering, he noticed Luo Zhenbin's forlorn expression. What troubles you, old Luo? Speak up, and let us share in the merriment. Sigh. Luo Zhenbin cast a deep glance at Chen Teng, seemingly reluctant to speak. Chen Teng turned to Kai Hong, eager to inquire about the situation. Kai Hong understood. Rest assured, the teacher did not call the roll. Chen Teng, perplexed, replied, "Who asked you that?" "I was inquiring about old Luo's demeanor." "Oh, that? I now comprehend your intent," Kai Hong said, then recounted the events that transpired before the first class that morning. Chen Teng finally grasped the situation. It was, once again, due to Lu Jiejia. He found himself at a loss for words. Youthful individuals are often easily captivated by the scenery before them. The solution is quite simple. One must broaden their horizons. All right, old Luo, if you truly cannot manage, you might as well return to your previous ways of flattery. Do you believe I still hold any hope? Luo Zhenbin, undeterred by Chen Teng's choice of words, gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Chen Teng's statement instantaneously ignited a flicker of hope within him. No, no, no. I merely think that perhaps when you finally hit rock bottom, you might realize the necessity of turning back. Brother Chen, I possess a glimmer of hope. You have but a trivial hope? Chen Teng was perplexed. Did old Kai not just speak nonsense? What he said was indeed genuine, correct? Indeed, it is genuine, but there is no but. Judging by the events of this morning, it is evident that they do not care about you at all. Brother Chen, would you kindly allow me to speak? All right, go ahead. Is there a mere possibility? What possibility? As Chen Teng observed the conflicted expression on Luo Zhenbin's face, a foreboding sensation began to stir within him. Could it be that she inquired about you through me? Perhaps to engage in further conversation with me? Ha 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 ha! Kai Hong could not contain his laughter. Chen Teng regarded Luo Zhenbin with newfound respect. A talent. This is true talent. Even at this juncture, to still deceive oneself. What else could it be but talent? Luo Zhenbin, unyielding, retorted, if not, then why did she choose to inquire about you through me, rather than directly through Kai Hong? Chen Teng mimicked Luo Zhenbin's earlier demeanor. Is there a mere possibility, that she simply finds you easy to manipulate, believing that from your end, she could extract a definitive answer? Chapter 48. Make a name for yourself. Have you eaten? On the following morning, Chen Teng attended class once more, for it was a day dedicated to specialized courses. A business owner may not need to know every detail, but at the very least, a rudimentary understanding is essential. Otherwise, one risks being deceived by subordinates. This specialized class was attended by 2 classes together. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Teng spotted Lu Jiejia rushing towards him. "Chen Teng, I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's warm," she said. "I've already eaten," Chen Teng replied, waving his hand dismissively and rejecting her offer. Lu Jiejia pouted, returning to her seat in a huff. Despite her earnest gesture, Chen Teng's response remained cold. Petulantly, she settled back into her seat. After a moment, she glanced back at Chen Teng, curious to ascertain whether he was, as her roommate suggested, aloof on the surface yet secretly delighted within. Indeed, just moments ago, Chen Teng had displayed no expression, but now a smile broke forth. "Old Luo," he chuckled, draping an arm around Luo Zhenbin's shoulders. "Do you still think she is approaching me for your sake?" Luo Zhenbin held his neck stiffly. "She must be shy," he asserted. Kai Hong and Miao Zhangzhong stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking with mirth. What followed were convoluted declarations about feelings and unreciprocated affections that those who had never experienced romance could hardly comprehend. Eventually, Kai Hong and Miao Zhangzhong erupted into raucous laughter, capturing the attention of their entire class, including the teacher. Chen Teng buried his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking more violently as he realized Lu Jiejia's visit had rekindled Luo Zhenbin's hope. How blissfully naive! In the days that followed, on any morning when both classes attended the early 8 o'clock session, breakfast would invariably appear on Chen Teng's desk. He had no desire to eat, having already dined in the cafeteria prior to class. Yet, Luo Zhenbin shamelessly claimed it, insisting that food should not go to waste. Chen Teng, not wishing to refuse, accepted it as a return for the times Luo Zhenbin brought breakfast to Lu Jiejia. Thus, time progressed to the momentous date of October 1st. Freshmen, lacking mastery in the art of skipping classes like their senior counterparts, found this day to be a joyous occasion. Luo Zhenbin, hailing from Harbin, seized the opportunity to return home for the holiday. Kai Hung, a local, opted to remain in the dormitory, indulging in leisure. On October 1st, Chen Teng accompanied Miao Zhongzhong and Zhang Ningxin to the small commodities market to procure thermal bags. In the initial stages of enhancing user experience, Chen Teng took it upon himself to manage these necessities. Although it may appear that no subsidies were extended to merchants, in reality, a certain degree of subsidy was indeed provided. It is crucial to note that in the future, whether for blue nights or yellow nights, merchants would have to cover the costs of thermal packaging themselves. The notion of relying on the platform for assistance was mere fantasy. However, given the circumstances, there was no alternative. If merchants were required to bear these expenses, they would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, Chen Teng had no choice but to proceed in this manner. After comparing prices from various vendors, he ultimately opted for a reasonably priced thermal bag. Currently, it is summer, and the demand for insulated bags is not particularly high. It is only in a month or two that the need for insulation will increase. However, by that time, merchants must decide whether to bear the associated costs. On October 2nd, Chen Teng, accompanied by two individuals, purchased several second-hand tricycles. Although these vehicles are slow, they possess considerable storage capacity, which is precisely what Chen Teng requires. The total expenditure was modest, amounting to just over 10,000. On October 3rd, he initiated a recruitment process for delivery riders, providing them with a brief training session. Some of these riders were part of the original delivery teams, while others were newcomers. As Chen Teng had predicted, the following days, October 4th and 5th, were exceptionally busy for them. The aforementioned events represent merely the tip of the iceberg. Chen Teng was actively mobilizing the Have You Eaten team to promote advertisements far and wide. Although the campus was relatively deserted during the National Day holiday, advertisements still needed to be disseminated. By October 7th, returning students discovered flyers on their doorknobs. Have you eaten? A new delivery team? Have the delivery fees been reduced? If not, perhaps they should opt for Lele delivery instead. The flyers seemed to lack specific details, including contact information. Only a website and a QR code were provided. Remarkably, this service even has its own app. How novel. Previously, neither Tian Tian Delivery, Lele Delivery, nor Lightning Delivery had introduced their own applications. In the eyes of the students, an app represented a degree of technological sophistication. However, they were skeptical about its utility if it did not lead to lower prices. Affordability was paramount. They feared that the costs might eventually be passed on to them due to the app's development. Yet, it appeared that prices had indeed dropped. A duck leg meal paired with a bottle of cola was only 9 yuan. Was this for real? Did a duck leg meal not usually cost around 12 yuan? In the store, cola was approximately 4 yuan a bottle. Astonishingly, the beef rice from the back street, generously portioned, was only 9 yuan. Did it not nearly reach 30 yuan at the restaurant? Moreover, 2 cups of milk tea for just 9 yuan? Typically, 1 cup would cost 7 to 8 yuan. Lower prices became the strongest card in Have You Eaten? S hand. Faced with such competitive pricing, many of the service's shortcomings were overlooked. Need to go downstairs to retrieve the order? No problem. With the prices being so appealing, the university students began to notice numerous advantages of Have You Eaten? The website was visually appealing and exquisitely designed. The app was not only aesthetically pleasing, but seemed superior to many available on the market. It was rumored to offer insulated bags and even assist in grocery shopping, sometimes at prices lower than those in supermarkets. Was there truly no pricing error? As for the rules established by Have You Eaten? They chose to accept them. Ordering an hour in advance was not an issue, especially with such attractive prices. By the following day, many chose to place their orders. An electric tricycle meandered through the back streets, delivering prearranged meals to the vacant space at the rear of the vehicle. Upon reaching the school entrance, a line of ordinary tricycles awaited, as the operators sequentially transferred the meals from the electric tricycle to their own. Subsequently, each tricycle, laden with food for various dormitories, delivered the provisions to the base of the dormitory building. Students descended from their rooms or returned from the academic buildings, patiently queuing in front of the tricycles. The exchange was straightforward, payment in one hand, delivery in the other. While this method may not have matched the convenience of previous delivery systems that brought meals directly to the dormitories, it was hardly a significant inconvenience. Moreover, when considering the pricing, Did You Eat emerged victorious. In just one day, Did You Eat gained considerable notoriety among the student body. Everyone was aware that an app offering remarkably affordable meals had emerged within the school. Chapter 49. The success of the first day on October 8th. The team from Lele Delivery sat in their dormitory, their expressions clouded with concern. They were a group of senior students, as it was their final year, and with so few classes, they decided to venture into entrepreneurship. Prior to the 11th, despite the fierce competition and numerous challenges, they managed to earn a modest profit. However, today, they spent the entire day in their dormitory without receiving a single order. Isn't anyone contacting us for food delivery? They pondered. The transition from bustling activity to utter neglect occurred within a single day for Lele Delivery. They were acutely aware of the reasons behind this sudden shift. Why is he doing this? They understood the business model of Have You Eaten, but could not comprehend why Chen Teng pursued such a strategy. From what they gathered, Chen Teng bought meals from various restaurants at full price and sold them at a significantly reduced rate. Indeed, losing money to capture market share is necessary. They could grasp this concept. Thus, when 3 delivery teams previously engaged in a bidding war over delivery fees, they had even prepared to offer services at 1 yuan or even 50 cents. Even if Chen Teng competed with them, they felt unfazed. If there were more advanced delivery methods, they would simply adapt. Yet, they never anticipated that Chen Teng would not engage in the usual delivery fee competition. 1 yuan? 50 cents? He eliminated the delivery fee entirely. Not only that, but he even offered subsidies. They were utterly outmatched. It was beyond the means of these university students to compete. And so, is this how it ends for us? They lamented, unwilling to accept it. It's simply unacceptable. Just days ago, the future seemed promising, yet now they were contemplating closure. Their frustration was palpable. But what can we do about our dissatisfaction? Perhaps we should ask Chen Teng if he would be willing to accept us? One suggested, "You do have Chen Teng's contact information, don't you? Surely they don't lack personnel at this point?" Another voiced, "But what if he is willing to bring us on board? We do have some experience." After deliberation, all 4 agreed to this plan. However, when they called, the response was a firm refusal. What is this? Is it merely a matter of losing money to seize market share? And now he is gloating? They exclaimed, "If I had the funds, I could engage in a price war too. If only we had earned more money." Disappointment settled in their hearts. They had already made some progress on this entrepreneurial journey, yet due to Chen Teng, they were forced to exit the industry prematurely. This approach is simply outrageous. One declared angrily, opening his laptop. "What are you doing, Huaguo?" Another asked. "I intend to warn other students on the campus forum." He replied, accessing the forum. Currently, aside from the usual complaints, most discussions revolve around the Have You Eaten team, with overwhelming praise directed towards them. Lu Guang clumsily typed a title into the forum. "Beware the conspiracy of the Have You Eaten team." After the establishment of a monopoly comes an unending escalation of prices. In a forum, he fervently expressed the following: "Do not be deceived by the current promotions and discounts offered by the food delivery service. Once they monopolize the market within the schools, they will begin to incessantly raise their prices. At that time, a meal that cost 10 yuan could soar to 20, with no alternative delivery teams left. You will either begrudgingly accept the inflated prices or revert to the days of going downstairs to purchase your meals. Do not compromise with this service." The moment this post appeared, it garnered a plethora of responses. In the dormitory, Chen Teng examined the data on the website's backend, feeling both anguish and relief. The anguish stemmed from witnessing the rising figures, a clear indication that he was incurring substantial losses. He was investing copious amounts of money to demonstrate to merchants the potential of the food delivery business. Perhaps he was simply becoming accustomed to such feelings. The act of burning money to seize market share would undoubtedly continue in the foreseeable future. Despite his distress, he knew he could not afford to surrender. "Brother Chen, someone is attacking you on the campus forum." "What? So soon?" Chen Teng had anticipated that envy would lead to criticism, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. This was merely the first day of the food delivery service's official launch at the business school. Was someone truly envious already? He decided to take a look. Upon entering the campus forum, he discovered a post by Lu Guan. Was this the onset of a public relations crisis? Chen Teng found it quite intriguing. Could this be considered a form of business warfare? However, the opponent seemed rather feeble. The post was singular and, upon further inspection, the argument was quite mediocre. Before Chen Teng could respond, others had already begun to defend him. Is it possible that if the food delivery service dared to raise prices significantly, new delivery teams would emerge on campus? If they were to sell at 20 or 30 yuan in the future, that was a concern for another day. We seize the opportunity to take advantage of current prices instead of appearing foolish? Why compromise? From any perspective, it now seemed that the food delivery service was the one compromising with us, didn't it? As Chen Teng read this post, he gained some insight. Though he had anticipated such developments, he had not adequately prepared a counter-strategy. He felt it was essential to enlist a specialized public relations team to handle such matters. Consequently, he reached out to Linya. After the gaming company, Tengda Games, found its footing, Linya had arranged for a public relations team, though they had yet to be put to use due to the game's excellent reputation. Now, he requested a portion of the team to focus specifically on the food delivery service. The business school was merely the beginning. Such public opinion crises would undoubtedly not be the last. It was prudent to prepare in advance. Today's back-end data is impressive. I shall treat everyone to milk tea. Please share your addresses, and I will order for you. Chen Teng sent a message in the group. Within this group were all members of the food delivery service. They responded with expressions of gratitude towards their boss, followed by a flurry of addresses and requests for their desired milk tea. Chen Teng also casually ordered a cup for Kai Hung and Luo Jinbin. By the way, boss, how much did we sell today? Over 10,000 orders. Nothing to boast about. Over 10,000. Everyone silently computed this figure in their minds. Wasn't the total number of students in the school only 10,000? This implied that, on average, every individual placed an order today. The speed at which this market was captured seemed exceedingly rapid. Did anyone in the entire school remain untouched by "Have you eaten"? Surely, everyone must have heard of or even utilized it by now. You're truly remarkable, boss. Zhang Ning typed with admiration. Her roommate, expressing her awe, remarked, "The person who created "Have you eaten" is truly impressive." Zhang Ning proudly lifted her head and declared, "Indeed, this was all brought to life by my boss." With that prideful demeanor, one might think he is your husband. "Oh dear, what nonsense," Zhang Ning said, feeling somewhat bashful as she lowered her head. Chapter 50. Regrets of Boss Zhang. On the 9th and 10th, the subsidies from Have You Eaten showed no sign of cessation. Each student grew increasingly accustomed to earning money through this platform. In the back alley of the business school, the owner of the noodle shop glanced at his somewhat desolate establishment and, unable to contain himself, made his way to the restaurant across the street. Is that not Boss Zhang? What brings you here?" The proprietor of the opposite restaurant was in high spirits. It is often said that rivals are foes. Yet upon seeing Boss Zhang from the noodle shop, he felt no animosity. "Boss Wang, I wish to inquire whether you have recently launched any new products. Your business appears to be thriving." Boss Zhang recalled the electric tricycles passing by. Each trip, Boss Wang would have 10 or more orders of noodles already packed for delivery. If it were just one trip a day, it might be excusable, but it was 7 or 8. This did not even account for the customers dining in the restaurant. In stark contrast, the electric tricycles never stopped at his shop for orders. He found it puzzling why students once came to his shop to assist with purchases, but now they did not. You are unaware? I have collaborated with Have You Eaten. Collaborated with Have You Eaten. Boss Zhang's mind momentarily faltered. He then recalled a visit from Chen Teng not long ago. Was it the initiative developed by those students? Indeed, the youthful minds are so innovative. What they create is truly effective. Boss Wang chuckled. "This can help you sell more?" "Of course. Since I partnered with those students, my business has improved significantly." The creases on Boss Wang's face deepened with joy. The profits earned over the past few days far surpassed those of earlier times. What does this signify? It indicates that many students are indeed fond of homemade noodles, but their laziness prevents them from venturing to the back alley to buy them. With a distracted sigh, Boss Zhang turned to inquire at several neighboring establishments. He discovered that any shop experiencing a recent surge in sales had also partnered with Have You Eaten? This revelation left him bewildered. Could it be that previous sales increases were also attributable to Have You Eaten? Now, he yearned to collaborate with them, yet he was uncertain about how to initiate such a partnership. Frustration welled within him as he regretted not agreeing to the collaboration proposal when Chen Teng first approached him. The prospect of selling so much more with merely the addition of a small advertisement in his shop seemed incredibly advantageous. As night fell, Boss Zhang stepped in front of a student riding an electric tricycle, smiling broadly. "Hello there. I am the owner of Old Zhang's Beef Noodles. My surname is Zhang. Hello. How may I assist you? I would like to inquire if Have You Eaten is still seeking partner establishments. My beef noodles are exquisite, and I assure you that students will love them." "Well, I am merely an employee. I can ask our boss for you." "Excellent," Boss Zhang replied, feeling quite pleased. It seemed as if the products would sell better than before. However, after waiting for 2 or 3 days, Boss Zhang still had not seen Chen Teng. It was not until the 5th day that Chen Teng finally made his appearance. By this time, a full week had passed since Have You Eaten? Commenced its operations at the school. Chen Teng returned to the back street with the original team of 9. This time as before, we visited each shop to inquire if they would like to collaborate with Have You Eaten? This time, we proposed a commission of 10. The trial version had already been experienced by these merchants, and now we were moving on to the paid version. In the future, the commission rates for the Blue Knights and Yellow Knights would vary by region, generally ranging from 15 to 25. Chen Teng believed that a lower rate would still yield profits. "Boss, I have a question." Zhang Ningxin raised her hand. "No need to raise your hand. To speak up," Chen Teng replied. "I want to know if asking for a commission might lead them to refuse collaboration. Furthermore, if competitors emerge and we arbitrarily change the commission rate, it may make our company appear rather unprofessional, prone to sudden policy shifts." Quite a thoughtful consideration, Chen Teng smiled, already pondering the potential for price wars in the future. Those who do not plan for the long term will surely face immediate troubles. "So, if I set the commission at a firm 10, how do you think we should retain the merchants in the face of competition?" Chen Teng looked at the others. They shook their heads, unable to come up with a suitable solution. After waiting for 5 minutes, Chen Teng revealed the answer. "Promotions." "Promotions?" "Yes, we can host periodic promotions. For instance, if we sell 100 orders within a week, we reward 1,000 yuan. If we reach 200 orders, we reward 3,000. This can continue indefinitely." Zhang Ningxin and the others' eyes lit up. In essence, such actions are akin to lowering the commission for the merchants. When competition among platforms intensifies, it benefits the merchants. Essentially, conducting promotional activities is equivalent to reducing the commission. However, arbitrarily changing commission rates could diminish the merchant's trust in the platform. In economics, there is a term known as loss aversion, which refers to the phenomenon where individuals find losses harder to accept compared to equivalent gains. Setting a fixed commission, if later reduced, may evoke a sense of loss in merchants. Conversely, if we provide subsidies through promotional activities, once the promotion concludes, merchants will only feel they have profited. "Let us go. I'll take you to reclaim our footing." The 10 of them proceeded to Boss Zhang's noodle shop. This was the first establishment they had approached before the holiday, the one where they had faced initial setbacks. Now, returning once more, Boss Zhang was quick to greet them. "Students, shall we collaborate?" "Of course, we shall cooperate," Chen Teng replied with a sincere smile, though this collaboration differed somewhat from the last. "What's different?" Boss Zhang appeared confused. "We will assist you in purchasing goods and facilitating their delivery. Upon the sale of a product, a commission of 10 shall be owed to me. Is this commission based on gross profit? It is calculated by subtracting any promotional expenses from the selling price of each transaction, if such expenses exist." "Promotional expenses?" Chen Teng's words left Boss Zhang bewildered. He pondered how this young man could complicate such a simple matter. What do these promotional expenses refer to? In the future, we shall introduce various promotional activities. However, since they are promotional in nature, there will inevitably be associated costs, which we shall share. Rest assured, participation in these activities is optional. It sounds rather complicated, Boss Zhang thought, feeling somewhat confused. Collaboration can be paused at any time. If you find that partnering with our platform does not enhance your sales or profits, you're free to terminate our cooperation. Currently, there are no chaotic activities, correct? None at all. In fact, you need not worry. Our activities are predominantly straightforward and uncomplicated. Chen Teng himself disfavored convoluted schemes. He envisioned only two types of activities. The first, previously discussed with Zhang Ningxin and others, involves merchants reaching a specific sales volume during the promotional period in exchange for subsidies. This approach benefits both merchants and individual consumers, as merchants might resort to price reductions to attract customers, thus benefiting the latter. The second type entails straightforwardly offering substantial red packets to individual consumers. Undoubtedly, the beneficiaries of this initiative will be the consumers. Chen Teng intends to employ this tactic in the future when competing aggressively for market share, with the platform bearing the costs, just as it is now. Naturally, during less competitive periods, Chen Teng will also implement some permanent activities, akin to the future discount festival. Merchants will decide independently whether to participate, and if they choose to do so, they will need to share the costs with the platform. Participation is entirely voluntary, and one can withdraw at any time. Boss Zhang harbored some reluctance towards the notion of activities, fearing he might be outmaneuvered by Chen Teng. Certainly, Chen Teng gestured toward the mobile phone resting on Boss Zhang's desk, suggesting, if you have any reservations, feel free to record our conversation. Chapter 51, A Clash of Magic. How embarrassing it is. As Zhang, the proprietor, expressed his reluctance, he swiftly activated the recording function on his mobile device. Only after Chen Teng's assurances did he acquiesce to the collaboration with Have You Eaten? Chen Teng guided him through the process of downloading the merchant version of the app, instructing him on the myriad settings. Indeed, this time the merchants needed to learn and manage the processes themselves. If the entire workload fell upon the Have You Eaten team, it would be an insurmountable task. What a bother, Zhang grumbled. If you find it too troublesome, you may withdraw from the collaboration, Chen Teng remarked. Zhang fell silent, for despite his aversion to inconvenience, the prospect of profit was alluring. He could not help but envy the business of the nearby establishments. Once they completed the setup at Zhang's shop, Chen Teng and his team prepared to depart, reminding them of the essential points. By now, you should have gained some experience. Approach them as usual regarding collaboration. If they agree, teach them to use the merchant version of the app. We can assist in uploading some products this time. Understood. They dispersed, busily attending to their tasks. By evening, they had yet to conclude discussions with some of the merchants, as a few were slow to adapt to this novel system. Although it appeared simple to learn the merchant version of Have You Eaten, the actual complexity was substantial. Fortunately, Chen Teng had anticipated this challenge. When hiring customer service representatives, he had ensured they were well-versed in the merchant app's usage. As for the merchants who had not finished their discussions, they would have to wait until the following day. By midday the next day, many were astonished to discover a plethora of new merchants and meal packages on Have You Eaten. Most notably, the introduction of a red envelope system stirred excitement. Wow, so many new stores and packages. And red envelopes. Have You Eaten is incredible. I just hit the jackpot. A meal for only 5 yuan. This is delightful. I ordered so many items from that shop, and it was only 20. I think I'm in love with Have You Eaten. The campus forum buzzed with exhilaration as students shared the news with their friends. The power of word of mouth proved to be the most formidable force. Even the cafeteria's business felt the ripple effect. Chen Teng, who frequented the cafeteria daily, noticed that lines had significantly diminished. I wonder if the school administration is starting to take notice, he pondered. If the leadership recognized the trend, perhaps they could negotiate regarding the cafeteria's operations. The dormitory was not far from the cafeteria. It was merely a 5-minute walk, a total of 10 minutes round trip. However, compared to having food delivered downstairs, it was indeed a hassle. Lost in thought, Chen Teng suddenly received a phone call. Boss, there's trouble. An incident has occurred. Our team went to negotiate with the La Hong supermarket by the teaching building, and they've been detained. Detained? Chen Teng thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the dormitory. Fortunately, the parking area near the dormitory was not far away. Chen Teng quickly pressed the accelerator and arrived at La Hong supermarket. Located near the teaching building, this supermarket was the only one in the vicinity, thriving in business, especially around noon. Students attending classes during the fourth and fifth periods in the morning, as well as the first and second periods in the afternoon, often chose to grab something from Lahong supermarket to make do for their lunch. In the mornings, the supermarket also saw a decent amount of business. Though it could not compare to the nearby supermarket by the dormitory, nonetheless, its earnings were respectable. Before long, Chen Teng arrived at Lahong supermarket. At the entrance, Zhang Ningxin was surrounded by the supermarket's owner. Chen Teng stepped forward and shouted, "What do you all want?" His booming voice startled the onlookers around. Chen Teng, standing at 182 centimeters tall, caused the crowd to instinctively part for him. "Who are you?" The supermarket owner, a middle-aged woman of plump stature, inquired. She stood in front of Zhang Ningxin, but Chen Teng swiftly pulled her behind him. The supermarket owner attempted to intervene, but Chen Teng brushed her hand away. "I warn you not to lay a hand on her. What a disgraceful scene this is." Chen Teng's imposing stature and serious demeanor lent him a commanding presence. However, the supermarket owner was no pushover. Seeing this, she clutched her arm and cried out, "Ouch, my hand. Oh, everyone come and see." Truly shameless, Chen Teng spat, clearly noting the smugness in her eyes. Who would resort to such underhanded tactics as staging an accident to resolve issues? Chen Teng had not anticipated this, though the unexpected was not entirely foreign to him. "Senior, record this," he instructed. "Huh? Oh." Zhang Ningxin, perplexed, nevertheless complied and took out her phone to film. Observing her recording, Chen Teng began to feign agony, exclaiming, "Ouch, my hand. Oh, everyone come and see." The art of public disputes lies in raising one's voice. Similarly, the craft of orchestrating a staged accident follows suit. When magic collides, one must outdo the other in spectacle. Chen Teng's cries grew louder, drowning out the supermarket owner's protests. She stood there dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to continue her act of distress. "Don't you dare stage an accident. There are so many witnesses," she stammered. "Ouch, with so many watching. You still dare to strike? My hand hurts so much." Behind Chen Teng, Zhang Ningxin was also taken aback. Her junior displayed such audacity? Was this not too brazen? Yet, it seemed to be an effective strategy, for the supermarket owner had now abandoned her ploy. "Please, young man, stop causing a scene," she pleaded. "Ouch, my stomach hurts terribly. I suspect it's from the unsanitary food from your establishment. Ouch, my stomach, my hand." Who would have thought that Chen Teng would escalate the situation further? The supermarket owner grew increasingly anxious. "Do not speak nonsense," she exclaimed. "How am I speaking nonsense?" Sighed the other. "Oh dear, it's fine, my hand doesn't hurt." The supermarket owner could only helplessly shout. This was her first encounter with defeat in the realm of deceitful schemes. Initially, she aimed to match Chen Teng's impatience. However, Chen Teng's voice was simply too loud. "Can we have a proper conversation?" "Indeed. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Ningxin, stop recording. Oh. Zhang Ningxin hurriedly turned off her phone's recording function. Chen Teng immediately resumed his composure, standing upright. No one could discern that he had just been wailing in agony. "Senior, could you explain what transpired? Why did the conflict arise so suddenly?" "All right." Zhang Ningxin recounted the events, allowing Chen Teng to grasp the situation's origins. It turned out that while promoting Have You Eaten, she had mentioned how it benefited other businesses. This revelation struck the supermarket owner, making her realize why the cafeteria had seen such a decline in patrons recently. Moreover, the supermarket owner's husband happened to be the contractor for the cafeteria. Thus, the supermarket owner was displeased, perceiving this as a direct threat to their livelihood. Chapter 52. Chen Teng. I adore you. Thus, the supermarket owner detained Zhang Ningxin, demanding an explanation from her. Yet, Zhang Ningxin was utterly unprepared for such a confrontation. It was a classic case of a scholar encountering a soldier, where reason falters amidst the chaos. Naturally, Zhang Ningxin could only seek assistance from Chen Teng. As it turned out, Chen Teng pondered this development. Just moments ago, he had contemplated a collaboration with the cafeteria. However, it now appeared that establishing such a partnership would not be a simple endeavor. The supermarket owner, witnessing the conclusion of their discussion, placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Chen Teng. "Young man, it is time for you to provide an explanation." "An explanation?" Chen Teng replied, feeling bewildered. "What explanation do you seek from me?" If you believe collaborating with us is unprofitable, then simply do not engage in partnership. The issue is that because of you, the students no longer dine at the cafeteria. Then let the cafeteria collaborate with us, he retorted. But you expect a commission from that. If you think collaborating with us is unwise, then refrain from doing so. The supermarket owner suddenly felt as though this very exchange had occurred mere moments ago. She furrowed her brow. Are you attempting to be unreasonable with me? You initiated this, Chen Teng countered. The supermarket owner was visibly frustrated. You are a student from our school, correct? Yes. What of it? I must warn you, should you continue to act this way, I could ensure that you do not graduate. Oh, is that so? Chen Teng feigned astonishment. You can truly prevent my graduation? Absolutely. I have a close relationship with the head of your academic affairs office. The head of the academic affairs office? Chen Teng's expression shifted to one of unease. But we have done nothing wrong. We are merely engaging in fair competition. Fair competition? Who are you kidding? With my connections. Why would I need to compete fairly with you? Trust me, I possess the means to ensure that under the guise of fairness, you will not graduate. Chen Teng clicked his tongue. That sounds rather hopeless for me. The supermarket owner beamed with triumph. Therefore, cease your chaotic antics. All right then. How could a mere child like me contend with someone as formidable as you? Chen Teng sighed softly, further inflating the supermarket owner's ego. What can you do? As long as you remain a student within these walls, I have ample ways to deal with you. It seemed the only recourse was to inform my uncle and enlist his aid in resolving this matter. Your uncle? The supermarket owner's expression tightened. Which school official is your uncle? Not a school official, Chen Teng clarified. Then why mention him? The supermarket owner chuckled. He is merely an ordinary leader at a television station, isn't he? Once again, the supermarket owner was perplexed. A leader at a television station? What relevance does that have? Can he even influence matters within the school? As Chen Teng spoke, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. After a few taps, the voice of the supermarket owner echoed from the device. Beware, I can assure you do not graduate. With my connections, why would I need to compete fairly with you? I possess an undeniable means to ensure that you cannot graduate under fair and just circumstances. Each word caused the supermarket owner's complexion to change dramatically. If someone else had brandished a recording as a threat, she might not have felt fear. However, Chen Teng had an uncle in a leading position at a television station. Bring it to me. In a moment of desperation, the supermarket owner audaciously attempted to seize the mobile phone from Chen Teng's grasp. Oh, this unexpected action caught Chen Teng off guard. Yet it mattered little. As Chen Teng merely raised his hand, the supermarket owner found herself helpless. Observing her predicament, the owner had no choice but to relent. Didn't you wish to collaborate? I shall cooperate with you. Just delete the recording on your phone. Collaboration? You seem to overrate yourself while underestimating me. Chen Teng scoffed. Senior, let us depart. Huh? Zhang Ningxin had initially intended to observe how Chen Teng would resolve the situation. However, she was taken aback by his sudden decision to leave. What could be the reason for this? Yet, Zhang Ningxin refrained from voicing her confusion and simply followed Chen Teng into his vehicle. The supermarket owner wished to follow them, but she was alone in the store at that moment. She could not afford to continue bickering with Chen Teng. Reluctantly, she returned to the shop and began dialing a phone number. Junior, why don't we collaborate with them? Do you think this supermarket owner is a good person? No, Zhang Ningxin replied without hesitation. There are numerous complaints about this owner on the campus forum. Today, I discovered they're actually from the same establishment as the cafeteria. Since they are not good people, I shall not collaborate with them, Chen Teng said calmly. Huh? Confusion clouded Zhang Ningxin's eyes. Upon entering university, she had acknowledged that the world was not merely black and white. Between these extremes lay a delicate shade of gray. It seemed reasonable for someone unaware of this gray area to claim they would not cooperate with wrongdoers. Yet, Chen Teng clearly understood that beyond black and white existed gray. Why then did he utter such naive words as not collaborating with those deemed unworthy? One would expect a mature businessman like Chen Teng to refrain from such statements. There is a saying, money can be earned again once lost, but when one loses their conscience. Without conscience, no amount of wealth holds value. No, no, no. Chen Teng chuckled with abandon. Once conscience is lost, the money amassed only increases. Huh? Then why? The look of confusion deepened in Zhang Ningxin's eyes. Because I am wealthy, incredibly wealthy. I possess advantages you do not. Even while adhering to my conscience, I can still amass great fortune. Strike it rich. Chen Teng laughed heartily, his joy contagious. Zhang Ningxin gazed at him in awe, her heart racing uncontrollably. Confidence, arrogance, kindness. One by one, these descriptors emerged in her mind. The more she looked at Chen Teng, the more handsome he appeared. After a while, Chen Teng ceased his laughter. In truth, I'm not as noble as one might presume. Were I truly noble, I would meticulously investigate the background of every merchant, discerning whether they are virtuous or malevolent. If they were indeed of ill repute, I would refrain from collaborating with them. However, I have not undertaken such endeavors, as doing so would impose considerable costs and drain my energies significantly. If that is my moral threshold, no amount of wealth could prevent me from incurring losses. Therefore, I cannot verify the circumstances of each merchant individually, for my conscience does not possess such vast reserves. Yet, in full awareness of their dubious nature, if I continue to engage in partnership with them, does that not reflect a certain moral depravity within me? Chen Teng's words prompted Zhang Ningxin to nod involuntarily. This junior, who was unexpectedly mature despite being a year younger, evoked a smile from Zhang Ningxin as she could no longer suppress her innermost feelings. Chen Teng, I have feelings for you. Chapter 53. No consent means refusal. A sharp honk pierced the tranquility of the campus. I apologize, senior. I accidentally honked the horn and didn't catch what you just said, Zhang Ningxin replied, her gaze dimming. An accidental honk? Even a 3-year-old would hardly believe such a tale. She had driven before. Without pressing the horn firmly, it would not sound. As the saying goes, in the realm of adults, the absence of explicit consent equates to refusal. She felt rejected. A bitter ripple spread through her heart, and her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Confronted with Chen Teng's seemingly bewildered expression, Zhang Ningxin forced a smile. No, I was just saying that this car is incredibly comfortable. The price of luxury indeed has its justification. Once the company flourishes, you will surely be able to afford it. Junior, didn't you mention that painting dreams is futile? During her time with Chen Teng, she had come to grasp the meaning of painting dreams. While she recognized that Chen Teng occasionally indulged in such fantasies, he predominantly preferred reality. Was she truly attempting to devise a means to retain her position? Upon hearing this question, a myriad of chaotic thoughts resurfaced in her mind. Where was the extraordinary capability? Zhang Ningxin sighed, reflecting on the recent events that had transpired, realizing she was ill-equipped to handle them. No one is inherently capable of managing all sorts of situations. In my view, Senior's performance has been commendable. Really? You mustn't be merely flattering me, she questioned. Of course not. I only speak the truth, Chen Teng replied casually. Hearing this, Zhang Ningxin's spirits noticeably lifted. Earlier, she had felt a pang of guilt, wishing she could have managed the supermarket incident herself, sparing Chen Teng the trouble. Chen Teng glanced at Zhang Ningxin once more and inquired, Senior, do you know what I admire most about you? It's something that has been particularly evident today. What is it? The way you immediately seek assistance when faced with an insurmountable challenge. Seek assistance? She pondered. Is that truly a virtue? Zhang Ningxin felt somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether Chen Teng was jesting. Of course, Senior, are you familiar with the concept of campus loans? I have heard of them, but why bring this up? Many students, after accumulating debts amounting to several thousand or tens of thousands, are too timid to inform their parents. These sums exceed their ability to cope, yet for a typical couple, such amounts remain manageable. Chen Teng paused, casting a glance at Zhang Ningxin. Consequently, these students resort to borrowing from one source to pay another, amassing debts in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, ultimately crippling their families. Zhang Ningxin understood Chen Teng's implication. The student is overly assertive, unwilling to seek assistance from their parents when faced with insurmountable challenges. Indeed, in the professional realm, having a reliable leader to whom one can turn for help is invaluable. Zhang Ningxin chuckled softly, realizing that despite the lengthy discourse, it ultimately served to boast about oneself. Nevertheless, Chen Teng's well-reasoned praise lifted her spirits considerably. At the very least, she considered herself an exemplary employee in this regard. By the way, Junior, I wish to pose a question to you. Speak. At the beginning of the semester, I treated you to a meal. Do you fancy the girl who sat beside you? Chen Teng quickly deduced that Zhang Ningxin was referring to Li Xingrua. Not anymore. His response sparked joy in Zhang Ningxin's heart. Although the junior currently harbored no affection for her, he likewise did not favor Li Xingrua. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water tower get the moonlight first. Zhang Ningxin felt confident that in the days to come, she would capture Chen Teng's admiration. Arriving at their destination, as Zhang Ningxin envisioned a promising future, Chen Teng's vehicle halted at the base of the girls' dormitory. She emerged from her reverie, gazing at her dorm with a hint of confusion. This is take a good rest. I have some matters to attend to. Can I accompany you? Zhang Ningxin desperately sought to remain by Chen Teng's side. She needed him to see her, allowing her to gradually reveal her charm and win his heart. I'm headed back to the boys' dormitory. Oh, I see. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Ningxin. Why don't you join me for a visit to the university's Entrepreneurial Project Incubation Center? I had intended to check on our project application progress after meeting with the vendors. Application progress. Chen Teng seemed to recall something and nodded slightly. Then let us go there and see. After all, now that we're out, he too was curious about the status of the project application. It had been 2 weeks since Zhang Ningxin had proposed the idea within their small team, back before the National Day holiday. Chen Teng knew that Zhang Ningxin was not one to procrastinate, so she must have submitted the application long ago. Yet, after such an interval without approval, he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the delay. How do we get to the incubation center? Let us head towards the teaching building first. Under Zhang Ningxin's guidance, Chen Teng successfully navigated to the school's incubation center. So this is the incubation center. Often, when driving from the dormitory to the teaching building, he would pass by a cluster of buildings. However, since he always approached from the rear, he had never discerned what lay at the front. Only now did he realize it was the incubation center. Is our incubation center truly this expansive? Chen Teng expressed his surprise. He had always assumed that the so-called incubation center would be at most a couple of stories tall, accommodating only a handful of projects. Surely it wouldn't provide the extensive support akin to external incubation centers. Yet this building stood a full 5 stories high. No, to the right is the administrative building, where the faculty members have their offices, Zhang Ningxin promptly explained. And to the left, is it entirely the incubation park? Not quite. The upper 3 floors on the left are also occupied by faculty offices. So, the incubation park consists solely of the lower 2 floors on the left? Chen Teng felt the place lost a bit of its charm. However, upon reflection, he realized it wasn't a significant issue. After all, no matter how vast the incubation park might be, the space allocated for his project would still be limited. Zhang Ningxin nodded. Room 101 is the office of our college's Entrepreneurs Association. This association functions similarly to a student union, facilitating connections with university student entrepreneurial teams. Our application forms are initially submitted for their review. Chen Teng nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of this incubation park. Chapter 54. As I approached the office of Project 101, I noticed that the door was ajar. Inside, Chen Teng observed 2 students seated within. One was engrossed in playing Plants vs. Zombies, while the other was watching a television series on the computer. It struck me as odd, as typically only one student occupied this space. Zhang Ningxin muttered to herself as she stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Hello, I would like to inquire whether our project application has been approved. Oh, it's you. The girl playing Plants vs. Zombies looked up. You arrived quite early. Please, have a seat. The teacher hasn't arrived yet. All right. Zhang Ningxin and Chen Teng found a spot to sit. Do you know if the teacher will come today? Yes, I usually come here every day. They informed me yesterday that a teacher would review the applications this afternoon. Thank you for your efforts. It's no trouble for me. After all, it's for the sake of earning a living, Zhang Ningxin replied with a cheerful smile. Even setting Chen Teng aside, this job was indeed a commendable part-time position. Though it was more complex than typical tutoring or retail jobs, it held immense potential for the future. After a while, another girl entered the room. The teacher hasn't arrived yet? Her voice was cool and crisp, akin to ice cream on a summer day. However, Chen Teng, absorbed in playing Fruit Ninja, did not look up. Not yet. Zhang classmate, Liang classmate, you two might as well chat. Perhaps you will be neighbors in the future. A student from the Entrepreneur Association sought to connect the two. Upon hearing the word neighbors, Chen Teng glanced at the girl, dressed in a black top and skirt. She exuded an aura of icy detachment. Indeed, she appeared rather formidable, reminiscent of a typical female assassin from a screen. Hello, we are from the Have You Eaten? Team, have you eaten? Liang's beautiful eyes reflected a flicker of surprise. Being a business school student, she was undoubtedly aware of the renowned Have You Eaten? Are you the person in charge of Have You Eaten? Her tone remained remarkably frosty. He is. Zhang Ningxin pointed at Chen Teng. Liang scrutinized Chen Teng from head to toe. In response, Chen Teng offered a polite smile. Hello, Liang classmate. I am Chen Teng, and this is Zhang Ningxin. I am Liang Qing. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation dwindled, and the student from the Entrepreneur Association ceased to facilitate further introductions. Suddenly, Liang Qing's icy voice cut through the silence. Chen Teng, may I pose a question to you? Of course. If I am not mistaken, your dream must be to transform Have You Eaten into a software that revolutionizes the lifestyle of the entire nation. Am I right? Yes. Recognizing that Liang Qing had discerned his ambitions, Chen Teng felt no need to conceal his aspirations. With the project underway, confidence was essential. Then, forgive my candor, but you should abandon that dream. Oh, Chen Teng inquired curiously. Why do you say that? You may find it hard to believe, but I once contemplated embarking on this project as well. Although the operational model I envisioned lacks the maturity of yours, the general idea is quite similar. However, after a thorough self-assessment, I concluded that this venture is not suited for me. Shall we continue? At this moment, Chen Teng found himself intrigued by Liang Qing. This seemingly cold and aloof girl had once entertained the notion of launching a food delivery project. Indeed, one could glean wisdom from the experiences of others. He was eager to hear her perspective, just as he often did with the thoughts of his team members. When I had this idea, I conducted some online research and discovered that others were already pursuing this project. Did the existence of pioneers lead you to abandon your aspirations? Yes. Liang Qing's response left Chen Teng feeling somewhat disheartened. The presence of pioneers is, in fact, a beneficial circumstance, whether through successes or failures. Their experiences can serve as valuable lessons. If one were to relinquish their dreams simply because there are others forging the path ahead, perhaps they should reconsider their entrepreneurial ambitions altogether. A smile graced Chen Teng's face. Liang, you possess remarkable foresight. While he thought this, he deemed it unnecessary to voice it aloud. Liang Qing's expression remained inscrutable. Do you think I am too easily discouraged? Chen Teng waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I merely believe that knowing when to let go is a form of wisdom. How disingenuous, Liang Qing retorted, her lips curling slightly. I abandoned the idea because I realized that this business model is far too replicable. Without ample financial resources, one could easily be crushed by a price war. That's a valid point. Her words prompted Chen Teng to regard her with newfound respect. Price wars are, without a doubt, the most exhilarating and direct confrontations in the realm of business. Ordinary university students, indeed, lack the qualifications to partake in such fierce competitions. Without a unique advantage, investors would scarcely be inclined to support you. It is far more efficient for competitors to financially overpower you in their quest for market dominance. Considering that I have previously benefited from you, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The heads that had been bowed in the office suddenly lifted. Hey now, you can't just say whatever you please. What do you mean by having benefited from me? I ordered takeout from your establishment, Liang Qing clarified. Upon hearing this, both Chen Teng and Zhang Ningxin exhaled in relief, their previously lifted heads promptly lowering once more. Thank you. I will give it serious thought. Should you decide to abandon this project, you're welcome to join mine. I see great potential in you. Liang Qing's subsequent remarks struck a familiar chord with Chen Teng. Wasn't this the very language he employed when recruiting? What an unexpected turn of fate. What is your project? Why did you choose to recruit me? Chen Teng inquired with curiosity. Custom travel planning. Custom travel planning? Indeed. You provide the funding, specify the number of participants and your preferences, and I will create a travel itinerary for you. accompanying you throughout the journey, Liang Qing succinctly explained. Zhang Ningxin interjected, "Is it akin to a tour guide?" Liang Qing shook her head. "It is more akin to a travel companion. You have the freedom to modify any aspect of the itinerary during the trip. Compared to joining a travel group, our travel customization offers significantly more freedom." Chen Teng remarked, "It is indeed more expensive." Liang Qing remained non-committal, acknowledging, "The costs are certainly higher. However, I believe there are many individuals in this world willing to invest more for the experience of a perfect journey. We are currently undertaking class outings. This is indeed commendable." Chen Teng, having researched this industry, noted that it is neither too large nor too small. In contrast to traditional travel groups, personalized services are undoubtedly more hassle-free, albeit with higher expectations for service personnel. If this venture truly flourishes, it could yield considerable profits. Chen Teng's gaze towards Liang Qing transformed into one of admiration. He had not anticipated such talent in this small business school. "I, Chen Duyu, am investing in this project. Chapter 55. I would like to acquire you as well." This time, an unusual sensation enveloped Liang Qing. She had initially intended to recruit Chen Teng, only to discover that he harbored aspirations of investment. "You wish to invest in my project?" Investment may not be the precise term. It ought to be considered an acquisition. Chen Teng mused, contemplating the irony that while she sought to hire him, he was contemplating acquiring her. From the outset of his business planning, he envisioned a comprehensive approach that encompassed all aspects of daily life. However, the initial circumstances were far from favorable. In essence, entrepreneurship hinges on two pivotal elements: capital and personnel. Exceptional talent coupled with ample funding equals a successful venture. Initially, Chen Teng had no intention of venturing into tourism, as he believed it prudent not to overextend his reach at the onset. He lacked both resources and manpower. Yet, with the emergence of Liang Qing, a talent possessing keen commercial insight, he found himself intrigued. "I regret to inform you that I am not interested in entertaining your acquisition," she replied. "Are you not concerned about being pressured by other capital in the future?" "Not at all. Our core competitive advantages are not easily replicable. Regarding our travel routes, we have personally experienced them, identifying the best and most economical options." Liang Qing spoke with unwavering confidence. "If you were to compete with us now, achieving a core competitive edge in the short term would be impossible." "Is that so?" Chen Teng was about to point out a minor fallacy when the sound of footsteps from outside prompted Liang Qing and the others to stand. "Good day, Teacher Lu." Chen Teng regarded the teacher, appearing to be in his 30s, with modest glasses and unkempt hair. Teacher Lu nodded gently. "There are quite a few of you today. Are these students looking to undertake projects in our incubation center?" "Yes, teacher. This is our university's recently renowned team." Have you eaten? Have you eaten?" Teacher Lu exclaimed, glancing with surprise at Chen Teng and Zhang Ningxin. He had heard the commotion surrounding this entrepreneurial team on campus, but he was astonished to learn that they were indeed students from his own institution. "You too, who are members of Have You Eaten?" "Both of us are. I am the proprietor. Shall we converse?" "Certainly." Teacher Lu led Chen Teng down an expansive corridor lined with closed office doors, leaving him uncertain whether anyone was inside. At the corridor's end stood a small door, devoid of offices. Once assured of their privacy, Teacher Lu inquired with curiosity, "Your entrepreneurial project. We will certainly agree to support your application at our incubation center, but I must ask, what are your subsequent entrepreneurial plans? Do you intend to venture beyond the campus?" "Indeed. Not only do we aspire to transcend the campus, but we also aim to reach beyond Huaguo, extending our reach to the entire world," Chen Teng proclaimed with grandiose ambition. Teacher Lu licked his lips, momentarily taken aback. He had merely asked out of formality, for this project was already considerably successful compared to other student-led initiatives. However, the resolute aura emanating from Chen Teng made him believe that he might genuinely have the potential to go beyond borders. "A student, what is your name?" "Chen Teng. Dong Chen, soaring high in success." "All right, Chen, when embarking on our entrepreneurial journey, it is unwise to set our aspirations too lofty. Of course, I do not mean to discourage you from having grand ambitions. Rather, It is essential to gaze at the stars while remaining grounded. Chen Teng succinctly encapsulated Teacher L's sentiment, who nodded in silent agreement. I would like to inquire, does this project involve collaboration with external enterprises? Yes. Which enterprises? Tenda Games. Chen Teng paused for a few seconds, ultimately deciding to bring his company into the conversation, hoping to garner a degree of recognition from the school. After all, the school's recognition would signify the extent of support they could provide. Tenda Games? Teacher L felt a flicker of familiarity with the name, though he could not quite place it. Just as Chen Teng was about to provide a hint, Teacher L recalled, isn't that the company behind Plants vs. Zombies and Fruit Ninja? Indeed, you managed to secure support from such a company? Teacher L's astonishment deepened. He could hardly fathom Chen Teng's true identity. Impressive. In that case, I hope you will work diligently. I will apply for funding from the school. Although, you may find that funding insufficient. No worries. Whether the amount is large or small, it's still money. Chen Teng replied with a smile. By the way, teacher, there's something else I would like to ask for your assistance with. Go ahead, and I shall see how I can help. Teacher L held a keen interest in the Have You Eaten project, seeing great potential in it. If it succeeded, it would bring prestige to the school, and in turn, enhance his own prospects. What if it failed? The incubator was rife with failed projects. This one would not be missed. I would like to know if you have the contact information for other incubator heads at different schools. I'm seeking official support from various universities. You intend to expand Have You Eaten into other schools? Yes. In truth, prior to today, Chen Teng had not entertained such an idea. He had maintained a somewhat indifferent attitude toward the incubator. However, the events surrounding Zhang Ningxin today made him realize that pursuing a school-centered strategy might not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. Even a mightiest dragon struggles against the local snake. Establishing a strong relationship with the school from the top down would greatly facilitate the project's progression. With the school's backing, launching this initiative would likely proceed much more smoothly, reducing the chances of encountering obstacles. I see. Please leave your contact information. I will look into it and get back to you. Thank you, Teacher L. Chen Teng reached in his pocket and, as customary, offered a pack of cigarettes. Cigarettes often pave the way for goodwill. Teacher L blinked in surprise. Although university students are considered adults, it was his first experience receiving cigarettes from a student. Nevertheless, he accepted the offering, recognizing Chen Teng as an extraordinary student. Those who have worked for a few days are well aware that the aura exuded by students, laborers, junior leaders, and top executives is strikingly different. The naive clarity of students and the weariness of laborers need not be mentioned. When top executives interact with ordinary individuals, they often oscillate between an approachable demeanor and a commanding presence. Teacher L believes that Chen Teng embodies the essence of a top executive, or, to employ a more refined term, an entrepreneur. Let us proceed. I shall have a student from the Entrepreneur Association escort you to the office, he stated. Very well. Teacher L then led Chen Teng back to the previously mentioned Office 101. Yang Siki, please take them to Office 108 for the Have You Eaten project. I recall that space is available and quite spacious. Additionally, take the opportunity to discuss some of the benefits our incubator offers. Understood, teacher. Yang Siki is the student who enjoyed playing Plants vs. Zombies and was initially instrumental in connecting the two projects. After rummaging through her drawer, she guided Chen Teng and Zhang Ningxin out of room 101. The moment they stepped outside, Chen Teng noticed a hint of urgency on Liang Qing's face. Chapter 56, A New Office and New Tasks. Teacher Liu holds great expectations for you all. Office 108 is the largest we have here, and just now, classmate Liang expressed a desire for it as well. Zhang Ningxin inquired, puzzled, don't they have their own office? Yang Siki replied, they do, in the original Office 106. However, they have recruited many people and have a larger scale, so they applied to the incubation center for an additional office. Their top preference is indeed the adjacent Office 108. Upon hearing Yang Siki's explanation, Chen Teng began to understand the urgency reflected on Liang Qing's face. Office 108 is indeed well suited for Liang Qing's team. The proximity of the two offices would facilitate communication during work hours. Moreover, being the largest space available, It is quite convenient for storing items or accommodating personnel. After Yang Siki unlocked the door to Office 108, Chen Teng was greeted by the sight of a vacant office imbued with a musty odor. In one corner, 2 desks lay stacked, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The air carried a somewhat pungent scent, causing Yang Siki to cough slightly. This is the key to 108. There is only one. If you require additional keys, you will need to have them duplicated elsewhere, she informed him. Thank you. If we need desks, there is an unlocked office on the 2nd floor that serves as our storage. You may take whatever chairs and tables you need. Just remember to inform us afterward. She continued. Understood. If we need anything else, can we apply to the incubation center? Chen Teng asked. Yang Siki hesitated for a moment, a hint of embarrassment playing on her lips as she replied. This type of application may not necessarily be approved by the incubation center. She quickly shifted the topic. Now, regarding the benefits of our school's incubation center, Yang Siki elaborated on the various advantages available to entrepreneurial teams. On one hand, the center provides support in terms of office space and supplies. Anything you require can be requested from the school, though, as previously mentioned, approval is not guaranteed. On the other hand, the school also offers financial assistance, not in direct monetary contributions, but rather through reimbursements for certain expenses. However, the reimbursement process is rather intricate. Ultimately, the school invites experts to conduct lectures and assists entrepreneurial teams in establishing collaborations with relevant external companies. Nonetheless, according to Yang Siki, in her year-long tenure at the incubation center, she has not witnessed any entrepreneurial team receiving such benefits. So, it seems the incubation center's impact is rather limited. The assistance it can provide is minimal, Chen Teng mused. Indeed, it is not substantial, yet it is better than having nothing at all. Teacher Liu places great importance on classmate Liang's team, and through reimbursements, they have gradually saved around 7,000 to 8,000. This is quite significant, Yang Siki replied. Is their project very successful then? Chen Teng inquired, intrigued. To earn teacher Liu's attention, their project must have been quite profitable, correct? Yang Siki nodded, affirming that numerous classes partake in spring and autumn outings, with plans entrusted to Liang and his team. Particularly for new students who are unfamiliar with the area, engaging a professional team for such arrangements proves to be quite convenient. Chen Teng understood this well. It was quite common for class leaders and youth league secretaries of new student classes to lack knowledge about local attractions. Even their class assistants may not be fully aware of the landscape. To ensure a joyful excursion, hiring professionals is indeed a prudent approach. Chen Teng found himself increasingly impressed by Liang Qing, who not only possessed vision and ideas but also demonstrated commendable management and project execution skills. Such qualities are truly rare. After introducing the incubation park to Chen Teng and others, Yang Siki departed. Chen Teng prepared to summon individuals to conduct a thorough cleaning in room 108, as the disarray was unsuitable for a workspace. To his surprise and delight, the members of the Have You Eaten team were available. He called them over, initiating an extensive cleaning effort. After an entire afternoon of labor, they finally restored order to the space. The feeling of having their own office was distinctly refreshing. One person gazed at the tidy office and remarked on the transformation, while satisfied smiles adorned their faces, as if they had accomplished something monumental. Chen Teng suddenly sensed a rise in the team's cohesion, and he began to understand why some large companies invest in seemingly superficial activities. When proper compensation is provided, such endeavors may indeed enhance team unity, though it is unfortunate that some companies later become bogged down in mere trivialities. Since everyone is here, shall we hold a meeting? I have some urgent matters to discuss, he proposed. The group gathered in a circle, and the atmosphere felt markedly more conducive to discussion than previous meetings held in classrooms or on the streets. Currently, our strategy appears to be highly successful, so next week, I plan to explore the market of surrounding schools. This undertaking will be divided into 2 teams. One team will focus on human resource management, tasked with recruiting and training delivery personnel, preferably recent graduates from our institution. It is crucial to ensure that while collecting meals from certain vendors, we do not inadvertently take those meant for other schools. Additionally, we need to assemble management teams from each school, prioritizing individuals who have previously engaged in the delivery business, as they possess the necessary execution capabilities. The second team will negotiate partnerships with local businesses near these schools, noting that some vendors may overlap with those at our institution, thus eliminating the need for redundant discussions. Chen Teng methodically delegated tasks, and each individual listened with great attentiveness. Choose which team you wish to join. The second team, Miao Zhengzhong, raised his hand. The first team, Wu Xian, followed suit. The first team, the second team, others gradually raised their hands. Chen Teng nodded and took note. He noticed that Zhang Ningxin did not raise her hand. Senior, which team do you intend to join? I recall that we were to discuss the matter of settling in with the leaders of their school's incubation center. Were we not? Zhang Ningxin furrowed her brows in confusion. Well, I plan to speak with their school leaders myself. After all, these matters are somewhat intricate, and you may not have the authority to make decisions. It will be too late for you to call me with updates. May I accompany you? I wish to understand the situation as well. Chen Teng hesitated. He had initially intended to go alone, as it would be more convenient. However, concerning Zhang Ningxin, to be honest, Chen Teng was apprehensive about causing her any misunderstandings. All right, then we shall conduct our business formally and expedite the cooperation with the other school's administration. Zhang Ningxin understood the implications of Chen Teng's words and smiled as she nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. Sun Jun, as usual at Huaguo Foreign Language Institute, Qiming University. Huaguo Traditional Chinese Medicine College, Qiming Finance College, and Qiming Media University. These 5 institutions form the educational district adjacent to the business school. After acquiring the contact numbers of the incubation center teachers from Teacher LV, Chen Teng swiftly arranged meetings with them. Perhaps Teacher LV had briefed them on certain matters beforehand. When Chen Teng conversed with a teacher from the Foreign Language Institute regarding the possibility of joining the incubation center, he was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the discussion. Reflecting on it, he surmised that his modest request for support played a role. He sought only a small measure of assistance, hoping to avoid complications due to favoritism. As for financial backing, he had no extravagant expectations. Upon exiting the Foreign Language Institute, Zhang Ningxin, seated in the passenger seat beside Chen Teng, proactively suggested, Senior, let us divide our tasks. I'll handle the Finance College and Media University. You focus on the remaining schools. Are you confident in doing that? Chen Teng inquired uncertainly. Rest assured, if I encounter any insurmountable issues, I shall call you. I must learn to manage independently, Zhang Ningxin replied with a smile. Since that impulsive confession had not gone as she had hoped, she had resolved to work harder and stand by Chen Teng's side. She aimed to help him achieve his aspirations, believing that her own growth would ultimately lead to a better life, even if he still chose to reject her in the end. Very well, do not hesitate to call if you face any challenges. My phone will remain in do not disturb mode around the clock, he assured her. I have a meeting with the finance college professor at 2 this afternoon, so remember to arrive a bit early. Understood, Zhang Ningxin replied as she exited the car. Today, she was dressed quite formally in a white blazer paired with a short skirt, her hair tied in a small ponytail. Though she still appeared youthful, there was a hint of maturity in her demeanor. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Teng remained silent for a moment before driving towards Qiming University, where he had a scheduled meeting with the university leadership that very afternoon. At Qiming University, as the class bell rang, students streamed out of the classrooms. Sun Yun, as usual, trailed closely behind Zhao Xueshi like a devoted follower. Over the past month since the semester began, Sun Jun had encountered numerous charming individuals on campus. Yet in his eyes, Zhao Xueshi remained an unparalleled presence. Xueshi, I heard the cafeteria opened a new beef noodle shop yesterday, and it's supposed to be fantastic. Would you like to try it? My treat, he offered eagerly. No, thank you, Zhao Xueshi replied coldly, maintaining her usual demeanor. She still regarded Sun Jun with little regard, as she always had. Xueshi, why don't you go with Sun Jun? I've heard about that new beef noodle place too, one of her roommates encouraged. Yes, Xueshi, let us go and give it a try. The other chimed in, urging her to join. Sun Jun silently gave a thumbs up to the two of them in his heart. His investment in them had not been in vain. Now, timely assistance had arrived. Let us dine together, but we shall pay for our own meals. Under the persuasion of her roommates, Zhao Xueshi did not refuse Sun Jun. In truth, she knew that when it came to dining at the cafeteria, she could hardly turn down Sun Jun, for he had a rather thick skin and would insist on occupying the empty seat beside her. Moreover, she had no means to evict him, as it was a public space where anyone could sit. Sun Jun was overjoyed at Zhao Xuexi's consent. Do you know? The Fruit 4S is set to launch a press conference during the National Day holiday and will soon be available. My father said that once the 4S is released, he'll buy me one from abroad. The Fruit 4S? Zhao Xuexi's roommates were indeed captivated by this novel gadget. It had been a year since the Fruit 4 made its grand debut, and smartphones no longer held the same shock value as they did a year ago. Many possessed domestically produced smartphones, yet at this moment, the Fruit phone remained the pinnacle of many people's aspirations. Sun Jun glanced at Zhao Xuexi and, noticing her lack of overt disdain, excitedly continued his explanation. According to his narration, the Fruit 4S had become an unparalleled marvel, surpassing all existing phones. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, overhearing Sun Jun's boastful claims, could not help but furrow her brow. In truth, she was not keen on listening to Sun Jun. However, they had all exited the same classroom, walking at a similar pace, and with Sun Jun's loud voice, she could not help but hear him. Ruo. I find myself missing Chen Teng a bit. Lu Yin sighed. Li Xingruo looked up, her bright eyes shimmering like the night sky, puzzled as to why Lu Yin would say such a thing. How could Chen Teng compare to Sun Jun in terms of pretense? This fellow seemed eager for the entire world to know about his family's wealth. Chen Teng was also affluent, but not as ostentatious as Sun Jun. Li Xingruo pondered and nodded. I am serious. Have you been in contact with Chen Teng lately? No. To be honest, you should reach out. Chen Teng is handsome and wealthy. Surely there are many girls at school vying for his attention. If you do not take the initiative, your chances are slim. Lu Yin, resembling a concerned mother, was anxious. She could see that Li Xingruo had feelings for Chen Teng, even if Li Xingruo herself would not admit it. We are not in the same school. So what if we are not in the same school? Our schools are not particularly far apart. It is quite normal to visit each other from time to time. Isn't it? What does that mean? Are you planning to connect with Chen Teng or not? I am planning to. Li Xingruo's voice was barely audible. She always had this tendency to keep herself concealed. Then when you plan to do so? Once I acquire a smartphone, I shall add him on KK. That is indeed the correct approach. It is imperative to secure Chen Teng without delay. Success is assured. Li Xingru nodded in agreement, while Sun Jun, standing nearby, erupted into a harsh laugh. Ha, Chen Teng. No matter how capable or resourceful he may be, the realm of business is not a playground for the average individual. My father faced numerous challenges before elevating the company to its current stature. Sun Jun had just finished discussing the Fruit 4S and found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing Lu Yin converse with Li Xingru about Chen Teng, he could hardly contain his eagerness to interject. The last time, Lin Yao acknowledged Chen Teng as his superior, which left Sun Jun utterly astonished. If even he, Sun Jun, has not ventured into business, how could Chen Teng have succeeded? Nevertheless, Sun Jun remains unconvinced that Chen Teng possesses the ability to thrive. Is business truly that simple? Moreover, even if Chen Teng were to carve out a niche for himself, it is quite possible that he would still pale in comparison to his father's enterprise. Chapter 58. Are you here to ask for money? I am here. Chen Teng noticed a teacher from Qiming University waving at him. He promptly jogged over to the teacher's side. In reality, there is little difference in speed between jogging and walking. However, the act of jogging conveys a sense of importance. According to Teacher Lu, this teacher's surname is Pang, and he holds the esteemed title of Vice Dean at the Entrepreneurship College. Hello, Dean Pang. I am Chen Teng, the person in charge of Have You Eaten, as introduced by Teacher Lu. Hello, Chen Teng. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Teacher Pang. Titles like Dean feel too official. All right, Teacher Pang. I presume you haven't had a meal yet, have you? Allow me to treat you to lunch. Teacher Pang, who is middle-aged and somewhat balding, exudes a warm and approachable demeanor. With all due respect, I would be grateful for your invitation to lunch, Teacher Pang. Too kind of you. Our school cafeteria has recently opened a beef noodle shop, and I've heard the food is quite good. Teacher Pang led Chen Teng into the school cafeteria. It was Chen Teng's first visit to Qiming University's dining hall. The cafeteria, established 11 years ago, struck Chen Teng as being better decorated than some restaurants that had been around for 24 years. Most importantly, the space was quite expansive, prompting Chen Teng to reflect on the significance of attending a good university. At the very least, the food in this cafeteria is delightful. The beef noodles were served swiftly, and since classes had not yet concluded, both Chen Teng and Teacher Peng quickly found themselves with a bowl of noodles each. They chose a small table in a corner to sit down. As soon as they were seated, Teacher Peng got straight to the point. I heard from Teacher Lu about your project, and I find it very intriguing. I took some time yesterday to delve into it. Could you elaborate on your business model? Of course. Currently, the business model of Have You Eaten is not a closely guarded secret. With a little inquiry, one could easily uncover it. Thus, Chen Teng succinctly explained the concept to Teacher Peng, who nodded in understanding. Actually, our university has recently initiated a delivery team, but their approach involves charging delivery fees from students, which differs somewhat from your strategy, Teacher Peng shared after grasping the gist of Chen Teng's explanation. After hearing the overview, Teacher Peng offered his insight. Chen Teng nodded in acknowledgement. To be candid, between the two approaches, I hold a greater appreciation for your Have You Eaten. I am curious, though, are you not concerned about larger capital forces attempting to seize the market through aggressive spending? Or do you plan to sell out in the future? Teacher Peng's discerning gaze revealed a keen awareness of the potential challenges Have You Eaten might face. He was markedly different from the teacher Chen Teng had encountered earlier that morning at the Foreign Languages College. I am not worried, for I have financial backing. Chen Teng replied confidently, his words brimming with assurance. This statement momentarily rendered Teacher Peng speechless. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Are you a second-generation, wealthy individual?" "No." "Has someone already invested in you?" "More or less. You could understand it that way." Tenda Games has invested in Tenda Life. Teacher Peng nodded slightly, seemingly deep in thought while eating his noodles. Chen Teng could tell that Teacher Peng had something to say. So, he candidly urged, "Teacher Peng, please feel free to speak your mind. Holding back does little for our communication." Teacher Peng chuckled awkwardly. "To be honest, this matter is somewhat embarrassing." "It's all right. As long as you don't find it embarrassing, the embarrassment belongs to others." Taken aback by Chen Teng's words, Teacher Peng nodded and began, "Actually, aside from my role as a teacher, I'm also a businessman." "Oh." Chen Teng sat up a little straighter. It was no surprise that a university like Qiming had instructors with entrepreneurial experience. He recalled a guidance course he attended in his previous life, where the instructor was quite young and lacked any real entrepreneurial background. It baffled Chen Teng that someone with no experience was teaching entrepreneurship. Listening to such a teacher was daunting, even more so than a career guidance instructor who at least had some job experience. Does Teacher Peng have any insights to share? Chen Teng was eager to learn. Regardless of whether Teacher Peng's experiences were failures or successes, he found value in them. Insights might be too grand term. I actually wanted to inquire if your funds are sufficient. Yes, very sufficient. So, if you have something to say, please go ahead. Chen Teng vaguely sensed the direction of Teacher Peng's thoughts. In business, discussions about money typically lead to one thing: a request for funding. In recent years, the internet has developed rapidly, and I have initiated several projects in the industry. Some have yielded profits, while others have incurred losses. But my company is currently short on funds, hence I wanted to ask if you might be interested in investing or acquiring. Investing or acquiring? Chen Teng pushed the beef around in his bowl. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Teacher Peng's visit had this purpose. "Why don't you tell me about the projects? I'll see if any are suitable." Although he had not expected Teacher Peng's intention, Chen Teng was not averse to taking on the role of an angel investor. After all, one could not overlook the myriad of companies that Nanshan Pizza Hut has invested in, spanning various industries and nations, creating a vast empire. Chen Teng aspired for his Tenda to become such a colossal entity, so he was open to acquisitions and investments. There are primarily 5 projects. Teacher Peng began to outline his ventures. As students from the next class arrived at the cafeteria, the once empty space was now bustling with activity. With no other options, Li Xingru and Lu Yin had no choice but to sit in a corner. Shall we share a table? Sun Jun approached Li Xingru and Lu Yin. No need to share. Lu Yin dryly refused. Li, my classmate. Sun Jun sought to achieve his aims through Li Xingru, as he was aware of her kind-hearted nature, which made her unlikely to turn down requests for assistance. However, to his surprise, Li Xingru shook her head, saying, "You spoke ill of Chen Teng, so I shall not help." Sun Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated being denied for such a reason. The thought that such a beautiful girl as Li Xingru could exhibit such infatuation, even adoration, for Chen Teng only fueled his frustration further. Fortunately, a nearby table had just finished their meal and vacated their seats, allowing Sun Jun to swallow his words and take a seat. Lu Yin watched Li Xingru reject Sun Jun and couldn't help but smile. That's the spirit. One should not agree to every request for help. Learning to refuse is essential. But it seems Chen Teng holds a special place in your heart. Not at all. Look, Chen Teng. Lu Yin suddenly pointed to Li Xingru's left side. Li Xingru turned to look, but saw no sign of Chen Teng. Yin Yin. Ha. It seems you're so lovesick that you are teasing me. Wait, what? It's really Chen Teng. How did he end up here? Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock as she gazed to Li Xingru's right side, her astonishment evident. Li Xingru, feeling exasperated, retorted, Yin Yin, making the same joke twice is no longer amusing. Lu Yin raised 4 fingers and declared, "I swear, it truly is Chen Teng. Just look." Chapter 59. A unique perspective. Li Xingru ultimately chose to place her trust in Lu Yin, directing her gaze towards the direction indicated by Lu Yin. To her astonishment, she recognized the figure seated across from her. Wasn't he that their entrepreneurship guidance course instructor? Li Xingru felt a sense of familiarity. Lu Yin scrutinized the scene as well, observing Teacher Pang seated with Chen Teng. How curious was that Chen Teng would be in the company of a teacher, appearing quite jovial in their exchange. Lu Yin was perplexed. She knew Chen Teng was affiliated with a neighboring business school and had no ties to Qiming University. Yet, the more she pondered, the greater her curiosity grew. Teacher Pang, I know him," Sun Jun announced, fidgeting with his legs, drawing the attention of the group towards himself. The girls, including Zhao Xueshi, turned their gazes in his direction, much to Sun Jun's delight. "Let me tell you, Teacher Pang is quite accomplished. He owns a business in Qiming City, and it's no small enterprise. Teaching is merely a hobby for him, as the entrepreneurship course consists of only a few classes per semester, making it quite relaxed. Many seniors here seeking to start their own ventures often approach Teacher Pang for investment. Just the other day, I had a conversation with him about entrepreneurship." Sun Yun paused, eager for someone to continue the dialogue, hoping to seamlessly transition the topic to his own entrepreneurial ambitions. However, neither Zhao Xueshi, Lu Yin, nor Li Xingru seemed inclined to engage. It was Zhao Xueshi's roommate who finally responded, exclaiming, "Wow, Sun Jun, you're considering starting a business too?" "Oh yes, recently. With the buzz around the delivery service being initiated at school, I believe there's great potential there, so I'm planning to pursue it." Teacher Pang mentioned that this project is feasible. Sun Jun concluded, feeling a sense of relief. Unfortunately, the anticipated praise from the group did not materialize. Li Xingru remained fixated on Chen Teng's profile, while Zhao Xueshi gazed in his direction, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Yin glanced between Li Xingru and Chen Teng, entirely disregarding Sun Jun's remarks, which left him feeling somewhat deflated. Was Chen Teng truly that captivating? Sun Jun decided to redirect the conversation back to Chen Teng. "I suspect that Chen Teng is likely seeking Teacher Pang's investment due to a financial setback from a failed venture. As for how he came to approach Teacher Pang, I surmise it's due to the latter's role as a teacher, making him more accessible. Alas, poor Chen Teng. He must have painstakingly saved some money, only to lose it all in his business endeavors. Who knows if his project will catch Teacher Pang's eye? If not, it could spell disaster for him. Nevertheless, as we are classmates, I'll take a look at whatever project Chen Teng is working on. If it seems promising, I might invest a little." Sun Jun feigned benevolence. Lu Yin furrowed her brow, intending to comment on the incessant chatter of Sun Jun. However, Li Xingru spoke up before her. "Chen Teng will not incur losses," she exclaimed. "Oh, so Chen Teng is immune to loss. Are you now his accountant?" Are you privy to his financial circumstances? Even the wealthiest individuals have faced financial setbacks, let alone Chen Teng. Sun Jun cast a glance at Li Xingru, his eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. He genuinely envied Chen Teng for having such a beautiful girl admire him so fervently. If only Zhao Xueshi could regard him with the same reverence that Li Xingru had for Chen Teng. The mere thought of that scenario made Sun Jun feel weak at the knees. Regardless, I have faith in Chen Teng. I believe he will surely succeed. Suit yourself. If you're convinced that Chen Teng will succeed, why don't we approach him and inquire directly? Sun Jun pondered, a scheme forming in his mind. He was certain that Chen Teng could not be engaged in significant business endeavors at present, and that his reason for seeking out teacher paying must be driven by a need. He thought that if he could embarrass Chen Teng in front of Li Xingru, perhaps she would cease to idolize him. A slightly lewd smile crept across Sun Jun's face. Teacher Pang is a man of ideas, Chen Teng sincerely admired. The first of Teacher Pang's 5 projects was an online shopping platform similar to Taobao. It must be said that in this regard, Teacher Pang showed remarkable foresight. Unfortunately, the competition was too fierce, and the website ultimately failed to prevail, now operating at a loss. The second project was a mobile game. Unlike games such as PVZ and Fruit Ninja, this game was more akin to a legend, where one could gain strength through monetary investment. This project was currently generating profits. Under Teacher Pang's guidance, Chen Teng downloaded the game and found that its monetization strategy was exceptionally well executed. The third project was a mobile chat application, presently in a loss-making expansion phase, and was the most financially draining project in Teacher Pang's portfolio. The fourth project involved an online movie ticket purchasing platform, and the fifth was a rating website. The latter 2 projects were also operating at a loss. This realization led Chen Teng to understand the adage that heroes are as plentiful as the fish in the river. In terms of vision and insight, Teacher Pang was indeed correct. If all 5 projects achieved success, Teacher Pang would reap substantial rewards. However, the possession of foresight does not guarantee the success of a project. Every industry encounters countless competitors on the path to success. Experiencing failure in competition is entirely normal. Merely having ideas is insufficient. After all, is he not also in dire need of funds? Teacher Pang chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, tell me, is there any project among these 5 that piques your interest? Teacher Pang, I am now even more curious about the project you're currently working on. You seem willing to abandon such promising ventures. The screen, he replied. Screen? Chen Teng was somewhat perplexed. Are we referring to a mobile screen, a computer screen, or perhaps a television screen? While these items share certain technical similarities, they also exhibit distinct differences. Indeed, the smartphone screens are a case in point. I have a strong premonition that our domestic smartphone market is poised for an explosive growth, as each brand requires components from various suppliers. However, foreign smartphone screens tend to be rather expensive due to various taxes, as you can understand. Thus, the idea of producing domestic screens to reduce costs has crossed your mind, hasn't it? Chen Teng expressed a profound respect at that moment. It is not out of lofty ideals. Rather, it stems from the belief that if foreigners can partake in this opportunity, why should we not seize it ourselves? Would you not agree? Indeed, that is the logic. Hence, I perceive a potential for profit here. Yet, as I delved deeper into this endeavor, I found myself in a rather tight financial situation. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Teacher Pang's face. Given his age, he could nearly be Chen Teng's father. Yet he found himself revealing his financial struggles in front of Chen Teng, which made him feel somewhat awkward. How much do you lack? Huh? Upon hearing Chen Teng's inquiry, a look of astonishment gradually appeared on Teacher Pang's face. Could it be? Chapter 60. The Master of Disguise. To be candid, I harbor little interest in the 5 projects you wish to sell. However, my enthusiasm lies significantly more with the mobile screen sector. Currently, with the momentum of Taobao well established, Chen Teng intends to wait until Choma triumphs over its competitors and begins to generate profit before emulating Kinao and Godong to carve a niche in the e-commerce realm. The prospect of engaging in a dual-front battle truly diminishes his confidence. As for template-driven, cash-grabbing mobile games, they may indeed yield profit. Yet Chen Teng finds no allure in pursuing them. Mobile chat applications? Chen Teng plans to leverage strategies from other industries to gradually encircle this market. The technological requirements for such applications are not particularly high, and early investment appears unnecessary. Online ticket purchasing has piqued Chen Teng's interest, though he believes it is premature to act, as the film industry has yet to experience its explosive growth. Rating websites. How much profit could they possibly generate? The only sector that Chen Teng perceives as warranting early investment is mobile technology, for the accumulation of expertise often demands substantial time. Entering the fray slightly ahead of the curve may not be a detriment. Are you genuinely contemplating an investment? We currently lag in technology. To catch up, significant financial resources will be required, Professor Peng cautioned. He was concerned that Chen Teng might be unaware of the financial demands of this industry. There is no alternative but to invest the requisite funds. No one will generously provide us with the fruits of their laborious research. Chen Teng smiled. The reasoning was sound, and Professor Peng wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, he directly inquired how much was needed, eager to see if he could accommodate. 50 million, Chen Teng stated. 50 million. That isn't exorbitant. Professor Peng's eyelids fluttered. 50 million isn't exorbitant? Who on earth is this? Are today's students so affluent? Professor Peng contemplated that at Chen Teng's age, he lacked such capabilities. Surely, Professor Peng must not be overly anxious? Not overly anxious. Very well. Please compile your materials promptly, introducing your company. I wish to ascertain whether there are discrepancies between your company's developmental trajectory and my own thoughts. Agreed. I shall return and organize the information, Professor Peng replied, elated. Initially, he sought merely a modest sum from Chen Teng. Securing a few $100,000 would have been a significant achievement. He never anticipated Chen Teng's generosity. The sole point of doubt remained. Does Chen Teng truly possess such wealth? 50 million, not merely 5,000. This is far beyond what an ordinary student could afford. Yet soon, Chen Teng's actions quelled his uncertainties. He produced paper and pen, jotting down a telephone number. Tengda Games, Lindia. Contact her when you are prepared. Tengda Games? The very same. Tengda Games behind Plants vs. Zombies? Professor Peng was immensely thrilled. Tengda Games. This is the Tengda Games known for generating over 100 million in revenue from a single game. May I inquire if you are? Professor Peng spoke with a newfound reverence. The owner of Tengda. Listening to Teacher Peng. It seems that Teacher Peng has heard of Tengda. Not just heard of it. I was contemplating a collaboration with Tengda. Is that so? This truly takes Chen Teng by surprise. Teacher Peng was also considering a partnership with Tengda. However, it was declined by General Manager Lin. A hint of embarrassment crossed Teacher Peng's face. What kind of collaboration are you envisioning? Share your thoughts. If the proposed collaboration proves advantageous, Chen Teng would not mind facilitating a connection. Do you recall the game developed by our company? I wish to collaborate with PVZ to launch a fashion line. Oh, I see. Perhaps it would be best to close that door. For an intellectual property, the image is of paramount importance. While that game is quite lucrative, collaborating with it could potentially tarnish the image of the Plants vs. Zombies franchise. Chen Teng holds this IP in high regard. In any case, once Teacher Peng is prepared, he may contact our manager Lin, as she oversees all company matters. I must consult her on certain issues as well. Understood, understood. Teacher Peng recognizes that Chen Teng's last remark is a gesture of courtesy. Should he ultimately not be favored by Tengda, Chen Teng can still assert that he was optimistic about the collaboration, but Linya disagreed. At that point, Teacher Peng's dignity would remain intact. By the way, Chen Teng, do you enjoy drinking milk tea? The milk tea shop at our school cafeteria serves delightful beverages. No need for that. Chen Teng waved his hand, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Since that's the case, Chen Teng. Before Teacher Peng could finish, a voice called out from a distance. Chen Teng turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly. How could they be together? I didn't expect you to know Teacher Peng. Are you seeking investment for your startup due to a lack of funds? Oh dear, entrepreneurship is not that simple. After a lecture in that tone, Sun Jun turned his gaze towards Teacher Peng. He obediently greeted, "Hello, Teacher Peng." Once Sun Jun finished speaking, he noticed the surrounding air had grown somewhat still. Chen Teng's expression was quite peculiar. How did this fellow manage to tread so precisely on a landmine? Teacher Pang ignored Sun Jun and instead looked at Chen Teng. Chen Teng, do you know him? A high school classmate. Oh, Teacher Pang nodded. From Chen Teng's brief introduction, he discerned that the relationship between the two was rather strained. Had they been on good terms, Chen Teng would have referred to him as a close friend rather than merely a high school classmate. Therefore, Teacher Pang regarded Sun Jun with a somewhat frosty gaze. Who are you? Do I know you? Ah, Teacher Pang, I am Sun Jun. Sun Yun? Who? Teacher Pang scrutinized Sun Jun closely. However, after examining him, she abandoned her search for recognition in her memory. I truly cannot recall. Do I genuinely know this person? Lu Yin couldn't help but let out a laugh. Sun Jun felt a bit awkward. It's me, Teacher Pang. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to start a delivery business at school. You even said my project had feasibility. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing Sun Jun's words, Teacher Pang recalled the conversation. Oh, it's you? Are you not the particularly lively student in class? Yes, that's me. The cold response of "oh" created an uncomfortable atmosphere around them. Even a student oblivious to social nuances could perceive Teacher Pang's indifference. Sun Jun pondered why Teacher Pang was so distant towards him. Well then, let's discuss this next time, classmate Chen Teng. Teacher Pang turned to Chen Teng, his gaze soft and filled with warmth. The rapid shift in demeanor genuinely startled Sun Jun. A master of the art of face-changing, perhaps? He thought. All right, Teacher Pang. Please take care. Thank you for your efforts regarding the incubation park. No need to mention it. I assure you everything will proceed smoothly. Teacher Pang's gentle, almost sycophantic smile stirred a tempest within the students. Shukmui, 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 shukmui. Chapter 61. The entire venue's expenses. Charged to young master Sun, am I mistaken? Chen Teng? Teacher Pang seems to have a rather favorable attitude towards you, Lu Yin exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the departing Teacher Pang. The stark contrast between Teacher Pang's demeanor towards Sun Jun and Chen Teng was simply astonishing. Li Xingru looked at Chen Teng with admiration, her eyes twinkling like stars. How did you manage that? At that moment, Sun Jun also seemed uncertain. If Chen Teng was merely an investor, it would be hard to believe that Teacher Pang's regard for him was solely based on that. A playful expression flickered in Chen Teng's eyes. Curious to know? Sun Yun nodded eagerly. I am, considering we were high school classmates. All right, Chen Teng replied with a grin. To Sun Jun's surprise, Chen Teng extended a hand. I'll give you a discount, 500. Huh? Sun Jun was taken aback. 500? You want my money? Indeed, for others, I would charge 1,000, but since we are high school classmates and have a good relationship, Chen Teng said earnestly. Sun Jun gritted his teeth and reluctantly retrieved his wallet. 500 wasn't a significant amount for him. However, he was more eager to learn how to earn Teacher Pang's favor. Chen Teng accepted the 500 that Sun Jun reluctantly offered and tucked it into his pocket. With a broad smile, he added, Teacher Pang appreciates generous and magnanimous individuals. Sun Jun furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Should I give Teacher Pang money? If you can directly present an amount that Teacher Pang finds impressive, that would certainly work. But offering too little would definitely not suffice. What if I can't afford it? Sun Yun placed, desperate to uncover the secret to winning Teacher Pang's admiration. Yet, he lacked confidence that the sum he possessed would be sufficient to impress Teacher Pang. That's simple. Just demonstrate your generosity, Chen Teng replied. But how exactly? Sun Jun pondered, racking his brain for ideas. Isn't it obvious? Chen Teng exclaimed, feigning exasperation. Just walk to the center of the cafeteria and boldly declare, the expenses for today's meal will be covered by young Master Sun. Tomorrow, the campus forum will be buzzing with tales of your generosity. Indeed, Sun Jun slapped his thigh, feeling it was brilliant logic. If he did that in the cafeteria, would everyone know? Such a display of generosity would naturally spread throughout the campus forum. Yet, he still sensed something amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what. Just think about it. How impressive does that sound? The expenses for today's meal will be covered by young Master Sun. Absolutely magnificent, Chen Teng said with utmost sincerity. Let me consider. Sun Jun mused, imagining himself standing amidst the crowd, all eyes upon him. It did seem rather exhilarating. Perhaps even Zhao Xueshi would view him differently? A smile crept across his face. All right, it seems my 500 won't be wasted after all. Sun Jun, filled with joy, glanced at Zhao Xueshi before striding confidently to the center of the cafeteria. This time, it was Chen Teng who was taken aback. Are you serious? You're really going for it? He thought. Has he always been like this? Lu Yan's mouth fell agape. She was aware of Sun Jun's penchant for basking in the limelight, thriving under the gaze of others. Yet, she never anticipated that he would exaggerate to such an extent. It was evident to her that Chen Teng was merely jesting. How could Sun Jun not perceive that? Li Xingru's gaze remained fixated on Chen Teng, unwavering. As Sun Jun stood in the middle of the cafeteria, students carrying bowls or trays glanced at him curiously as they passed by. All eyes on me. This lunchtime, the expenses will be covered by me, young master Sun. Sun Jun raised his arms high, anticipating the cheers of his fellow students. Chen Teng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Truth be told, he only desired the 500 from Sun Jun and had no real interest in witnessing Sun Jun's performance. However, the audacity with which Sun Jun dared to perform made Chen Teng reluctant to watch. Let us go, let us go. Chen Teng slurped the last of his noodles, calling out to Lu Yan and Li Xingru to leave. If he continued to watch, he feared his toes would suffer from overexertion. Zhao Xueshi observed Chen Teng's departing figure, her thoughts unvoiced. She noted that Chen Teng had not spared her a single glance throughout. At most, his gaze had grazed her momentarily. But could it be that Chen Teng truly harbored no feelings for her? The pride and self-respect of the young girl made it difficult for her to accept such disregard. The inexplicable discomfort and annoyance stirred within her, compelling Zhao Xueshi to confront Chen Teng. Why? Why can you ignore me? Yet, oblivious to her inner turmoil, Chen Teng left her only with his retreating silhouette. It was only when he disappeared from her sight that Zhao Xueshi's chaotic emotions compelled her to withdraw her gaze. Sun Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although some had paused to watch, their expressions resembled that of spectators observing a monkey. Assuming his voice was insufficiently loud, he cleared his throat and continued. This lunchtime, the expenses will be covered by me, Sun. A shrill note punctured the air, the faltering of his voice rendering Sun Jun's face visibly crimson. He never anticipated that he would crack at such a moment. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted like a series of uncontrollable hiccups in the crowded cafeteria. It dawned on Sun Jun that Chen Teng had set him up. Witnessing the scene, Zhao Xueshi felt a twinge of embarrassment as well. Let us leave. By the time Sun Jun returned to his previous spot, the corner where he had stood was now occupied by a new group of people. Chen Teng, Zhao Xueshi, Li Xingru, all had vanished. Damn, Chen Teng. Anger 50, anger 50, anger 50. Sun Jun's veins bulged as he panted heavily. He struck the adjacent table with his hand, the pain contorting his features. Chen Teng had already arrived at the cafeteria downstairs. You are quite mischievous, Chen Teng, Lu Yan remarked with a smile. Do not speak nonsense. I am merely stating the unvarnished truth, Chen Teng retorted with conviction. Teacher Pang's favorable disposition towards him undoubtedly stemmed from Chen Teng's amiable nature, was it not? It is indeed accurate to say that Teacher Pang appreciates individuals who exude generosity and charisma. His open declaration of investment intent was precisely what endeared him to Teacher Pang. Is there an issue with that? I mean, never mind, Sun Jun deserves it anyway. Oh, do you also dislike Sun Jun? There isn't a single person in our class who does not find him unbearable. He is excessively pretentious. It is the first time I have encountered a boy who talks so much, Lu Yan replied, shaking her head in disdain at the mere thought. Chen Teng erupted in laughter. Sun Jun embodies the characteristics of a know-it-all and a show-off. Chen Teng, what brings you to our school? Li Xingru inquired, lifting her gaze to Chen Teng, her eyes as clear and pure as spring water. She stood quietly in place, awaiting his response. Chapter 62. Dreams and Reality. Chen Teng gazed at Li Xingru, whose fair visage radiated hope, the simple white short-sleeve top accentuating her alluring curves. The denim shorts did not conceal her long, fair legs. Rather, they served to embellish her sensuous limbs. You must have heard a bit about it just now, right? I've recently embarked on a small business venture, seeking to connect with someone influential from your school. Will it extend to our university as well? She inquired. Of course. Have you heard of the Business Schools Have You Eaten initiative? No, Li Xingru replied earnestly, shaking her head. That won't do. You ought to say you've heard of it. Oh, I have long admired its reputation. Li Xingru acquiesced obediently. This demeanor inexplicably reminded Chen Teng of a kitten. However, he recalled that when a cat gazes innocently at something, appearing adorably cute, it often signifies that the feline's brain is overwhelmed. It's a delivery service, he explained. A delivery service? Our university has a delivery team, too. Lu Yin suddenly recalled. I know, it's not intimidating, Li Xingru affirmed. Perhaps the students of Qiming University had too many options, deeming this business beneath them. There was only one team here that chose this path. Chen Teng had researched it the night before. With a delivery fee of 5 yuan, the business was rather mediocre, and the team was small. He estimated that a few individuals could collectively earn several thousand to 10,000 yuan a month without much difficulty. Indeed, not intimidating, Li Xingru declared, raising her small fist. Haha. Chen Teng chuckled, thoroughly amused. The emotional value she provided was exceedingly substantial. Chen Teng, there's something I wish to consult you about. May I? Go ahead. If I can assist, I would be glad to offer my perspective. Chen Teng mused that in his 2 lifetimes, giving advice to others was within his capabilities. What kind of scenarios had he not encountered? Li Xingru nodded with trust. I am considering changing my major. Changing? Your major? Chen Teng was taken aback, wondering what had prompted such a thought. Because I believe the English major may be limiting my potential. What do you mean? Chen Teng felt he might have misheard, as the notion seemed implausible. At that moment, Lu Yin stepped in to clarify. Although we are majoring in English, we still have to take mathematics courses. Wait, an English major requires mathematics? Chen Teng sensed something was amiss. In his understanding, mathematics was a subject required in nearly all disciplines. But English was supposed to be an exception. In his previous life, he had complained about the difficulties of advanced mathematics, only to have a classmate majoring in English boast that they had not encountered mathematics in 4 years. He had envied that at the time. Our university is somewhat unique. Even though it is an English major, the curriculum includes mathematics. All right, and then what? Before the National Day holiday, in one of our math classes, our teacher announced a university-level mathematics competition. And then she participated? Chen Teng gazed at Li Xingru, astonished by her remarkable abilities. Mathematics, a formidable discipline, has driven many to the brink of madness, compelling them to resort to extraordinary measures. Yet, when faced with mathematical problems, they often succumb to humility. Having participated in the preliminary round at our school, she achieved the highest score in our class, ranking 7th in the entire grade. Wait a moment. Is it truly possible to excel in mathematics solely through innate talent? Those specializing in mathematics must not have delved too deeply into it, right? As far as Chen Teng was aware, apart from mathematics majors, the difficulty of first-year mathematics courses was not excessively challenging, and the content taught was relatively limited. Even if Li Xingru were exceptionally bright, she surely could not master what had not been taught. Thus, prior to the preliminaries, she requested a self-study textbook from a teacher. Are you suggesting that she attained 7th place in her grade purely through self-study? Chen Teng was taken aback. What kind of prodigious talent is this? If he possessed such an ability, he wouldn't even need a calculator while grocery shopping. Li Xingru nudda, sumawete shakregrega. Did you achieve a perfect score in the mathematics college entrance examination? If such talent truly existed, it would have manifested well before college. It is inconceivable that it could remain hidden until university. An English major, after merely a month of mathematics classes plus self-study, could secure 7th place in the entire grade. Such talent is undeniably difficult to conceal. Then why did you choose to attend Qiming University? Qiming University, while commendable within the province, is merely average on a national scale. A mathematical genius capable of achieving full marks would logically excel in other subjects as well. It is unlikely for someone to be so imbalanced in their academic prowess. The night before the Chinese exam, my mother suffered a severe cough, even coughing up blood, so I took her to the hospital and didn't sleep a wink. The following day, I fell asleep during the exam, ultimately scoring just over 40 points. Chen Teng fell silent. A misfortune like this occurring the night before the college entrance examination is indeed tragic. Achieving admission to prestigious universities such as Tsinghua or Beida would undoubtedly bring various monetary rewards. Becoming the top scholar in the county or even the city would yield even greater rewards. Such funds could significantly alter the fate of her family. Upon entering university, I became aware of numerous career paths. For instance, one could pursue a lucrative career in translation. However, my teacher advised me that if I ventured into academia, my future might be even more expansive. Engaging in research in fields like physical chemistry could potentially allow me to change the world. Nevertheless, it is entirely normal for research to yield no results for several years. Thus, I find myself contemplating whether to switch majors for the sake of financial gain or to remain steadfast in my current path, exploring the realm of research. After hearing this, Chen Teng felt a pang of discomfort. He had never witnessed such a scene before. In the market, exceptional simultaneous interpreters can earn several thousand yuan a day. Under most circumstances, he would recommend that someone pursue a career in simultaneous interpretation. So, I shouldn't switch majors? Li Xingru's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. But I would like to hear your thoughts. My thoughts? Have you ever had your own thoughts? For instance, my childhood dream was to win 5 million. Li Xingru shook her head, her large eyes filled with confusion. Ever since she was born into such a family, she understood that studying was her sole escape. She had no room for hobbies, and naturally, her own thoughts were out of the question. All she knew was to study, study, and study, aiming to gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a lucrative job. No hobbies? None. Yet, I feel a sense of accomplishment when I solve problems, one after another. During that math competition, I encountered problems that seemed insurmountable. I felt a desire to challenge myself, but I was also afraid. Chen Teng remarked, "My friend, you and I are connected at heart, yet you strike at mine. Is it that you have been invincible for over a decade, only to face unsolvable problems in university?" Chen Teng had faced unsolvable math problems since elementary school, and from that point on, the number of such problems only multiplied. Nevertheless, he calmly stated, "In that case, pursue your dreams. But what if I don't achieve any results for several years?" Chen Teng could see that this was the crux of Li Xingru's dilemma. On one hand, she yearned for challenge and to reach great heights. On the other, she feared failure and was burdened by her family's expectations. This was a formidable mountain named reality, standing before her dreams. "It's simple, I have money. Your success hinges on times when you lack funds." Chen Teng flashed his broad smile, resembling a cunning merchant. "I can lend you some." Chapter 63. A petite figure determined steps before Li Xingru could utter a word. Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. She anticipated that Chen Teng would assertively declare, "No matter how much is lacking, I shall compensate." Instead, he proposed borrowing. As for the interest, it could simply align with the bank's fixed deposit rates without the need for high deposit interest. What? Lu Yan's eyes grew even wider. "Are you serious? Are you that obsessed with money?" Previously, she had witnessed both the cultured and the irate sides of Chen Teng. However, she never envisioned he harbored such a mercenary disposition. Not only did he refrain from providing direct financial assistance, but he also insisted on charging interest. "No, thank you." Upon hearing this, Li Xingru displayed a grateful expression. Lu Yan was incredulous. "You're thanking him? What on earth is happening? Is it you who has lost your mind? Or is it the world that has gone mad?" "Dear sister, you ought to watch fewer idle dramas." "Why should I watch less?" "Wait, how do you know I often indulge in idle dramas?" Chen Teng smirked, choosing not to respond to Lu Yan's inquiry. In truth, aiding others requires a certain finesse. Some individuals, sensitive and insecure, may perceive unsolicited assistance as condescension. The saying "a favor turned to enmity" is not merely a whimsical phrase. While some may share similar insecurities, they often feel diminished in front of their benefactor, unable to raise their heads due to an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. When the balance of gratitude shifts too greatly, the relationship dynamics become skewed. Sensitive and astute individuals, when accepting a favor, can become ensnared in a web of internal conflict. Their pride resists the acceptance of help, yet rationality compels them to acquiesce. Had Chen Teng simply handed over the funds to Li Xingru, she would have likely felt too humiliated to accept his assistance. Hence, Chen Teng opted to offer his support in the form of a loan. The transformation from straightforward gift to a loan allows for a more palatable acceptance. Observing Li Xingru's expression, it was evident that this level of assistance was within her comfort zone. Oh, I see. With this debt, you two now share a connection. Really, you should watch fewer idle dramas, Chen Teng remarked, exasperated. From Lu Yan's words, Chen Teng recalled certain plot lines from idle dramas. Often, the relationships between the domineering male leads and the female protagonists begin with a debt. The narrative typically unfolds with the female lead inadvertently damaging the male lead's vehicle and finding herself unable to pay for the damages, thereby forging a connection between them. Subsequently, they encounter one another in various circumstances, and their feelings gradually deepen. Throughout this process, the debt serves as a rather convenient pretext. Chen Teng mused that if he continued down this train of thought, he might conjure an entire idle drama plotline. I shall arrange for a loan agreement to be drafted for you. I eagerly anticipate your growth. How he wished he still possessed the eye of insight to glimpse Li Xingru's true potential. If she truly possesses talent, then I would have struck gold. If not, then Chen Teng would merely be aiding a family in need, salvaging a life that requires rescue. One must strive to benefit the world. After all, such formality, even a loan agreement? Lu Yan expressed her concerns. What if Huaguo could not repay it? Then let the law intervene. Chen Teng shrugged, embodying the demeanor of a ruthless capitalist. So, will you sign? Upon signing the contract, financial worries would temporarily dissipate, yet your future would bear immense pressure, akin to a high-stakes gamble. In truth, it is not a gamble. Li Xingruo's thoughts were clear. I have a fallback. My spoken English is quite proficient. Excellent. Chen Teng nodded in satisfaction. Chen Teng, your current demeanor resembles that of the big bad wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Lu Yan remarked, speechless. Nonsense. There's no such handsome big bad wolf. Indeed, Li Xingru nuda amfatikadi. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. Ruo, make sure to thoroughly understand the contract's contents. Do not allow yourself to unwittingly sign away your freedom. Li Xingruo smiled brightly. I 1T. Unfair clauses are illegal and thus invalid. Lu Yan gave a thumbs up. Moreover, Chen Teng is a good person. Li Xingruo beamed at Chen Teng, her joy evident. Chen Teng felt his heart race at her sweet smile. Indeed, a beautiful face renders any expression enchanting. All right, I shall return to school now. Very well, goodbye. Li Xingruo waved at Chen Teng, who reciprocated before entering his car. As they watched the departing vehicle, the two made their way back to the dormitory. As they walked, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yan's face. Quite impressive, Ruo. Establishing such a connection with Chen Teng. Does this mean you will have countless excuses to meet him in the future? I 1T. Li Xingruo shook her head. I must focus on my studies. Oh, pretending with me now? Lu Yan wore an expression of understanding. Chen Teng lending me money is to alleviate my worries, enabling me to study diligently. I cannot let him down, so I must excel academically, and until then, I will not see him too often. What? Lu Yan exclaimed, placing her hand on Li Xingruo's forehead. You're not feverish, so why speak such nonsense? I am serious. Li Xingruo gently moved Lu Yan's hand away. Before entering university, I encountered a good person, and I wished to assist him. Upon arriving at university, I beheld a vast world, and I aspire to witness the most beautiful sights within it. Fortunately, these two endeavors are not in conflict. After hearing Li Xingruo's words, Lu Yan felt somewhat bewildered. Indeed, they are not in conflict. If you and Chen Teng develop a relationship, he will take you to see the most magnificent landscapes this world has to offer. No, it is only through the personal experience of climbing the mountain, enduring the hardships and bittersweet moments along the arduous path, that one can truly appreciate the breathtaking scenery that awaits at the summit. Are you merely composing an essay for me? This serves as a vehicle for discourse. The distinction between he took me to see the scenery and he and I went to see the scenery is profound. Lu Yan fell silent. Li Xingru's perspective diverged from her own, challenging her worldview. Thus, do you top students take such pleasure in dissecting language? I merely hope that one day in the future I can assist him, not with trivial, interchangeable support that anyone could provide, but with an irreplaceable aid that only I can offer. Such ambition is indeed grand. Liu Yin recalled Li Xingru's diligent study habits, industrious, tenacious. Reflecting on this made Liu Yin feel somewhat ashamed. Once, she too was considered a top student. However, upon entering university, she had grown somewhat complacent. Therefore, I must dedicate myself to my studies. The next time we meet, I hope it will not be solely him aiding me, but rather, I too will be able to lend my support to him. With resolve, I stand beside you. The midday sun cast its radiant glow upon the young girl. The sweltering heat did not cause her steps to falter. Instead, her determination remained unwavering, as steadfast as ever. Chapter 64. Have you eaten? And will you eat? Upon returning from Qiming University, Chen Teng briefed Linya on the situation. The ever-capable general manager swiftly implemented Chen Teng's vision. The following day, Chen Teng met with the leadership of the traditional Chinese Medicine College and smoothly finalized the arrangements for entering the university's South Incubation Park. Miao Zhengzhong and his team acted with remarkable efficiency. Within about a week, they had expanded their operations extensively. Now, at least half of the businesses in the area had partnered with Have You Eaten? An astonishing figure, considering many merchants had yet to witness the tangible benefits the platform could bring. As for the remaining half, Chen Teng was confident they would join within another week. After all, who would refuse the prospect of better business? Once most local businesses were on board, Chen Teng planned to replicate this model across other universities in Qiming City. From there, leveraging the network of campus-adjacent merchants, he would extend his reach into ordinary residential neighborhoods. This city would mark the true beginning of Have You Eaten? By then, the platform would inevitably attract the attention of investors, including the already formidable Blue Knights. A fierce battle of capital expenditure would ensue. As Chen Teng mapped out his strategy, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. The moment Have You Eaten? Stepped beyond the campus gates, he would face genuine commercial warfare, far removed from the trivial skirmishes of university life. This was no mere sabotage, killing a money tree, stealing company seals, or cutting off power. He vividly recalled the tactics foreign brands had employed when entering the domestic market: slander, misinformation. In an era of limited internet access, they spread baseless rumors, claiming that consuming or using certain local products could cause cancer, while touting their own as safe and beneficial. A simple yet devastating play on public psychology, leaving domestic brands in the dust as foreign alternatives soared. This time, Chen Teng intended to win. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure lurked near the business school. Hunched, clad in a cap and sunglasses, an odd sight in the lingering summer heat where most still wore short sleeves. This was Sun Jun 8 days prior. Chen Teng had tricked him into shouting check, please, in the cafeteria. Reflecting on it later, Sun Jun couldn't fathom why he decomplied. The more he thought, the more he blamed Chen Teng. His existing disdain for the man had only deepened. Yet, belonging to different universities, Sun Jun had to tread carefully. After some discreet inquiries, he uncovered the changes in the incubation park and finally grasped Chen Teng's game. A food delivery business, was it? In Sun Jun's mind, a bold idea began to take shape. Chen Teng, I never imagined you possessed some talent. I shall see what it is that has brought you success. As Sun Jun traversed the business school, a male companion trailed closely behind him. Brother Sun, isn't it a bit warm dressed like that? Safety first. As long as I remain unrecognizable, it suffices. Is it truly necessary for us to be here in person? I've seen that a portion of the school's forum has already dissected the business model of Have You Eaten? What can a mere third-tier school offer in terms of exceptional talent? Instead of relying on others' analyses, I prefer to dive in myself and observe what tricks that rascal Chen Teng has up his sleeve. Indeed, Brother Sun is right. How could someone from this insignificant third-tier institution compare to you? The companion nodded in agreement, eager to follow Sun Jun, who was known for his generosity. This time, he was equally excited to accompany Sun Jun in exploring the business model of Have You Eaten? Sun Jun's face radiated joy. Although he often faced setbacks in front of Zhao Xueshi, he held a position of esteem among his loyal follower. Upon reaching the base of a dormitory building, he spotted a tricycle laden with an assortment of takeout orders. Wow, their business is quite substantial, isn't it, Brother Sun? It seems we don't have that many people ordering takeout at our school. Uft. What is that little sum? My daily allowance could cover their earnings for an entire month. Son Jun feigned disdain, all the while secretly envious. His companion nodded vigorously. Exactly. They can't possibly compare to brother Sun. You, go ask them where they source their takeout. What is there? Upstream? Sun Jun was eager to uncover the logistics of how the takeout was transported from the campus to the outside world. Huh? Me? Of course it's you. Who else could it be? Reluctantly, the companion approached the tricycle and struck up a conversation with the students nearby. A flutter of anxiety coursed through him, fearing they might not divulge any secrets. However, the students were forthright in revealing the process of acquiring the takeout. Elated, the companion hurried to relay the information to Sun Junha. I didn't expect to obtain this information so easily. Let's head to the school gate and check it out. Sun Jun exclaimed with delight. They proceeded to the school gate, and after a brief wait, a larger electric tricycle arrived, brimming with even more takeout. Gradually, Sun Jun pieced together the operational model. Let me summarize. Students order online, then the restaurant prepares the food, and the electric tricycle collects and delivers it to the school gate, and then Sun Jun meticulously outlined the process. This sounds remarkably similar to what they summarized on that forum. The companion grew increasingly familiar with the details. They must have overlooked a step. I inquire about each one myself. Sun Jun declared proudly. Brother Sun makes a valid point. His companion nodded in agreement. Chen Teng, Chen Teng, truly lacks any sense of confidentiality. His business model has been effortlessly extracted from him. Sun Jun beams with pride. His eager assistant raises his thumb in approval. It seems that Chen Teng merely stumbled upon his idea by chance, unlike brother Sun, who meticulously uncovered the opponent's business model through diligent field research. Ha ha ha. Well said, well said. Sun Yun xiaokes haltily. Yet, amidst the laughter, a shadow of doubt crosses his mind. Do you think I can truly succeed? Of course you can. Brother Sun is a remarkable talent. It's unreasonable for you to fail. The assistant flatters profusely. However, my father advised me that as a second-generation wealthy individual, I should steer clear of entrepreneurship due to its inherent risks. Sun Jun ponders this. Brother Sun, if even someone from a mediocre background can achieve success, what makes you think you cannot? Are you truly inferior to Chen Teng? The assistant continues with enthusiasm. This remark strikes a chord with Sun Jun, who internally reassures himself of his superiority over Chen Teng. Seeing Chen Teng's thriving business stirs a sense of restlessness within him. So do you think I should proceed? Absolutely. Just think, if you succeed, your father will surely regard you with newfound respect. He will come to realize that the notion of second-generation wealth, avoiding entrepreneurship applies to ordinary individuals. But you are no ordinary second-generation heir. The assistant continues to lavish praise. Yet, truth be told, Sun Jun finds this flattery somewhat unpalatable. He is not foolish. He knows what actions to take. All right, let us create something. He muses. He calls it, have you eaten? So we shall name ours. Sun Jun struggles to find the right words. Are you eating? That name is splendid. Sun Jun's eyes light up. Our delivery service shall be called Are You Eating? Chapter 65. Avoiding price wars. The emergence of Eat or Not took Chen Teng completely by surprise. His keen interest in the takeaway market allowed him to notice its birth the very next day. Should he imitate it? Chen Teng found this notion rather absurd. If it were a direct competition with the already formidable Blue Knight, he would certainly take it seriously. Likewise, if a wealthy investor were to intervene due to the butterfly effect, he would respond with due diligence. However, concerning Sun Jun, it was not that he looked down upon Sun Jun. Although his business model was easily replicable, it still required a considerable amount of time to establish. After all, a website and an app could not be developed in a short span, could they? Upon further investigation, Chen Teng recognized that Sun Jun possessed a degree of cleverness. Sun Jun had directly leveraged the forum of Qiming University. Each day, he would post a list of merchants he had negotiated with, along with their signature dishes. The responses were rather sparse on the first day. On the second day, Sun Jun engaged in a price war. If Chen Teng lowered his prices by 3 yuan, Sun Jun would undercut him by 4. If Chen Teng reduced his prices by 4, Sun Jun would slash his by 5. Boss, should we drop our prices for Qiming University? Someone in the work group inquired. Chen Teng's response was unequivocal. No need. He wanted to ascertain just how much financial backing Sun Jun possessed. Price wars, after all, are fundamentally about who has deeper pockets. Chen Teng was aware that Sun Jun had wealth, yet he was certain that Sun Jun could not sustain this price war for long. Perhaps Sun Jun's father could manage it, but what if the market at Qiming University was overtaken? Rest assured, the future will reveal all, Chen Teng replied without further elaboration. He silenced the group chat and leaned on his desk, dutifully attending to his class. However, since he was listening to a lecture, it seemed reasonable for Chen Teng to close his eyes, much like one would while enjoying music or an audiobook. Here he opened his eyes only after class had concluded. As he lazily rose, he noticed the presence of someone before him, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. It was Lu Jiejia. Chen Teng, after all this commotion, it's time we had a proper conversation, she stated, causing Chen Teng's mind to race. He began to suspect that perhaps he and Lu Jiejia shared some undisclosed history, lost to him due to a prior incident. If I recall correctly, we haven't seen much of each other lately, have we? I know you're still upset. Can't I apologize? I'm truly sorry, but I no longer have any contact with Senior Du, Lu Jiejia said, her expression one of innocence and remorse. The three roommates who had originally intended to accompany Chen Teng back to the dormitory were left dumbfounded by her words. Lu Jiejia was apologizing to Chen Teng? What had transpired between the two that sounded so ambiguous? Especially Luo Jinbin, who had often enjoyed breakfast brought by Lu Jiejia for Chen Teng in recent days. He felt as though he and Lu Jiejia had reached a mutual understanding to enjoy breakfast through Chen Teng. This filled Luo Jinbin with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Teng turned out not to be an excuse between them. Could it be that I, Luo Jinbin, am truly the fool? Luo Jinbin felt a twinge of discomfort. Chen Teng curiously scrutinized Lu Jiejia. What does your relationship with Senior Du have to do with me? Lu Jiejia replied, I know. Chen Teng, you are merely too embarrassed to admit it. You should just be quiet. I have no feelings for you, understand? How could that be? What led you to form such a misconception? Chen Teng gradually began to discern Lu Jiejia's thoughts. It seemed she believed Chen Teng harbored feelings for her. But how could such an idea have arisen? Clearly, Chen Teng had done nothing at all. Chen Teng, you're going too far. I have delivered breakfast to you for so long. Surely, you should feel a modicum of gratitude? Lu Jiejia was growing a bit angry. She was accustomed to being pampered, and it was already quite remarkable that she had endured so long before Chen Teng without expressing her dissatisfaction. First, you did not deliver breakfast to me. You forcibly placed it in my spot. Second, I have not touched a single item of the breakfast you left on my desk. It was all consumed by Luo Jinbin. Third, my lack of feelings for you has nothing to do with you. You should have understood that from the moment we first met. After Chen Teng spoke, he glanced at the despondent Luo Jinbin. This fellow seemed to have broken down again. Fourth, shouldn't you, at the very least, feel some gratitude towards Luo Jinbin for his kindness? Upon hearing Chen Teng's words, Lu Jiejia looked between him and Luo Jinbin, incredulous. The proud young woman found it hard to accept such a response. Chen Teng cast a glance at Lu Jiejia, then at Luo Jinbin, and proceeded to walk away. After all, he had articulated his thoughts quite clearly. Whether Lu Jiejia comprehended them was her own concern. As for Luo Jinbin, personal growth was something he must achieve on his own. Chen Teng could not guide him step by step on how to proceed. Miao Jingzhong and Kai Heng trailed behind Chen Teng. Brother Chen, don't you think what you said was a bit too harsh? Kai Heng's expression reflected his discomfort. That's Lu Jiejia, one of the most beautiful freshmen in the business school this year. And yet Chen Teng shows her so little regard? I have never been interested in her. One might even say I dislike her. I tried to speak to her kindly, but she wouldn't listen, so I had to be a bit cruel. Chen Teng shrugged, feeling helpless. Lu Jiejia stood pouting in place. She resolved that from this moment on, she would have no further contact with Chen Teng, ensuring he would regret his words. All right, you make a fair point. Kai Heng also felt there was no better solution. Brother Chen, how exactly does one win a girl's affection? Luo Jinbin could not help but inquire. He had decided to learn from Chen Teng, to become exceptional, thus attracting girls to approach you. Accept the possibility of rejection regardless of the circumstances. Do not cling stubbornly. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Luo Zhenbin remained skeptical. However, Miao Zhengzhong chimed in, I actually find Chen Ji's perspective quite reasonable. Recently, I have been engrossed in my work, but amidst this endeavor, I sense that a junior is interested in me. Chen Teng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, You're only a freshman. You're the youngest in this university, so where would a junior come from? Miao Zhengzhong responded with conviction, I am older than her. Besides, she calls me senior. Kai Heng interjected, So you're just old then? Chen Teng added, Or perhaps it's a matter of romantic interest? Luo Zhenbin pondered, Should I say something? Miao Zhengzhong earnestly articulated his thoughts. Old Luo, trust me. If you focus on being your true self and concentrate on your own development, eventually someone will recognize the brilliance within you. Kai Heng remarked, However, I believe you should be persistent. That way, she might take notice of you. Yet this time, Luo Zhenbin chose not to heed Kai Heng's advice and instead began to contemplate the words of Miao Zhengzhong and Chen Teng. Chen Teng felt a sense of satisfaction. Was being a sycophant. It is far better to cultivate oneself. He hoped that his roommate would soon put this into practice. Chapter 66. Newcomers' Benefits? It seems that Chen Teng truly lacks substantial funds. During the break, Sun Jun exclaimed excitedly. This marked the second day since Sun Jun had initiated a price war. Chen Teng remained utterly unresponsive, neither acknowledging nor acting in any manner. Reflecting on the previous days when Chen Teng sought assistance from Teacher Pang, Sun Jun returned to his original speculation, that Chen Teng was indeed short on money and needed to borrow from Teacher Pang. As for the peculiar expression on Teacher Pang's face, Sun Jun could only interpret it as an indication of Teacher Pang's belief in Chen Teng's potential, resulting in a notably favorable attitude towards him. Brother Sun is brilliant. One of his followers shouted loudly in class. It's just a minor endeavor, merely a startup, Sun Jun proclaimed. Eager for everyone to know about his recent entrepreneurial endeavors, Zhao Xueshi cast her gaze towards Sun Jun, lingering on him for a moment. The notion of college entrepreneurship was quite novel to her. However, recalling the incident in the cafeteria involving Sun Jun, she discreetly withdrew her attention. Nevertheless, some girls in the class expressed interest in the matter. Sun Jun, are you still pursuing your startup? Indeed, the trending campus forum topic Are You Eating? Is my creation. I hope everyone can show their support and help promote it. After boasting about his initiative in the class, Sun Jun felt a sense of something lacking. What was he missing? During class, Sun Jun suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing what was amiss. The camaraderie of his high school class. With university just over a month in session, most students had not yet developed a profound sense of belonging to their college cohort. Compared to the bonds formed over 3 years in high school, it was simply not comparable. Sun Jun quickly began typing on his phone. Are there any fellow students at Qiming University? Are You Eating? Delivery service is officially online, and I hope everyone will lend their support. After sending that, he shared the post he had made on the campus forum. Moments later, messages began to appear in the group. Wow, brother Sun, we are still using our parents' allowances in college, and you've already started a business. How impressive. A close friend from high school had logged in. Of course, referring to him as a close friend was somewhat misleading, as he was more of a junior and follower. Due to Sun Jun's generous nature, they were quite eager to praise him. Subsequently, several messages continued to extol Sun Jun's accomplishments. He was thoroughly pleased with this atmosphere. However, how could such an occasion be complete without Chen Teng? Sun Jun resolved to tag Chen Teng directly. Chen Teng, today's delivery business at our school is all from my Are You Eating? It seems like nobody is utilizing your Have You Eaten? Chen Teng's Have You Eaten had only recently commenced its delivery operations at Qiming University. And without a doubt, user loyalty was non-existent. Wasn't it true that Are You Eating was currently prevailing? After quite some time, Chen Teng had yet to respond, which left Sun Jun feeling quite anxious. If one cannot flaunt their achievements in front of Chen Teng, what is the point? Thus, he could not help but voice his thoughts in the group chat. Chen Teng, could it be that you feel embarrassed due to a lack of distinction? Fear not. We are all classmates. I have no intention of pressing you too harshly. Sun Yun left thoughtfully. However, By the time class ended, his laughter faded. Zhao Xueshi raised a query. Is "have you eaten" something that Chen Teng created? Sun Jun inwardly cursed his luck. How had Zhao Xueshi's attention shifted to Chen Teng? This was not the outcome he desired. He felt a headache coming on, pondering how to respond to Zhao Xueshi's message. Should he affirm it or deny it? After some deliberation, Sun Jun opted to refrain from replying. Meanwhile, Zhao Xueshi, still puzzled, began to search for information related to "have you eaten?" Although her phone was not the latest model, it was indeed a smart device. Through the mobile version of the campus forum, she managed to uncover some pertinent details about "have you eaten?" It was associated with a business school, boasting collaborations with hundreds of merchants and a user base exceeding 100,000. This statistic astonished Zhao Xueshi. What does it mean to have 100,000 users? It could be said that over 70% of the students from these 6 universities were likely users of Chen Teng's platform. He was remarkably impressive. Zhao Xueshi began to waver once again. In truth, ever since the last meeting between Professor Peng and Chen Teng, her curiosity about him had reignited. She perceived the implications behind Professor Peng's smile. Not merely goodwill, but a form of flattery, a subservience from subordinate to superior, a sycophancy born of need. This smile was unsettling for her. She had always believed that students like Chen Teng, with poor academic performance, would inevitably descend to the lowest rungs of society upon entering university, leading to a future devoid of hope. Only students like herself, excelling academically, were destined for promising trajectories. Yet now she was confronted with the realization that even their teachers felt the need to curry favor with Chen Teng. Did this not imply that Chen Teng held a higher social standing? How could they, as students, ever surpass him in societal rank? Zhao Xueshi's worldview was once again shaken. Did she truly still possess the right to look down upon Chen Teng? She fell into silence. Recent events, when pieced together, indicated that Chen Teng's "have you eaten?" was likely a resounding success. Otherwise, Linya would not be working for him, Professor Peng would not smile so obsequiously at him, and Sun Jun would not be using him for comparison in the group chat. Chen Teng, how did you achieve this? Is this the reason you began to disregard me? Zhao Xueshi murmured to herself. Just then, she noticed a message from Chen Teng in the group chat. Keep it up, I believe in you. His response was notably succinct. From those few words, Zhao Xueshi could not discern whether Chen Teng was genuinely indifferent or merely feigning composure. After a moment of silence, she sent Linya a text, eager to learn more about Chen Teng. However, Linya did not respond immediately. Consequently, Zhao Xueshi sought out Chen Teng in the group and sent a friend request. Chen Teng, I believe we could become friends. On the other side, having just dispatched this message, Chen Teng found it rather amusing. Is it time to uncork the champagne? Could this be his reward as a newcomer? The first opponent in the business arena appears to be so feeble. Wait, can this fellow truly be regarded as a rival in the realm of commerce? Chen Teng pondered this question. Just then, a friend request suddenly arrived. Damn it, why can't this KK provide an option to decline friend requests? Chen Teng couldn't help but mutter in annoyance. Become friends? Who would want to be friends with you? Is his self-assessment a tad too inflated? Without any hesitation, Chen Teng pressed the decline button. Chapter 67. The most conscientious episode in the days that followed. Chen Teng's life enjoyed a brief period of tranquility. Lu Jija no longer delivered breakfast to him, and Zhao Xueshi had ceased her correspondence. Chen Teng's daily routine became leisurely, indulging in food and entertainment, while also dedicating time to study business management and keeping abreast of various news. This serene existence continued until the phone call from Linya arrived concerning a matter related to Teacher Peng's company. Boss, President Peng has briefed me about their company, and I have conducted some research on it. Would you prefer to come over in person, or shall I report the situation to you over the phone? To cut to the chase, do you think it holds investment value? Yes. Very well, I shall return shortly. Please organize the materials, and I will come by in the afternoon. Some matters cannot be adequately conveyed over the phone, and discussing them in such a manner would seem dismissive. After concluding the call, Chen Teng turned to Miao Zhengzhong, who was savoring a lollipop. Old Miao. With a grave demeanor, Chen Teng stated, We are at a crucial juncture for the company, and I am entrusting you with an essential task. Miao Zhengzhong, filled with enthusiasm, replied, Understood. I have an engagement this afternoon. If the teacher calls on me, please lend a hand. Thank you. Chen Teng picked up the car keys nearby, rising to execute a smooth series of gestures as he exited the dormitory. Miao Jingzhong was momentarily taken aback, realizing Chen Teng had vanished. Just now, did something slip away? After driving for over an hour, Chen Teng arrived at the company without incident. Compared to his last visit, it was evident that the number of employees had significantly increased, and the entire team exuded a vibrant atmosphere. Perhaps this is the advantage of a startup. Hello, boss. This time, the charming young receptionist recognized Chen Teng. Greetings. Hello, boss. Yes, yes. A chorus of greetings ensued, to which Chen Teng responded with a warm smile. Simultaneously, he overheard some casual remarks behind him. This is our boss. He looks so young. How handsome. He seems about the same age as my brother. I wonder if he has a partner. Shock 5, Envy 5, Desire 5. Wait, what does this desire entail? Chen Teng turned around, casually glancing over several workstations. However, perhaps the reactions of these individuals were overly pronounced. As his gaze swept across the room, everyone had already lowered their heads. A few who dared to meet his eyes greeted him with broad smiles. Chen Teng suddenly felt as though he were a student speaking during class, only for the teacher to walk in unexpectedly, though now he occupied the role of the teacher. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Teng proceeded to Linya's office. Boss. Yes. Are the materials ready? Let me see. They are prepared. Linya handed a stack of A4 papers to Chen Teng, who accepted them while she began to elaborate. Mr. Pang's company initially specialized in manufacturing screens for feature phones, not smartphones. Approximately 2 months after the launch of the iPhone 4 last year, Mr. Pang acquired this mobile phone manufacturing plant and procured relevant patent technologies, intending to produce smartphone screens. However, due to various reasons, they are currently only able to supply screens for some lesser-known brands. In March of this year, Mr. Pang's company expanded in scale and sought to enlarge its production line. Yet it encountered financial obstacles that remain unresolved to this day. Chen Teng nodded slightly. The information provided by Linya is even more detailed on the A4 sheets, tracing the entire development history of the company. From the data, it appears that the company's prospects are quite promising, but it is hampered by a lack of funds. Chen Teng is quite satisfied with Mr. Pang's company. Indeed, from my understanding, there were others interested in investing, but Mr. Pang declined due to issues concerning equity. Understood. Any company willing to accept investment typically desires that investors provide funds promptly without interfering in internal affairs, ideally seeking minimal equity stakes. However, this is fundamentally an improbable expectation. While we can negotiate for slightly lower equity, we prefer not to interfere in the company's operations, with one stipulation. If we require smartphone screens, they must prioritize supplying us. All right, I understand. Linya noted Chen Teng's requests and arrangements. Of course, if he becomes overly greedy, it would be inconsequential, as there are other suppliers for smartphone screens. Very well. Our company should currently enjoy a robust cash flow, correct? Exceptionally ample. We can easily allocate at least 1 billion in liquid assets. 1 billion? This figure startled Chen Teng. While in various extravagant novels, 1 billion may merely represent a beginner's package. In the real world, it holds significant potential. Yes, the DLC for Plants vs. Zombies and skins for Fruit Ninja have been selling remarkably well, and the overseas market for Plants vs. Zombies has also expanded, yielding impressive sales. Following the release of Angry Birds, this figure is expected to rise further. Then we should establish Tengda Technology, a company dedicated to researching various technologies related to mobile phones. We must create our own technological barriers. Certainly, Linya was not surprised. After Chen Teng commenced his studies, the two occasionally exchanged views on the future of the internet. Their perspectives on the smartphone industry are aligned. The future of smartphones will undoubtedly flourish alongside mobile internet. Tengda is already beginning to strategize within the mobile internet sphere, and smartphones will not be overlooked. However, our current research, which is costly, cannot yet be sustained, so for now, we shall focus on developing auxiliary components. Agreed. Chen Teng contemplated whether there were any overlooked aspects. As of now, Tengda has established 4 primary companies. Tengda Games, the current cash cow. The the financial benefactor of the four major companies. 10 to life. There exists a modest cash tree named Have You Eaten? With a promising yet distant future. 10 to investment. Currently preparing to invest in Mr. Peng's company, followed by plans to invest in other mobile phone suppliers. 10 to technology. Yet to be registered. Intending to accumulate a reservoir of smartphone technology. This represents the nascent form of Chen Teng's commercial empire, encompassing life, entertainment, and the mobile internet. Observing Chen Teng in contemplation, Linya refrained from interruption. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Teng, eliciting a smile. How could I have forgotten this? Linya, allocate a portion of funds to acquire copyrights, music, novels, everything. For what purpose? Linya inquired, somewhat puzzled. Just buy them. All copyrights? Acquire as many comprehensive rights as possible for every IP, including adaptations for film and audiobooks. All of it. Purchase cost-effective IPs. Avoid those that are exorbitantly priced. In about 4 to 5 years, a fervor for IPs will surge. At that time, IPs will be exceedingly valuable. Chen Teng felt a deep sense of regret then. A plethora of outstanding IPs had been targeted by film companies eager for quick profits, resulting in their degradation. As an audience member, Chen Teng found it disheartening. However, presently, these IPs are quite affordable. He intends to acquire them all and subsequently sell them to willing, dedicated production companies in film and animation. As a capitalist, he seeks profit. As an audience member, he desires enjoyment. In essence, Chen Teng refuses to pursue mere monetary gain. He aims to entrust these IPs to companies that will produce them with diligence rather than merely selling them at inflated prices. He aspires to be the most conscientious capitalist among his peers. Chapter 68. A visit home. Although Linya was uncertain about the future value of these copyrights, she had a clear understanding of her own position and had no objections to Chen Teng's opinions. Boss, I have another matter to discuss. What is it? If the company continues to expand, our current office space will be insufficient. I would like to rent another floor. Are there other floors available in this building? Yes. The floor above us is vacant. All right then, let us proceed with the rental. Chen Teng recalled that when he first joined, the surrounding workstations were indeed quite crowded. Expansion was an inevitable step. I will contact the property management shortly. Good. With this matter settled and no other pressing issues at hand, Chen Teng prepared to leave. However, out of a sense of human compassion, he decided to inquire further. Is work particularly arduous lately? If it is too busy, you can always seek assistance. Rest assured, boss. I have also hired an executive assistant, a recent graduate who is full of energy and enthusiasm. Is that so? That's wonderful. And the coffee elixir you provided me has been remarkably effective. At the mention of this, Linya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Coffee elixir? Chen Teng pondered for a moment, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Wasn't it merely a basic energy potion? Boss, do you still have that coffee elixir? I've already consumed half of my last supply. Hearing this, Chen Teng felt even more remorseful. Listen to you. What an exemplary worker you are. Perhaps I should consider raising your salary? Linya was taken aback. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. You're welcome. The feeling of guilt dissipated instantly, and Chen Teng felt a sense of relief. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the notion that sacrificing one's conscience could yield greater financial rewards. As for the coffee elixir, if you enjoy it, I can ask my friend about it, though I cannot guarantee when it will be sent. All right, thank you. Boss, not at all. It's the least I can do. How could Chen Teng object to a subordinate wanting to take on more work? If he had sufficient energy potions at hand, he would gladly place them in the office for anyone who needed them to help themselves. Oh, by the way, boss, I have something unrelated to work that I wish to report. Unrelated to work? Are you facing difficulties in life? Not exactly. It's about a junior of mine who should also be your high school classmate. As Linya spoke, she opened her phone and searched for a text message to show Chen Teng. Upon receiving the phone, Chen Teng was surprised to see that it was from Zhao Xueshi. She wished to learn about him through Linya. Well, isn't this persistent? Boss, doesn't this seem a bit? Just listen to what I have to say. Chen Teng, without reservation, shared the details concerning Zhao Xueshi. After hearing this, Linya's expression became somewhat peculiar. So, it's just a teenage girl obsessing over something to the point of driving herself into a dead end? Chen Teng was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, It had seemed to make sense. Zhao Xueshi had grown up believing that only those with good grades could have a bright future. Statistically speaking, this notion holds some truth. Generally, graduates from top-tier universities like Tsinghua and Peking tend to be more successful than those from third-tier institutions. Similarly, individuals with doctoral degrees usually achieve more than those who dropped out of middle school, success here being defined in societal terms. Yet, exceptions do exist. Not every bottom-ranked graduate from elite universities surpasses the most accomplished from lesser schools, nor does every PhD outshine every middle school dropout. Your observation is quite astute. Honestly, it's quite typical for a teenage girl to fixate like this. Typical as it may be, the issue is that her obsession has begun to affect me. Chen Teng shrugged. I'm neither her boyfriend, nor her admirer, nor her parent. I have no obligation to indulge her. If the boss trusts me, let me handle this. I'll do my best to communicate with her and clarify things. If you can genuinely resolve this nuisance for me, I'd be grateful. This time, there is truly nothing else. As Chen Teng left the office, enthusiastic colleagues waved him off. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to make another trip home. Since he hadn't returned during the National Day holiday, it had been over a month since he'd seen his family. One detail slipped his mind. However, it was a weekday. When he arrived, the house was empty. His parents and younger sibling were still at work or school. Might as well swing by the market. Chen Teng prided himself on his decisiveness. He headed to the market, picked up some groceries, and began cooking at home. When Jiang Meiji returned and saw her son in the kitchen, her face lit up with delight. You rascal, why aren't you in class? Don't tell me you got expelled? Mom, must you always assume the worst? I had no afternoon lectures, so I thought I'd visit. Chen Teng delivered the white lie without batting an eye. I smelled food and thought we'd been robbed. What kind of thief cooks for you? A starting one. Chen Teng. With that wit, it's a shame you're not writing novels. Soon, Chen Jiangwo returned as well. You rascal, why aren't you in class? Don't tell me you got expelled? Chen Teng. Like father, like mother, their first reactions were identical. He repeated his explanation. Though it was clear his parents were thrilled. After all, what parent wouldn't be happy to see their son? Later, Chen Lili also came home. Huh, bro, why aren't you in class? Don't tell me. I wasn't expelled. No afternoon classes. Missed you all. Came home. Chen Teng replied, utterly deadpan. It has been confirmed. They are indeed a family, albeit one that seems to engage in a rather repetitive manner. How do you know what I wish to convey? Chen Lili pondered in confusion. A genius can effortlessly penetrate the thoughts of mere mortals. In the presence of family, Chen Teng occasionally indulged in moments of youthful exuberance. The corners of Chen Lili's mouth twitched slightly. Who, pray tell, is truly experiencing adolescence here? Amidst the lively atmosphere, the family concluded their meal. Laughter and conversation flowed at the dining table, creating a warm ambience. Chen Teng, feeling thoroughly satisfied, prepared to make his escape. It is well known that one should not linger too long at home. Just days prior, parents would treat you like a treasure, finding every aspect of you delightful. Yet, after a few days, you become akin to a mere blade of grass. Neither working nor idleness is deemed right. In short, nothing seems satisfactory. Thus, after dinner, Chen Teng made his swift exit. Chapter 69. The Unsustainable Dilemma of Dining on This Day. Sun Jun gazed at the digits in his bank account, feeling a twinge of regret. With the onset of a price war, he found himself in a precarious financial situation. In a mere 3 days, he had squandered a significant portion of his savings accumulated over the years. If he were to revert to the original prices, surely customers would still be inclined to purchase, wouldn't they? Thus, Sun Jun commenced posting on the campus forum. As he had done in previous days, he meticulously listed the menus of various establishments. However, on this occasion, he restored the prices to their original amounts. After waiting for approximately a minute, he began refreshing the webpage. To his dismay, he discovered that not a single soul had responded to his post. Was the network lagging? A cold sweat broke out on Sun Jun's forehead. Under normal circumstances, he would have received immediate replies to his postings, driven by the allure of competitive pricing. Yet today, silence reigned. Could it be that he had failed to cultivate their habitual usage of his delivery platform during these past few days? Anxiety began to creep in. If he continued to maintain such low prices, his resources would soon dwindle. After refreshing several times to no avail, panic set in deeper. What on earth was going on? Why was the internet so sluggish? Thankfully, the voice of a roommate brought him relief. It turned out the network was indeed experiencing some fluctuations, but nothing too serious. A few minutes later, connectivity was restored, and Sun Jun's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. He had feared there was genuinely no one utilizing his delivery service. Upon refreshing again, he was greeted with the long-awaited notifications. The flying mother monkey, goodness. Why are the prices so exorbitant? They're almost on par with the restaurant. The fish who loves to eat cats. It seems like it's not cheaper than the place next door. Have you eaten? The invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. One order of green pepper stir-fried pork. Delivery address is the invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. Apologies, I misread the price. Please disregard my previous message. The one who doesn't want seaweed. I'm out of here. Today, have you eaten? Has a great deal. A bowl of noodles for just 4 yuan, and the delivery is prompt. Unlike yesterday's soggy noodles from here. A plethora of responses flooded the thread. Sun Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated the loyalty of these individuals to be so fleeting. After enjoying his subsidies for so long, they swiftly reverted to have you eaten? At that moment, he recognized a significant downside to utilizing the campus forum. Although the operational costs had been curbed, he could not control the discourse in the comment section. The users began to extol the virtues of have you eaten, unabated, and he could do nothing but watch as its reputation soared. The invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. How do you use have you eaten? The one who doesn't want seaweed. The one who doesn't want seaweed. Hold on. I'll send you the website link. You can access it directly from there and download the app too. Indomitable Tyrannosaurus Warrior. They even spontaneously began promoting have you eaten beneath Sun Jun's post. Currently, have you eaten is still within the subsidy period in the Qiming University area. As Sun Jun observed all of this, he felt a bit dizzy. Has all his effort merely served as a wedding garment for Chen Teng? At this moment, he comprehended the meaning of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Is this a failure for him? Sun Jun sat before his computer, feeling cold and numb. After scrolling for quite some time, he did not discover a single person placing an order. He slumped in his chair, 2 words echoing in his mind. Finished. Boss, the number of orders we are receiving at Qiming University is skyrocketing. In a work group, the person in charge of have you eaten at Qiming University reported to Chen Teng. Upon seeing this message, Chen Teng realized that Sun Jun could no longer sustain it. Can one person subsidize an entire school? What a joke. The population of Qiming University exceeds that of the business school by more than double. However, in a certain sense, Sun Jun has indeed fulfilled the promise he made in the cafeteria to ensure efficiency and to communicate any issues at any time. Chen Teng replied with a message. Just a few days prior, have you eaten? Was not performing well at Qiming University, yet Chen Teng still instructed the delivery personnel to remain prepared. In fact, Sun Jun's ability to hold on for this long had already surpassed Chen Teng's expectations. No wonder this guy is so cocky around campus. It turns out his family provides substantial support. Chen Teng reflected for a few moments. Thus far, around 70 of the businesses near these universities have established cooperative relationships with Have You Eaten? Even Teacher L and the leaders of the incubation park have spoken highly of Have You Eaten? Mentioning that more leaders are scheduled to visit the incubation park. However, when Chen Teng offered to accompany them, Teacher L declined. This inspection is more akin to a covert visit. Internally, the modest profits and the ever-increasing user base have exhilarated these university students. Currently, their greatest skill lies in dealing with various merchants. Observing the data from the website's backend, Chen Teng began to send a message in the group during the afternoon. Is anyone interested in becoming the head of Have You Eaten? Essentially the general manager of our company, responsible for expanding the company's business? Chen Teng directly tagged all members in the group. Nearby, Miao Zhengzhong sprang to his feet upon seeing the message. Wow, Brother Chen, is this a significant move underway? Indeed, in as little as 3 days, or as long as 7, we will commence our expansion. Once we begin to scale up, we will need someone to manage the specific affairs. In this regard, I hope to have someone from our own ranks. Over this period of observation, Chen Teng has gained some understanding of his small team. Wu Xian, Wang Ji, Zhang Mingxin. Among the team of several dozen individuals, approximately 7 or 8 can meet Chen Teng's minimum standards for this general manager position. Just like a small pay county can yield such talented individuals as Xiao He, Chao Can, and Fan Qua. Perhaps the majority of people's talents are sufficient. They merely lack opportunities for refinement. Of course, Chen Teng does not dismiss the possibility that he may have misjudged the situation. As for the highest standards, Chen Teng believes he must observe further. Are you interested? I am not. I feel that someone like me taking on the role of general manager feels somewhat akin to a child playing at being an adult. Miao Zhengzhong scratched his head, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Chen Teng did not press him. A first-year university student, having just embarked on his academic journey for less than 2 months, may not psychologically perceive himself as a bona fide adult or member of society. Chen Teng felt similarly when he was in college. Soon, someone in the group volunteered for the task. Within 3 days, a detailed proposal for external expansion is expected. The more thought you put into it, the better. 3 days from now, I will personally meet with you in room 108 for a discussion. This is not only an interview for the position of general manager, but also marks the official transition of, have you eaten? From a student-led team to a legitimate company. However, what Chen Teng did not anticipate was that before the interview could commence, he was summoned to the office by his advisor. Chapter 70. Reporting to the authorities, what brings you here, Director? Chen Teng entered the counselor's office with an air of familiarity, presenting a bottle of mineral water as a courteous gesture. Small tokens of goodwill may not always yield results, yet they seldom lead to ill will. The counselor accepted the water, placing it on the desk, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, is that recent incident regarding have you eaten a result of your doing? You've heard about it too? With such a commotion, who hasn't tea? The counselor couldn't help but reflect on his own school days, where he was preoccupied with skipping classes for the internet, while Chen Teng boldly embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, and with remarkable success at that. I would appreciate your continued support, but I don't reside in the student dormitory. How can I support you? You could place an order for me. This would not only benefit my business, but also satisfy your hunger. Chen Teng's assertive remarks left the counselor momentarily speechless. It was clear to him that Chen Teng had no intention of treating him as an outsider. A 1T beat around the bush. Have you recently crossed paths with our college as academic affairs director? No. Are they truly daring enough to report me? Chen Teng was taken aback. The counselor's words made it evident why he had been summoned. It was nothing more than the matter of disrupting the cafeteria's revenue. However, Chen Teng was perplexed. He had recorded the conversation, so why would they still dare to file a report? Were they not concerned he might expose the matter? What you're saying is rather amusing. The counselor chuckled in disbelief. When one cannot handle their own affairs, seeking help from others surely qualifies as reporting. Chen Teng was not surprised that his identity had been uncovered, eventually leading to this confrontation. It was not difficult for those with ulterior motives to discover his identity, especially since he was involved with the incubation center at the school. It seems they hope you will cease your endeavors. What? Chen Teng couldn't help but laugh. One must admit, the academic affairs director and the cafeteria couple are rather naive. With such a substantial business opportunity, how could he possibly walk away? Earlier that morning, the academic affairs director had inquired about him at the incubation center, discovered his identity, and then approached the counselor, urging him to admonish Chen Teng in hopes of persuading him to relinquish his business. And how do you intend to admonish me? I lack the capability for that. I'm merely here to provide you with a heads up. You must find a way to resolve this situation, correct? Do you know where the academic affairs director's office is? I do, but you're planning to address this issue. Chen Teng had no choice but to hope that the academic affairs director was a reasonable individual. After a moment of hesitation, the counselor decided to accompany Chen Teng. He had no objections. Once they stepped out of the administrative building, Chen Teng curiously asked, aren't they located in this building? No, the senior leadership resides in another building. There are so many buildings in our school. However, upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. If one were to office in the same building as the counselors and regular teachers, the incessant comings and goings of students would be inevitable. In such a scenario, even the deans and vice deans might find themselves perturbed. I shall drive you. Please guide me, Chen Teng said as he led the counselor toward his car. Upon encountering a BMW, the counselor could not suppress a glimmer of envy. Yet, considering his role as an educator, he quickly composed himself. Soon, the pair arrived at another small building. This corridor is exceptionally pristine, Chen Teng mused, reminiscent of his high school days. Other restrooms were notoriously filthy, but the one on the principal's floor was immaculate, free of odor and imbued with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Students often dashed to that floor to relieve themselves, declaring that using the restroom there was the only legitimate way to do so. In contrast, using the facilities in the teaching building was merely regarded as a mundane act. Indeed, this place rarely sees visitors, hence its cleanliness, remarked the counselor. Ascending to the second floor via the elevator, they soon located the office of the academic director. Director, Chen Teng has arrived. Oh, the academic director's appearance conformed to Chen Teng's stereotypical image of a middle-aged leader. Thick, somewhat artificial hair, a portly figure, and a belt cinched around his waist. Ah, Chen Teng, I trust Teacher Wang has briefed you on the relevant matters? So, the counselor's surname was Wang? Chen Teng smiled. Indeed, though I wonder if there might have been any miscommunication in Teacher Wang's relay of your intentions. Thus, I seek to hear your guidance directly. My message is quite simple. Students should focus on their studies and avoid distractions. Do you grasp my meaning? Is there no room for negotiation? I believe my project holds considerable merit and could enhance the school's reputation. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Teng's words momentarily caught the academic director off guard, prompting a hearty laugh. This mirth, however, rendered the counselor somewhat uncomfortable, as it conveyed disdain and mockery. He glanced at Chen Teng, who maintained a calm smile. The counselor felt a flicker of admiration for Chen Teng's composure in the face of ridicule. After all, he was someone who could elevate even the simplest matters into something substantial. Let us not jest, Chen Teng. That little project of yours is of no consequence to the school. Do you understand? If you persist with it, I cannot guarantee what might ensue. In that case, I suppose I must heed the teacher's advice and cease this project. Chen Teng shrugged. The counselor's eyes widened. Was he truly so quick to abandon his venture? The counselor found it hard to believe. Even the academic director appeared taken aback. Upon receiving information from the proprietor of the supermarket, it appears that Chen Teng is not an individual to be easily trifled with. His swift acquiescence raises suspicions of deceit, does it not? Nevertheless, Chen Teng stepped out of the office. You simply agreed? Indeed, one must obediently heed the teacher's words. However, I shall submit a small report. As Chen Teng spoke, he lifted his phone to make a call. The counselor glanced at Chen Teng's screen, where the contact was saved as Teacher LV. Hello, Teacher LV. I apologize for the interruption, but I must report a situation to you. I intend to withdraw this project from our institution. Our academic director insists that students focus on their studies, so I have decided to abandon it. I regret this decision and can only offer my sincerest apologies. With that, Chen Teng terminated the call. The counselor's expression turned somber. Is this truly a viable course of action? Why concern oneself with such matters? Teacher Wang, would you care to take my car for a spin around the campus? Am I allowed? Of course. Chapter 71. The anger of the academy leaders moments ago. In the Entrepreneurship Incubation Park, Office 106, Teacher L was guiding the leaders on a tour. After the establishment of the Have You Eaten project, Teacher L requested a report on its business data. This information left both him and the university leaders astounded. Consequently, he submitted the data, seemingly piquing the interest of higher authorities who expressed a desire to visit the incubation park. The efficiency displayed was so remarkable that Teacher L could hardly believe it was the modus operandi of the upper management. This project ranked second in terms of turnover and profit within our incubation park. The individuals in Office 106 were taken aback by the unexpected visit from Teacher L and the leaders. However, the leaders were exceedingly amiable, posing only a few routine questions before departing, leaving the Office 106 personnel somewhat perplexed. Come, let us observe your top-ranking project, one of them suggested. Certainly. The students in 106 keenly observed the expressions of the leaders, gradually realizing the significance of this inspection. The leaders entered Office 108, where Zhang Ningxin was quite surprised by their arrival. Leaders, this is our university's Have You Eaten project. Very impressive indeed. You all appear quite energetic. The central leader remarked with a smile, directing his gaze at Zhang Ningxin. Are you the person in charge of this project? No, I'm merely an ordinary employee. Our project leader is not present. Would you like me to summon him? No need, no need. We shall engage in a casual conversation. I have heard that your project's user count has reached 50,000? 50,000? Zhang Ningxin paused, shaking her head. Not 50,000? Is it 40,000? 50,000 was data from over a week ago. Our user count has now reached 100,000. 100,000. Upon hearing this figure, the leaders' faces clearly displayed astonishment. This number of users is indeed significant. Even Teacher L appeared taken aback. 100,000? When did that happen? How was I unaware? If I recall correctly, your university has a total of around 10,000 students, does it not? Indeed, however, our Have You Eaten project has expanded beyond a school of business to include Huaguo Foreign Language College, Qiming University, Huaguo Traditional Chinese Medicine College, Qiming Finance College, and Qiming Media University, all within our operational scope, Zhang Ningxin proudly explained. She had witnessed the project grow and flourish from its inception. From Chen Teng conducting market research in the cafeteria to its current reach spanning multiple institutions. She had observed every step of its journey. Impressive. So is this a branch or the headquarters? This is the headquarters. Our Have You Eaten? Founder is a student from the School of Business. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The central leader could not restrain his applause, with the other leaders joining in praise. What is the name of your boss? Chen Teng. Chen Teng. The leader furrowed his brow slightly. This name felt vaguely familiar, as if it had been encountered somewhere before. Yet in that moment, he could not recall where he had heard it. He would need to ponder it later. All right, let us conclude for today. So soon? Indeed, our primary task today is to visit some enterprises in the city. A few days ago, I came across some data from your school, which is why I made a detour here. Teacher L suddenly understood. It was clear now that the visit was not specifically for their institution. He had suspected that their modest business school could not warrant such a grand gathering of leaders. Teacher L and the college leaders escorted the city officials as they departed. Once the officials had left, a satisfied smile appeared on the faces of the college leaders. Well, I never anticipated that our school would produce such talent. Teacher L, you must find a way to ensure that this project maintains a strong collaborative relationship with our institution. Rest assured, Dean, I will certainly. Just then, Teacher L's phone rang. An awkward smile crossed his face as he hurriedly took out his phone, attempting to end the call. However, upon seeing the caller's name, he hesitated. Dean, it's Chen Teng calling. Should I answer? Go ahead, the dean nodded, his expression remaining unperturbed, still buoyed by the praise from the city officials. Hello, Teacher L. I apologize for the interruption. I need to discuss the situation with you. Before Teacher L could respond, Chen Teng's voice came through the line. What is the matter? Are you leaving the school? Teacher L lowered his voice, sensing something was amiss. Speak to the teacher, and he will assist you. The dean is right beside me. What is this? The academic affairs director? Can he meddle in our incubation center? Understood. Teacher L redisait Chen Teng's intention. After ending the call, he cast a sheepish glance at the dean. What is the matter, Teacher L? Your expression seems somewhat off. Is there an issue with Chen Teng's funding? The dean could only conceive of the difficulties encountered along the entrepreneurial path. No, Dean, it's that Chen Teng may need to terminate our collaboration with the incubation center. Why? It's because of the academic affairs director. Teacher L relayed Chen Teng's concerns in detail. The expressions of several college leaders darkened immediately. This director Xia has gone too far. What authority does he have to act in such a manner? Indeed, I do not recall an academic affairs director possessing such considerable power. Since we have some free time now, shall we pay a visit to the academic affairs director's office? Suggested one of the vice deans. Teacher L had no objections to this. Then I will inform Chen Teng about the situation. Teacher L silently mourned for the academic affairs director. This individual had a remarkable knack for choosing the right moment. Had it been a day earlier, the outcome of this matter might have remained in a state of impasse. Had it been a day later, once the excitement of the university leaders had subsided, the resolution might have taken a more circuitous route. Yet, it is precisely today, in the wake of the city leaders' commendation of Chen Teng, that events have unfolded. It is worth noting that such praise is not given lightly. A BMW roamed freely across the campus, with the counselor taking an exhilarating ride in a vehicle he had never driven before. Chen Teng, having nowhere in particular to go, relished the opportunity of a complimentary chauffeur. This is what one might call a win-win situation. However, after a while, the counselor's concern began to surface. Chen Teng, are you truly not worried about the methods of the academic affairs director? Chapter 72. Have I become a life mentor? Why worry about such trivial matters? I have heard that Director Xia shares a close relationship with a leader from our school. Upon hearing this, Chen Teng smiled softly, his demeanor radiating warmth. To be honest, even in the worst-case scenario, he would wield significant influence within the school, and should I be expelled, it would simply be an unfortunate outcome. But what of it? The counselor initially failed to grasp the situation. He could not comprehend why Chen Teng remained so composed. However, upon reflection, he realized how absurd his own concerns were. Here he was, a person who couldn't even afford a car, fretting over someone who could drive a BMW. For an ordinary student, expulsion might indeed warrant genuine concern for their future. But is Chen Teng merely an ordinary student? Some say that educational qualifications are crucial stepping stones, and without them, it is challenging to establish oneself in society. Yet, Chen Teng is flourishing with his ventures and possesses a substantial amount of savings. A stepping stone? He already holds a key. Why would he need a stepping stone? I sometimes envy people like you, the counselor remarked with a wry smile. Mr. Wang, one must sometimes adjust their mindset. Are you suggesting that I should recognize my place and refrain from aspiring to the unattainable? The counselor's bittersweet smile widened. No. What I mean is, if you envy, then strive for it. If you are dissatisfied with your current life, then change it. Merely envying is futile. As Chen Teng spoke, the counselor's driving slowed. He pondered Chen Teng's words. But what if I fail? Every endeavor in life exacts a price. If one is unwilling to bear the consequences of failure, then perhaps maintaining the status quo is preferable. Chen Teng felt that after living his second life, he had transformed into a master of discourse. Never mind, I shall refrain from preaching. I have always detested those who only expound grand theories while remaining unscathed. Teacher, if you wish to change your circumstances but lack funds, feel free to borrow from me. I refuse to be someone who merely speaks without offering assistance. Why would you do such a thing? The counselor gazed at Chen Teng, this student who seemed to possess a maturity surpassing his own. In times of poverty, one can focus on self-improvement. In times of prosperity, one should contribute to the greater good. I once longed for someone to aid me in my own struggles. The counselor's eyes were filled with confusion. How far could a freshman in college possibly have fallen? Hearing your words has oddly brought me some relief. I find my simple life rather agreeable. It seems I no longer envy you as much. Why not? Perhaps it is because you have genuinely placed opportunities before me. If I were to truly change, I wouldn't know where to begin. Perhaps I am more suited to this kind of life. Chen Teng shrugged, choosing not to interfere with the choices of others, and observed the counselor's emotional state. Chen Teng was perplexed by the counselor's overwhelming gratitude towards him. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted the impressive 50 emotional points. When the phone rang, a smile spread across his face. Teacher Wang, let us return to the office of the Academic Affairs Director. It seems this director does not possess as much authority as we had imagined. In the office of the Academic Affairs Director, the formidable dean, accompanied by several other leaders, forcefully knocked on the door. Dean Xin, Vice Dean Wang, Vice Dean Zhong. What brings you here? The sudden arrival of the leaders, with their serious expressions, made Director Xia rise, as if he were a student caught misbehaving. Director Xia, you wield quite the influence, forcing students to abandon their hard-earned entrepreneurial projects. Director Xia began, as Chen Teng and the counselor entered the room. Greetings, esteemed leaders and teachers. I am Chen Teng. He greeted the educators with a smile. Upon seeing Chen Teng, the leaders' expressions softened, their previously stern visages melting away like ice in the sun. So, you are the esteemed Chen Teng? Quite impressive indeed, both in appearance and capability. Hearing the dean's words, Director Xia's demeanor shifted to one of panic. How could Chen Teng receive such accolades? How could a single phone call summon so many prominent figures? Cold sweat began to dampen his back. By the way, esteemed leaders, I possess an audio recording. Would it be permissible to play it here? Go ahead, came a response. With permission granted, Chen Teng flashed a faint smile at Director Xia, a smile that instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Beware, I can ensure you do not graduate. With connections like mine, why would I engage in fair competition with you? I possess the means to ensure you do not graduate under the guise of fairness. Director Xia opened his mouth to explain, yet no words emerged. Sweat trickled down his forehead. That is not my statement. Indeed, it is not your statement. It is what the supermarket owner claimed. They said you had connections, did they not? Director Xia's mind went blank. He indeed had certain ties with the supermarket owner, and now confronted with the audio recording that Chen Teng presented, he was utterly at a loss. Director Xia felt like weeping without tears. Had he known Chen Teng possessed such material, his previous demeanor would have been vastly different. As these words sank in, the faces of the dean and other leaders darkened ominously. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish the school's reputation. Meanwhile, Chen Teng continued to smile at Director Xia. The appropriate weapon must be wielded before the right audience. Had it been presented earlier, Director Xia, though cautious, would have likely sought to eliminate the audio from Chen Teng's possession and devised a plan to deal with him. The stances of both parties were irreconcilable. However, the current circumstances are markedly different. The general stance of the department leaders remains aligned with Chen Teng. Within the university, these leaders wield considerable influence. It is most fitting to entrust power to those with the greatest authority. Director Xia, do you have any explanations to offer? I apologize. Chen Teng, I kneel before you. I implore you. Director Xia was on the verge of collapse. Chen Teng, suppressing his smile, expressionless, grasped Director Xia's hands, forcibly preventing him from kneeling. He rejected Director Xia's pleas. The department leaders also shook their heads slightly. You should submit a request for a position transfer yourself. After speaking, the leader turned to Chen Teng. Certain position transfers and replacements within the department necessitate an application to the management department. I understand. Chen Teng nodded slightly. The dean cannot arbitrarily remove Director Xia without due process. This reflects the inherent constraints within the academic system. Director Xia looked toward a vice dean for assistance. Yet the vice dean turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. A bitter smile crept onto his face. To avoid offending so many university leaders, he found himself with but one choice. At this moment, Chen Teng spoke again. Director Xia, there's another matter for which I require your assistance. Chapter 73. A complete resolution. What? Director Xia believed that Chen Teng might show leniency, his gaze fixed intently on him. However, the words that escaped Chen Teng's lips plunged him into a state of despair. An apology. Chen Teng spoke with utmost seriousness, insisting that the supermarket owner must apologize to his employee. Chen Teng firmly believed that a commendable employer should safeguard their staff. Although Zhang Ningxin's predicament was partly due to her own lack of capability and inability to resolve the situation, it nonetheless left her feeling wronged. Chen Teng had initially taken Zhang Ningxin away merely to prevent her from being unjustly detained. Yet, this incident lingered in his heart like an unresolved knot. If I were to demand an apology from her, Director Xia, you currently lack the standing to negotiate, the dean coldly interjected. Director Xia dared not pursue the matter further. Reluctantly, he took out his phone and dialed a number. At Lahong's supermarket, a middle-aged couple engaged in idle chatter while surveying the empty aisles. Situated adjacent to the classroom building, the supermarket saw little traffic during class hours, and they reveled in the tranquility of their time together. Today, I spoke with Siyuan. He will assist us in dealing with that student and ensure he submits. The middle-aged man chuckled. Really? That's wonderful. You have no idea how infuriating that little rascal is. The supermarket owner seethed, still bitter from the significant loss she had suffered at the hands of a student. Her once infallible schemes had proven utterly ineffective. In recording evidence, rest assured, he is merely a student. How much trouble can he truly cause? The middle-aged man scoffed dismissively. Siyuan is truly remarkable. Becoming the academic director has granted us such advantageous arrangements. Indeed, the couple chuckled together. The man was the cousin of Director Xia, previously an ordinary restaurant owner. However, when the school sought to change the cafeteria contractor, he leveraged his cousin-esque connections to secure a contract for the cafeteria. The supermarket owner had a similar tale. Just then, the supermarket owner's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile spread across her face. "Oh, it's Si Yuan. Good news is on the way. Surely, the boy has agreed to back down." "Hello, Si Yuan, what's the matter?" "Oh, what did you say?" The smile on the supermarket owner's face vanished instantly, as if she had encountered a terrifying revelation. The middle-aged man noticed his wife's sudden change in demeanor and furrowed his brow. "What did he say?" "He said, the boy has a formidable background. The dean, the vice dean, and all the school leaders are currently in his office." The supermarket owner swallowed hard, unable to contain her anxiety. "If you had those connections, why didn't you use them sooner? It would have resolved everything." The middle-aged man stood frozen in disbelief. "They are all backing that boy." The supermarket owner nodded numbly. "That young man insisted I apologize to his employees. He's truly a bully." The supermarket owner recalled Zhang Ningxin. "An apology from us?" The middle-aged man felt quite displeased. At that moment, Director Xia's voice echoed through the phone. "Brother, sister-in-law, if she does not apologize, it may be uncertain whether business can continue here." This phrase struck directly at their vulnerable spot. Why did they harbor disdain for Chen Teng? Was it not because of the "have you eaten" that adversely affected their business? Ultimately, it all boiled down to money. "Should we apologize?" The middle-aged man tentatively inquired. "On what grounds? Just because he has connections with the leadership, must we apologize to him? Isn't that sheer bullying?" The supermarket owner felt wronged. Director Xia, too, found himself at a loss. However, the middle-aged man understood his wife well. "If we do not apologize, what will become of our house?" The supermarket owner remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, he could only concede with a reluctant "all right." When Zhang Ningxin was summoned to the office of the academic director, she felt somewhat dazed. She was utterly unaware of the purpose of her visit, only able to greet the teachers as they arrived. Once everyone was present, it was time to apologize. The supermarket owner stood before Zhang Ningxin, reluctantly beginning, "I'm sorry, classmate. I should not have stopped you from leaving at the supermarket entrance last time." "Huh?" Zhang Ningxin was completely taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Days had passed since the incident, and she had nearly forgotten it. She never anticipated that Chen Teng would still remember, let alone compel the supermarket owner to apologize to her. This was entirely unexpected for Zhang Ningxin. "Oh, it's nothing, it's all in the past." The supermarket owner glanced at Director Xia, who then looked at Chen Teng. Chen Teng nodded. "Thank you, Director Xia, for making this call." Director Xia smiled. "It was my duty." The dean expressed his satisfaction. "In that case, let us consider this matter resolved. Chen Teng, you must work hard. The higher-ups have great confidence in your project. It is all thanks to the dean's nurturing." Chen Teng found it convenient to deal with someone as astute in interpersonal relations as the dean. By sharing the news of his endorsement with Director Xia, he alleviated any concerns regarding potential retaliation from either Director Xia or the supermarket owner. The dean beamed at Chen Teng's words, offering a few symbolic words of encouragement before departing. Other leaders followed suit, offering Chen Teng a few encouraging remarks before leaving in succession. The counselor, Chen Teng, and Zhang Ningxin also exited Director Xia's office. "Impressive. I now understand what it means for a hero to emerge in youth." The term felt somewhat peculiar in usage. Perhaps accomplished in youth? That phrase sounded a bit better. The counselor chuckled, patting Chen Teng on the shoulder. "I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave." The counselor strode ahead with haste, fearful of disturbing Chen Teng and Zhang Ningxin. Now, only Chen Teng and Zhang Ningxin remained. "Thank you, boss," she said. "It is the duty of a boss to protect an employee," he replied. "As for you, simply work diligently so that your boss can drive luxury cars and reside in opulent homes." "All right, I shall certainly assist you in driving luxury cars and living in opulent homes," Zhang Ningxin declared with utmost seriousness. This left Chen Teng somewhat at a loss. After all, sincerity is indeed a formidable weapon. He had intended to make a witty remark, but Zhang Ningxin seemed earnest. "Then allow me to escort you back to the incubation park," he offered. Very well, she replied. Throughout the journey, the two exchanged little conversation. Zhang Ningxin sat in the passenger seat, lost in her thoughts. Upon arriving at the incubation park, she turned to Chen Teng with a serious expression and said, "Chen Teng, you are a good boss." Chen Teng chuckled softly, gesturing for her to leave. Understanding, Zhang Ningxin turned and departed. Chapter 74, Progressive Thoughts and Personal Brand Image. 3 days later, at the Business School's Entrepreneurship Incubation Center. Office 108. Chen Teng entered the office and settled into a corner seat. Today marked the day of the interview for the general manager position. 5 individuals harbored aspirations for the role of general manager at Qilema. Among them were Wang Ji, Wu Xian, and Zhang Ningxin, along with 2 others whom Chen Teng also regarded highly. The compensation and responsibilities had previously been shared in the group. Who among you shall go first? I shall. Wang Ji raised his hand. Chen Teng nodded slightly, granting him permission to commence. Wang Ji connected a USB drive to the laptop on the desk and opened a PowerPoint presentation. You even prepared a PowerPoint? Impressive, Chen Teng remarked. I read online that creating a PowerPoint might facilitate expression, so I decided to make one, Wang Ji replied. Quite well done. Wang Ji was the first in the business school to establish a delivery team. Subsequent ventures like Lele Delivery and Lightning Delivery merely replicated Wang Ji's model. From this perspective, Wang Ji indeed possesses considerable potential. This month's work had also fostered significant growth in him. Share your thoughts. If appointed as general manager, how would you approach external expansion? Chen Teng inquired. I plan to divide it into 3 phases. Wang Ji began to present his plan alongside the PowerPoint, which diverged slightly from Chen Teng's internal vision. Yet this was not a major concern. How do you intend to contend with the competition posed by Blue Knight? You are aware of Blue Knight, correct? Indeed, I am. I intend to pursue a differentiated competition strategy. Elaborate, please. Chen Teng's interest was piqued. We can target the high-end market. The high-end market? Are you suggesting we cater to the affluent? Precisely. We could collaborate with upscale restaurants to deliver meals to the wealthy clientele. Thus, these meals might cost hundreds or even thousands per order, Chen Teng noted. And Wang Ji nodded in agreement. Chen Teng pressed on with more inquiries. Why wouldn't high-end restaurants deliver themselves? Why would affluent individuals seek our services instead of hiring personal chefs? Have you conducted relevant market research? How many wealthy individuals are inclined to order takeout? Wang Ji faltered, clearly not having considered these aspects thoroughly. Your idea has merit, but without sufficient market research, you cannot persuade me, Chen Teng said, contemplating Wang Ji's suitability for the general manager position. Although Wang Ji was full of ideas and exhibited strong execution skills, his decision-making prowess was lacking. Take some time to reflect further. Wu Xian, it's your turn. Wang Ji stepped aside, his expression somber. Wu Xian appeared somewhat anxious. On the question of external expansion, her responses mirrored Wang Ji's closely. However, she had her own insights regarding the competition with Blue Knight. My thoughts align with Wang Ji's. I propose a differentiated competition strategy. I have learned that Blue Knight has yet to penetrate the campus market, which remains an overlooked opportunity. Thus, we may initially develop discreetly according to our own model, ideally securing an exclusive partnership with the school. This would grant us a distinct market advantage. Even if we fail to compete in the mainstream market, we would still possess our own sanctuary. Consequently, by the time the students graduate, due to their established habits, they would likely prioritize utilizing our services. Have you eaten? This line of thought aligns perfectly with Chen Teng's vision. In fact, he is currently pursuing this strategy. Indeed. Zhang Ningxin, what about you? The concerns that Chen Teng harbors are quite limited, primarily the strategy for external expansion and the plan to contend with Blue Knight. If these 2 issues can be adeptly resolved, have you eaten? Would attain genuine success. My thoughts on external expansion mirror theirs, while regarding competition with Blue Knight. I believe there are 2 critical points. Firstly, it is imperative to invest aggressively at the outset, employing substantial financial resources to retain customers, delivery personnel, and merchants through tangible incentives. I do not believe that significant differentiation can be achieved in this industry. all business models can be replicated with precision. To successfully compete with Blue Knight, we must possess ample funding. Without sufficient capital, it would be prudent to sell the delivery network we have established directly to Blue Knight. With adequate resources, regardless of their actions, we will devise ways to keep pace. As long as we persistently pursue them, they will inevitably be outpaced by us. Our imperative is to be willing to spend decisively and generously. Chen Teng found this intriguing. Was this his own idea? Zhang Ningxin shook her head, stating no. It was KK who inspired me. KK flying car, beyond the line of fire, KK hall, KK dance. None of these are original concepts. Yet regardless of the changes made by competitors, KK swiftly adapts and optimizes. KK indeed serves as a highly relevant reference among internet giants. Although there are distinctions between mobile and PC internet, the commercial models remain strikingly similar. In the marketplace, decisiveness is sometimes essential. Those who hesitate can easily be overtaken by opportunistic competitors. What about the second point? The second point hinges on whether you, the proprietor, are willing to step into the limelight. Assuming I am willing, it would involve cultivating your personal brand. I have researched some international companies, such as the renowned Apple, which has crafted its founder into a genius figure, and, similarly, the CEO of Microsoft possesses a distinct personal image. Upon hearing this, Chen Teng's expression grew rather serious. The endeavor of company leaders to cultivate personal brands is indeed practiced by some firms, with certain companies achieving considerable success. For instance, the once esteemed e-commerce giant Alibaba and the iconic figure of Lei Jun are both classic examples of personal branding. It is difficult to quantify precisely how much their personal images have contributed to their company's growth. But to assert that their personal images have had no impact whatsoever would be utterly absurd. Through your understanding of foreign companies, have you realized this? Indeed, yet I remain uncertain about its feasibility. I perceive this as quite analogous to enlisting celebrities for endorsements. However, while a celebrity typically endorses but one product, the personal branding of an entrepreneur could, in essence, provide endorsement for all their ventures. You articulate this exceptionally well. Chen Teng was entirely unprepared for Zhang Ningxin's insightful perspective and thought process. Such thinking, in this current era, is indeed somewhat avant-garde. Zhang Ningxin smiled faintly. Ever since Chen Teng tasked them with preparing for this interview, Zhang Ningxin had relinquished all her leisure time, diligently pondering how to advance Have You Eaten? Her roommate even remarked that she seemed somewhat obsessed. Nevertheless, Zhang Ningxin felt indifferent, convinced she was traversing the right path. Next, let us see if others possess any unique and innovative ideas. Chapter 75. General Manager Zhang Ningxin. Liang Qing seeks assistance after completing the remaining 2 interviews. Chen Teng reached a decision. Zhang Ningxin would serve as the general manager, with Wang Ji and Wu Xian as her deputies. In terms of ideas and perspectives, Zhang Ningxin was the most favored by Chen Teng. This was partly due to her having posed several inquiries to Chen Teng in private. However, the other 4 also occasionally engaged in private discussions regarding business matters, so Zhang Ningxin's advantage could not be deemed as unfair. As for Wu Xian and Wang Ji, one was characterized by strong execution, while the other was rich in ideas. The combination of these 3 individuals was likely to yield commendable results. Regarding the 2 of you, I have 2 proposals to present. One option is to intern at a gaming company. Rest assured, while it is a gaming company, the internship will focus on administrative tasks. The other option is to remain at Have You Eaten? Taking on a mid-level leadership role. Chen Teng offered them a choice, and both opted to continue at Have You Eaten? This decision did not surprise Chen Teng. Departing Have You Eaten? For another company would mean stepping out of their comfort zones, something most individuals tend to shy away from. Chen Teng did not consider remaining in one's comfort zone a misguided choice. After all, life is singular, and as long as one can accept their decision, it is invariably the right one. Senior, this business card is for you. Linya, the general manager of Tengda Games, is available for any inquiries you may have regarding business and management. I have also discussed the development of Have You Eaten with her extensively. Boss, what is the relationship between Tengda Games and our company? It is another one of my enterprises. Tengda Games? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Wang Ji remarked, tilting his head. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Could it possibly be the Tengda Games behind Plants vs. Zombies? Indeed, it is the very same company that produced Plants vs. Zombies and Fruit Ninja. Our website and app were developed by the team at Tengda Games. The others gazed at Chen Teng in sheer astonishment. That is Tengda Games, the creators of Plants vs. Zombies and Fruit Ninja. One is a computer game, the other a mobile game. Virtually everyone has played them. Boss, you cannot be joking. Rest assured, this is no jest. Zhang Ningxin finally grasped the source of Chen Teng's confidence. After all, it was Tengda Games. While not the pinnacle of companies nationwide, in the eyes of these university students, Tengda Games was indeed a formidable entity. The quality of their games? Exceptional. In terms of business, they were immensely profitable. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding the company's financial stability. We would undoubtedly be wealthier than Blue Knight. Chen Teng instilled a sense of reassurance within them all. Moreover, I will arrange for Tengda Games to send a vice president to guide you, whether for a month or longer, depending on your capabilities. This vice president was also summoned by Chen Teng to provide support. Should these three individuals falter in managing the entire company, it would be prudent to appoint the vice president to oversee specific affairs. If they're capable but merely lack experience, this vice president could seamlessly fill that gap. The five individuals sensed Chen Teng's profound regard for Have You Eaten? Rest assured, dear boss, we shall not disappoint your expectations. As for the fact that I am the proprietor of Tengda Games, let us keep this under wraps for the time being. Chen Teng yearned for a period of tranquility. Once the word spreads that he is the owner of Tengda Games, his peace may be significantly compromised. The five expressed their understanding. As for the Have You Eaten? Team, should we inform them? There is no rush. They will inevitably discover it in due time. Very well, boss. By the way, I will temporarily issue your salaries according to Tengda Game standards, and we shall sign an internship agreement. As for the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, they will not be provided for now, as you are still students. Chen Teng wished to preserve their status as fresh graduates. Should they choose to leave Tengda after graduation, signing a labor contract now would not serve their best interests. Although Chen Teng felt confident that they would likely remain with Tengda, given that he could assert his compensation is among the best in the industry. Very well, boss. After contemplating, Chen Teng deemed there were no further matters to address and announced the meeting's conclusion. Upon opening the door, he spotted someone seated outside his office, Liang Qing, from a neighboring tourism department. Today, she donned a khaki coat over a white shirt. Her typically cold and disenchanted expression brightened upon seeing Chen Teng. "What brings you here?" he inquired. I have something I wish to discuss with you." "Discuss with me? About what?" Chen Teng was perplexed. Their interactions had been infrequent, and their relationship could barely be described as acquaintances. "I encountered some issues in project development. I spoke with Professor LV, but we did not arrive at any concrete conclusions. He suggested that conversing with you might yield significant insights." "I see. If you provide constructive proposals, I could offer you a fee as consultation." Chen Teng found this amusing. In this new life, it was the first time someone sought to compensate him for his insights. With a playful demeanor, he asked, "How much can you offer?" After a moment's hesitation, Liang Qing replied, 1,000. Chen Teng chuckled softly. Such a sum would hardly suffice to sway him. Fortunately, his time was not yet so precious as to be measured in gold. He had thoughts regarding Liang Qing's project, and considering her previous kind reminders, he decided to acquiesce. "Let us discuss this in your office." "All right." Without hesitation, Liang Qing led Chen Teng into office 106. To his surprise, the office was completely empty. "Where are your project team members?" he inquired. "They have all gone out, either to negotiate with scenic spots or to distribute flyers." "What questions do you wish to ask?" "Please, just speak your mind. Perhaps I can assist you in finding a solution." "I would like to inquire whether you possess any strategies for negotiating prices with tourist attractions." "What prompted such a thought?" "Recently, I have been contemplating the expansion of our business." As Liang Qing spoke, Chen Teng began to comprehend the predicament that Liang Qing was currently facing. They aspired to broaden their enterprise beyond the confines of the campus and to establish customized travel services within the same city. However, during this expansion, they encountered certain obstacles. The primary hindrance was that many potential clients recoiled at the mere mention of prices. Even when presented with a cost-effective proposal, they remained reluctant to accept it. Liang Qing felt a deep sense of frustration. While their customized travel services had garnered some success within the campus, the scenario beyond its boundaries was starkly dismal. Consequently, she sought advice and assistance from Teacher L. In turn, Teacher L recommended that she propose her ideas to Chen Teng. With that, Liang Qing turned her gaze towards Chen Teng. Chapter 76. Examples of unbroadcastable content. Are you contemplating renegotiating prices with the scenic area, hoping to reduce costs and attract others with lower prices? Am I correct? Indeed. Wrong. Your reasoning is entirely misguided. On what grounds do you assert that? Although our scale in school may not rival yours, we have still managed to earn quite a bit through this approach, Liang Qing retorted, somewhat unconvinced. The campus and the outside world are entirely disparate realms. How so? Chen Teng replied, I wonder if you have heard that many individuals, once they enter society, completely forego gaming altogether. Liang Qing nodded slightly. I have heard of that. Do you know why? Why? Because they lack funds and are preoccupied with grappling with life's demands. When one is short on money and time, exhausted, who has the leisure to play? Even if they do, the frequency is exceedingly low. Liang Qing extrapolated. Although college students may be financially constrained, they possess ample time and are not fatigued. Chen Teng remarked, a teachable spirit indeed. Hence, they have the luxury to calculate cost-effectiveness and seek custom travel plans from you. Liang Qing appeared contemplative. However, she soon knitted her brows again. But wait, they still have time to travel. Some may save for an entire year, take a vacation during the new year, and venture out for leisure. Those who devise their own budget travel plans and itineraries will not pay for customized travel. Chen Teng's cold words shattered Liang Qing's illusions. In a moment of stubborn defiance, she countered, yet there are still those who opt for the travel agency's budget packages. Chen Teng followed her line of thought. Indeed, a portion of individuals, too indolent to ponder, choose the travel agency's low-cost offerings. Their pursuit is not of cost-effectiveness, but of absolute affordability. Not pursuing cost-effectiveness? Suppose I were to offer you 5 million yuan to buy the entire fruit phone company. You would not make the purchase. Although the cost-effectiveness is extraordinarily high, you still cannot afford it. Liang Qing was left speechless, her spirit somewhat dampened. So according to you, customized travel with a focus on cost-effectiveness is meaningless? Chen Teng nodded. Precisely. In truth, I believe you have not grasped the most crucial aspect of customized travel. What is it? Emotional value. Although in later times this term has gradually devolved into a tool for certain groups, it indeed exists. Noticing Liang Qing's confusion, Chen Teng continued to elucidate. When you dine at a restaurant with identical prices and flavors, one establishment serves you with a blank expression while the other greets you warmly as sister. Which one would you choose? And why? I understand now. So you mean that if I were to create customized travel experiences, the most vital aspect is not cost-effectiveness, but emotional value? Exactly. Travelers, in essence, fall into two categories, the affluent and the less fortunate. To please those without means, you must offer affordability. This is an area where you cannot compete with travel agencies. To delight those with wealth, however, there are myriad approaches. And how do you make them happy? Would you prefer to hear about the broadcastable or the unbroadcastable methods? What do you mean by unbroadcastable? Liang Qing was left in a state of confusion. For instance, during your journey, you were accompanied by several charming young ladies who incessantly called out brother, brother, to the point that it rendered him utterly weak. Stop. Liang Qing felt a shiver run down her spine. She could already predict the subsequent developments without Chen Teng needing to elaborate further. What could possibly be broadcasted? This presents a seemingly simple yet, in reality, a rather intricate dilemma. To put it succinctly, the individuals accompanying the journey must possess exceptionally high emotional intelligence, be well-versed in social intricacies, and have the ability to uplift other spirits. Chen Teng shrugged his shoulders, expressing a sense of helplessness. Such individuals are akin to sales champions. Everyone acknowledges their necessity, yet no one knows how to recruit them. It certainly sounds rather challenging. Is there truly no other alternative if I wish to pursue travel? Liang Qing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her pride in offering customized travel services would be deemed so futile by Chen Teng. In truth, I believe your approach ultimately aligns with conventional travel agency thinking, attracting the financially challenged with low prices while offering bespoke services to affluent tourists. Liang Qing lowered her head, feeling disheartened. She had thought she was forging a novel path, only to discover that she was indistinguishable from the crowd. Furthermore, why do you choose to post on a local forum? Why not inquire within your own circle? Ask those around you how many of them are inclined to undertake intraprovincial travels. This is not even intraprovincial. It is merely city tourism. You ought to engage individuals from other cities to ascertain their interest in visiting our Qiming tourism. Providing customized services in that context would grant you a significant advantage. Chen Teng's words pierced Liang Qing's heart like a sharp sword. It became evident that her previous expansion plans had consistently veered in the wrong direction. Indeed, her tourism resources were concentrated in Qiming, and her pricing negotiations were limited to merely a handful of local attractions. She should have been inquiring whether others were interested in traveling to Qiming. Thank you, Liang Qing murmured weakly. Observing her crestfallen demeanor, Chen Teng couldn't help but smile. In fact, I have an excellent proposal at hand. Would you like to know? Yes. Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with interest. Conquering a commercial project is fundamentally a process of posing questions and providing solutions. The mere ability of Chen Teng to identify issues already impressed Liang Qing immensely. However, what truly astonished her was that he also had solutions in mind. This left her in deep admiration. Nevertheless, this would entail a different cost altogether. How could Chen Teng casually divulge his core business strategies? Offering insights into problems without charge is the extent of Chen Teng's generosity. Oh, it's not entirely free. Chen Teng stands to earn 1,000 from this. I understand. Liang Qing summoned her courage, a faint blush appearing on her fair face. Brother, what? Chen Teng was taken aback. Liang Qing lowered her gaze. This, will it suffice? No, what on earth occupies your mind? Did you not claim you would call out brother, until he was utterly weakened? I was merely providing an example of something unsuitable for broadcast. Oh. Liang Qing continued to lower her head. In truth, I was momentarily possessed. That individual was not truly me. Please do not speak of it. Chen Teng found himself in a state of amusement. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Liang Qing would suddenly behave in such a manner. With her cold, world-weary countenance, exuding an aura that repelled strangers, she nonetheless shyly called him brother. My goodness, how utterly astonishing. Fortunately, Chen Teng was currently devoid of any romantic inclinations. His sole ambition was to transform Tangda into the largest commercial empire in the world. What I mean is, should you wish to comprehend the subsequent plans, you must acquiesce to my acquisition. Circling back, Chen Teng returned to the topic they had discussed during their initial encounter. Liang Qing shook her head, expressing her unwillingness to be dependent on others. No worries. You have ample time to ponder. I am not in a rush concerning this project. Travel is not a necessity for the general populace. There remains a considerable interval before it becomes a sensation. Furthermore, unlike the mobile phone industry, which possesses a significantly high technical barrier, a delayed entry is acceptable. In summary, if your intention is merely to develop within the campus, the current strategy is quite feasible, and persistence will yield considerable profits. However, if you aspire to venture beyond the campus boundaries, then an alteration of your existing strategy is imperative. Of course, one point I must emphasize, when I personally intervene, regardless of your efforts, the outcome will inevitably be dismal. Thus, I advise you to tread carefully. With that, Chen Teng turned to leave. Yet, before he could exit, a figure suddenly barred his path. Chapter 77. The idle worry. Who are you? Why do you bully her? Chen Teng assessed his adversary with a swift glance. Adorned with a Rolex and Armani, clutching a fruit, it was evident that he belonged to the affluent class, at least within the context of a university campus. Although shorter than Chen Teng by a head, he exuded an undeniable presence. Suku, he did not bully me. Liang Qing interjected hastily, positioning herself between the two. Then who is he? Su Qiu's hostility was palpable as he fixed his gaze on Chen Teng, scrutinizing him closely. Liang Qing found herself at a loss for how to introduce Chen Teng. A friend? They had only met a couple of times, hardly qualifying as friends. A business partner? While they had discussed matters of commerce, any notion of partnership was far-fetched. Why should I explain anything to you? Liang Qing suddenly realized. She indeed struggled with how to present Chen Teng, yet her connection with Su Qiu was non-existent. Chen Teng had left her mind in a whirl, leading her to forget such a simple matter. Su Gu Fan De. Chen Teng raised an eyebrow, disinterested in their exchange. Regardless of whether their relationship was that of classmates, friends, or lovers, it bore no significance to him. He slightly turned and began to stride toward the exit. Apologies, Liang Qing, you know I have always liked you, which is why I couldn't hold back just now. I have told you countless times. Do not bother me again. Chen Teng's lips twitched slightly. What a character. He had expected someone formidable, only to discover Su Qiu was merely a lesser version of Sun Jun. One could only wonder if Su Qiu was the Sun Jun Plus or the Sun Jun Mini. Watching Chen Teng's receding figure, Liang Qing withdrew her gaze, fixing Su Qiu with a frosty stare. I have matters to attend to. You should leave. I just arrived. Su Qiu implored, his tone bordering on desperation. And this time, I genuinely have important business. What business? I procured some funds for my family. If your project is in need of financial support, I can invest. Rest assured, I seek no equity and will not interfere with the development of your project. Su Qiu declared earnestly. However, Liang Qing shook her head. My project no longer requires funding. I may need to reconsider the direction of my company. After her conversation with Chen Teng, Liang Qing realized she truly needed to reflect on how to address the challenges before her. Her emotions toward Chen Teng were exceedingly complex. Gratitude? A touch of it. 1,000 yuan had unveiled potential issues within her project, which she deemed a worthwhile trade. Yet, she felt a twinge of indignation. Why did Chen Teng assume that with his involvement, her prospect for success were doomed to falter? Did he truly perceive Liang Qing as so lacking? Su Qiu stared blankly at Liang Qing. After much effort to persuade his family for a substantial sum of money to invest in her, he was now left bewildered by her refusal. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Teng swiftly cast aside the matters concerning Su Qiu and Liang Qing. Miao Jingzhong was absent, presumably occupied elsewhere. Within the dorm, only Luo Jinbin and Kai Heng were engaged in their gaming activities. You're back. Yes, I am. Chen Teng climbed onto his bed, reclining effortlessly as if he were sinking into a comforting embrace after a long day of toil. Suddenly, he experienced a profound sense of relief, akin to having completed all his tasks. Brother Chen, may I pose a question? Kai Heng, while playing Crossfire, was abruptly taken down with a headshot and decided to strike up a conversation. Sure, go ahead. Are you quite wealthy? Indeed, there is no need for concealment in this regard. Driving around in a BMW while attempting to feign poverty in front of his roommates seemed rather naive. Then why do you still involve yourself in, have you eaten? Bustling about. Kai Heng found this perplexing. He was a thinker more than a doer. He had contemplated entrepreneurship, but never pursued it due to laziness. He had considered joining Chen Teng's Have You Eaten? Yet again, his inertia held him back. He had thought about diligently attending classes. However, laziness won that battle too. Let us play. Log in. Kai Heng mused that if he possessed a few 100,000, he certainly wouldn't fuss about like Chen Teng. If one were to fuss, it would be wiser to employ someone else to manage it. Why did Chen Teng insist on handling everything himself? This inquiry momentarily caught Chen Teng off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a response. I'm simply idle. Kai Heng had anticipated a more idealistic response. Instead, he was met with such a candid admission. Chen Teng chuckled heartily. In truth, it was a combination of idleness and a tinge of dissatisfaction. Throughout his past, Chen Teng viewed himself as a failure. He possessed wealth, yet it was modest. He owned a car, but it was not luxurious. He had a home. It was encumbered by a mortgage. Observing the glamorous lives of others led Chen Teng to ponder whether he could carve out his own niche through entrepreneurship and hard work. Yet, he lacked the courage to take that leap. The fear of failure loomed large, for a misstep could spell the end of his aspirations. This was the reality for the ordinary individual when confronted with the trials of life. There was little room for error. For the affluent, failure in business ventures posed little consequence. They could always try again. Those with substantial resources could weather several failures. However, for the average person, the stakes were far higher. With the advent of a new lifestyle, Chen Teng's tolerance for risk had increased. Coupled with a newfound sense of leisure, he felt emboldened to attempt challenges once more. During times of idleness, one often seeks to tackle difficult problems. Although Chen Teng's current endeavor did not rely solely on his own efforts, the most significant contributions stemmed from a vision of the future. Yet, ultimately, he had achieved a degree of success, had he not? Much like solving a complex mathematical problem with the guidance of a teacher as hints. Though not entirely through his own exertion, he felt a sense of accomplishment nonetheless. Kai Hung scratched his head, yet with the character revived in the game, he chose not to press further. Moments ago, I posed a question to Chen Teng, merely seeking a diversion after the demise of a game character, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. Chen Teng, however, remained unfazed, choosing instead to recline upon his bed and indulge in the new DLC of Plants vs. Zombies. This particular DLC, set in the world of PUBG, was an experience he had yet to explore. Although the mobile screen was somewhat diminutive, the development of the game on the mobile platform by Tengda was remarkably commendable. Aside from a slight discomfort for the eyes, there were no discernible shortcomings. The game's optimization was truly exceptional. It was indeed a testament to the prowess of our company's developers. Chen Teng could not help but express his admiration with a thumbs up, as he savored a leisurely and delightful afternoon in his dormitory. Chapter 78. The discovery of the transmission chain. Time flies, and the days pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, we find ourselves in November. Chen Teng sat in the last row, listening as the class committee members took turns presenting on stage. What are they reporting? A summary of October. Indeed, there was no mishearing. It was the October summary. This endeavor, more of formality than of genuine significance, had been concocted by the class committee. At the beginning of each month, they were tasked with reflecting on the previous month's events and the actions they had undertaken, followed by a forecast of what the current month would bring. Those who have experienced university life understand that, typically, the only individuals truly engaged in activities are the class leader and the youth league secretary. The remaining committee members usually find themselves with little to do, while the class leader and the secretary can manage to provide a few remarks for the summary and outlook. Expecting the other committee members to do the same seems rather burdensome. Yet, the individuals on stage appeared to relish the task. This was now the third time Chen Teng had heard the phrase "time flies." Lowering his head, he scrolled through his phone. October had come to an end, and Tengda Games' third title, Angry Birds, had made its debut. Building on the foundation laid by the previous two games, anticipation for Angry Birds had reached a fever pitch even before its release. Various gaming forums were abuzz, discussing the game and its impressive achievements. 1 million on the first day, another million on the first day. Unlike the previous title, Fruit Ninja, which took 20 hours to reach 1 million sales, Angry Birds achieved this feat in a mere 17 hours. Notably, while Angry Birds was priced at 6 yuan domestically, the actual revenue was less than 6 times the sales figures due to the creators' earnings on Tengda Games Forum. However, the scenario was quite different abroad. Chen Teng employed a dual pricing strategy, setting the international price at $6. When converted, the total revenue surpassed 6 million. And this was merely within a single day. This was just the core game. The forthcoming DLC would transform this title into an even more lucrative venture. Joy 1, Joy 1, Joy 1. Players from across the nation and even the globe were fervently generating emotional value for Chen Teng. In the realm of emotional value, Chen Teng had gained a profound understanding. The stronger the emotion, the shorter the transmission chain, resulting in a greater increase in emotional value. Conversely, the greater the distance, the lesser the emotional value accrued. This concept of the transmission chain was a term invented by Chen Teng. When a player engages with Plants vs. Zombies and finds it enjoyable, they experience emotions such as happiness, joy, delight while playing. Consequently, they may come to appreciate the company that developed the game. even if such thoughts remain subtle and reside in the subconscious. Thus, the emotion is transmitted from the game to the game company. The perception of this gaming company is quite favorable, leading to the belief that the individuals within it are exceptional. This sentiment encompasses all the developers, including Chen Teng. Consequently, the emotions are transmitted from the company to Chen Teng. However, this two-tiered emotional relay significantly diminishes the emotional value conveyed to Chen Teng. Such feelings may originate from the subconscious of the individuals involved. Even if the initial emotional value is a 10, it may not even amount to 1 by the time it reaches Chen Teng. Perhaps only with an emotional value of 20 or even 30 will it provide any substantial emotional benefit to him. Thus, if Chen Teng wishes to reap a considerable emotional harvest, the most effective strategy would be to gain fame. Only in this manner can the admiration that the majority of players hold for Plants vs. Zombies bypass 10 game and transfer directly to Chen Teng. The accolades received by 10 game would further enhance the reverence for Chen Teng, bestowing upon him greater emotional value. It seems imperative to devise a suitable method to achieve fame. Chen Teng contemplated how he might present himself to the public. Should he simply state his identity as the owner of 10 game? Such an approach seemed rather lackluster. It would be preferable to create a sensation, akin to internet celebrities such as Milk Tea Sister, Sharp Brother, or Sister Phone. Undoubtedly, his status as a university student is a fitting identity for this endeavor. But how should he proceed? Chen Teng realized he needed to ponder this carefully. Just as he was deep in thought, a phone call interrupted him. An unfamiliar number flashed on his screen. Who could be calling him? Chen Teng, not wishing to overthink it, quietly exited through the back door of the classroom and made his way downstairs to a quieter area. The classroom had been exceedingly silent. Hello, may I ask who this is? Hello, Chen Teng. My surname is Huang. You can call me Secretary Huang. Secretary Huang? Chen Teng recalled and responded. Hello, Secretary Huang. Do we know each other? Haha, I know you, but you do not know me. Recently, we visited the Entrepreneurship Incubator at Huaguo University's Business School to learn about the Have You Eaten project. Oh, now makes sense. Chen Teng had not anticipated that this secretary would be the one calling. A private enterprise's secretary is typically just an assistant, often handling minor tasks. However, a leader's secretary is no ordinary assistant. May I ask, Secretary Huang, why you are seeking me? Well, Chen Teng, I would like to understand your perspective on Yongsheng and our Qiming city. Both are quite good, Chen Teng replied, somewhat puzzled. Why was he being asked this? Surely, they were not soliciting his advice on urban development? Had his identity as a player of cities, skylines been uncovered? My inquiry was not sufficiently detailed. I meant to ask where you would prefer the headquarters of 10 Company to be located in the future. Secretary Huang patiently awaited Chen Teng's response. Since the last encounter at the Entrepreneurial Incubation Park, when the name Chen Teng was mentioned by Zhang Ningxin, the leaders of Qiming City inexplicably found the name somewhat familiar. The familiarity of an individual may stem from a personal acquaintance with someone named Chen Teng. However, when a collective recognizes the name, it undoubtedly indicates that the individual in question possesses a certain significance. Eventually, they recalled the reason for this familiarity. A prominent taxpayer had inexplicably emerged in the neighboring Yong City, Tengda Games. At that time, they had envied Yong City for boasting such a substantial contributor to its tax revenue, which led them to pay closer attention to the name of Tengda Games proprietor. To their astonishment, they discovered that the owner of Tengda Games had studied in Qiming City. Not only had he studied there, but he had also registered a business in Qiming City. Could they then infer that Chen Teng had intentions of establishing himself in Qiming City? Initially, Secretary Huang and his colleagues decided to observe further and deliberate on their stance regarding Chen Teng. However, once Angry Birds was released, their perspective shifted dramatically. Observing was no longer an option. If they failed to devise a strategy to attract such an enterprise to Qiming City, it would constitute a significant loss. Conversely, if they succeeded in bringing it to fruition, it would represent a tangible achievement for the administration. Chapter 79. The Dragon and Phoenix within the Dragon and Phoenix. So, it is Chen Teng mused. The words of Secretary Huang dispelled the doubts that lingered in his mind. Exceptional enterprises are coveted by all regions, despite differing definitions of excellence. Some believe that profitability defines a superior company, while others contend that the ability to create employment opportunities is the hallmark of success. Regardless of the perspective, Tengda Games undoubtedly stands as an exemplary enterprise. The emergence of a headquarters for Tengda in Qiming City is a foreseeable development. It is entirely reasonable to desire Tengda's headquarters to be situated in Qiming City. The location of a company's headquarters is a pivotal issue. Such a critical matter necessitates identifying its core, taking into account various factors, including the company's developmental strategy, cost considerations, and future growth potential. Chen Teng was beginning to ramble. The essence of his discourse was quite simple. He had not yet reached a conclusion and needed to ponder further. Chen Teng was not deceiving Secretary Huang. He genuinely had not arrived at a decision. The choice of headquarters location is not a decision to be made hastily. Wherever the benefits are greatest, that is where the headquarters shall be. However, Chen Teng had yet to contemplate where those benefits might lie. As Secretary Huang listened to Chen Teng's meandering thoughts, he began to grasp why Chen Teng's enterprise had achieved such remarkable success. This was not a skill typically possessed by an ordinary university student. Thus, he interjected directly, "How about this, classmate Chen Teng? If Tengda's headquarters is established in Qiming City, we shall offer the most favorable policy support." Just as Chen Teng was about to inquire about the specifics of this support, another thought struck him. Did he truly require policy backing? Yes, but it was not of paramount importance. What truly propels Tengda's growth is Chen Teng's expansive vision from the future, coupled with the resources provided by the system. Therefore, gaining notoriety to harvest emotional value is of utmost significance. Secretary Huang, I do not require policy support to that extent. I am rather youthful and somewhat vain. I aspire to be a prominent figure and display a bit of authority. Is there any way to achieve that? Well, there actually is, Secretary Huang replied. Chen Teng's spirits lifted at his words, as he had not anticipated that there would indeed be a solution. The top 10 outstanding youths of Qiming City. How could I not have thought of that? Official endorsement. If I leverage the power of the internet to generate some buzz. This is feasible. Highly feasible. The two continued their conversation for approximately 3 more minutes, during which there was no idle chatter, only meaningful and substantial exchanges. Their discussion was exceedingly pleasant. On November 5th, Fang Shu, a journalist from Qiming Television, sat before her computer, furrowing her brow as she contemplated her manuscript. Writing is a rather cumbersome endeavor. Each word must be meticulously considered. A misstep in wording or a misunderstanding of leadership's intent can lead to reprimand. One could say that much of the time spent writing is devoted to correcting errors. After confirming that there were no issues with her manuscript, Fang Shu intended to submit her work. However, at that moment, her supervisor summoned her. Have you been accustomed to staying here recently? It's fine, but I still wish to return to Yong City. What is so great about Yong City that you must be there? Upon hearing this, the supervisor became somewhat agitated. Realizing this was inappropriate, they quickly composed themselves. Stop claiming that your abilities are being overlooked. This time, there is a significant figure you are to interview. Who is it? You may not recognize the name. Chen Teng. He is the owner of Tengda Games and C.H. Lama, one of the 10 outstanding youths of our city. Has the list of 10 outstanding youths been finalized so soon? Fang Shu was taken aback. Indeed, the higher-ups have instructed us to conduct an interview. Look up some information online. I will send you his contact details later. Make sure to reach out to him. Understood. The supervisor waved her off. The next day, Fang Shu arrived at the business school with a photographer. Noticing Fang Shu appeared somewhat fatigued, the photographer couldn't help but chuckle. Did you not sleep well? Fang Shu shyly lowered her gaze. I really didn't sleep well, but the reason is a bit embarrassing to share. After receiving the assignment, Fang Shu began her research. It was not about Chen Teng himself, but rather about Tengda Games and C.H. Lama. Currently, Chen Teng had little recognition online. Little did she know, the information she uncovered would be astonishing. In her mind, Tengda Games was merely a decent gaming company. Having worked in journalism, she had heard of it to some extent, yet she was unaware of its true standing. Upon her research's conclusion, her worldview shattered. How could a small gaming company generate such immense revenue and provide so many job opportunities? No one truly knows how much Tengda has earned, as it is not a publicly traded company and is not required to disclose financial reports. However, industry insiders conservatively estimate that Tengda Games' earnings exceed 500 million. 500 million. She had never seen such an amount in her life. Driven by curiosity, she decided to try out the 3 games. Eager to understand what kind of games could captivate people so thoroughly and generate such wealth. It was only when dawn broke outside that Feng Shu realized how late it had become. Young people need to rest well. By the way, reporter Feng, who are we interviewing this time? The dean of the college? You don't know? No, the supervisor didn't mention it. I guarantee you will never guess who we are interviewing. The photographer's words sparked a flicker of excitement in Feng Shu. She recalled her arrangement with Chen Teng regarding the time and place for their meeting, when they decided to meet on campus. She found it puzzling why they didn't simply meet at his company. The answer Chen Teng provided left her utterly astounded. He was a student. To think that he is merely an 18-year-old freshman. Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. It strains credulity. Feng Shu even began to suspect whether this remarkable individual was merely jesting with her. The majority of freshmen are still navigating the uncertainties of university life. A student capable of covering tuition fees through scholarships is already considered exceptional. If on top of that, they can accumulate experience for future employment, they would be deemed truly extraordinary. But what does it signify to earn 500 million at the tender age of 18? An extraordinary individual? Nonsense. Such individuals do not even merit comparison with him. He is unequivocally the CR de la CR. Thus, even though Feng Shu felt that Chen Teng had no reason to jest, she still suspected he was teasing her. Yet, after thorough verification, she ultimately unearthed a disheartening truth. The disparity between individuals is vaster than that between humans and pigs. Chen Teng is indeed the CRM de la CRM. Chapter 80. The second press interview, the photographer was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the identity of the interviewee. What could be so difficult to guess? The photographer had been working at the television station for quite some time. He had encountered city officials, school leaders, business magnates, students of all ages, emerging stars, and ordinary office workers. What sort of individuals had he not interviewed? The more he pondered, the more radiant Feng Shu's expression became, resembling a child on the verge of pulling off a delightful prank. Having received prior notice, a vice dean from the academy joined them in their news vehicle to guide them. Soon, they arrived at the entrepreneurial incubation park of the business school. So, we're to interview the head of this park, are we? The photographer speculated. Covering an entrepreneurial incubation park was not exceedingly common, yet was not entirely unusual either. You'll find out shortly, Feng Shu chuckled. She could not allow herself to be the only one astonished by Chen Teng. This is our business school's pride, Chen Teng. The vice dean stepped out of the vehicle with Chen Teng, who was waiting at the entrance of the incubation park to greet the reporters. The moment Feng Shu laid eyes on Chen Teng, her smile dissipated. It's you? Shocked 28 memories from a few months prior flashed through her mind. Back then, she was in Yong City, interviewing a high school student who had just stepped out of school due to the college entrance examination. It was indeed amusing. This high school student had the audacity to declare his ambition to become the world's richest person. When asked about his current progress, he boasted of a net worth in the millions, claiming it was merely the first step of a long journey. As a journalist, one must maintain professionalism and refrain from mocking interviewees. However, Feng Shu found it impossible to suppress her laughter. The notion of a high school student claiming to be worth millions and aspiring to be the world's wealthiest was simply ridiculous. Yet now, this very high school student stood before her once more. Do you know each other? Vice Dean Wang inquired, somewhat surprised. Chen Teng shook his head. He did not recognize the reporter, though he sensed she seemed familiar with him. He had never interacted with her before. Wait, that wasn't entirely accurate. He had, in fact, been interviewed by a reporter shortly after emerging from the examination hall due to his rapid exit. As dormant memories resurfaced, Chen Teng suddenly recalled the events from several months ago. So it was you? Yes, it is indeed me. I can't believe you are Chen Teng. A tempest of emotions surged within Feng Shu. In that instant, she realized that Chen Teng had not been speaking frivolously during their previous encounter. Perhaps his ambition of becoming the world's richest was genuinely within his grasp. Furthermore, he might very well have possessed millions back then. Do you know each other? The photographer was bewildered. Fang Shu offered a brief explanation, clarifying the situation for him. So that is how it is. What a coincidence. Now, Chen Teng, shall we proceed inside to discuss? It was indeed essential to communicate with the interviewee prior to the interview. There are certain nuances regarding what can and cannot be asked. Should one inquire about a matter deemed inappropriate, it could lead to unfortunate consequences for the journalist. Very well, follow me. The four individuals arrived at office 108. In the adjacent office 106, Liang Qing observed the scene, his mind somewhat bewildered. The news van from Qiming Television was conspicuously parked at the entrance of the incubation park. Anyone could discern that a television station was present for an interview. However, why was it Chen Teng? The scale of "have you eaten" is indeed formidable, with impressive profitability. Yet, is it truly sufficient to warrant direct media attention? Or perhaps, it is due to other circumstances that the interview is granted. Inside office 108, the photographer refrained from lifting the camera's lens cap, instead curiously surveying the small office. It appeared somewhat disheveled, bearing the marks of diligent work. Considering the unique nature of an entrepreneurial incubator, could it be that the higher-ups wish to showcase a model of student entrepreneurship? Such instances are indeed rare. However, to claim that one could not possibly anticipate this outcome might be an exaggeration. Fang Shu produced her prepared list of interview questions and handed it to Chen Teng. Chen Teng, please take a look at this. I will likely ask these questions shortly. Are there any inquiries you would prefer to avoid? Chen Teng took the A4 sheet and examined it carefully. After 2 minutes, he provided a definitive response. All of these questions are acceptable. Really? Fang Shu was taken aback by Chen Teng's generosity. The questions she had drafted were all permissible. Shall we begin then? Indeed, Chen Teng nodded. The photographer activated the camera, directing it towards Chen Teng. Good day, Mr. Chen. I am Fang Shu, a reporter from Qiming Television. It is an honor to have this opportunity to interview you. Fang Shu's opening remarks surprised the photographer, particularly her use of the term Mr. It is customary to refer to students as classmates, regardless of their accomplishments, but Mr. signifies a different level of recognition. Clearly, in Fang Shu's perception, Chen Teng's other identity holds far greater significance than that of a mere student, suggesting that his endeavors are not deeply intertwined with the academic environment. This distinction in address can also be illustrated by comparing it to interviews with kindergartners or younger elementary students, who are typically referred to as little friends rather than classmates. You're too polite, Fang reporter. I am merely an ordinary university student and an equally ordinary entrepreneur. Nothing remarkable, Chen Teng replied with a humble smile. Fang Shu internally scoffed at the phrase ordinary, perceiving it as an excessive display of modesty. Yet, as a professional journalist, she possessed a commendable ability to manage her facial expressions, maintaining a gentle smile directed towards Chen Teng. May I inquire about the original intention behind your establishment of Tenda Games? Such unassuming words resonated with a thunderous impact in the ears of the photographer. What question was just posed? Tenda Games? The photographer, well-versed in the industry, had certainly heard of Tenda Games. Primarily, the immense popularity of those 3 games is undeniable. Upon entering the pages of these games, Tenda Games' logo invariably makes its appearance. It is nearly impossible not to notice it. Now, to think that the founder of Tenda Games is this very university student? Shock mui, shock mui, shock mui, shock mui, shock mui. This astonishment emanated not only from the photographer, but also from Vice Dean Wang, who accompanied him. He had initially thought it was already quite extraordinary for Chen Teng, at such a young age, to create something as simple as "Have you eaten?" Now, there is yet another entity, Tenda Games. Being of an older generation, he was unaware of this company. Yet, to be questioned by a reporter, one cannot help but deduce that it must be anything but an ordinary company. What other secrets does this student, Chen Teng, conceal? Chapter 81, where the bold may tread initial intentions. Chen Teng's smile was unabashedly exuberant during the summer break. Feeling disenchanted with the lack of engaging games, I resolved to create one myself. I found this game to be exceptionally remarkable. Hence, I sought a company to assist in its operation. Prior to today's interview, Chen Teng had already crafted an image for public consumption, an arrogant genius. His quest for fame was fueled by a desire to elicit emotional responses. To garner such emotions, it was imperative to stir up ongoing discussions online. An arrogant genius, naturally, would attract both admiration and contention. While many would idolize a prodigy, in Huaguo, the populace often favors a more modest demeanor, resulting in a mixed reception to his hubris. This dichotomy inevitably breeds controversy. Surrounding this genius, countless individuals would engage in debate, and through such discourse, emotions would naturally arise. After answering the question, Chen Teng glanced at the system details. From Feng Shu, shocked 10. Clearly, his response had taken her by surprise. The original intent of Tengda Games was merely to find a company to manage your game. Indeed, you have understood correctly. Do you believe that the success of Plants vs. Zombies has met your expectations? Not yet. Oh, what? This game has yet to earn even $1 billion. It has merely reached a few minor targets. It's worth noting that the original Plants vs. Zombies grossed $1 billion. We are far from that now. What do you mean by minor targets? Feng Shu could vaguely anticipate Chen Teng's forthcoming remarks. However, as a journalist, a professional journalist, she felt compelled to delve deeper. Oh, I believe in being pragmatic. Taking one step at a time. To achieve success, we must first establish modest goals. For instance, 100 million. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the air. Minor targets? 100 million? Do you misinterpret the meaning of minor? Even Feng Shu, who considered herself seasoned in high-stakes environments, found Chen Teng's assertions somewhat exaggerated. Moreover, the foreign revenue generated by this game was disappointingly low. Its international sales had yet to reach 100 million, which was regrettable. This game also generates revenue abroad? Feng Shu was astonished by the game's popularity, even among foreign audiences. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, people, irrespective of nationality, enjoy delightful games. May I inquire about the game's foreign sales figures? Approximately 70 to 80 million. In yuan? In dollars. Dollar? Just moments ago, Feng Shu had acknowledged that this game was indeed enjoyable, with a substantial player base abroad. Yet, no one had informed her of the sheer magnitude of this player community. $7 to $8 million, when converted, could potentially yield 5 modest goals. Apologies, I seem to have lost my composure. Feng Shu realized she had neglected to manage her expressions. To the best of my knowledge, the overseas sales performance of our nation's gaming products is rather disheartening. May I inquire if you have any experiences in overseas marketing and operations that you could share? Indeed, there are insights to share. Chen Teng's demeanor turned serious. Feng Shu instinctively straightened her posture. This was the moment a business magnate was about to impart wisdom. Even as a mere journalist, gleaning knowledge from a prominent figure could prove invaluable. The first step is to upload the game onto the Steam platform. The second step is to convert the currency to dollars. Feng Shu was taken aback. She looked towards Chen Teng, who was equally gazing back at her. That's it. That's all. I believe that if I maintain a uniform price domestically and internationally, the sales might reach 7 to 8 million yuan, but not $7 to $8 million. Therefore, my experience suggests a revision of pricing. Feng Shu found herself at a loss for words. So, the method for profiting overseas is to elevate pricing? It appears Mr. Chen Teng, as an exemplary entrepreneur, possesses distinctive insights on profit-making. Distinctive may not be the right term. In truth, this tactic is not entirely original. Are there other experts? Feng Shu pressed on. May I ask, Mr. Chen Teng, where did you acquire this method? I learned it from our foreign counterparts. While observing the pricing of certain products, I noted that aside from the different currencies, the prices for some items were identical internationally and domestically. I pondered whether there was something to be gleaned from this. Chen Teng wore a smile. He spoke earnestly. Throughout his life, he had been perturbed by a prevailing phenomenon. The pricing of foreign goods significantly exceeds that of domestic products, especially in high-tech industries. This disparity irked Chen Teng. Was it merely because certain sectors here lag behind, leading to inflated prices that people would still pay? If they can venture abroad, so can I. He continued to smile. As you can see, Feng reporter, the results of my learning have been quite successful. This revelation deepened Feng Shu's admiration for Chen Teng. Indeed, there is such a phenomenon regarding pricing. Some slight increases could be attributed to tariffs. However, exorbitant prices, sometimes several times higher, are not merely due to tariffs. This is akin to treating our citizens as mere commodities. Now, with Chen Teng's reverse strategy, Fang Shu found it quite commendable. No wonder Mr. Chen Teng's company has achieved such success. It stems from a humble eagerness to learn. Indeed, humility fosters progress, while pride breeds complacency. Fang Shu was somewhat speechless. She had not anticipated that Chen Teng would genuinely engage with her remarks and acknowledge his humility. She proceeded with her next inquiry. I have heard that you also oversee a food delivery app called Have You Eaten? Is that correct? Chen Teng nodded in affirmation. Indeed. May I inquire about the initial motivation behind the establishment of Have You Eaten? There are two motivations, one noble and grand, the other less so. Which would you prefer to hear first? Fang, the journalist, found Chen Teng's unconventional approach rather refreshing. Although she had interviewed few business magnates, she had heard numerous accounts of others who had done so, none of whom displayed the same irreverence as Chen Teng. Perhaps his youth played a role. At just 18 years old, a freshman with a fortune exceeding 100 million, he certainly possessed the means. Then may I first hear the less grand motivation? Of course, he replied. The truth is quite simple. I was exceedingly idle in university, so I decided to occupy myself with something productive. Otherwise, what if my idleness drove me to madness? What a curious justification for such ambition. To think that one could transform idleness into a thriving enterprise. Fang's smile faltered slightly. She was grateful that the camera was focused on Chen Teng. Otherwise, this segment would certainly have been omitted. Chapter 82. Our journey is the stars and the sea mister. Chen Teng indeed possesses boundless energy and a nimble mind. The photographer widened his eyes in astonishment, pondering how such praise could be expressed. It is evident that the profession of journalism is not one that just anyone can undertake. Where does your noble and grand aspiration lie? Fang Shu inquired, curious whether Chen Teng truly harbored such lofty ideals. Upon hearing this, Chen Teng adopted a serious demeanor once more. However, drawing from their previous interaction, Fang Shu remained unaffected by his mood, calmly observing him and awaiting his response. To create a beautiful life. To create a beautiful life? With Chen Teng's earnest expression, Fang Shu suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. Was this the same Chen Teng who had just been so irreverent? How had he transformed into such a serious individual? Indeed, to create a beautiful life. After acquiring wealth, I began to ponder certain questions. What can I contribute to society? After much contemplation, I recalled the saying, in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world. My assets are not lacking, yet I still feel a distance from benefiting the world at large. I contemplated whether there was a means to earn money while also enhancing our daily lives. Thus, the idea of food delivery came to mind. This industry allows individuals to enjoy delicious meals without leaving their homes. It can improve the fortunes of businesses and provide numerous accessible job opportunities, requiring only the ability to ride an electric bike. This industry can also enable me to earn a living. I believe if I succeed, it will create a scenario where all parties benefit. As he spoke these words, Chen Teng's countenance transformed from a playful grin to one imbued with benevolence and grandeur. In that moment, Fang Shu felt as though she was not in the presence of an 18-year-old freshman, but rather a remarkable entrepreneur. Mr. Chen Teng possesses a grand vision. Ha ha! It is merely a matter of earning money while doing what I can to contribute positively to society. Fang Shu sincerely admired this perspective. Chen Teng's words were not mere cliché rhetoric, but rather the heartfelt expressions of an ordinary individual, rendering them profoundly authentic. Now, upon meeting Mr. Chen Teng, I grasped the meaning of heroes emerge in youth. From the moment he earned his first fortune through Plants vs. Zombies, he has nurtured such grand aspirations. I wish you success. Thank you for your wishes, Reporter Fang, but I must correct a misconception. What is it? Regarding my first fortune, the truth is that Plants vs. Zombies was not my initial source of wealth. My first fortune actually stemmed from a novel. Do you possess literary talent as well? Fang Shu regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is often greater than that between humans and swine. The first fortune of a commercial genius surprisingly stemmed from literature. Though his accomplishments may not be remarkable, he authored the immensely profitable online novel Martial Movement of the Sky. In 2011, the status of online literature was no longer as humble as it had been in the early 2000s. Nevertheless, during this period, online literature was still perceived as somewhat trivial by the majority. Traditional literature even felt embarrassed to associate with it. However, Fang Shu recalled her last interview with Chen Teng. Could it be that Chen Teng's previous claim of a net worth in the millions was indeed derived from writing online literature? This realm was not one Fang Shu was particularly well-versed in. Yet, for Chen Teng, the lack of understanding was advantageous. After all, it allowed for unrestrained boasting. Fang Shu patiently listened to Chen Teng's grandiloquent claims, not out of her own endurance, but because the camera was recording. Subsequently, she posed a few conventional questions regarding his future plans, commercial strategies, and thoughts on new games. You might wonder why these three questions overlapped. It was because Chen Teng, while expounding, often veered off topic. For instance, when asked about future plans, Fang Shu intended to inquire about the upcoming strategies for Tengda games and Have You Eaten? However, Chen Teng responded with aspirations of humanity's footprints transcending the blue planet, breaking free from the solar system and even the galaxy. Thus, Fang Shu pressed for specifics regarding commercial planning, only to receive another lofty reply about benefiting all of humanity and extending human reach beyond the blue planet and solar system. When she inquired about his ideas for the new game, she refrained from mentioning Have You Eaten? And simply asked about Tengda games. She thought to herself that this time, he surely could not digress into cosmic aspirations. However, Chen Teng proceeded to mention concepts such as the stars and Dyson spheres. Were these notions? Consequently, Fang Shu could only commend Chen Teng for his lofty ideals. After more than half an hour, the interview finally concluded. Thank you, Mr. Chen Teng, for participating in our interview. Thank you, Reporter Fang, and our dedicated cameraman and the director for your efforts. As Chen Teng spoke, he handed over 2 packs of cigarettes and a small bottle of sunscreen. The director was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to receive a pack of cigarettes just for accompanying Chen Teng. He slightly bowed and accepted the cigarettes with both hands. The cameraman was equally astonished. Among the individuals who had offered him cigarettes, Chen Teng was undoubtedly the one of the highest status. Seeing both men accept their gifts, Fang Shu, with a mix of resignation and delight, accepted the bottle of sunscreen from Chen Teng. We shall take our leave now. You should see yourself in the news next week. All right, take care, both of you. Chen Teng was aware that next week, he would be able to invest in his own fame. Although the internet at present was far from the advanced state it would reach in the future, with so many advantages accumulated, he believed he could elevate his prominence. The youth truly possessed remarkable capabilities. The deputy director was also preparing to depart. Before leaving, he looked at Chen Teng with deep sentiment. Despite being fellow human beings, how could the disparity be so vast? Work diligently, and the school will undoubtedly extend its full support to you. Really? Upon hearing these words, Chen Teng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The vice president felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Chen Teng, a tycoon with a fortune exceeding $1 billion, surely would not be swayed by such a trifling sum from the school, would he? Nevertheless, having made the statement, the vice president reluctantly nodded in agreement. In that case, how about the school installing an air conditioner for us? An air conditioner? The vice president was taken aback. The cost of an air conditioner is not a trivial matter. If any other project were to make such a request, it would surely be dismissed outright. However, given Chen Teng's words, I will inquire about it later. It should not pose any issues. Excellent. Thank you, President Wang. A subtle smile graced Chen Teng's lips. He had merely asked in passing, never expecting such a response. Observing that smile, the vice president began to wonder if he had acquiesced a bit too readily. Chapter 83. The reincarnation of the god of wealth. The efficiency with which the school undertook the installation of air conditioning was remarkably high. Just the very next day, technicians arrived to commence the installation. This level of promptness left Chen Teng somewhat astonished. Liang Qing from room 106 could hardly conceal her envy. Chen Teng, how on earth did you manage this? Why would the school provide you with air conditioning? Liang Qing, who was observing the technicians at work, found it utterly incomprehensible. She was well aware of the school's notorious frugality. Her previous attempt to request a fan to alleviate the summer heat had been met with rejection, justified by the absurd rationale of cultivating students' resilience through hardship. Such a pretext was scarcely believable. Yet, Chen Teng's air conditioning was being installed without hesitation. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Naturally, it was due to the school's concern for its students. Chen Teng believed that since he had received such a benefit from the institution, he ought to speak in its favor. Liang Qing restrained her impulse to roll her eyes. She was reluctant to lose her aloof demeanor in public. Do you truly believe that? Yes, of course, Liang Qing replied, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. However, why did the television station choose to interview you? Has the scale of Tao reached such heights? You'll find out in a few days, Chen Teng replied, casting a glance at Liang Qing. By the way, don't you have anything better to do? Why are you spending your time chatting with me today? He recalled that their relationship had not yet reached such a level of familiarity. Liang Qing looked at Chen Teng, hesitating to speak. She truly wanted to inquire about the tourism project, yet found it difficult to broach the subject. She felt that, given Chen Teng's apparent disdain for her entrepreneurial abilities, it would be rather undignified to press for answers. However, Chen Teng was undoubtedly the most astute businessman she had encountered. The television interview had cast a glow around him that magnified her admiration. After all, not everyone had the capability to attract media attention. Noticing Liang Qing's silence, Chen Teng did not press her further. Yet he casually remarked, sometimes, personal pride is not of paramount importance. When resources are scarce, adopting a humble demeanor and offering a friendly face can serve as a valuable resource. The art of resource exchange at opportune moments is a skill worth mastering. Do not wait until a future day to regret having clung to your pride at the cost of suffering. As Chen Teng spoke, he handed a bottle of water to the technician installing the air conditioning. Once the technician departed, he turned back to Liang Qing, inquiring, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Liang Qing hesitated once more. Lowering one's pride was far easier said than done. Chen Teng smiled and turned away, leaving Liang Qing with nothing but the sight of his waving figure. It appeared that this young woman was still not quite ready to embrace the life of a competent businessperson. On November 14th, Qiming television station reported on the astonishing achievements of the Double 11 sales event. This year, Tao once again shattered records, and its founder, Ma Tao, had become a commercial legend in the eyes of countless individuals. Sun Jun sat across the table from his father, Sun Dafu, as they shared a meal. When Sun Dafu switched the channel, he became utterly engrossed in the coverage of Double 11 on Qiming TV. Sun Jun hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Alas, it's truly remarkable how Ma Tao conceived such an ingenious business model. If only I had recognized its potential back then. Sun Dafu remained oblivious to his son's expression, lost in contemplation as he watched the news report about Tao and Ma Tao. As a local tycoon in Yongcheng, he was acutely aware of Tao's immense value, quite literally. The wealth generated in a single year far surpassed what he had earned throughout his entire lifetime. It wasn't until the news segment concluded that Sun Dafu turned his attention to his son. By the way, why did you come home for dinner today? Sun Jun continued to hesitate. This was indeed a rather humiliating matter. Ever since he had run out of funds for his venture, he had been plagued with discomfort. Continuing the business was impossible without capital, but abandoning it seemed equally unbearable. After much internal struggle, Sun Jun resolved to borrow money from others within the wealthy second-generation circle. He intended to persist in the price war. However, the outcome was dismal. Sun Jun found himself buried under a mountain of debt. Now, he needed to devise a plan to repay what he owed. Goodness, this individual is extraordinary, a net worth exceeding 1 billion at just 18. Is there truly someone like this in Yongcheng? Sun Dafu gasped as he absorbed the news report. The host's introduction startled him. What had he been doing at 18? Working in someone else's restaurant? Or laboring in a factory? He struggled to recall. Sun Dafu's memories of his youth were hazy, but he distinctly remembered the hardship of his early days, devoid of wealth. Wait, what? Sun Jun, hearing his father's words, couldn't he help but glance at the television. There are such remarkable individuals? A net worth exceeding 1 billion at 18? To his astonishment, he realized he had been unaware of such achievements. Sun Jun's expression morphed as if he had seen a ghost. During the subsequent interview segment, he encountered a face he had known for 3 long years, a face he was certain he would never forget. Chen Teng, the boy who had been the subject of numerous rumors alongside Zhao Xueshi in their class, and whom Sun Jun had always looked down upon. Yet now, Chen Teng was appearing on the screen. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck him. Sun Jun was so taken aback that he failed to catch the details of what the reporter said or how Chen Teng responded. He only grasped one piece of information. Chen Teng, 18 years old, founder of Tengda Games and Chi, with a fortune exceeding 1 billion. In an instant, he was transported back to a news article from 4 months prior, where Chen Teng had boasted of a net worth in the millions. At that time, Sun Jun had dismissed it as a joke, but now it was no laughing matter. Incredible. Truly, it was astonishing. Sun Dafu gazed at the journalist's interview, his face flushed with excitement. This was no ordinary student. He was clearly a reincarnation of the god of wealth. How could an 18-year-old amass such wealth? It was truly astonishing. Sun Dafu's exclamation jolted Sun Jun back to reality, earning him a slap from his mother. Watching television during dinner was one thing, but being so loud was utterly unacceptable. I apologize, my dear wife. I was simply too astounded. This young scholar is truly remarkable. Sun Dafu admired the figure on the screen. Sun Jun felt a pang of unease at his father's words. Dad, he can't be as impressive as you say, can he? Our family is worth several hundred million as well. What do you know? He is only 18. Your father has struggled for years to accumulate a fortune of merely a few hundred million. This young man might very well surpass your father's wealth. Sun Dafu's musings left Sun Jun feeling vulnerable. In his eyes, his father was the wealthiest man. Now, Sun Dafu had openly acknowledged that Chen Teng might be even richer. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Dad, actually, I know this person. Chapter 84, A World Recognized, Part 1. What? You know him? Sun Dafu exclaimed once more, his voice rising in excitement. Yet, he received a slap for his outburst. However, this time, the sting of the slap failed to restore his composure. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. My dear son, I never imagined you were acquainted with such a figure. Ha ha ha. Could you arrange for me to meet him? That Aston Martin you mentioned last time, your father will buy it for you. Sun Dafu beamed with pride. The exhilaration on his face, however, instilled a sense of unease in Sun Jun. In the past, the prospect of his father purchasing a car would have sent him into a frenzy of joy. But now, he could hardly muster any excitement. He understood that he would not be able to secure an introduction to Chen Teng. Observing his son's expression, Sun Dafu's heart sank. Son, please don't look like that. Surely, it isn't the case that you know him, but he does not know you? It was plausible. Individuals of such caliber often emerge as prominent figures during their high school years. Yet, Sun Jun's face remained a portrait of despair. Sun Dafu regained his composure and licked his lips. What exactly is the nature of your relationship? Rival in love. Sun Yun mumbled, his head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. A rival in love. Sun Dafu nearly fainted at the revelation. Such a promising talent, and his son had managed to offend him? In a fit of frustration, he began to remove his slippers, ready to unleash his ire upon Sun Jun. It was only the quick intervention of Sun Jun's mother that prevented a tragic incident. Enough. Stop striking the child. He groaned. She admonished. But. Sun Dafu held the slipper aloft, tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. Just moments ago, Sun Jun's casual mention had led him to believe he might have the opportunity to meet someone like Chen Teng. But within a few brief exchanges, he had plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. Ungrateful child. Ungrateful, he shouted, dropping the slipper in defeat. Sun Jun's mother grew indignant. Why speak so harshly of our Jun? So he offended a wealthy individual. I read in the news that he is involved in the internet business. What does that have to do with your own endeavors? What does it matter how rich he is? Sun Dafu, filled with exasperation, responded, a kind-hearted mother often spoils her child. At just 18, with a fortune exceeding 100 million, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become the wealthiest man in Chiming City. And what of it? So he possesses a bit of wealth? You don't understand. Sun Dafu sank back into his chair, defeated. Once someone reaches a certain echelon, many matters no longer require their direct involvement. Take my own example. If I were to attend a banquet and compliment the beauty of someone's secretary, not even directly, just remarking on her attire, within a day, she would likely call me for a chat. Sun Jun's mother chose not to dwell on her husband's inappropriate comparison. At that moment, she too began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting that if he reaches a certain height in the future and discovers that Jun is his rival, he will devise a way to win his favor through us? Son fut nodded weakly. But how can you be certain he will attain such heights? At 18, with a fortune exceeding 100 million, either he is exceptional or his family is. Regardless of the scenario, he is impressive. By the time he truly reaches that level, it may be too late for us to ponder this issue. Sun Dafu understood the importance of preemptive caution. Presently, Chen Teng's wealth may be comparable to his own. Perhaps in a few years, he might not even catch a glimpse of Chen Teng's taillights. Tell me, how have you offended him? Sun Dafu asked calmly. Sun Jun recounted the events between himself and Chen Teng in detail. Not too severe. The conflicts between young people are generally manageable. If you are willing to apologize, this matter should pass. Perhaps. Son Dafu contemplated. Sun Jun felt discontent. He had no intention of apologizing to Chen Teng. However, he was unable to oppose his father's will and could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. By the way, Dad, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. The following morning, at the library of Qiming University, Li Xingru was quietly studying within the library. Today, her attire was as simple as ever, yet her striking beauty drew the attention of many. Her youthful face, smooth and fair, framed by long, flowing hair, accentuated her poise. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her pupils sparkled like twinkling stars. At that moment, she was deeply engrossed in her studies. Since the idea of changing her major had crossed her mind, she had tirelessly pursued that goal. She felt fortunate to roam freely in the ocean of knowledge. As noon approached, a hand suddenly rested on Li Xingru's shoulder, startling her. Turning around, she recognized it was Lu Yin and felt relieved. Before she could speak, Lu Yin pulled her outside the library. Why are we rushing? I intended to study a bit longer before lunch, Li Xingru exclaimed as she was drawn out. Ruoruo, we're good friends, right? Lu Yin asked. Yes, of course. What's the matter? Li Xingru raplia, pujlat. She could sense Lu Yan's excitement, but was unaware of the reason behind it. For some inexplicable reason, a thought of monkeys crossed her mind. I have a dream, and I need your help to realize it. I shall do my best. What is this dream? I want to become a wealthy woman. This aspiration left Li Xingru in a quandary. How can I assist you in achieving that dream? I still owe Chen Teng money. No, Ruo, you have a way. Lu Yin exclaimed eagerly. As long as you win Chen Teng over, you could easily be a millionaire and then just share a little with me. And I will become wealthy. Li Xingru was baffled by Lu Yan's proposition. However, Lu Yin had already taken out her phone and logged into the campus forum. Look, this is the post we reprinted about Chen Teng's true identity. True identity? Li Xingru was perplexed. As she walked toward the cafeteria, she began to browse through the post that Lu Yin had opened. It was a reprinted article from a nearby business school. As she read on, a smile gradually appeared on Li Xingru's face. She was astonished. He is indeed remarkable. Isn't it true? Chen Teng has now been hailed by the media as the youngest billionaire. She was surprised to discover that he remained so low-key, despite amassing such wealth, while only driving a BMW. Originally, Lu Yin had assumed Chen Teng was merely a wealthy second-generation heir. Who would have thought he was an unbeatable first-generation tycoon? Go for it, Ruo. It seems I must work even harder to keep pace with him. What more is there to strive for? If you catch up with Chen Teng, you can simply relax. That won't do. I must continue to put in effort so that I can assist Chen Teng in the future. Li Xingru's steps toward the cafeteria became lighter. Let's go. We need to hurry and eat. After lunch, I still have to help in the teacher's laboratory. Chapter 85. The Recognition of a New Era, Part 2. At this moment, within the confines of Qiming University, in a particular dormitory, Zhao Xueshi gazed at the trending posts on the campus forum, her thoughts swirling in a tumultuous sea of complexity. Her roommate, noticing the text on Zhao Xueshi's computer screen, read aloud with intrigue. Chen Teng, an 18-year-old student from the School of Business, founder of Tengda Games. creator of Are You Hungry, author of Martial Movement Through the Cosmos, billionaire, and elected one of our city's top 10 outstanding youths? Her roommate questioned, "Who is this Chen Teng, the 18-year-old business student? How could he be elected alongside such illustrious founders and billionaires? Moreover, why are there only 6 individuals among the top 10 outstanding youths?" It became evident that all accolades referred to one individual, Chen Teng. Zhao Xueshi, however, was not in the mood for levity with her roommate. In that moment, she acutely felt the collapse of her worldview. The underperforming student in her class had managed to establish such an expansive gaming enterprise. The popularity of Tengda games was beyond dispute. Each time one engaged with Plants vs. Zombies, Fruit Ninja, or Angry Birds, the company's logo and name prominently flashed across the screen. Could it be? Have I truly erred in my judgments? Zhao Xueshi gradually began to recognize the fallacies in her previous beliefs. Gazing at the forum and the text of the interview, she fell into a contemplative silence. If only, her thoughts drifted back to her high school days, particularly the early moments of class division. At that time, Zhao Xueshi had yet to grasp the academic standings of her peers and was still open to engaging with those who struggled academically. During a basketball game, she had even brought water to Chen Teng. It was also during this period that some classmates began to tease them. Chen Teng, strikingly handsome and towering above his peers, stood out in the crowd. Zhao Xueshi harbored feelings for him, albeit restrained by the constraints against early romance. However, during a monthly examination, Chen Teng's performance left Zhao Xueshi profoundly disheartened. She began to suppress her feelings even more, and unbeknownst to her, the rapport between them began to deteriorate. As summer approached, Zhao Xueshi reminisced and stared blankly at her computer. She recalled Lin Ye's words. Lin Ye had once told her that while academic performance is a significant factor, it is not necessarily the most crucial one. She had provided numerous examples to support her argument, which helped Zhao Xueshi gradually extricate herself from her narrow perspective. Yet now, witnessing Chen Teng's monumental success, she found herself engulfed in regret. On the internet, reports from Qiming Television had elevated Chen Teng's visibility nationwide. The labels affixed to him were numerous. At the tender age of 18, he had achieved what many would only dream of accomplishing in a lifetime. Tengda Games had also provided a financial boost behind the scenes. Across several prominent forums on the internet, the name Chen Teng had become the most discussed topic of the day. The search engine Qiandu saw his index soar to the top. What a remarkable feat this young man has accomplished, developing Plants vs. Zombies at the mere age of 18. The true genius is not Lin Yan from Martial Movement of the Sky, but rather Chen Teng, the author of this remarkable work. One might ponder whether Tengda will emerge as the next Fruit or giant, akin to those founders who commenced their entrepreneurial journeys during their university years, seemingly less accomplished than Chen Teng at the onset. The existence of such individuals is indeed formidable. Accolades, admiration, and reverence abound as netizens fervently extol Chen Teng. Although a faction of the online community questions the authenticity of this phenomenon, the endorsement from Qiming Television renders such skepticism nearly imperceptible. Yet, there are also those who neither venerate nor doubt, but are simply intrigued. What exactly is Have You Eaten? Has anyone heard of this company? Soon enough, a response emerged. Have You Eaten is a professional delivery platform under Tengda Life, capable of delivering meals to your doorstep from anywhere, allowing you to savor culinary delights without stepping outside. Upon closer inspection, this reply originated from an official account named Have You Eaten? Seizing the moment of Chen Teng's newfound fame, Have You Eaten swiftly capitalized on the opportunity for a modest advertisement. This transpired on the day following the news broadcast. By the third day, a new development unfolded, prompted by Chen Teng's remarks. Following the peak of his notoriety, those interested in Chen Teng sought to uncover more about him. They stumbled upon an interview video and began disseminating it across various forums. In this sharing, netizens discerned that Chen Teng's statements were indeed remarkable, starkly contrasting the image of a conventional successful individual. I had envisioned him as a bespectacled, earnest man, not as an entrepreneur, but rather as a cheerful senior among peers. How extraordinary! He created a game out of sheer boredom? 100 million is merely a small objective. One might never achieve even that modest goal. Has Plants vs. Zombies gained international acclaim? A single game raking in billions is indeed impressive. Learning pricing strategies from foreign counterparts is quite audacious. It turns out that Have You Eaten was birthed from idleness. Wait, why has he suddenly become earnest? The aspiration to create a better life is undeniably noble and grand. In poverty, one cultivates personal virtue. In prosperity, one aids the world. How eloquent! Undertaking socially beneficial endeavors within one's means is a vision befitting a university student of 18. Such aspirations are characteristic of billionaires. Hilariously, the tone shifts again, bursting forth from the blue planet beyond the solar system and out of the galaxy. Where the stars and Dyson spheres he speaks of? Could they be future games from Tengda? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Chen Teng's interview video, distinct from ordinary press encounters, rapidly gained popularity. The public sentiment aligned closely with Chen Teng's expectations, with some deeming him excessively audacious. What a pity it is to find no enjoyable games. Has one achieved a modicum of success only to look down upon the creations of others? In a world teeming with captivating games, can his few offerings truly hold any significance? Observe his expression during interviews. It resembles that of a small-minded individual reveling in his fleeting triumphs. Breaking free from the confines of mediocrity. Was it not merely fortunate circumstance that propelled a single game to prominence? Does he genuinely believe he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the titans of industry? To aspire for a beautiful life? Is it not simply a desire for wealth? Various justifications, both sound and unsound, have emerged to deride Chen Teng. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appears that a greater number of individuals are singing his praises. Small-minded triumphs abound. If I were to share in his achievements, perhaps I too would boast. A stroke of luck in launching a game? My word, his trio of games is indeed noteworthy within the domestic market. Chen Teng has not only ignited interest in gaming, but has also penned a popular online novel. Is it wrong for him to seek profit? What issue lies in pursuing a beautiful life alongside financial gain? May I inquire which industry magnates, at the tender age of 18, have accomplishments that overshadow Chen Teng's? As he peruses these comments, a sense of contentment envelopes him. For each comment, he bestows a like. It is only when fatigue sets in that he finally sets his phone aside. Surely, his emotional reserves have accumulated sufficiently by now. Let me see just how much emotional currency I possess. Chen Teng eagerly activated the system. Chapter 86, 10 consecutive draws. The dazzling figure of 470,000 emotional points was prominently displayed on Chen Teng's face. Undoubtedly, this was the largest accumulation of emotional points he had amassed thus far. Moreover, this number was continuously on the rise. 5, 3, 3, 3, 3. Most of these emotional points were added in small increments due to distance. Those exceeding 5 were primarily from the same city, while those surpassing 10 were mostly from the same province. Chen Teng felt relatively satisfied with this figure. It was now time to see what splendid rewards he could draw. Brother Tongzi, let's have 10 consecutive draws for the intermediate lottery. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Beginner Energy Potion 10. The initial 2 draws left Chen Teng bemused. Reminiscent of the phrase, "thank you for your patronage." Had the minimum reward for the intermediate lottery devolved from "thank you for your patronage" to beginner energy potions? That didn't seem too bad. Master Painter. Master Painter? What purpose does that serve? Was he expected to sell paintings for profit? Chen Teng was not particularly eager for personal skill rewards. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Heavenly Reward Medal. Iron Body. Future 4 Engine. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Inspiration Burst Medal. 30 days. Targeted 10 consecutive draws. Chen Teng scrutinized the additional rewards one by one. The description for Heavenly Reward was exceedingly lengthy. However, after summarizing, he could not help but slap his forehead. Wasn't this akin to a substantial safety net? As long as there were ongoing research projects within his company, if there were no advancements within a year, the project would inevitably yield some results in the subsequent 3 months. He recalled the ventures he had directed Linya to undertake at Tengda Technology. Presently, Chen Technology had embarked on research in the domains of mobile phone batteries and screens to a certain extent. Naturally, given the span of about a month, no significant progress would be expected, as the team was merely in the initial stages of formation and research. What level of success they would ultimately achieve and what competitive edge they would hold in the market remained uncertain for Chen Teng. However, the existence of a substantial safety net changed the equation. Yet, this safety net was not devoid of limitations, effectively preventing any exploitation of bugs. Firstly, the safety net could not be inherited. One could not simply switch to a more challenging project after a year without results. If a project was changed midway, the benefits of this effect would not be activated. Secondly, one should not entertain the notion of researching phenomena that defy the laws of physics, such as faster-than-light travel or perpetual motion machines. Rewards that did not exist in the pool could not be conjured by the safety net either. Additionally, it was advisable not to pursue overly grandiose topics. If the progress bar were at 100, tackling an excessively large subject might yield progress increments as minuscule as 0, 0.1, or even 0.00001. There were numerous such constraints in place. In conclusion, this enhancement can significantly accelerate research and prevent bottlenecks from arising. However, attempting to exploit glitches is certainly not advisable. Its utility is somewhat ambiguous. Chen Teng finds himself in a state of inner conflict. He is reluctant to accept a guaranteed minimum, yet he is even less inclined to forego it entirely. Nevertheless, upon glimpsing the next reward, a surge of excitement overtakes him. Steel body. Your physical attributes will experience a substantial enhancement. Chen Teng clenches his fist, perceiving a notable increase in the strength of his arms. This augmentation extends beyond just his arms. His legs and core strength have also grown considerably. Perhaps recreating the legendary scene of Wu Song slaying a tiger is not beyond the realm of possibility. Future 4. What is this? Chen Teng, filled with curiosity, opens the description. Upon reading, he cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. Future 4 is a game engine hailing from the future. This engine is compatible with all computer and console systems currently in existence on Blue Star. Compared to contemporary game engines, it boasts a multitude of advantages, such as a higher ceiling for capabilities, modeling, lighting, collision detection, rendering, and physics simulation. All these aspects are far superior to those of existing engines, including the renowned Unity 3D and the illustrious Unreal Engine series. Moreover, the development complexity of Future 4 is significantly reduced, enabling a broader range of functionalities in the games produced, while also resulting in smaller file sizes. Its built-in asset library is exceptionally rich. It is essential to recognize that a game engine serves as the foundation and framework of a game. Many major productions opt to develop their own engines due to the inadequacies of existing ones. The famous game 5 utilized a self-developed engine. Yet, in the presence of Future 4, all current game engines pale in comparison. Even with 2 more decades of development, they might barely qualify to compete with Future 4. This is a genuine cash cow. Chen Teng is overwhelmed with excitement. There exists a gaming platform called eBao. On this platform, few individuals purchase games. However, during holidays and festivals, it generously offers players a variety of blockbuster titles. Some may wonder whether such practices would lead to financial losses. Can the platform sustain this level of generosity indefinitely? The answer is no. Backed by the illustrious UE4 and UE5 engines, the company behind eBao is valued at an astounding $31.5 billion. Such a valuation is not merely a reflection of the platform's performance. There's only one reason for it: the UE series of engines. An exceptional engine can generate substantial revenue in the market, and in this regard, Future 4 is poised to excel even further. Moreover, Chen Teng contemplates that the potential applications extend beyond just games. Take the UE series as an example. Some companies in the film industry favor using the UE engine for pre-visualization and post-rendering. What does pre-visualization entail? In essence, it is a 3-dimensional storyboard that provides clarity to the production team regarding the movements and compositions they aspire to achieve during filming. The significance of post-production rendering cannot be overstated. To put it simply, Exceptional post-production rendering can substantially enhance image quality. This feature is particularly invaluable in the realm of animation. As the capabilities of UE5 have expanded, many film companies have begun to utilize the UE5 engine during post-production. Moreover, the upcoming Future 4, a game engine poised to surpass the UE series, is likely to impose a transformative impact on the current film industry. Chen Teng may even tailor specific optimization for the film sector based on Future 4's framework. Although visual effects are not the primary strength of Future 4, its advanced technology surpasses that of Houdini, which is commonly employed in the film industry today. It seems that I have the potential to instigate a monumental transformation in the intersection of the gaming and film industries. A devilish grin spread across Chen Teng's face. It is time to orchestrate a thrilling change in this world. Chapter 87, Customized Service. To dominate the universe? Chen Teng continued to read on. The inspiration burst medal, 30 days, appeared somewhat enigmatic. It could be utilized by a team not exceeding 100 individuals, igniting their creative spark over the ensuing 30 days and significantly enhancing work efficiency. The actual outcome, however, would depend on the nature of that inspiration. This could indeed be integrated with the Future 4 engine. Chen Teng contemplated, then turned his gaze to the targeted 10 consecutive draws. One could select a specific domain, and during the next 10 consecutive draws, prizes from that domain would be prioritized. This was also quite a remarkable item. Could it be a fixed trajectory? Chen Teng felt a surge of excitement. This item should undoubtedly be reserved for the most valuable 10 consecutive draws. Utilizing it in intermediate or beginner draws would be an utter waste. He glanced once more at the rewards from this draw. 40 bottles of stamina potions. The Master Painter title, the hard as steel medal, the Future 4 engine, the inspiration burst medal, 30 days, and the targeted 10 consecutive draws. All were valuable assets, except for the Master Painter, which seemed somewhat ambiguous in significance. The rest were quite excellent. This 10 consecutive draw was indeed bountiful. Perhaps another 10 consecutive draws? Chen Teng acknowledged his growing impatience. If he could procure another item of the caliber of the Future 4 engine, it would be an extraordinary gain. Brother Tongzi, let us have another intermediate draw, Chen Teng declared without hesitation. Beginner Stamina Potion 10. 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 The initial 50 bottles of stamina potions left Chen Teng momentarily flustered. In his eyes, this equated to a mere token of appreciation from the beginner draws. 5 consecutive tokens of gratitude would bewilder anyone. Master Pianist again? First it was the Master Painter, and now the Master Pianist. Chen Teng truly had no interest in art. Beginner Stamina Potion 10. Beginner Stamina Potion 10. Chen Teng's eyelids began to twitch. They say the left eye twitches for wealth while the right forebodes disaster. But why did his eyelids only start twitching now? It was akin to Zhang San committing a crime and then having a street fortune teller inform him of his impending incarceration. What a revelation indeed. Talent Abundance Medal, Happy Elimination Game. In the final 2 draws, he finally obtained some items that piqued Chen Teng's interest. The Talent Abundance Medal primarily served to attract an increasing number of talented individuals to Teng Company. For Chen Teng, this was also an exceedingly useful asset. Talents are indeed in short supply. Chen Teng aspired to be a hands-off manager, which made the need for talent even more pressing. As for the Happy Elimination Game, it was a cutesy, cartoon-style match-3 game. Achieving the elimination goals within a specified number of moves would allow one to progress to the next level. Once again, a game suitable for all ages has emerged. Chen Teng recalls that similar games performed remarkably well later on. It seems that during the first 10 draws, fortune smiled upon him. However, upon comparing the second round of 10 draws, Chen Teng realized just how fortunate he had been the first time. The second round caused him to regain a semblance of composure, revealing that not every lottery would yield such favorable results. He decided to refrain from further attempts at drawing. At that moment, he noticed a small box beside the lottery wheel, inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Custom Services. What could this custom service entail? Chen Teng's curiosity was piqued. The system quickly provided an answer. This was a feature unlocked by his surpassing 100,000 emotional points. By making a request to the system, it would offer plans and services. However, such plans and services were not without cost. They required the consumption of emotional points. I shall conquer the entire universe. A moment later, a screen materialized before Chen Teng, presenting three options. Option 1. The system will empower the host to become the ruler of the universe through unparalleled might. Emotional points required. 999. Only 999? Chen Teng felt a surge of excitement. Could it be a system glitch? This option was irresistible. Insufficient emotional points. Chen Teng was perplexed. With over 200,000 emotional points at his disposal, how could such a trivial amount pose a problem? Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned a discrepancy. The number 999 was followed by an exclamation mark. He promptly regained his composure. In mathematics, this exclamation mark signifies a factorial. A factorial is the product of a number and all positive integers less than it. For instance, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and so forth. 999, 999,998,997. Down to 1. He initially thought the system had simply become overly enthusiastic. Next, Chen Teng glanced at the second option. Option 2. The system will provide the host with a plan and a multitude of items, allowing the host to achieve this goal. Attachment, plan details, emotional points required. 923987. Although it did not reach the level of exaggeration presented by factorial, the lengthy numerical requirement extinguished any interest Chen Teng had in pursuing it further. The attachment detailing the plan contained hundreds of pages. Option 3. The system will grant the host a beautiful dream. Emotional points required. 10. Chen Teng was taken aback. You truly understand the essence of these plans. Are you charging him 10 points just for a dream? Surely, he could dream on his own. He temporarily disabled this service, deeming it unnecessary for the time being. Perhaps, when faced with an insurmountable technical challenge in the future, this feature might prove useful. Nevertheless, he wondered if his current emotional points would suffice. Linya, when will the senior executives of the company have time to meet? There are some new plans I would like to discuss with everyone. Chen Teng transmitted the information. With new resources at hand, it was imperative to swiftly capitalize on them to yield personal benefits. Fortuitously, the company's executives were available this afternoon. Without further ado, Chen Teng descended to his vehicle, equipped with the Future 4 engine and the game Happy Elimination. Since the news broke, requesting leave had become considerably easier for him. A mere message to his counselor sufficed. Additionally, dozens of bottles of primary energy potions were loaded into the car, intended as a reward for Lin Ye's diligent efforts. As Chen Teng's car exited the campus, a Mercedes was en route to the business school. Approaching the school, Sun Dafu slowed his speed, glancing at his companion Sun Jun. Do you know what to say when the time comes? Yes, I'll say something pleasant and call him brother. I'll admit I was once naive, Sun Jun replied, feeling a sense of frustration. He understood that such social niceties were commonplace for many ordinary individuals. But now the expectation rested upon him to navigate these social dynamics. The psychological disparity of this realization weighed heavily on him, known only to himself. Exactly. Sun Dafu expressed satisfaction with his son's attitude. I won't sugarcoat it. If we can foster a good relationship with your classmate, it's entirely possible for our family's assets to increase significantly. Sun Jun scoffed, skeptical of Chen Teng's capabilities. However, he recognized that without offering this apology, he would remain unable to settle his outstanding debts. Unbeknownst to them, as they engaged in conversation, a BMW glided past in the adjacent lane. Chapter 88. Enthusiastic fans at Tongda Games, Chen Teng entered the conference room, where several individuals were already seated. Hello, everyone, he greeted amicably, despite not recognizing any of them. Where is Linya? President Lin is still in her office. Would you like me to fetch her? No need. Let us wait until the meeting is scheduled to begin. Chen Teng preferred not to disrupt Linya's work. One by one, employees entered the conference room, exchanging pleasantries with Chen Teng. Compared to his previous visit to Tongda Games, many of these faces were unfamiliar. However, the expressions directed at him were laden with admiration. Chen Teng accepted their gazes with composure. As he observed and memorized their features, one individual caught his attention, exhibiting an extraordinary level of excitement. No, it was more than excitement. It was fervor. Boss, exclaimed the newcomer. Hello, hello. I am Zhu Yinjia, the newly appointed Vice President of Technology. I joined the company because of you. I admire you immensely. Your game, Plants vs. Zombies, is nothing short of divine creativity. The technical director, standing nearby, interjected, Vice President Zhu possesses exceptional technical skills. I have seen his game demos. His technical abilities are remarkable. He previously worked at Giant Network and contributed to the development of Path. Is that so? Chen Teng replied, somewhat astonished. Anyone engaged in the domestic gaming industry would never forget Path, a game that revolutionized the market by breaking the monopoly of point card games and establishing a free-to-play model with purchasable items. Many believe that the current dire state of the gaming market, dominated by pay-to-win models, stemmed from Path. Even in 2011, this game continued to generate substantial profits for Giant Network. No. Compared to you, I am but a firefly against the moon. Zhu Yinjia insisted, waving his hands. Initially, I aimed to develop single-player games, but after some time, I found it unfeasible due to rampant piracy. It was only after encountering Plants vs. Zombies that I realized one should not blame the Path for one's own shortcomings. His words were imbued with admiration for Chen Teng. Chen Teng, however, grasped some crucial information. What type of single-player game were you considering? AAA, came the response. That's rather vague. Could you be more specific? AAA isn't a game genre in itself. Generally, AAA games are characterized by high development costs, significant resource consumption, and extended development times. Yet, there are no definitive standards. MMO, FPS, RPG, those are actual game genres. Then it must be a AAA RPG akin to... Have you heard of The Elder Scrolls V? Of course. The Elder Scrolls V launched on November 11th, 2011, and is hailed by many players as the most captivating open-world game, although this title is not exclusive to it. Just as there are 5 kings among the 4 heavenly kings, it is quite normal to have several highly entertaining open-world games. This particular game is renowned worldwide for its remarkable freedom and rich narrative, ultimately achieving a miraculous sales figure of 60 million. Do you aspire to create something of this nature? Indeed, it is regrettable that the current domestic environment does not permit it. Last year, I attempted to seek investment, but there was no interest whatsoever. Zhu Yinjia expressed his deep disappointment. Chen Teng felt a stirring within him as he observed the man before him, clad in a checkered shirt and sporting black-rimmed glasses. True to the stereotype of programmers, Zhu Yinjia's hairline was precariously receding. Yet, from the expression on his face, Chen Teng could discern his fervent pursuit of domestic AAA titles. Alas, at this moment, the domestic landscape does not support the survival of AAA games. The issue of piracy is exceedingly grave. To dare to sell is to risk incurring losses. In comparison, it is far more lucrative to delve into browser games and online games. These two avenues genuinely yield profit. With advertising in place, leaderboard manipulation, and cross-server events, players readily spend money. If that still does not suffice, one can always stir up some conflict to ignite the spending desires of affluent players. Let us discuss AAA titles in the meeting. It is not a matter that can be succinctly articulated in a mere few sentences. Chen Teng understood the high expectations of domestic players for AAA games. Since the inception of the Xianjian series, there has been a longing for the rise of local games. It was initially thought to be a beginning, but it turned out to be a peak. Following a period of glory, the market share of foreign games has increasingly dominated. As for the domestic scene, it is best left unspoken. Excellent. Zhu Yinjia remained immersed in the excitement of encountering his idol. Titles like PUBG, Fruit Ninja, and Angry Birds have shown him the expansion of the legitimate paying audience. This expansion is a promising sign for domestic single-player games. Chen Teng, seated at the head of the table, inserted a USB drive into the company laptop. Once the senior management was assembled, he commenced the meeting. The first order of business was to announce a new game, a Match 3 type, that he had developed during some idle time. A separate project team would be formed to maintain this project. Understood, boss. The recharge system has yet to be established. This game is free to download. With payment points left to your discretion, just make it reasonable and do not pressure players excessively. The second matter at hand involves a game engine. A game engine? Both the technical director and Zhu Yinzhe furrowed their brows in unison. Even Linya found it somewhat hard to believe. Although developing a game engine does not require hundreds of people, at least a dozen would be necessary. Boss, the game engine you speak of cannot possibly be one of those large-scale game engines, can it? A game engine, in essence, is a framework or template that allows for the addition of various functions and assets. If one were to be a bit shameless, even the open-source templates used for browser games could claim to be game engines, though no one would recognize them as such. Thus, they assumed that Chen Teng was referring to a smaller game engine. No, it is a game engine capable of surpassing all existing game engines in the world. Chen Teng spoke with unwavering confidence. His words rendered the senior executives present somewhat uncomfortable. Those in leadership positions within the gaming company possessed at least a modicum of technical knowledge. They understood that it was implausible for a single individual to create a game engine capable of surpassing all others on a global scale. Apologies, boss. While you are my idol, I must disagree, Zhu Yinzhe asserted, only to witness Chen Teng rise abruptly. I am aware that this may sound like a fanciful tale, but I'm not one to boast. Let's directly put it to the test, he declared, vacating his position. All eyes turned to Zhu Yinzhe. Although his tenure at Tongda Games had been brief, his technical prowess was indisputable. Not only was he among the elite within Tongda, but his skills also ranked among the finest in the nation. Furthermore, Zhu Yinzhe's breadth of knowledge was remarkably extensive. Very well, I shall give it a try. However, boss, I'm quite forthright. I admire you, and I will speak candidly. Thus, if the engine proves inadequate, I shall not hesitate to express my views. Chen Teng found Zhu Yinzhe's words to resonate with a spirit of devotion to both mentor and truth. He did not take offense at Zhu Yinzhe's candor and gestured for him to proceed with the trial. The Future 4 is no ordinary game engine. Chapter 89, The Resilient Future 4. Once again, a double standard in pricing. Zhu Yinzhe approached the computer, and without needing Chen Teng to say anything, he directly opened the unfamiliar icon on the screen. After a brief moment of lag, Future 4 was launched. The requirements for running the game engine were not particularly demanding in terms of computer specifications. The real strain on resources emerged during the subsequent rendering and debugging phases, which truly called for robust configurations. Upon gazing at the interface of Future 4, Zhu Yinzhe's immediate reaction was one of simplicity. It was entirely distinct from the artistic designs prevalent in contemporary mainstream game engines. The interface of this engine exuded a sense of comfort. The artistic style felt remarkably advanced. Observing this aesthetic, Zhu Yinzhe felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The disparity between Future 4 and other engines in terms of interface was reminiscent of the evolution from EU3 to EU4, or from feature phones to smartphones. Imparting an impression of sophistication, he initiated a new project, immersing himself in the exploration of this engine. Were these features truly implementable? The dazzling array of functionalities left Zhu Yinzhe in awe. Linya, somewhat curious, inquired, "Are these features impressive?" Zhu Yinzhe nodded emphatically. Indeed, this engine operates entirely on visual script programming. Its learning curve is remarkably low, making it exceedingly user-friendly. Moreover, its capabilities are formidable, particularly in its physics and lighting systems, which surpass any programming software in the world. This implies that we can effortlessly achieve the most realistic effects in object collisions and interactions. The functionalities for scene construction and character modeling are equally robust. It can create both 2D and 3D games. Zhu Yinzhe could not help but swallow hard, as the fervor that had briefly subsided in his eyes rekindled. He gazed at Chen Teng with admiration. "Boss, this game engine is astonishing." He found it hard to fathom that this was a creation of Chen Teng. The very notion that such an engine could exist in this era was beyond his imagination. He had merely scratched the surface in his trial of it, with many more features yet to be explored. Of course, can anything provided by the system be lacking? Zhu Yinzhe stood up, taking a deep breath. "Boss, I apologize for my earlier ignorance and arrogance." He bowed deeply to Chen Teng. The brief trial had revealed the immense potential of this engine to him. "It's all right. This is indeed something that should not exist in this era. Zhu Yinjia wholeheartedly agreed. Chen Teng paused, pondering if they were indeed on the same wavelength. It should be. Yes, perhaps. He returned to his seat, while Zhu Yinjia resumed his own, still gazing at Chen Teng with a look of admiration. This expression inexplicably reminded Chen Teng of kindergarten, where children looked at their teacher in much the same way. Regarding this engine, there were 3 tasks to undertake. The first task is to divide this engine into 2 versions, a personal edition and a professional edition. The personal edition will exclude features that demand high configurations, while the professional edition will remain as it is now. In terms of pricing, the personal edition will be free, and the professional edition will be priced at 9,999 yuan. For games produced domestically using this engine, a 3 commission will be taken from profits exceeding 1 million yuan. The professional edition for overseas markets will be priced at $9,999, with a 5 commission on profits exceeding $1 million. For the overseas profit threshold, does the million refer to yuan or dollars? Chen Teng replied with a smile, yuan. Indeed, he is rather inconsistent in his standards. He is unconcerned that foreign game developers might refrain from using it, as it resembles a forbidden technique. If no one utilizes it, it may as well not exist. However, once someone adopts it, others will be compelled to follow suit. Failure to do so would result in a disadvantage in market competition. The second task is to isolate the special effects features within this engine and create a version dedicated to cinematic effects, maintaining the same price of 9,999. The third task requires the engine team to thoroughly understand this game engine and produce a 3 to 5 minute game demo, showcasing the engine's capabilities comprehensively. The timeline is 3 months. Will the task be completed? Chen Teng glanced at the technical director, who confidently assured him, "Rest assured, boss." Next, Chen Teng turned to Linya. Additionally, I would like to prepare for a launch event in February next year, following the completion of the demo. A launch event? Similar to a smartphone launch? Yes. What we are unveiling is our game engine. Linya expressed her confusion. But boss, our game engine is not targeted at individual users. A development launch lacks substantial significance. It would be more effective to directly distribute the demo and trial version of the engine to major game developers. Indeed, you have considered this thoroughly, Chen Teng praised. Mobile phones and game engines are fundamentally different. While the user base for mobile phones is extensive, the user base for game engines is comparatively limited. However, why seek his attention? Once this launch commences, it will undoubtedly attract considerable interest from the online community. Not only do I want to host it, but I want it to be a grand affair, ideally ensuring that the entire world is aware that our company has developed the finest game engine globally. The more spectacular the event, the greater the buzz, and the more people it will draw. Claiming to possess the best game engine in the world will certainly provoke considerable debate. Some may perceive Chen Teng as boastful, questioning how developing the world's best game engine could be so straightforward. Yet, others will fervently rally behind him, cheering and waving flags. So, what transpires when these 2 factions encounter each other online? Arguments. And arguments signify a wealth of emotional engagement. I understand, boss. Linya has a clear understanding of her position, since both Li and Chen Teng are aware of the pros and cons. Her responsibility lies in executing Chen Teng's decisions effectively. Moreover, who can guarantee that Chen Teng's actions hold no significance? The company's immense success is not solely attributed to her. In fact, her contributions are not as substantial as one might think. The true architect behind the triumph of Tengda Games is none other than Chen Teng. Linya's admiration for Chen Teng is no less than that of Zhu Yinjia. She firmly believes that Chen Teng has his reasons for his actions, even if she has yet to comprehend them fully. Additionally, a new game concept has recently emerged in her mind. On the whiteboard at the back of the conference room, Chen Teng wrote 4 bold characters. Temple Run. Chapter 90. The Tengda Game Mall. Temple Run. After dedicating 10 minutes, Chen Teng elucidated the game Temple Run. This time, he truly appreciated the utility of the master of painting talent. With just a few strokes, he effortlessly sketched the game from his memory. With visuals at hand, discussing gameplay became significantly easier. A genius. Zhu Yinjia applauded once more. I knew that coming to Tengda was an unequivocally correct decision. Your grasp of the market and understanding of gameplay is nothing short of harmonious. Harmonious? What an odd expression. Chen Teng scratched his head. Am I really that impressive? Zhu Yinzhe nodded vigorously. Absolutely. If we tally the games you've created, aside from Plants vs. Zombies, the remaining titles perfectly cater to the current mobile landscape. The gameplay is straightforward, and the hardware requirements are minimal, making them exceptionally suited for mobile devices. Though they can be played on computers, they simply lack the convenience of being operated with a single finger on a smartphone. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are the deity of mobile gaming. A wave of realization washed over the crowd, their gazes towards Chen Teng filled with admiration. They were aware of the success of the games he created, but were oblivious to the depth of his prowess. Chen Teng felt a bit bashful at the praise. While others remained unaware, he was acutely conscious of how the creativity for these games originated. Nevertheless, Zhu Yinzhe's analysis was indeed astute. These games seamlessly adapted to the nascent phase of mobile internet development. Poor mobile performance? No matter, the games demanded little in terms of configuration. Lacking peripherals like keyboards and controllers? Not a problem. One finger on the screen suffices for exhilarating gameplay. Zhu Yinzhe continued his effusive praise. To create a wildly successful game is a stroke of luck. To consistently produce such hits is a testament to genuine skill. The boss must possess a profound understanding and insight into the gaming market to craft such masterpieces. Much like the legendary Xiao, endowed with profound internal strength, even the simplest of techniques can unleash formidable power. The more he spoke, the more fervent Zhu Yinzhe became. Although Chen Teng relished the compliments, he decided to interrupt Zhu Yinzhe. If this continued, the meeting would devolve into a fan gathering. All right, enough with the flattery. Understood, boss. Zhu Yinzhe ceased his praises, though he appeared somewhat reluctant. At this moment, Linya interjected appropriately. Boss, I have an idea that I would like to share if that's all right. Please go ahead. Now that we possess a game engine, our standing in the gaming industry is bound to be extraordinary. Should we establish our own gaming platform and collaborate with other game developers to discuss their onboarding? Chen Teng pondered this matter. When he initially launched the gaming forum, he foresaw the future necessity for a gaming platform. After all, it is well known that the annual revenue generated by Gabin through the Steam platform is substantial. Furthermore, certain game distributors have quietly amassed wealth through their own platforms. Naturally, Chen Teng harbored similar aspirations. However, was this truly an opportune moment? Game developers choose to launch on a gaming platform primarily due to the advantages it offers. They must believe that even with revenue sharing, they can still generate greater profits. It would be foolish to assume that these developers would willingly part with their earnings. Chen Teng initially intended to wait for the release of the Tengda mobile phone, leveraging its built-in app market to establish the gaming platform. The mobile application marketplace is indeed a vast reservoir of traffic. For those with limited resources, the app market serves as the sole avenue for acquiring games. Yet, the Tengda mobile phone remains in the phase of technological accumulation. The company executives fixated their attention on Chen Teng, awaiting his response. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Teng nodded. Very well, let us call it the Tengda Game All. It would be beneficial for the gaming platform to launch sooner rather than later. Any potential bugs could then be addressed in advance. Moreover, the Tengda Gaming Forum currently boasts a substantial user base, having surpassed 10 million registrations. Active online users can peak at 500,000. The forum's members are undoubtedly among the most passionate and financially willing individuals regarding gaming across various forums in Huaguo. With such a robust user foundation, Chen Teng was confident that he would attract collaborators. He proposed that if they launched on our platform, any profits exceeding 5 million would incur a mere 3 revenue share. Chen Teng resolved to offer concessions regarding the engine as well. After arriving at this decision, Chen Teng turned his gaze toward Zhu Yinzhe. Deputy Director Zhu. Yes, I'm here. You previously mentioned you had a AAA game concept? Indeed. After the meeting, please come to my office, and we shall discuss it further. All right. Zhu Yinzhe's voice resonated with enthusiasm. The prospect of having his idol support his dreams was indeed a source of immense happiness. Unless there are any other matters, we shall conclude the meeting, Chen Teng announced, feeling parched after speaking for so long. He picked up a bottle of water from the table and headed towards the exit of the conference room, with Zhu Yinzhe promptly following suit. Upon opening the door, Chen Teng noticed his secretary waiting outside. "Boss, there is a Mr. Sun at the door who wishes to see you." "Mr. Sun? Which Mr. Sun?" Chen Teng felt utterly perplexed. He did not recognize any boss with the surname Sun. The secretary handed him a business card. "Qianguang Department Store Company, Limited." "Sun Dafu?" Chen Teng furrowed his brow, struggling to recall any acquaintance named Mr. Sunday. Yet, inexplicably, he found the name of the company somewhat familiar. Qianguang Department Store. Chen Teng continued to ponder. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had he not seen this company mentioned in the KK group? Who had brought it up? As he opened his phone, memories began to surface. It seemed to be Sun Yun. Chen Teng recalled. If memory served him right, this was indeed the company owned by Sun Jun's father. Sun Jun would never miss an opportunity to boast, often mentioning his father's enterprise. So that was it. As for this Sun Dafu, there was no need for further elaboration. Had he come alone? He had brought along a young man who appeared to be around 20. "I understand now. Please arrange an empty space for them to rest while they wait. Tell them I will be finished shortly." "Understood, boss." The secretary turned to carry out Chen Teng's instructions. Zhu Yinzhe, noticing that Chen Teng had matters to attend to, inquired, "Boss, should I head back and wait until you are done?" Chen Teng shook his head, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. "Let's converse for now." Chapter 91. Addressing Chunga, "What are your thoughts on 3A? Chen Teng inquired, comfortably seated in his position, directing his attention towards Zhu Yinzhe. Before Zhu could respond, Chen took a moment to survey his office. In comparison to his last visit, the space remained impeccably tidy, suggesting that diligent efforts were made to maintain its cleanliness daily. Chen Teng felt quite content with his office. "I aspire to create a game that garners admiration from around the globe." Upon hearing this, Chen Teng found the young man's declaration curiously familiar, reminiscent of his own ambitious aspirations during an interview with Feng Shu. However, Chen's own ambitions had been even more grandiose, as he had envisioned venturing beyond the confines of the galaxy. To elaborate, do you have any specific ideas? To be honest, not really. Zhu Yinzhe's enthusiasm faded as he replied. Initially, I wanted to develop a martial arts or fantasy game, but I was apprehensive about potential sales. After all, such projects require immense resources, and selling at a modest price would hardly recoup the investment. In 2011, piracy loomed over single-player games like the Sword of Damocles. Expanding overseas was beyond my capabilities, and relying solely on the domestic market proved unsustainable. It was only after 2016 that the domestic market began to expand significantly. From that point, foreign games gradually incorporated simplified Chinese. However, at present, it remains unfeasible. Your concerns are valid. Although martial arts and fantasy genres have a substantial fan base in our country, they still cannot support adequate sales. What should we do then? Zhu Yinzhe's expression reflected a deep sense of helplessness in light of Chen Teng's remarks. He possessed technical prowess, but lacked the creative ingenuity to develop a game that would captivate audiences. Why not consider appealing to international audiences? Huh? Are you suggesting creating a Western fantasy? Zhu Yinzhe pondered. Though the Harry Potter series enjoys immense popularity, crafting an authentic Western fantasy AAA title from our standpoint remains exceedingly challenging. Zhu Yinzhe felt daunted by the prospect. While it was possible to create a Western fantasy, there was no guarantee that it would resonate with foreign gamers. No. We could explore the realm of science fiction. Science fiction? Like Star Wars? What I mean is apocalyptic themes. Apocalyptic? Similar to the universe of Fallout? Zhu Yinzhe queried, and Chen Teng nodded in affirmation. The Fallout series presents a post-apocalyptic world following a catastrophic war that has rendered the globe desolate. In this nuclear wasteland, the protagonist embarks on a perilous adventure. The game boasts high levels of freedom, abundant quests, and intricate narratives akin to the Elder Scrolls V, produced by the renowned Bethesda. This concept indeed seems promising. Zhu Yinzhe's eyes lit up. Compared to traditional Western fantasy, this genre appeared more manageable to execute. Moreover, it alleviated concerns about foreign players struggling to accept themes akin to martial arts or fantasy. Truly commendable, boss. I never considered this angle. The rigidity of thought led him to believe that domestic game themes could only revolve around martial arts and fantasy realms. Little did he realize that such a genre had been overlooked. Flattery aside, it was imperative to focus on crafting an exceptional game. Indeed, the quality of the game holds paramount importance. Are you interested in leading this project? Absolutely. Zhu Yinjia had been awaiting this very phrase from Chen Teng. Who wouldn't desire to spearhead a project that contributes to the rise of domestic AAA games? Should this game achieve success, Tengda Games would gain international recognition. The next step could even involve exploring AAA productions centered on martial arts and fantasy themes. Very well, please prepare a proposal outlining your ideas and budget. Together, let us usher in an era of domestic excellence. Certainly, boss. Zhu Yinjia nodded with enthusiasm. The rise of domestic productions, if it could truly be realized. The thought itself was exhilarating. He exited Chen Teng's office briskly, brimming with passion for the task assigned to him. Chen Teng glanced at the time and opened his computer to indulge in a game. In a lounge of Tengda Games, the secretary poured water into disposable cups from the water dispenser and placed them before Sun Dafu and Sun Jun. Please bear with us for a moment. The boss is currently in a meeting addressing important matters. Understood, understood, Sun Dafu replied with a smile. Once the secretary stepped out, Sun Jun's expression soured instantly. This Chen Teng certainly knows how to maintain a stance, doesn't he? We personally came to see him, and yet his demeanor is so unwelcoming. In Sun Jun's eyes, his father was a prominent entrepreneur in Yongqing. The very act of visiting in person should have afforded Chen Teng some respect. How could he be so dismissive? One who achieves great things must possess patience, Sun Dafu remarked calmly, seemingly unaffected by Chen Teng's aloofness. Sun Jun recalled how his father had watched the news that day, unable to connect the Sun Dafu of that moment with the present version. Very well. Sun Jun resigned himself to waiting patiently. After several more minutes, Chen Teng finally appeared before the father and son. Upon seeing Chen Teng, Sun Dafu's face lit up with excitement, turning a shade of crimson. Mr. Chen, indeed, you are even more handsome in person than on television. Sun Dafu approached Chen Teng, shaking his rough hand with enthusiasm, as if he were gazing upon a remarkably accomplished junior. Hello, Mr. Sunday. I apologize for the delay. I was caught up in a rather busy meeting. You know how it is. When business reaches the level of Mr. Chen, one is often inundated with affairs. Chen Teng replied with composure. I completely understand. To conduct business at Mr. Chen's level must indeed involve countless responsibilities. It is already an honor for us to have your time. You are too kind, Mr. Sun. Chen Teng smiled. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Tengda today? Primarily, I wish to extend an apology to you, Mr. Chen. I heard that my unworthy son and President Chen were once classmates, and he had offended you before. I've come specifically to apologize on his behalf. Oh, this intention took Chen Teng by surprise. He had assumed Sun Dafu brought Sun Jun along to stir up trouble, never expecting they came to offer an apology. President Sun, you exaggerate the matter. Just childish squabbles between youngsters, long since water under the bridge. Chen Teng waved his hand dismissively, indifferent. Truthfully, there had never been any real enmity between him and Sun Jun. If anything, it was merely Sun Jun harboring one-sided resentment toward Chen Teng, who had never intended to retaliate. President Chen, such magnanimity. Truly, a great man's heart is vast enough to sail a ship. Old Sun here is in awe. With that, Sun Dafu delivered a sharp slap to the back of Sun Jun's head, cursing, damn it, can't you even apologize properly? What the hell did I bring you here for? The heavy blow left Sun Jun dizzy, stars flashing before his eyes. Still, he obediently muttered, sorry, Chen Teng. Whack. Another slap landed. Who the hell do you think you are? Sun Dafu barked. Since when do you address President Chen so casually? You're about the same age. Call a brother Chen. Chapter 92. A brand new retail supermarket, ah? Sun Jun raised his head in confusion. Calling him brother Chen? He truly did not anticipate that Sun Dafu would be so ruthless. As Sun Dafu's third slap fell, Sun Jun obediently called out, Brother Chen. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I was ignorant before. He glanced at Chen Teng, hoping to receive his forgiveness. Chen Teng, however, did not look at Sun Jun, but instead focused on Sun Dafu. In Chen Teng's eyes, Sun Jun was merely a fool. As the distance between the two widened, Sun Jun would eventually comprehend just how naive he had been. Yet, Sun Dafu was beyond Chen Teng's expectations. Even after being ignored for over an hour, he still maintained his smile. Faced with the party at odds with his son, he chose to resolve the enmity rather than seek revenge, even at the cost of his and his son's dignity. To Chen Teng, this was quite extraordinary. "All right, I said it's fine, so it's fine. Mr. Chen, you are magnanimous, and today I, old son, have truly gained insight." Sun Dafu gave Chen Teng a thumbs up and patted Sun Jun on the shoulder, saying, "You go play for a while. Your brother Chen and I have some matters to discuss." Sun Jun immediately dashed out, eager to leave this place behind. "I wonder what else Mr. Sun has to say. I heard that under Mr. Chen's leadership, Have You Eaten is preparing to collaborate with major businesses?" Indeed, that is the case. Chen Teng was not surprised. The plan had been set in motion long before he appeared on television, and the execution had only accelerated after his debut. Now, nearly all the businesses surrounding universities in Qiming City had established partnerships with Have You Eaten. Negotiations were underway to introduce food delivery services into campuses, with the majority of schools already in agreement, although a few had yet to consent. Furthermore, Have You Eaten was also recruiting delivery personnel and businesses from outside the campus. In about a month, the delivery service would expand beyond the school grounds. "I would like to collaborate with Mr. Chen, specifically with Have You Eaten. How do you propose we collaborate?" I wonder if Mr. Chen is aware of Dafu's supermarket. Upon hearing the name, Chen Teng paused in surprise, then suddenly realized this was indeed an asset of Mr. Sunday. Dafu Supermarket is a chain located within Yongsheng, found in many large plazas, and is arguably the largest supermarket in the city. Although it may not be as formidable in the neighboring Qiming City, its bustling areas still showcase its presence. "Yes, indeed, I was considering collaborating with you, Mr. Chen, to create an additional sales channel. I have also investigated and found that you are engaged in delivery business collaborations with supermarkets and grocery stores." That is correct. Chen Teng was not surprised that Sun Dafu had managed to uncover such information, as he had already instructed someone to reach out to several well-known supermarkets in Qiming City. If one were to claim that Sun Dafu lacks even this minimal channel of information, that would indeed be peculiar. If it were merely a matter of basic collaboration, it would suffice for those awaiting Mr. Sun to visit. Why would he need to come in person? Clearly, he seeks a recommendation slot from you, General Manager Chen. Sun Dafu has examined Chen Teng's app, which arranges the pages of various shops in a specific order. In an instant, Sun Dafu realized that if Chen Teng were willing to feature a particular store prominently, that store's sales would undoubtedly soar. However, that is not feasible. We display restaurants surrounding the customer at random based on their location. If a restaurant possesses a high overall rating, it is prioritized for display, devoid of any manual recommendation slots. Chen Teng replied candidly. It is not that he holds any grievances against Sun Dafu. Rather, he is intent on maximizing profits. Stores with excellent reputations and frequent repeat customers possess unique qualities. Have You Eaten? Will certainly choose to prioritize such recommendations, as this will encourage users to utilize Have You Eaten more frequently, thereby enabling Chen Teng to earn more as well. Sun Dafu was taken aback by Chen Teng's resolute rejection. Nonetheless, should Mr. Sun wish to collaborate, I can propose an alternative partnership. Please elucidate, General Manager Chen. Before we discuss this collaboration, I would like to inquire about the quality of goods and employee management at Dafu Supermarket. I cannot speak for others, but at Dafu Supermarket, we meticulously select the products we offer. I would never forsake long-term benefits for short-term gains, Sun Dafu assured with a thump on his chest. And what of employee management? Well, it's rather similar to most supermarkets, I suppose. Sun Dafu scratched his head, unsure why Chen Teng posed that question. Chen Teng was not surprised. It is indeed rare in this era for Sun Dafu to recognize the importance of long-term benefits over short-term profits. I aspire to create a supermarket that is both accessible yet remarkably upscale. I wonder if Mr. Sun would be interested in collaborating with me? Accessible and upscale? Sun Dafu was utterly baffled by Chen Teng's juxtaposition of these two terms. If it were an ordinary young person speaking thus, he would have laughed heartily by now. After all, upscale signifies high prices, while accessible denotes affordability. These two concepts are fundamentally incompatible. Chen Teng wore a mysterious smile. In an era where major retail supermarkets are experiencing widespread decline, two prominent chains remain unaffected: Shizixi and Shuimu. Both supermarkets share a common trait. Shopping there is an absolute assurance of quality. In terms of pricing, their offerings may be slightly more expensive, yet their quality is undeniably impeccable. The service at the former has even reached a level where it has become a local attraction. The retail industry is only destined to become more challenging. Shall we consider a trial? Sun Dafu hesitated. He certainly possessed the audacity. However, the concepts articulated by Chen Teng seem rather fantastical. Allow me to elaborate further. Chen Teng openly laid bare the business model of Shoshi. Unperturbed by the prospect of Sun Dafu potentially emulating this model or appropriating his creative ideas. In the future, this business model stands boldly in the open. Apart from Chen Teng himself, no one else has chosen to follow suit. Others perceive that such an approach would yield diminished profits. Moreover, establishing trust with consumers in the initial stages undoubtedly necessitates considerable expenditure. The ability to endure this preliminary phase poses a significant challenge. Can this truly succeed? Sun Dafu found himself perplexed. Within this model, Chen Teng underscored the importance of service and suggested offering substantial salaries to supermarket employees. Is it a matter of exchanging sincerity for sincerity? This notion, in the realm of commerce, sounds rather naive and juvenile. President Sun might contemplate the possibility of collaboration on this front, while other aspects of cooperation can proceed in a conventional manner. Chen Teng's willingness to share so much stems from his admiration for the resources Sun Dafu has accumulated over the years. Establishing a large chain of supermarkets heavily relies on the relationships between suppliers. President Sun may wish to reflect on this. No, there is no need for contemplation. A refusal? No, Ikun Sin. Sun Dafu gritted his teeth, as if he had made a momentous decision. Chapter 93. Has Brother Chen become Uncle Chen? I am collaborating with President Chen. I have faith in him. The gaze that Chen Teng directed at Sun Dafu momentarily underwent a subtle transformation. In truth, whether or not Sun Dafu consented was entirely within Chen Teng's expectations. However, the swiftness of his agreement took Chen Teng by surprise. What audacity! Such boldness commanded Chen Teng's respect. Indeed, it appears that the apple does not fall far from the tree. To be frank, I harbor little confidence in this business model. Then why do you choose to collaborate? Nevertheless, I believe in President Chen. I have confidence in him. I am convinced that even if our partnership results in losses, President Chen would never allow me to face bankruptcy. Sun Dafu